Chapter 1377. When Duan Ling Tian returned to the latent dragon camp, he realized that apart from him, the other 12 of the 13 gangsters were quietly cultivating in the wooden houses. As for the people who lived in the dilapidated wooden houses below the high platform, they were still as idle as before. However, there were also 2 people in the wooden houses who did not come out for a long time. It was Ho Lin and Li Han's wooden houses. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, did not notice this. After he returned to his own wooden house. Of course, he was currently in wooden house number 6. After defeating Zhang Jilong, he replaced Zhang Jilong and became the 6th person in the 13 gangsters. He was only below 5 people on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. No, I should say that he's only below 1 person on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage and 4 people on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian thought of Ling Yun, the young man in green who carried a sheathed long sword, the leader of the 13 gangsters. Duan Ling Tian had to admit that when he saw Ling Yun, he was reminded of his childhood friend, Su Li. Unfortunately, he had never seen Su Li again until the moment he left the Cloud Continent. The reason why he thought of this was because Ling Yun looked very similar to Su Li. Of course, it was only the way they dressed. After closing the door, Duan Ling Tian entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Walao, wake me up if I still haven't woken up in 9 months. Duan Ling Tian greeted Walao and went up to the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. 9 months on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 3 months in the outside world. The city governor of Mound Hill City would come out of seclusion in 3 months. By then, he would set up some tests and recruit 2 or 3 disciples. Duan Ling Tian was not interested in that at all. However, it was not convenient for him to stay out of it. Therefore, he could only accompany Guo Li to join in the fun and broaden his horizons. If he accidentally became the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, he would just let nature take its course. If the rest of the 13 gangsters knew what Duan Ling Tian was thinking, they would definitely want to beat him to death. Even Guo Li was no exception. The reason they were cultivating with all their might was so that they could perform well in the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City in 3 months' time. Becoming a disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City was their dream. Guo Li definitely wants to become the direct disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Thinking of Guo Li, Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. In his eyes, Guo Li was undoubtedly a pitiful person. She was a woman, but her talent was not inferior to that of a man. Furthermore, her family had high hopes for her. And all of this had a price to pay. No matter where she went, her heart would tremble in fear. She was deeply afraid that someone would secretly hand out a knife to kill her. If she could become the direct disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, she would no longer have to worry about anything. If I can help you, I will definitely help you. Duan Ling Tian murmured. Guo Li was the first person he met when he arrived in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Previously, Guo Li had warned him when he killed hundreds of obsidian-armored beasts in the sea near Fuyu Island, and attracted many more ferocious demon beasts. Although Guo Li's warning did not work in the end, he was still very grateful. After spending time together and getting to know each other better, he realized Guo Li was a kind girl. She was such a kind-hearted girl, and he didn't want her to die one day. Even if that day really came. He also hoped that it would be the day her life ended. With my cultivation speed, I'll definitely be able to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage in 9 months' time. After this breakthrough, I'll have to spend some time cultivating the techniques in the Saint-grade martial tactic Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged in the air. He held the 5th-grade Saint Stone in his hand and began to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. 9 Dragons Form. The heaven and earth spirit energy from the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the 5th-grade Saint Stone were constantly absorbed by Duan Ling Tian's body. Then, the 9 dragons carried it all the way through the 15 Saint Veins. After passing through the 15 Saint Veins, it was considered a major circulatory cycle. Once the major circulatory cycle was completed, the heaven and earth spirit energy turned into pure true energy and entered Duan Ling Tian's Qi Si. The true energy in his Qi Si increased by a little. It was a cycle like this, over and over again, as if it would never tire. Cultivation was just so boring. One had to endure hardships to become a man above others. while Duan Ling Tian was cultivating diligently to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. In the southern district of the Dao Martial Saint Land, a group of people flew across the sky in a majestic manner. There were more than 300 people in this group. Their speed was very fast, ridiculously fast. My goodness! What's that? At the same time, many people were shocked when they saw this scene. What a fast speed! My cultivation base is at the paramount mortal shedding stage, but my speed can't keep up with these people. They're so fast, a person at the paramount mortal shedding stage mumbled. Apart from shock, there was only horror on his face. Saint Rudiment stage. These 300 people are all at the Saint Rudiment stage or above. My goodness! There are so many Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Which sixth-rate force is going all out? There are so many people, and it seems like they're going out to sea. That's strange. What are they going to do? I want to follow them, but the problem is I can't catch up with them at all. Many people looked up at the sky and watched as more than 300 figures disappeared into the horizon, disappearing before their eyes. They only managed to suppress the shock in their hearts after a long time. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than 300 people flew across the sky and entered the southern sea from the southern district of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In front of these 300 people was a gigantic bear-type wild beast leading the way. The bear-type wild beast's eyes were crimson red, and its body was huge like a small hill. This wild beast's speed was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, it had already left the southern district of the Dao Martial Saint Land. A yellow-clad girl stood on the back of this wild beast. The childishness on the girl's beautiful face had just faded away. It was as though she was a peerless beauty who was about to break away from the ranks of young girls. However, the girl's expression was grave. Xuanai, don't worry. Your brother Ling Tian will be fine. A middle-aged man dressed in strange clothes was walking side by side with the wild beast. The contours of his face were perfect, but the vicissitudes of time had left its mark on his face. He was looking at the yellow-clad girl on the back of the Thunder Bear wild beast and said with a smile, Uncle Mu, thank you for accompanying me to look for brother Ling Tian. The yellow-clad girl was none other than Han Xuanai. Silly girl, there's no need for you to thank me. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, as long as your brother Ling Tian hasn't gone to the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'll definitely be able to help you find him. The middle-aged man's words were filled with confidence. What a joke! He had brought 30 powerhouses who were at the Saint stage or above with him on this trip. There were more than 270 people who were at the Saint Rudiment stage or above. With so many people, it would not take much time even if they searched the entire sea between the Dao Martial Saint Land and the Cloud Continent. Naturally, the most important thing was that these people were very fast. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded, but there was still a hint of worry in her eyes. Brother Ling Tian, nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, I won't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Han Xuanai thought to herself. A purple-clad young man's voice and smile kept appearing in her mind. That was her brother Ling Tian. The group of more than 300 people swept across the sea. Wherever they passed, the waves on the surface of the sea would rise and crash down, causing some of the wild beasts near the sea to feel dizzy. Not far behind these 300 over people, an elderly figure followed behind them like a shadow. It was a gray-clad old man. He was skinny, and there was not much flesh on his body. However, his eyes seemed to be dancing with a dark green flame. It was extremely eerie and intimidating. The old man was holding a walking stick made of an unknown material in his hand. It shone with a dark green light, and when it was reflected in his eyes, it sent chills down one's spine. Are these people from a sixth-rate force or a fifth-rate force? I wonder why they're rushing south with such fanfare. The south seems to be the mortal continent where young master is. The gray-clad old man muttered to himself. The gray-robed old man muttered, his voice revealing a hint of gloominess. I wonder how much young master has grown. Master asked me to wait for him in the southern district of the Dao Martial Saint Land, but he hasn't arrived yet. I heard that the cultivation speed of people from the mortal continent is very slow. Perhaps I'll have to wait a little longer. However, since these people are heading in the direction of the mortal continent where young master is, I'll have to ask them about their purpose. I can't let them interfere with young master's growth. When the old man reached this point, He instantly disappeared from the spot as if he had vanished into thin air. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of the 300 people led by the Thunder Bear barbaric beast. It was none other than the gray-clad old man who was following behind them. Boom! The old man raised his hand, and the walking stick in his hand shook before he pointed it at the air. At once, a wave of energy exploded in the air, and a barrier descended from the sky. It seemed to be indomitable. At the same time, the 300 people had also arrived in front of the barrier. *T. The middle-aged man dressed strangely next to the Thunder Bear barbaric beast had also noticed the heaven and earth barrier that had suddenly appeared in front of them. Horror dawned on him immediately. Stop! The moment the middle-aged man ordered, the 300 people began to slow down. However, they were still dragged a distance away by the inertia. The first one to slow down was the bear barbaric beast. After it stopped, it lifted its head and roared loudly. Its voice rumbled and caused a shockwave to appear in the air. Boom! The shockwave blasted in the air, causing the space to tremble. Heavenly Prison Barbaric Bear. Chapter 1378. Following that, a gray-clad old man with a walking stick appeared in front of the group of more than 300 people. With just his strength alone, he was able to stop a group of 30 Saint stage powerhouses and more than 200 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. One could see how intimidating the old man was. Old man, who are you? Han Xuanai, who was standing on the wild bear's back, finally regained her senses. She glared at the gray-clad old man in front of her. Why are you blocking our way? Little girl, you're so rude. Didn't the adults in your family teach you to respect your elders? The gray-clad old man asked in a deep voice as he stared at Han Xuanai with his eyes that were flickering with green flames. Ah! At this moment, Han Xuanai finally saw the evil in the old man's eyes. She was so frightened that her face turned pale immediately. Even her body could not help but tremble slightly. One could imagine how terrifying the old man's appearance was to be able to frighten Han Xuanai, who was known as the Little Devil. Xuanai, don't be rude. At this moment, the middle-aged man in strange clothes who was walking in front with Han Xuanai flew forward and arrived in front of the gray-clad old man before bowing slightly. Senior. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and spoke slowly. His tone was filled with respect. You're not bad. There aren't many outstanding beast tamers in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Those who can tame a wild beast like the Heavenly Prison Barbaric Bear are even rarer. The gray-clad old man looked at the middle-aged man and nodded. His gaze quickly shifted to the Heavenly Prison Barbaric Bear. When the Heavenly Prison Barbaric Bear was stared at by the old man, it was so shocked that it began to tremble. It almost knocked Han Xuanai down. Fortunately, the middle-aged man in strange clothes shouted in a timely manner, causing the Heavenly Prison Barbaric Bear to calm down again. Tell me, what's your name? Perhaps, this old man has heard of you before. The gray-clad old man looked at the middle-aged man again and asked nonchalantly. Senior, I'm Muyi. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. Muyi? I seem to have heard of you before. You're the genius beast tamer from the Green Wave Han Mansion? The gray-clad old man thought for a while before the green flames in his eyes began to rage as he asked. I don't dare to call myself a genius beast tamer. Muyi is indeed from the Green Wave Han Mansion. Muyi modestly said. You don't have to be humble. I stopped you because I want to ask you something. What is the purpose of your Green Wave Han Mansion traveling south with such great fanfare? The gray-clothed old man asked directly. To tell you the truth, senior, we came here to help the young miss find a friend of hers. That friend of hers went missing in the boundless sea, and there is still no news of him. Muyi sincerely said. She's the daughter of Mansion Master Han from your Green Wave Han Mansion? Humph. His upbringing doesn't seem to be that good either. The gray-robed old man looked at Han Xuanai again and snorted. If someone else had said that to her, Han Xuanai would have gone berserk long ago. However, this old man gave Han Xuanai a feeling that she was wandering around the gates of hell. Moreover, a person who could make her Uncle Mu treat him so respectfully was definitely not a simple person. Therefore, she chose to remain silent. Dong! Suddenly, the gray-robed old man raised his hand. With a shake of his walking stick, he pointed it at the air again. At once, the barrier that seemed to connect heaven and earth disappeared as though it had never appeared. Muyi boy, I'll believe you this time. If I find out that you're lying to me in the future, I'll have to make a trip to the Green Wave Han Mansion. After the gray-robed old man finished speaking, his figure began to fade away. "Senior, may I ask who you are?" Seeing that the gray-robed old man was about to leave, Muyi quickly asked. "I'm from the Azure Cloud Mansion." The old voice resonated again and only entered Muyi's ears. Then, the gray-robed old man's figure gradually faded away in the air. Azure Cloud Mansion. When Muyi heard the gray-robed old man's words, his eyes narrowed immediately. He's from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Could he be that person? Good heavens! Why would he appear here? Muyi's heartbeat quickened to the extreme. It took him a long time before he gradually calmed down. No wonder he was able to cast the heaven-shrouding earth technique so easily. As it turns out, he's actually that powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Muyi sucked in a breath of cold air, trying his best to calm himself down. "Uncle Mu, did that old man say anything to you?" At this moment, Han Shuanai noticed that the old man had left, and she finally dared to raise her head. However, when she saw Muyi's expression, she still asked. She knew that the old man must have said something to Uncle Mu. Otherwise, with Uncle Mu's character, he would not have acted in such a manner. "Xuanai, remember this. If you have the chance to see him again in the future, you must be more respectful. Even if your father sees him, he'll have to respectfully address him as senior," Muyi said to Han Shuanai solemnly. When he recalled Han Shuanai's reckless behavior earlier, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. "Even my father has to address him as senior?" Han Shuanai frowned. "Uncle Mu, just tell me. Who is he? He must have told you, right?" When Muyi heard Han Shuanai's words, he smiled wryly. This girl was really too smart. "Xuanai, I can tell you. But you have to promise me that you'll be respectful when you see him in the future," Muyi said again. "I don't want to see him again." Han Shuanai snorted. "That old man is so ugly. My brother Ling Tian is still better looking." When she spoke of brother Ling Tian, Han Shuanai sighed again. However, she quickly regained her senses and looked at Muyi. "Uncle Mu, quickly tell me, who is that old man?" "Xuanai, if you don't promise me, Uncle Mu won't tell you." Muyi shook his head and shouted in a low voice. Instantly, the barbaric bear under Han Shuanai's feet flew out as though it had transformed into a gigantic cannonball. Its momentum was shocking. "Let's go!" At the same time, Muyi ordered the 300 powerhouses to continue on their journey. "Uncle Mu, I'll promise you. Quickly tell me that old man." "No. It's that senior." "Who is that senior?" Han Shuanai turned to look at Muyi, who was following her. At this moment, she had completely given in. "He's from the Azure Cloud Mansion." Muyi transmitted his voice to Han Shuanai. "Azure Cloud Mansion?" Upon hearing this, Han Shuanai's eyes narrowed as a shocked expression appeared on her face. "My goodness! What's the freak from the Azure Cloud Mansion doing here?" "I don't know either. However, there must be something in the south that he cares about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked about our purpose. This time, whether we can find your brother Ling Tian or not, we must go back," Muyi said. "We'll definitely find brother Ling Tian," Han Shuanai said stubbornly. Just as Han Shuanai was leading the group of powerhouses from the Green Wave Han Mansion to search the vast and boundless ocean, the person they were looking for was quietly staying in a seaside city in the Dao Marshal Saint Land. This city was called Mound Hill City. Mound Hill City, City Governor's Estate, Latent Dragon Camp. In cottage number 6, a small pagoda that had turned into dust sat quietly at the corner of the bed. Nobody would have thought that such a small pagoda would have a completely different world inside. On the second level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, a purple-clad young man was sitting cross-legged in the air. Wisps of heaven and earth spirit energy that could be clearly seen entered his body through the air and became a part of his body. In his hand, the heaven and earth spirit energy that was accumulated in the 5th grade Saint Stone extended out and entered his body as well. Time passed by quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the purple-clad young man who was sitting cross-legged in the air began to slowly turn his body. Wisps of faint true energy radiated from his body. It's finally filled up. This pigeon egg-sized chi sea is actually like a bottomless pit. When I break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, won't the egg-sized chi sea be even more exaggerated? Duan Lingtian did not know when he regained his consciousness. He no longer repeated the cultivation steps numbly. At this moment, the pigeon egg-sized chi-si between his brows was already filled with true energy. Not only that, but the 15 saintly veins in his body were also filled with vital energy. Now, I can open a new saint vein. As long as I open a new saint vein, the chi-si will be formed. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian began to mobilize the true energy in the 15 saint veins. One must admit that opening a saint vein was a difficult process. Although Duan Lingtian had experienced it once before, he still could not get used to it again. Right now, he only had one feeling, and that was pain. Pain. It's too painful. Opening a saint vein was a good thing, but the process of opening a saint vein was heart-wrenching. I wonder which one is more painful than a woman giving birth? Duan Lingtian did not know why he had such thoughts. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he suppressed it. I almost forgot. When a woman gives birth in this world, as long as the mother's cultivation base is high, she can use her own strength to reduce unnecessary pain. While Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, his 16th saint vein was successfully opened. The opening of a saint vein was like a bright light, guiding the crowd forward in the dark. Gradually, the 2nd saint vein, the 3rd saint vein, and the 4th saint vein were opened one by one. 17 saint veins. When all the saint veins were opened, Duan Lingtian was so excited that his body trembled, causing his true energy to go astray. He only calmed down after another wave of excruciating pain. 17 saint veins. 17 saint veins. However, Duan Lingtian's heart was still filled with excitement. At the early mortal shedding stage, 15 saint veins were opened in his body. At the intermediate mortal shedding stage, 17 saint veins were opened in his body. However, this was not the most important point. Chapter 1379. In total, I'll be able to open 89 saint veins when I'm at the paramount mortal shedding stage. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions that had calmed down a little became agitated again. He knew that opening an additional 17 saint veins at the intermediate mortal shedding stage had given him a brand new future. Initially, he thought he would open an additional 16 saint veins at the intermediate mortal shedding stage and so on. It was considered good to open a total of 85 saint veins. Among the natives of the Yanhuang planet, the Dipankara Buddha who had opened the most saint veins had only opened 85 saint veins. However now, the sudden change when he broke through to the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage gave Duan Lingtian an even better, or rather, an even more insane future. Based on the current situation, he would be able to open at least 89 saint veins when he broke through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. If there's another accident when I break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, and another accident when I break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage, and another accident when I break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I might as well open 99 saint veins when I break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian continued to fantasize in his heart. However, Duan Lingtian soon regained his senses. Now, it's time for the last step. With a jolt of his heart, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 10th form, the 9 Dragons Form Mental Cultivation Method. As he rapidly absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy and transformed it into true energy, the true energy in his chi-si began to surge out as well. All of a sudden, the 32 saint veins in Duan Lingtian's body were filled with true energy. The 9 dragons carried the true energy and circulated it again and again. It was as though they would never feel tired. The speed at which the 9 dragons carried the true energy was getting faster and faster. In the end, the 32 saint veins were almost on fire from the friction. Now's the time! Duan Lingtian gasped as his heart skipped a beat. At that moment, the true energy in the 32 saint veins in his body rushed into his chi-si that was the size of a pigeon's egg. His chi-si that was the size of a pigeon's egg began to expand. Ah! The intense pain spread to Duan Lingtian's nerves in his head, causing him to involuntarily cry out. This was despite him enduring the pain in his body. Otherwise, he would have already let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, after the pain, there was a feeling of comfort. Perhaps this was the feeling of sweetness after bitterness. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force moved, and he quickly discovered that the sea of qi between his eyebrows had undergone a tremendous change. His chi-si, which was originally the size of a pigeon's egg, was now the size of a chicken's egg. However, even though his Qi had become the size of an egg, the Xianxia in it was only transferred from the pigeon egg-sized Qi. Compared to the egg-sized Qi, it seemed to be very little. It'll be a long process to fill the egg-sized Qi. However, when the egg-sized Qi is filled, it'll be the time for me to break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's body stopped rotating while he was sitting cross-legged. His eyes opened as a flash of brilliance flashed through them. After the egg-sized Qi appeared, Duan Lingtian had completely broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt that it was not only his Qi that had undergone a transformation. Even his own body seemed to have undergone earth-shattering changes. After some experimentation, Duan Lingtian discovered his current ability was absolutely invincible on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Even if it was a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage who had cultivated the human-ranked top saint-grade martial tactics techniques to the highest stage, he was confident that he could defeat him in a blink of an eye. His body was even more powerful than a 5-clawed divine dragon on the intermediate mortal shedding stage with 32 saint veins circulating his true energy at the same time. This was Duan Lingtian's greatest advantage. My current ability is comparable to the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. Ordinary mastery mortal shedding stage powerhouses are no match for me. After experimenting for a while, Duan Lingtian had a deeper understanding of his own strength. When I was on the early mortal shedding stage, my ability was on par with Zhang Jilong, who was at the peak of the intermediate mortal shedding stage. However, I can still defeat him with the advantage of my bow and arrow. Unless it's a Dao cultivator or a martial cultivator who specializes in long-range attacks, there shouldn't be many people who can defeat me at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, a bright smile appeared on his face. Now, it's time for me to cultivate the techniques in the colossal aerolite arrow. Especially the offensive technique, the aerolite shower. I'll only be able to cultivate the defensive technique, the colossal arrow bell, in the colossal aerolite arrow after I've cultivated the aerolite shower to the highest stage. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation toward the colossal arrow bell. According to Xuan I, for example, the human-ranked top saint-grade martial tactic that he cultivated, the colossal aerolite arrow, had a technique that was based on other techniques at the highest stage. The power of that technique was not inferior to the power of an earth-rank saint-grade martial tactic. However, only a saint-stage powerhouse could cultivate an earth-rank saint-grade martial tactic. Since he had decided to do it, Duan Lingtian leaped into the air as the sun-shooting bow appeared in his hand. He lifted his right hand and consolidated a true energy arrow. Then, he knocked it on the bowstring and shot it out. Aerolite shower. As the arrow flew up into the sky and fell back down, true energy swords rained down from the sky as though it was a meteor shower. Apart from the aerolite shower, Duan Lingtian did not neglect the other techniques as well. Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgotten about time as he focused on cultivating the techniques. Unknowingly, half a year had passed since he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Naturally, this half a year was the time he spent on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Half a year was equivalent to 6 months. 3 days on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 1 day outside. Therefore, only 2 months had passed outside. Ha 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 ha. I've broken through. I've finally broken through. After 2 months, a loud laughter broke the silence in the latent dragon camp. Many young men and women walked out of the dilapidated wooden houses in the latent dragon camp. As for the brand new wooden houses on the high platform, the people inside were not alarmed. The wooden houses where the 13 gangsters stayed had better soundproofing. Who's shouting? It's so noisy. Can't we cultivate any more? Many young men and women who walked out of the dilapidated wooden houses complained. However, when they saw the person who walked out of the dilapidated wooden house with laughter, they shut their mouths immediately. They did not dare to complain anymore. The person who walked out of the dilapidated wooden house with a smile was no stranger to them. It was none other than Ho Lin. Ho Lin, one of the 13 gangsters, was defeated 3 months ago and was removed from the 13 gangsters. Did he just say that he had broken through after 3 months? He was originally a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Now that he had broken through, he was on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Ho Lin has broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage? Immediately, many people reacted and cried out in surprise. This is shocking news. Ho Lin has broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Not only did his Sea of Qi transform again, but he also gained more Saint Veins. No martial or Dao cultivator on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage is his match. With Ho Lin's current strength, let alone re-entering the 13 gangsters, it's not impossible for him to enter the 6th place. That's right. Duan Tian, who's ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters, is only a martial cultivator on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Although he defeated Zhang Jilong, his strength is at the peak of the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage at most. The peak of the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage is not on the same level as the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. The young men and women in the dilapidated wooden houses kept walking out and were waiting to see what would happen. They knew Ho Lin's character very well. It was fine that he was not a match for any of the 13 gangsters in the past. Now that he had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, he would definitely re-enter the 13 gangsters. Soon, Ho Lin's action confirmed the young men's thoughts. Bang! Ho Lin stomped his feet on the ground, causing the ground to crack like a spider web. He then flew up to the high platform and stood outside wooden house number 13 in the blink of an eye. I, Ho Lin, challenge Guali, who's ranked 13th among the 13 gangsters. Standing in front of the wooden house, Ho Lin spoke slowly. His thunderous voice that contained true energy was sent into wooden house number 13. Soon, the door of wooden house number 13 was opened. Guali walked out from inside. However, Guali did not look too good. No matter who it was, they would not look good when they were interrupted during their cultivation. Ho Lin, you want to challenge me? Guali looked at Ho Lin and asked in a deep voice. That's right. Today, I, Ho Lin, will avenge my humiliation and defeat you. Ho Lin said with a grin. It seems like you've broken through. Guali's eyes flashed and there was fear in the depth of her eyes. Since you know that I've broken through, shouldn't you admit defeat? You should know that it's impossible for an Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage to fight a Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Ho Lin smiled. His smile was smug. It seemed like he was trying his best to persuade her, but only he knew what he was thinking. Admit defeat? Guali snorted softly. I, Guali, never admit defeat. Then, don't blame me for being ruthless. The smile on Ho Lin's face became even more radiant. Guali's answer was exactly what he wanted. If Guali admitted defeat so easily, he would feel bored. It would be best if she did not admit defeat. It would allow him to vent the resentment that he had accumulated for the past 3 months. When he recalled that he was removed from the 13 gangsters because of this little girl, his heart was filled with resentment. He needed to vent his anger to his heart's content. I've broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage now. I won't bully you. You go first. Ho Lin said nonchalantly. His words caused the spectators to be speechless. They all felt that Ho Lin was too shameless. How could he even say such words? Chapter 1380. Although Guali was unwilling to admit defeat. However, facing Ho Lin, who had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, she was destined to lose from the beginning. Therefore, she was defeated by Ho Lin in just one move. After being defeated by Ho Lin, she was not discouraged. It was not embarrassing to be defeated by a martial cultivator at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. As long as she broke through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, she was confident she would be able to redeem herself. Guali, you'll see soon. Your companion, Duan Tian, will also be defeated by me. After defeating Guali, Ho Lin smirked before he flew out and landed in front of cottage number 6. His voice resonated in the air. Duan Tian, I, Ho Lin, challenge you. His voice contained true energy that was transmitted into the house. The sound wave rushed into the wooden house through the gap in the door and stirred up a breeze. As the breeze blew, it also blew into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda that was the size of a speck of dust. The space in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda suddenly shook. Duan Tian, who was cultivating on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, felt the ground shake. Then, he discovered he had been knocked out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Uncomfortable. That was the only feeling he had at the moment. Who's that? When Duan Tian regained his senses, he could not help but feel angry. Since the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was in the wooden house, it was impossible for it to be disturbed. In that case, there was only one possibility. Someone had disturbed the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to push the door open to see who had caused him to be knocked out of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, a voice rang out. It was the voice from outside again. Ho Lin. When Duan Lingtian heard Ho Lin's voice that contained the sound wave that caused the breeze to blow, he knew it was Ho Lin's sound wave that had disturbed the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. That was why he was knocked out of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. After experiencing the feeling of being knocked out of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda previously, Duan Lingtian had made up his mind not to experience it again unless it was necessary. And today, Ho Lin had caused him to experience that extremely uncomfortable feeling once again. Duan Lingtian pushed open the door and walked out. Everyone, including Guali, could see Duan Lingtian's extremely ugly expression. Of course, no one could guess the real reason why Duan Lingtian's expression was so ugly. Duan Lingtian's complexion seems to be very bad. Much worse than Guali's complexion when she came out just now. How can it not be ugly? Now that he's challenged by Ho Lin, who has just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, I reckon he even has the intention to die. He hesitated for a while before coming out. I think he didn't plan to come out at first, but under Ho Lin's repeated urging, he had no choice but to come out. The strength of someone on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage is just too powerful. It seems like Ho Lin will be ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters as soon as he breaks through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage today. Many people were talking about it. They all felt that Ho Lin's victory over Duan Lingtian was without a doubt. I was wondering where you, Ho Lin, got your guts from. So it's because you had a breakthrough. Not bad at all. After Duan Lingtian walked out of the wooden house, he looked at Ho Lin, who was standing nearby, and laughed out of anger. Duan Lingtian, I challenged Guali first, but she didn't admit defeat even though she's a woman. I don't think you're going to admit defeat, right? Ho Lin looked at Duan Lingtian and mocked him. The intention of his words was obvious. He did not want Duan Lingtian to admit defeat. However, after hearing his words, if Duan Lingtian admitted defeat, it would undoubtedly mean that he was inferior to a woman. What? Do you think I'll admit defeat? Naturally, Duan Lingtian saw through Ho Lin's intention. He could not help but scoff. Ho Lin thought too highly of himself, did he not? It's good that you won't admit defeat. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ho Lin smiled brilliantly. How about this? Just like Guali, I'll let you make the first move. Otherwise, you'll say that I'm only at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage and I'm bullying you guys at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Ho Lin repeated what he had just said to Guali. For a moment, the surrounding crowd looked at Ho Lin with disdain in their eyes. In their opinion, Ho Lin was too shameless. How could he have the nerve to say such shameless words twice? Let me make the first move? Are you sure? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he narrowed his eyes. That's right. Ho Lin nodded. At the same time, an iron rod appeared in his hand. It was his weapon, an inconspicuous human-rank mediocre saint weapon. Although he let Duan Lingtian make the first move, he did not dare to be careless. He held the saint-grade weapon in his hand. Very good, very good. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He took out the sun-shooting bow and condensed his true energy into an arrow. He nodded and said unhurriedly, Since you let me make the first move, it's only natural that I won't refuse. I'll do as you wish. As soon as the word wish left his mouth, Duan Lingtian had already shot an arrow. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian did not hold back when he shot the arrow. His physical strength was fully unleashed. The true energy in his chi-si also burst out through the 36 saint veins in an instant. It could be said that the moment Duan Lingtian made his move, he displayed the fastest speed he could muster. As for how fast he was, it could be seen from the moment he appeared in front of Ho Lin before Ho Lin could react. Ho Lin was initially holding the iron rod in his hand as he looked at Duan Lingtian warily. However, he did not expect that. He was so vigilant that Duan Lingtian would be able to appear in front of him before he could react. He only felt that in the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian seemed to have crossed the distance between them. Fast. Too fast. This was the only thought left in Ho Lin's mind at that moment. He did not even have time to think. The iron rod in his hand shook as he prepared to use the Saint-grade martial tactics move. However, he did not expect that the moment his iron rod shook, it would be enveloped by a huge force before he could even make a move. It was Duan Lingtian who had appeared in front of Ho Lin. He lifted the bowstring and did not use any move as he ruthlessly smashed it on the iron rod in Ho Lin's hand. At that moment, Ho Lin's hands were bleeding from the web between his thumb and index finger. Blood splattered everywhere. Humph! As Ho Lin grunted, although he did not lose his grip on the iron rod, he loosened his grip on it. Clang! At that moment, a dull thunderous sound reverberated in the air. It was Duan Lingtian who shook the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow in his hand. The bowstring drew a slight arc and shook the iron rod. This time, Ho Lin could no longer hold on to the iron rod, causing it to fall to the ground. The pain from his hands made Ho Lin feel like his heart was being torn apart. However, he still endured it without making a sound. However, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Duan Lingtian has also broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? It must be! It must be! That was the only thought in his mind at that moment. After shaking off the iron rod in Ho Lin's hand, Duan Lingtian put away the sun-shooting bow in his hand and immediately attacked Ho Lin with his fists and legs. Ho Lin, who no longer had the saint weapon to rely on, had no strength to fight back against Duan Lingtian's fists and legs. What a joke! Duan Lingtian's current ability was comparable to a martial cultivator at the peak of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Was it not a piece of cake for him to deal with Ho Lin, a hothead who had just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? Bang! 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 Each of Duan Lingtian's punches and kicks penetrated deeply into Ho Lin's flesh. The dull thuds that reverberated in the air made the onlookers' scalps go numb. Duan Lingtian's attacks were just right. He did not kill Ho Lin, but he did not cripple him either. Barf! Ugh! During this process, Ho Lin kept spitting out mouthfuls of blood. In the end, he was spitting out blood. Every time he opened his mouth to admit defeat, Duan Lingtian's fists would land on his chest, causing him to be unable to speak at all. Gradually, he even had thoughts of dying. That's enough. At this moment, even the Heavenly Harm Guardian on the pavilion could not stand it anymore and spoke up to stop him. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian did not dare to disrespect the Heavenly Harm Guardian. He shot his leg out and landed it on Ho Lin's abdomen violently, sending him flying. At this moment, Ho Lin was already beaten to the point that he could not move at all. He could only allow the force from Duan Lingtian's kick to draw a perfect parabola and fall straight into the manure pit. Smack! With a soft sound, Ho Lin's entire body fell into the manure pit. His entire body was covered in feces and urine. Not sure if it was because he was humiliated or he could not stand the stench in the manure pit. Ho Lin was so angry that he glared at Duan Lingtian before he fainted in the manure pit. The entire place was dead silent. Whoosh! At this moment, the Heavenly Harm Guardian left the pavilion and landed on the high platform. With a raise of his hand, his true energy swept out and he pulled Ho Lin out of the manure pit and threw him off the high platform. He had no choice but to do this. If he did not pull Ho Lin out of the manure pit, the unconscious Ho Lin would definitely drown in the urine in the manure pit. After doing all this, the Heavenly Harm Guardian looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned. Duan Lingtian, you're too ruthless. As soon as the Heavenly Harm Guardian's words left his mouth, the people who were disgusted by the sight of Ho Lin who was covered in feces and urine regained their senses one by one. All of them deeply agreed with the Heavenly Harm Guardian's words. At this moment, there was only genuine fear in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Ruthless? Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. If he wasn't in the latent dragon camp, he would have been crippled even if he didn't die. The moment Ho Lin interfered with the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and caused it to shake him out, Ho Lin's ending was already destined. He would not have a good ending. Duan Lingtian, why have you made a breakthrough? Guali, who withdrew her gaze from Ho Lin, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in surprise. As soon as Guali's words left her mouth, the Heavenly Harm Guardian and the group of latent dragon camp members finally remembered. Ho Lin, whom Duan Lingtian had beaten up earlier, seemed to be a Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial cultivator? Yes, I've just made a breakthrough. In the face of Guali's question, Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's admission, the scene was in an uproar again. Goodness! Duan Lingtian has also made a breakthrough. Duan Ling Tian has just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, but he didn't even have a chance to attack Ho Lin, who had also just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Isn't the gap between them too ridiculous? Crazy! This Duan Ling Tian is crazy. Chapter 1381. Barf. As the Heavenly Harm Guardian's gentle true energy landed on Ho Lin's chest, Ho Lin's body jolted as he regained his senses. Feces and urine came out of his mouth. All of a sudden, the group of young men below the high platform retreated one after another. They looked at Ho Lin with disgust. This was a man who had just walked out of a septic tank. Duan Ling Tian. After regaining his senses, Ho Lin knew what had happened to him. His eyes were filled with malice when he looked at the purple figure on the high platform again. His body began to tremble violently because of shame, anger, and hatred. Duan Ling Tian, I, Ho Lin, swear that I'm not human if I don't kill you. Ho Lin's eyes were bloodshot. He was on the verge of breaking down after being humiliated in front of so many people. He was roaring in his heart. At the same time, he had established Duan Ling Tian as his sworn enemy. Duan Ling Tian merely glanced at Ho Lin indifferently when he heard him calling his name word by word. Naturally, he noticed the hatred in Ho Lin's eyes. However, he was not bothered by it. If he could suppress Ho Lin for now, he could suppress him forever. Ho Lin took a healing pill and recovered for a moment. After he managed to stand up, he rushed out of the latent dragon camp in a frenzy to find a place to wash up. Let alone the others, even he could not stand the smell on his body. After Ho Lin left, everyone's gaze returned to Duan Ling Tian at the same time. Duan Ling Tian became the center of attention. Guali. Duan Ling Tian looked at Guali. He already knew that Guali was defeated by Ho Lin and was removed from the 13 gangsters. There's still a month's time, you. Don't worry, I'm confident. Naturally, Guali knew what Duan Ling Tian was talking about. She nodded and smiled at him. Then, she went to cottage number 12 and issued a challenge. The owner of cottage number 12 was a Dao cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. 3 months ago, before Duan Ling Tian and Guali arrived, this mid-stage mortal shedding stage Dao cultivator was ranked 11th among the 13 gangsters. However, since Duan Ling Tian had defeated Zhang Jilong and became the 6th in the 13 Grand Guardians, he had also moved down 1 rank. Guali? You want to challenge me? The Dao cultivator who walked out of the wooden house was a young man in a loose robe. He was the only Dao cultivator among the 13 Grand Guardians. One could imagine how powerful this young Dao cultivator was to be able to stand out among the martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp and become one of the 13 Grand Guardians. Thank you for your advice. Guali nodded at the young man and got into position. Dao cultivator? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. This was his first time seeing a Dao cultivator make a move since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. I wonder what's the difference between the Dao cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land and the Dao cultivators I met in the overseas Saint Islands. Duan Ling Tian still remembered. Previously, when he was at the overseas Saint Islands Half Moon Island, the Dao cultivators he met would easily trigger small lightning punishments with the help of nature energy. It was awe-inspiring. Compared to the martial cultivators, the Dao cultivators' techniques were much more magnificent. Most importantly, the Dao cultivators were skilled in long-range attacks. Once they gained the upper hand, the martial cultivators would not be able to get close to them at all. As Guali and the young Dao cultivator fought, Duan Ling Tian was shocked to find out. The scene of this Dao cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage attacking was not as magnificent as the Dao cultivators he saw on Half Moon Island. Could it be because the gravity in the Dao Martial Saint Land is too strong? Duan Ling Tian speculated. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The young Dao cultivator's loose robe fluttered. At that moment, the wind blades that surrounded his body swept toward Guali in an overwhelming manner. No matter where Guali dodged, the wind blades chased after her. The loose robe he's wearing is his saint weapon. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to figure that out. Ha! Guali shouted as the black whip in her hand shook. In just a blink of an eye, it formed a shield in front of her. She had cast a defensive technique. As she cast a defensive technique, Guali charged toward the young Dao cultivator while withstanding the wind blades. In the face of Guali, who was charging toward him with all her might, The young Dao cultivator's expression was extremely solemn as he leaped up from the ground. As he leaped up into the air, his eyes gleamed as he struck with his hand. At that moment, the wind blades that surrounded him flew to the top of his head and transformed into a gigantic wind blade. It was like a gigantic green saber that exuded a sharp aura. Subsequently, the gigantic green saber moved and slashed toward Guali. The direction of the saber seemed to be able to tear everything apart. In the face of this saber, Guali's beautiful face tensed up as she dodged it with great difficulty. However, one could see the strands of hair on her head were cut off in the air. One could imagine how dangerous it was at that moment. This is the Saint Grade Dao method? It's really amazing. If it was Guali 3 months ago, she might not be a match for him. But now, Duan Lingtian could tell. Although the Saint Grade Dao method that the young Dao cultivator cast was mysterious, that saber strike earlier seemed to be his most powerful technique. Duan Lingtian could get the answer from the young Dao cultivator's expression. When Guali dodged the saber strike earlier, the young Dao cultivator's calm expression finally changed. Just as Duan Lingtian thought, after Guali dodged the saber strike, she took the initiative in every aspect. After 30 moves, she finally closed the distance between them and arrived in front of the young Dao cultivator. She struck with her palm and a gust of wind blew, sending the young Dao cultivator flying. Thank you for letting me win. Guali looked at the young Dao cultivator who was sent flying 10 meters away. His face was slightly pale as he stood still. She nodded slightly. Thank you for going easy on me. The young Dao cultivator took a deep breath and consumed a pill to recover from his injuries. Then, he arrived in front of wooden hut number 13 and was prepared to enter it to cultivate. I think, unless you can defeat the person in front of you. Otherwise, there's no need for you to enter. Guali reminded him. What do you mean? The young Dao cultivator frowned. Soon after, he heard the discussions from below the high platform, and he got his answer. Ho Lin had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Moreover, he had defeated Guali just now? The young Dao cultivator's face darkened slightly. The city governor would come out of his closed-door cultivation in a month's time. By then, the city governor would set a test for the 13 Grand Guardians and select disciples from them. If he was eliminated from the 13 Grand Guardians, he would lose the opportunity to participate in the test. Ho Lin is back. Someone shouted. After washing up and changing his clothes, Ho Lin walked in from outside the latent dragon camp. However, he did not look good. It made sense. No one would be able to accept being thrown into a septic tank in front of so many people. After Ho Lin entered the latent dragon camp, his cold gaze was fixed on Duan Lingtian. Now, he had taken Duan Lingtian as his mortal enemy. He would not rest until he was dead. After climbing up the high platform, Ho Lin challenged number 9 of the 13 Grand Guardians, a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage who had yet to break through. The reason he challenged number 9 was that he was worried the person in front of him had also broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. He could not afford to fail a second time. Ho Lin, the martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in cottage number 9, walked out when he heard someone challenging him. He was surprised when he realized it was Ho Lin. Ho Lin, there seems to be a smell on you. It smells like a septic tank. He was cultivating in cottage number 9, so he did not know what happened earlier. When he smelled the smell on Ho Lin's body, he casually blurted it out. At the same time he frowned. It seems like Ho Lin hasn't cleaned himself yet. It's not that easy to clean himself. That's a septic tank. Below the high platform, many people lowered their voices and whispered to each other. It's really a septic tank? The martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, who had just walked out of cottage number 9, had yet to realize what was going on when a thunderous roar resonated in his ears. You're seeking death. It was Ho Lin's roar. Ho Lin had made his move. In just one blow, he had sent the original owner of cottage number 9 flying. Ho Lin, who had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, defeated an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator without any suspense. Why you've broken through? The intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, who was defeated before he could react, looked at Ho Lin in horror again. Humph! With a cold snort, Ho Lin glanced at Duan Lingtian's location with a cold expression. With a heart filled with hatred, he strode into cottage number 9. The young Dao cultivator's name was instantly removed. Guali, on the other hand, returned to cottage number 13. She was first defeated by Xiong, then she defeated the young Dao cultivator. She successfully stayed on the high platform and retained her title as the 13 Gangsters. At this moment, the high platform regained its peace. Duan Lingtian also returned to his cottage. After closing the door, he took out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. With just a thought, he entered the pagoda and ascended to the 2nd level to continue cultivating his Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Time passed by quietly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's mastery of the techniques in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow was becoming more and more skillful. A month later, the city governor of Mound Hill City would come out of closed-door cultivation. He was one of the 13 gangsters. Apart from Ho Lin, who did not know about the city governor taking in disciples, apart from Duan Lingtian, who was not interested in becoming the city governor's disciple, the other 11 people were cultivating with all their might. After cultivating on the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda for 2 months, Duan Lingtian exited the pagoda. It was not that he did not want to continue cultivating, but he felt numb after cultivating for so long. He knew it was caused by his impatience. He needed to heave a sigh of relief at this moment. I've been in Mound Hill City for so long, but I haven't left the city governor's estate. Now that my cultivation base won't improve in a short period of time, and my colossal aerolite arrow has reached a bottleneck, I'll go out and relax. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian put the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda away and walked out of cottage number 6. After walking out of cottage number 6, Duan Lingtian walked to the pavilion. If a member of the Latent Dragon Camp wanted to leave the Latent Dragon Camp, they would have to report to the Latent Dragon Camp supervisor, the Heavenly Harm Guardian. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived before the pavilion, he heard an icy cold voice resounding in his ears. 20 days ago, you left the Latent Dragon Camp without reporting. Therefore, in the next 3 months, unless the city governor's estate gives an order, you're not allowed to leave the Latent Dragon Camp. Chapter 1382. 20 days ago? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Calculating the time, it seemed like it was the day Ho Lin challenged him and forced him out of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. On that day, the 13 Grand Guardians were reshuffled and the only Dao cultivator was removed. Of course, 20 days in the outside world was equivalent to 2 months in the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Master Heavenly Harm Guardian. You know what happened 20 days ago. I left the Latent Dragon Camp because of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, I didn't go out. I only washed up in the governor's mansion. Another voice was heard and Duan Lingtian could not help but smile. This was because he recognized Ho Lin's voice. Ho Lin wanted to leave the Latent Dragon Camp. However, he left the Latent Dragon Camp 20 days ago after falling into the septic tank. Therefore, he was not allowed to leave the Latent Dragon Camp for the next 3 months. That's why I didn't punish you for leaving the Latent Dragon Camp without informing me. The Heavenly Harm Guardian's cold voice was heard again. Go back. Then, Duan Lingtian saw Ho Lin walking out of the pavilion angrily. Duan Lingtian only glanced at him indifferently and walked past him. Duan Lingtian. Seeing Duan Lingtian, Ho Lin's eyes flashed coldly. He clenched his fists and his face was filled with humiliation. This Duan Lingtian did not only humiliate him 20 days ago. He also made him lose a chance to go out. The members of the Latent Dragon Camp could only go out once every 3 months. At other times, they were not allowed to go out unless the governor's mansion ordered them to. Duan Lingtian walked into the pavilion and said directly, Master Heavenly Harm Guardian, I need to go out for a while. Come back in 10 days. The Heavenly Harm Guardian glanced at Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and wrapped his true energy around a token. He handed it to Duan Lingtian and said calmly, Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and kept the token. He then turned around and walked out of the pavilion. Just at that moment, the corners of the Heavenly Harm Guard's mouth curled into a rare smile. However, this smile disappeared in the blink of an eye. No one saw it. When Duan Lingtian left the Latent Dragon Camp, Ho Lingang arrived in front of cabin number 7. He turned his head slightly and saw Duan Lingtian's back as he left. His expression immediately darkened. After leaving the Latent Dragon Camp, Duan Lingtian followed the path he took when he first entered the camp. Soon after, The entrance of the city governor's mansion appeared before his eyes. Duan Lingtian was stopped at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. "Show me your token." The guard at the entrance of the city lord mansion said coldly. Duan Lingtian took out the token given to him by the heavenly harm guardian and handed it to the guard. The latter glanced at it and nodded. Members of the latent dragon camp are allowed to leave the camp for 10 days. After 10 days, you will be sent back to the latent dragon camp for punishment. Duan Lingtian nodded. To him, 10 days were enough. He just wanted to go out and relax. After walking out of the city lord's mansion's entrance, Duan Lingtian traveled all the way. Based on his memory from the past 4 months, he arrived at the downtown area of Mound Hill City. Everything was sold in the downtown area. Saint weapon? Selling it on the street? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the saint weapons on some of the stalls. Although they were only human-tier low-grade saint artifacts, it was too exaggerated to set up a stall on the street. Human-rank primitive saint weapons were quasi-royal grade spirit weapons on Cloud Continent. Quasi-royal grade spirit weapons usually only existed in the hands of powerhouses at the Emperor Wu stage. Naturally, the Emperor Wu stage on Cloud Continent was the innate void restoration stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Innate medicinal pills. Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed some stalls selling innate medicinal pills. Although the innate medicinal pills were of lower quality, they were comparable to the quasi-royal grade spirit pills that he refined. That's right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian recalled something very important. Now that the origin energy in my body no longer exists, I wonder if I can still condense weapon fire and pill fire. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian immediately found a remote place and began to experiment. Duan Lingtian tried for a long time using the method of condensing weapon fire and pill fire from his origin energy, but there was no reaction from his true energy at all. This made Duan Lingtian's heart sink. Could it be that his weapon refinement and pill refinement techniques were useless just like that? Duan Lingtian was in a daze for a long time before he regained his senses. He took a deep breath and laughed at himself. So what if they're useless? They don't belong to me in the first place. Although the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory was still there, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was only an Emperor Wu powerhouse. He had never been involved in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian would have to rely on himself to explore the Dao Martial Saint Land. Since he had thought it through, Duan Lingtian, naturally, no longer felt conflicted. After all, he did not rely on weapon refinement and pill refinement to make a living. Moreover, even if he could still condense weapon fire and pill fire, he could only refine human-rank mediocre saint weapons and innate pills at most. If he wanted to improve, he would have to explore it himself. Previously, he had integrated the reincarnation Emperor Wu's weapon refinement and pill refinement techniques and experience. As long as his cultivation base had reached a certain level, he would be able to condense the corresponding weapon fire and pill fire to refine higher-grade spirit weapons and pills. However, it was impossible for him to do that now. I still don't have enough time to cultivate. Even if I still have my weapon refinement and pill refinement techniques, I'm too lazy to continue studying them. Won't I die of exhaustion if I have to study and improve myself? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt completely at ease. When he returned to the bustling city, Duan Lingtian walked through the streets. Occasionally, he would enter some shops to look at the saint weapons and innate pills that were being sold. In the shops, Duan Lingtian saw human-rank mediocre saint weapons and high-grade innate pills. The price of a human-rank mediocre saint weapon was roughly 10,000 ninth-grade saint stones. The price of a bottle of innate pills was roughly 1,000 ninth-grade saint stones. Human-rank mediocre saint weapons are comparable to the royal-grade spirit weapons that I refined in the past. These innate pills are comparable to the royal-grade pills that I refined in the past. However, a human-rank mediocre saint weapon is only 10,000 ninth-grade saint stones. 10,000 ninth-grade saint stones are equivalent to a 5th-grade saint stone. However, Xuanai gave me more than 900 5th-grade saint stones. As long as I want, I can buy more than 900 human-rank mediocre saint weapons at any time. Moreover, I'm only buying them with 5th-grade saint stones. If I use 4th-grade saint stones, I can sell them for 2,000 human-rank mediocre saint weapons. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he thought of this. As for these innate pills, I can buy 10 bottles with just 1 5th-grade saint stone. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. At this moment, he finally realized. As it turned out, the royal-grade spirit weapons and royal-grade pills that he had refined earlier were so cheap in this place. However, until now, I haven't seen any saint-grade martial tactics for sale. There are saint-grade martial tactics in the city governor's estate, but it requires merit points. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had come out this time mainly to see if there were any saint-grade martial tactics that focused on defensive techniques for sale. Although the colossal aerolite arrow had a defensive technique, he could not cultivate it at the moment. Therefore, he wanted to look for defensive techniques in other saint-grade martial tactics to make do with it. With my current body, my physical strength and defensive strength are already very strong. If I cultivate a defensive technique in the saint-grade martial tactic, even a mastery mortal shedding stage martial or Dao cultivator might not be able to break my defense. Duan Lingtian's body was even stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon's body. If he combined it with a defensive technique in the saint-grade martial tactic, his defensive strength would be even more terrifying. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was eager to cultivate a defensive technique in the saint-grade martial tactic. The Qizhen Pavilion will be holding another large-scale auction in 3 days. The Qizhen Pavilion only holds a large-scale auction once a year. There must be many good things in there. Duan Lingtian was walking when a voice suddenly entered his ears. Yes. I heard that the Qizhen Pavilion will be auctioning 3 saint tokens that contain saint-grade martial tactics in 3 days. Won't that be 3 sets of saint-grade martial tactics? Duan Lingtian turned around and noticed that it was 2 people who were walking side by side and chatting. Activating his divine eye, Duan Lingtian saw through their cultivation base. They were both at the innate void restoration stage. Brothers. Duan Lingtian turned around and chased after them. He stopped them and asked, "The Qizhen Pavilion auction that you mentioned earlier. What's that about? Can you tell me more about it?" The 2 middle-aged men who were stopped ignored Duan Lingtian. Instead, their faces were gloomy. It made sense when he thought about it. No matter who it was, they would not be happy to be stopped by a stranger on the street. Here are 2 8th-grade saint stones. Treat it as my treat to a cup of tea. Duan Lingtian did not seem to notice the 2 men's gloomy expressions. He lifted his hand and took out 2 8th-grade saint stones. He had obtained the 8th-grade saint stones from the latent dragon camp. In the latent dragon camp, he had only obtained 1 saint stone. It was when he had just entered the latent dragon camp for a month. As for the next 2 months, he had missed it because he was focused on cultivating in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The members of the latent dragon camp would not wait for the saint stones that were overdue. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind 2 months' worth of saint stones. After all, he had more than 900 5th-grade saint stones and 100 4th-grade saint stones in his possession. To the saint stones in his possession, 2 months' worth of saint stones in the latent dragon camp was just a drop in the ocean. 8th-grade saint stones? When the 2 middle-aged men heard this, their eyes lit up as they took the saint stones in Duan Lingtian's hand. They instantly became polite and patiently explained to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. It seemed like no matter where he was, money would always make the world go round. From the 2 middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian learned that the Qizhen Pavilion was actually a business under the city governor's mansion. Every other year, a large-scale auction would be held. Every year, at least 1 saint-grade martial tactic would be auctioned. Due to this reason, many people would come to Mount Hill City every year to participate in the large-scale auction held by the Qizhen Pavilion. No wonder I feel like there are more people on my way here compared to the last time. So it's because the Qizhen Pavilion is going to hold an auction soon. Chapter 1383. This year, the Qizhen Pavilion would be auctioning 3 sets of saint-grade martial tactics, which attracted more people. The saint-grade martial tactic, even if it was a human-rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic, was undeniably attractive. Even the 9th-rated forces would fight for it with all their might. One must know that even the 9th-rated forces only had a few sets of saint-grade martial tactics. After learning about the process of the Qizhen Pavilion's auction from the 2 middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He would participate in the Qizhen Pavilion's auction 3 days later. However, with the 198 8th-grade saint stones in my hands, it's impossible for me to win the bid for the saint-grade martial tactic. Of course, if I use 5th-grade saint stones. Those 9th-rated forces might not be able to win against me. However, I can't reveal my 5th-grade Saint Stones. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Once the 5th-grade Saint Stones in his hands were exposed, he would become a target for everyone. One must know that a 5th-grade Saint Stone was equivalent to 10,000 9th-grade Saint Stones and 1,000 8th-grade Saint Stones. Who would not want that? Most importantly, the significance of the 5th-grade Saint Stone did not stop there. Only a Saint-grade mineral reserve that was above the 6th grade could produce a 5th-grade Saint Stone. Even the most powerful city governor's estate in Mound Hill City was only an 8th-rated force that owned an 8th-grade Saint Stone mineral reserve, let alone the surrounding areas of Mound Hill City. Even the enormous sect that ruled the 18 cities including Mound Hill City was only a 7th-rated force that owned a 7th-grade Saint Stone mineral reserve. In Mound Hill City, the appearance of a 6th-grade Saint Stone was already shocking enough. However, it was impossible to see a 5th-grade Saint Stone. That's right. How could I forget? I only need to integrate my spiritual energy into the Saint token that contains the Saint-grade martial tactic, and I'll be able to read all the contents instantly. Duan Lingtian had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He finally remembered the uniqueness of his spiritual energy. Ordinary martial and Dao cultivators, regardless of whether they cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic or the Saint-grade Dao method, even if they obtained the corresponding Saint token, they would still need to read the information layer by layer. Only when they cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic to a certain level could they continue to read the rest of the information. Otherwise, they would not be able to read the rest of the information. But Duan Lingtian was different. Previously, when he read the Saint token that contained the Saint-grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow, it only took him an instant to memorize all the information in it. It was only later that he found out that ordinary martial cultivators and Dao cultivators could not do that. It's better for me to attend the auction. At that time, no matter who wins the bid for the Saint-grade martial tactic, I'll pay 108th grade Saint Stones to borrow it for a moment. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. He only needed an instant to read all the information in the Saint-grade martial tactic into his mind. I can finally cultivate the defensive technique of the Saint-grade martial tactic. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. Duan Lingtian walked around Mound Hill City happily. In the end, he came to a stop in front of a luxurious 3-story building that occupied a vast area. Strange Technique Pavilion. Duan Lingtian's gaze was attracted by the huge plaque hanging on the building in front of him. What's this place? Duan Lingtian noticed that each floor of the 3-story building in front of him was as tall as 2 floors of an ordinary building. Therefore, although it only had a total of 3 floors, it was still extremely tall. As he stood in front of the Strange Technique Pavilion, Duan Lingtian sized up the crowd that was entering and exiting the building. He noticed that some of them had a special badge pinned on their chests. There were 2 types of badges. One of them had a pattern of a saber and a sword intersecting on it. The other one had a slanted pill bottle engraved on it. Next to the pill bottle, there was a pattern of 3 pills. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian walked in. After entering, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were many people on the first floor. These people had one thing in common. They were here to issue missions. The missions they issued were either to request for medicinal pills or to request for sacred artifacts. Gradually, Duan Lingtian learned what kind of place the Mystic Art Pavilion was. The Strange Technique Pavilion was located all over the Dao Martial Saint Land. As long as it was a decent city, there would be traces of it. As for what it did, it would have to be explained from the first floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. Anyone could enter the first floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. After entering, one could issue missions to ask for pills, saint weapons, and even Dao talismans. The staff of the Strange Technique Pavilion would organize and record all the missions before sending them to the 2nd and 3rd floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. The 2nd floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion was the place where Saint Refinement Masters gathered. There were 2 types of Saint Refinement Masters. One was focused on refining pills while the other was focused on refining weapons. In fact, it was similar to the Cloud Continent where Duan Lingtian was previously from. It was a general term for alchemists and weapons craftsmen. Duan Lingtian saw people wearing 2 different badges earlier. They were all Saint Refinement Masters. Those who wore badges with the pattern of a saber and sword were Saint Refinement Masters who focused on refining weapons. Those who wore badges with the pattern of a pill bottle and pill were Saint Refinement Masters who focused on refining pills. What a pity! I can't condense weapon fire or pill fire now. Otherwise, I'd be a saint refinement master as well. Moreover, I'd be an almighty saint refinement master. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Saint refinement masters who entered the strange technique pavilion would go to the second floor. On the second floor, they could accept and complete missions to earn saint stones. Naturally, they could also issue missions to look for rare materials. These missions would be announced on the first floor of the strange technique pavilion. Therefore, other than issuing missions, one could also sell rare materials on the first floor of the strange technique pavilion. As for the third floor of the strange technique pavilion, it was the place where Dao talisman masters and saint inscription masters gathered. Dao talisman masters were Dao cultivators who could inscribe Dao talismans. All Dao talisman masters were at the saint rudiment stage and above. Only Dao cultivators at the saint rudiment stage and above had the ability to inscribe Dao talismans. Naturally, not all Dao cultivators at the saint rudiment stage and above could inscribe Dao talismans. Inscribing Dao talismans was a skill. A city like Mound Hill City could only be considered as a border city in the Dao martial saint land. In such a city, the number of saint rudiment stage powerhouses could be counted on one hand. There might not even be a saint rudiment stage Dao cultivator, let alone a saint rudiment stage Dao cultivator who knew how to inscribe Dao talismans. Therefore, it was rare to see a Dao talisman master in Mound Hill City. A saint inscription master was a martial cultivator who could inscribe saint inscriptions on saint weapons. All saint inscription masters were at the saint rudiment stage and above. Only martial cultivators at the saint rudiment stage and above had the ability to inscribe saint inscriptions on saint weapons. Naturally, not all martial cultivators at the saint rudiment stage and above knew how to inscribe saint inscriptions on saint weapons. Inscribing saint inscriptions was also a skill. A saint inscription master was as rare as a Dao talisman master. It was rare to see one in Mound Hill City as well. Even if one could see one would only be a passerby in Mound Hill City. After all, no matter if it was a Dao talisman master or a saint inscription master, even the weakest one would be treated as a VIP in a 7th-rate force. In an 8th-rate force like the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, even the weakest Dao talisman master or saint inscription master would not care about them. It seems like the third level of the mystical art pavilion in Mound Hill City is just a facade. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This is my first time hearing about a saint inscription master. It was Duan Lingtian's first time hearing about a saint inscription master. As for a Dao talisman master, it was also his first time hearing about it. However, he had used the 3 Dao talismans that his father had given him before. It was obvious the 3 Dao talismans were made by a Dao talisman master. A saint inscription master can inscribe saint inscriptions on a saint weapon to give it a certain attribute. A powerful saint inscription can even unleash a terrifying force. A saint inscription master is similar to an inscription master on Cloud Continent. However, the inscription will lose its effect in the Dao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian frowned and only relaxed after a while. Moreover, only martial cultivators at the saint rudiment stage and above have the chance to become a saint inscription master. Duan Lingtian's understanding of Dao talisman masters and saint inscription masters came from the staff of the mystical art pavilion. Naturally, the reason the staff of the mystical art pavilion explained so patiently was because they had received the saint stones from Duan Lingtian. Mystical art pavilion, saint inscription master, Dao talisman master, saint inscription master. Duan Lingtian walked out of the mystical art pavilion and returned to the main street as he muttered to himself. After walking around, he casually found an inn to stay in. After he had settled down, Duan Lingtian entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought and went up to the 2nd level. He continued to cultivate the saint-grade martial tactic, the colossal aerolite arrow. He had stayed in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 6 days, and 2 days had passed in the outside world. When Duan Lingtian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was already the night before the Rare Treasure Pavilion's large-scale auction. That night, Duan Lingtian strolled around the night market of Mound Hill City. He could be considered to have experienced a different local culture. After walking around, Duan Lingtian was ready to go back in the middle of the night. Big brother, help! Help! Someone wants to kill me! Someone wants to kill me! As soon as he walked into a street where there was not a single person in sight, Duan Lingtian heard a young and frightened voice coming from the front. He focused his gaze and saw a little girl who looked to be only 5 or 6 years old running toward him anxiously. The little girl looked like she was carved from jade. Her face was a little dirty, and her clothes were a little tattered. Soon, the little girl arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. She opened her arms and hugged Duan Lingtian's thigh tightly, unwilling to let go for a long time. "Little girl, where are your parents?" Duan Lingtian squatted down and patted the little girl's head as he asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian looked at the little girl with a gentle gaze that made the little girl feel as if she was bathed in a spring breeze. Duan Lingtian's eyes were very pure, so pure that it made the little girl feel a little guilty. "Big brother, actually, nobody wants to kill me. You should leave now." The little girl bit her lip and seemed to have made up her mind. She let go of Duan Lingtian's thigh and urged him to leave. Duan Lingtian was stunned. At this moment, he also felt that something was not right. Chapter 1384. Human Traffickers? Duan Lingtian was stunned. With his sharp ears, he heard the sound coming from the street ahead. The sound was getting closer and closer, accompanied by hurried footsteps. "Sir, it's him. He's the one who kidnapped my niece." At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a hoarse voice coming from behind him. The hoarse voice was unpleasant to the ears, like a duck quacking non-stop. You're with them?" Duan Lingtian looked at the little girl and asked with a smile on his face. Now, he already knew that he had encountered the legendary badger game. However, he was not worried at all. Instead, he focused on looking at the little girl. They hit me. I didn't listen to them, so they hit me." The little girl looked at Duan Lingtian's pure gaze. Her big, watery eyes were filled with tears. At the same time, she pulled up her tattered clothes, revealing her little lotus-like arms. Her arms were full of black scars. With just a glance, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. "Who are they to you?" However, Duan Lingtian still suppressed his anger and asked as softly as possible so as not to frighten the little girl. Now, he was almost certain that this was an innocent child. The little girl was only 5 or 6 years old. What could she know? They took me away. Mother is gone. Father is gone. Grandfather is gone," the little girl said as she wiped her tears. Her tears stained her dirty little face, making her look like a little kitten. Now, Duan Lingtian was almost certain. The little girl had been abducted. Those bastards were using her to play the game of badger. "Sir, it's him. Look, my daughter is crying because of him." "Sir, I'll recognize him even if he turns into ashes. He's the one who kidnapped my niece. My niece is only 6 years old this year. If she's kidnapped by him, how are my brother and sister-in-law going to live?" The two voices reached Duan Lingtian one after another. At this time, Duan Lingtian found that the little girl was like a frightened bird. She hugged his thigh again, her body trembling. It was hard to imagine. How much torture had this little girl gone through to be so frightened upon hearing their voices? With Big Brother here, no one can bully you anymore. Duan Lingtian picked up the little girl and held her in his arms. At the same time, he began to examine the people in front and behind him. The person in front of him was a middle-aged man in blue. Next to him was a city guard from Mound Hill City. Apart from an ugly and short middle-aged man, there was also a Mound Hill City guard standing behind him. "Brat, how dare you kidnap my daughter? With the city guard here, I'll see how you die." The blue-clothed middle-aged man glared at Duan Lingtian with a pair of ugly triangular eyes. "Sir, you must seek justice for us. My brother and sister-in-law only have one child." The ugly and short middle-aged man said to the Mound Hill City guard next to him. "It's late now. It's not convenient for us to disturb the brothers guarding the prison. Both of you, see if you can settle this privately with him. If he doesn't want to, we'll put him in prison again." One of the Mound Hill City guards said. "Human trafficker, you're lucky. If it wasn't for the fact that we don't want to disturb the brothers guarding the prison, we'd have you in prison forever." The other Mound Hill City guard snorted. "Brother, they're fake. They're together. They're all bad people. They're all bad people." The little girl was lying on Duan Lingtian's shoulder as she spoke to Duan Lingtian in a trembling voice. In reality, Duan Lingtian knew that the first person dressed like a Mound Hill City guard was a fake when he spoke. Although he had not been in Mound Hill City for long, he had heard that Mound Hill City was strict with its military. It was impossible for such scum to exist. D***M girl, do you want to die? Although the little girl's voice was not loud, it was exceptionally loud in the quiet street. The 4 people surrounding Duan Lingtian heard it as well, and their expressions changed. The reason they played the badger game was more to extort some holy stones. If there was no need, they rarely killed people. This was because they were in Mound Hill City. If they killed someone, they would not be able to stay here any longer. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City would regard them as a blasphemy against the dignity of Mound Hill City. They would fine them even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground. However, now that the little girl had exposed them, they could not care less anymore. One by one, they took out their weapons. 4 human-rank primitive saint weapons. Since when did a little thief who hasn't even entered the mortal shedding stage dare to kill in Mound Hill City? Duan Lingtian mocked as he glanced at the 4 of them with his sharp eyes. When the 4 of them appeared, he had already probed their cultivation base with his divine eye. They were only at the innate void restoration stage. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttered, and the aura of a mortal shedding stage powerhouse swept out. A mortal shedding stage powerhouse. The 4 of them had a drastic change of expression as they realized they had kicked an iron plate. Tell me, where did you kidnap her from? Duan Lingtian looked at the 4 of them. His sharp eyes became even sharper as if they could see through everything. The 4 of them seemed to realize they could not escape from Duan Lingtian, so they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Master, please spare us. We bought her from someone else, and we don't know where she came from. Master, please spare us. Master, please spare us. The 4 of them knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling as they begged for mercy. You bought her from someone else? Where's that person? Duan Lingtian asked. We don't know him. He's just passing by Mound Hill City. We don't know where he came from, and we don't know where he's going. The middle-aged man with the triangular eyes said with a trembling voice. What's your name? Duan Lingtian asked gently as he looked at the little girl in his arms. Sure. Perhaps it was because she saw Duan Lingtian subduing the 4 of them. The little girl was no longer afraid. She looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration in her big watery eyes. Brother, you're so powerful. Can Sure learn from you? If I learn from you, Sure won't be afraid of bad guys anymore. Bad guys won't dare to hit Sure anymore. The little girl, Sure, said with a serious expression on her little face. Duan Lingtian clearly noticed that when the little girl finished speaking, the bodies of the 4 fellows who were kneeling on the ground trembled imperceptibly. Duan Lingtian lifted the little girl's tattered clothes. He could see her arms and legs were bruised black and red. Moreover, they were all new injuries. Sure, tell me. Do they hit you often? Duan Lingtian asked softly as he tried to suppress the anger in him. Young lady, please spare us. Young lady, please spare us. At this moment, the 4 of them who were kneeling on the ground panicked. They were all smart people. They could hear the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's voice. The little girl nodded. Sure didn't listen to them. Sure didn't want to lie. So they hit Sure. They told Sure to lie. Sure isn't a bad child. Sure doesn't want to lie. Brother knows Sure is a good child. Sure. Brother will play a game with you. No matter what you hear, you can't open your eyes until I tell you to, okay? Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at the little girl. Okay. The little girl nodded obediently and closed her eyes. Practically at the instant the little girl closed her eyes, Duan Lingtian's suppressed rage was completely vented out. He lifted his leg and his true energy raged as he swept the 4 scumbags kneeling on the ground. With just one kick, the 4 scumbags didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Their bodies exploded and blood stained the ground. Roar! Roar! Not long after the 4 scumbags were killed by Duan Lingtian, a beast's roar came from the front of the street. The sound was getting closer and closer. In just a blink of an eye, it entered the street. Who's there? How dare you kill people in Mound Hill City? Soon, a young man in armor standing on the back of a wild beast majestically rode the wild beast to a spot not far away from Duan Lingtian. Behind him, 8 people in the same armor followed closely behind. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell that they were the city guards of Mound Hill City. I heard that there are 5 captains in the Mound Hill City Guard who are beast tamers. I wonder who you are? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the young man standing on the wild beast. Hong Yu. The young man standing on the wild beast stared straight at Duan Lingtian and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why did you kill people in Mound Hill City? Don't you know the rules of Mound Hill City?" "Captain, 4 people are dead. 2 of them were wearing our city guard's armor. We've verified that they're fake." Soon, a city guard reported to Hong Yu after he had finished inspecting the scene. "Those who forged the city guard's armor are sentenced to death." Hong Yu's gaze was cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "How do you explain the other 2? Captain Hong, is the wild beast that you tamed a blood-eyed jackal?" Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the wild beast that resembled a jackal. It was completely black with crimson eyes under Hong Yu's feet. Rumor has it that the blood-eyed jackal has a special sense for the smell of blood. It can react immediately even when it's far away. Now that I've seen it today, it really lives up to its reputation. Just when Hong Yu's face darkened and he was getting impatient, Duan Lingtian threw a punch at him. Duan Lingtian took out the token given to him by the Heavenly Harm Guardian and tossed it to Hong Yu. "He's one of us." Hong Yu caught the token and looked at it. He could not help but exclaim, "Latent Dragon Camp! Latent Dragon Camp!" As Hong Yu exclaimed, the 8 city guards looked at Duan Lingtian with burning desire in their eyes. Everyone in Mound Hill City knew about the Latent Dragon Camp. Everyone knew that no matter how weak the people from the Latent Dragon Camp were, they were still important people to them. "Although you're from the Latent Dragon Camp, Master City Governor personally ordered that killing is prohibited in Mound Hill City. Among the 4 people you killed, 2 of them forged the city guard's armor. They deserve to die. As for the other 2, please give me an explanation." Chapter 1385. Captain Hong, can we go somewhere else to talk? Duan Lingtian asked Hong Yu as he looked at the little girl in his arms. Hong Yu nodded. He believed that the people from the Latent Dragon Camp must know the rules of Mound Hill City. They would not kill anyone in the city for no reason. There must be a reason behind this. "Our team has just changed shifts, and we're about to go back. Follow us back to the city guard's camp to talk," Hong Yu said. Hong Yu nodded. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not reject him. "Clean this place up and return to the camp." The moment Hong Yu ordered, the 8 city guards' army soldiers began to move. They cleaned up the scene and followed Hong Yu, who was riding the wild beast in an orderly formation. On the way, Duan Lingtian looked at the wild beast under Hong Yu's feet with interest. It was a wild beast that was tamed by Hong Yu. He only found out about the existence of beast tamers after he came to the Latent Dragon Camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Beast tamers were a special existence in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Apart from relying on their own strength, they also relied on the help from their wild beasts when they fought. In a battle between martial and Dao cultivators of the same level, a beast tamer had a higher chance of winning. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, everyone wanted to be a beast tamer so that they could lead a wild beast to kill everyone. However, imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel. To become a beast tamer, one must have innate talent. Those with innate talent were 1 in a million. However, God was fair. Among those with innate talent, 40% of them had poor innate talent in martial Dao, 30% had ordinary innate talent in martial Dao, 20% had decent innate talent in martial Dao, and less than 10% had superb innate talent in martial Dao. Beast tamers with superb innate talent in martial Dao would be terrifying once they grew up. This was because the more powerful a beast tamer was, the more powerful the wild beast he could tame. Not only that, he could train the wild beast so that they could communicate with each other and work together seamlessly. 1 man and 1 beast swept through all directions, sweeping away all obstacles before them. Wild beasts did not have human intelligence. They only had survival instincts. As long as they were tamed by a beast tamer, they would never betray their beast tamer. They were not selfish and were willing to die for their beast tamer. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian followed Hong Yu's group to the city guard's camp. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said to the little girl in his arms, Sure, you can open your eyes now." Immediately, the little girl opened her big watery eyes and looked around like a curious baby. "Big brother, Where is this place? Are those 4 bad guys dead? This is the city guard camp of Mound Hill City. No one can bully you here. Duan Lingtian said softly with a doting expression. Yes. The little girl nodded. In the middle of the night, in the spacious tent, Hong Yu sat at the head of the table while the 8 city guards sat on both sides. Duan Lingtian and the little girl Xianxia sat below Hong Yu. Under the watchful eyes of Hong Yu and the others, Duan Lingtian explained the ins and outs of the matter. Together with the scars on the little girl's body, the evidence was conclusive. For a moment, the eyes of Hong Yu and the other 8 turned red. Scum! Scum! Bastard! Trash! Hong Yu and the other 8 were completely enraged. They were the city guard army. They were tough and unyielding. Even if there was a knife on their necks, they would not blink. However, when they heard about what had happened to the little girl, Xianxia, their eyes were wet. Brother, you did well. I told you, how could a brother from the latent dragon camp disregard the law of Mound Hill City? Brother, you're from the latent dragon camp. How should I address you? Hong Yu took a deep breath and calmed his agitated emotions. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked politely. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian. Unexpectedly, Hong Yu and the other 8 city guards were stunned when Duan Lingtian said that. They did not make a sound for a long time, causing the atmosphere in the tent to become a little strange. Only the little girl, Xianxia, did not notice that something was wrong. She naively ran around the tent happily. What? Is there something on my face? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Hong Yu and the other 8 staring at him. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. You're the Duan Lingtian who defeated Zhang Jilong and is ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp? Hong Yu sucked in a cold breath. The other 9 city guards also stared at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. Previously, they thought this purple-clad young man was just an ordinary latent dragon camp member. They did not expect him to be one of the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp. Moreover, he was the genius in the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian joined the latent dragon camp 4 months ago. He became one of the 13 gangsters as soon as he joined the latent dragon camp. A month later, he defeated Zhang Jilong, who was ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters, and replaced him. Yes, it's me. Duan Lingtian nodded. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Duan Lingtian, do you know? Before you defeated Zhang Jilong, he was a genius who was famous in Mound Hill City and the area around Mound Hill City. He was said to be invincible on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Hong Yu said. A latent dragon camp member who's only on the intermediate mortal shedding stage is so famous? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He really did not know about this. However, ever since you defeated him, his reputation has plummeted. His fame has been completely transferred to you after that defeat. Hong Yu smiled. No wonder he looked like he wanted to eat me when he saw me after I defeated him. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Captain Hong, if you don't mind, how about we call each other brothers? Duan Lingtian could not help but suggest this to Hong Yu when he realized Hong Yu was no longer as open as before after knowing his identity. Naturally, the reason he suggested this was because he could tell Hong Yu was a straightforward man. He was someone he could befriend. He liked him very much. He and Hong Yu felt like old friends at first sight. Hong Yu was stunned when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. On the other hand, the eyes of the 8 city guard army soldiers under Hong Yu's command shone brightly. If their captain were to become Duan Lingtian's brother, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to have a meteoric rise in the future. They would definitely be able to benefit from it. You're a genius in the latent dragon camp. You might even become one of the 36 guardians of the governor's mansion in the future. I'm just a captain of the city guards. I'm afraid I'm not worthy to be your brother. Hong Yu smiled bitterly. Captain Hong, are you trying to find an excuse to brush me off? Duan Lingtian said with dissatisfaction. Captain Hong, I saw that you're a straightforward and open person. That's why I wanted to be friends with you. It seems like I was wrong. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian stood up and was about to leave with the little girl. Sure. Brother Lingtian, please stop right there. Hong Yu immediately stood up as well. I didn't mean to brush you off. I meant what I said. Captain Hong, did you just call me brother? Duan Lingtian's stiff face relaxed as a faint smile appeared on his face. Hong Yu smiled wryly. He was not a person who would waste time. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Lingtian, since you said you want to call me brother, you can't call me Captain Hong, right?" Haha. Big Brother Hong. Duan Lingtian laughed and took the initiative to call him Big Brother. When he first saw Hong Yu, he had used his divine eye to look at him. Hong Yu was 45 years old this year, and he was a beast tamer on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. "Congratulations, Captain." At this moment, Hong Yu's 8 subordinates smiled and congratulated him. "The 8 of you, hurry up and prepare the dishes. Tonight, I want to drink to my heart's content with this brother of mine," Hong Yu ordered. Immediately, the 8 of them left the tent in high spirits to make their preparations. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian, Hong Yu, and the little girl Xianxia were left in the tent. "Brother Lingtian, I'm sure it's not convenient for you to bring her back to the latent dragon camp. Why don't you leave her at my place? It just so happens that your sister-in-law usually stays at home to take care of the kids. What do you think?" Hong Yu suggested as he looked at the little girl, Xianxia. "Then, I'll thank Big Brother Hong first." Duan Lingtian immediately thanked Hong Yu before he sighed. "This child is quite pitiful. However, I heard from her that her family should be here. I wonder if she still remembers where her house is. It'll be great if she remembers. She can go back and reunite with her family. If she can't remember, it'll be fine if she stays at my place. I'll take care of her as a daughter," Hong Yu said straightforwardly. "Take care of her as a daughter? Big Brother Hong, you're taking advantage of me. She calls me Big Brother." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "Then, I'll take care of her as a younger sister. My 2 children will be her nephews. They're younger than her." Hong Yu smiled. That night, Duan Lingtian and Hong Yu drank for the entire night. He was so happy that he did not even use his true energy to force the alcohol out of his body. When the sky was about to turn bright, Duan Lingtian woke up. When the sky turned bright, Duan Lingtian brought the little girl, Xianxia, to look for Hong Yu. He was prepared to hand the little girl over to Hong Yu. However, the little girl was unhappy. "I want Big Brother. I only want Big Brother. I only want Big Brother." "Be good, Xianxia. Big Brother still has something important to do. Why don't you stay at Big Brother Hong's place for now? Your 2 little nephews will play with you at Big Brother Hong's place." Duan Lingtian persuaded her patiently. "Big Brother, you must come and see me often." It had to be said that the little girl was very sensible. She had a maturity that did not belong to her age. This made Duan Lingtian and Hong Yu's heart ache even more. After handing the little girl, Xianxia, to Hong Yu, Duan Lingtian left the city guard's camp and went straight to the Qizhen Pavilion. The Qizhen Pavilion's auction would be held at noon today. Other than those who had received an invitation, everyone else had to pay Saint Stones to reserve a seat and obtain a seat token. What? That's all? Duan Lingtian had underestimated the enthusiasm of the people who came from all over the place. When he arrived at the Qizhen Pavilion to reserve a seat, he was told that all the seats were taken. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to turn and leave with a frown on his face. "Sir, please wait." Chapter 1386. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. "Manager." At this time, the staff member who told Duan Lingtian that there were no seats bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man, his heart full of unease and resentment. He was uneasy about Duan Lingtian's identity. He was angry that Duan Lingtian didn't reveal his identity. "Are you blind? This is the pavilion master's guest." The middle-aged man glared at the staff member, who quickly smiled apologetically at Duan Lingtian. "Guest, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were the pavilion master's guest." "Guest, don't mind him. Come with me, the pavilion master is waiting for you." The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian, his face full of smiles. "Pavilion master? The pavilion master of Qizhen Pavilion?" Duan Lingtian's heart was full of doubts. The pavilion master of Qizhen Pavilion knew him? With doubts, Duan Lingtian followed the middle-aged man to the top floor of Qizhen Pavilion. The top floor of Qizhen Pavilion was half open, bathed in the morning light. "Guest, The pavilion master is waiting for you outside. The middle-aged man looked at the open balcony outside and said to Duan Lingtian, then turned and went downstairs. Duan Lingtian stepped out and walked into the open balcony. After entering, he saw a person with his back facing him, standing by the railing of the balcony, bathing in the morning light and looking out at the street. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that he felt that the back in front of him was somewhat familiar, as if he had met him before. However, he couldn't recall who it was at that moment. You are? Duan Lingtian stopped and asked as he approached the back of the figure. Haha. Duan Lingtian, have you forgotten your savior so quickly? With a burst of hearty laughter, the owner of the figure turned around. It was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar, with a silk headband on his head and a feathered fan in his hand. Senior Lin. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. You're the owner of Qijian Pavilion? The middle-aged scholar standing before Duan Lingtian was none other than Lin Qingrong, who had saved his life near Fuyu Island. He was also one of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. The 9th Guard, the Heavenly Hero Guard. Duan Lingtian knew that the Qijian Pavilion was the property of the mayor's palace, but he didn't expect that the owner of the Qijian Pavilion would be this old acquaintance. Don't be surprised. I just took office last month. Lin Qingrong smiled. He had indeed just taken office last month. Furthermore, the fact that he was able to become the pavilion master of the Qijian Pavilion was mostly because of Duan Lingtian. More accurately, it was because he had found a genius like Duan Lingtian for the governor's mansion. He had become the pavilion master of the rare treasure pavilion because the leader of the 36 personal guards, the Sky Leader Guardian, had personally appointed him. If that's the case, the reason why the Qijian Pavilion is auctioning 3 sets of Saint-grade martial tactics today is because of you, Senior Lin, the new broom sweeps clean? Duan Lingtian asked. You can say that. I knew you'd be interested in today's auction when I saw you here. Are you here for the Saint-grade martial tactic? Lin Qingrong asked. I'm just here to join in the fun. Duan Lingtian smiled. I can't afford the Saint-grade martial tactic. I heard. When you defeated Li Han and Zhang Jilong, the Saint-grade martial tactic you used was very impressive. Lin Qingrong smiled as he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. Senior Lin, do you have the Saint token of the Saint-grade martial tactic that will be auctioned today? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. In his opinion, the Saint token that contained the Saint-grade martial tactic was extremely important. Logically speaking, it should be in the hands of Lin Qingrong, the pavilion master of the rare treasure pavilion. If it was in Lin Qingrong's hands, perhaps he would have a chance to borrow it. That's right. Under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, Lin Qingrong nodded. With a raise of his hand, 3 Saint tokens appeared in his hand. Why? Do you want to take a look? I want to take a look. Duan Lingtian smiled. Actually, when Lord City Governor comes out from his closed-door cultivation 10 days later, you'll be able to obtain a lot of merit points if you achieve a certain result in the test he set up. Lin Qingrong said, with the merit points, you'll be able to borrow the Saint-grade martial tactic in the city governor's estate. The Saint-grade martial tactic in the city governor's estate is much better than the one I have. As Lin Qingrong spoke, he handed the 3 Saint tokens to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took the Saint tokens and infused his spiritual energy into them one by one. At once, 3 waves of vast information surged into his mind as though they had taken root and sprouted in his mind. The 3 Saint tokens in your hand contain the human rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactic. Among these 3 sets of Saint-grade martial tactic, only 2 of them have a common defensive technique called copper shirt. It's not bad, so you can take a look at it. Lin Qingrong said. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian began to sort out the 3 waves of vast information in his mind. In the end, he discovered that among the 2 waves of information that originated from 2 different Saint tokens, there were 2 small waves of information that were exactly the same. These 2 small waves of information recorded the same defensive technique. It was the copper shirt that Lin Qingrong had mentioned earlier. Copper shirt was a defensive technique that merged true energy into one's flesh and blood. It even covered one's skin with true energy. When cultivated to the peak, the true energy that entered one's body would be like an iron wall. This defensive technique is very suitable for my body. Duan Lingtian was excited. His body was already extremely strong. It was even stronger than the body of a 5-clawed divine dragon of the same level. If he could cultivate this copper shirt, his body would become even stronger after the true energy entered his body. Senior Lin, these two sets of Saint-grade martial tactic are completely different. How can they have the exact same technique? Duan Ling Tian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. At this moment, he returned the 3 saint tokens to Lin Qingrong. To him, the 3 saint tokens were no longer of any value. This was because he had already engraved the contents of the 3 saint tokens in his mind. He would not be able to forget it even if he wanted to. Moreover, I discovered that this technique is also in the saint-grade martial tactic that I'm currently cultivating. Duan Ling Tian added. He was already preparing to cultivate the copper shirt. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he began to pave the way for himself so that Lin Qingrong would know that the copper shirt was also in the saint-grade martial tactic that he was cultivating. The copper shirt is also in the saint-grade martial tactic that you're cultivating? Lin Qingrong was a little surprised. At the same time, he shook his head and smiled. To think that I even recommended it to you. However, it's not rare for the same technique to appear in multiple saint-grade martial tactics. Of course, this only exists in the human rank saint-grade martial tactic. Among them, the human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic is the most common. Lin Qingrong said, take the copper shirt for example. It's the most popular defensive technique in the human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic. If 100 people who cultivate different human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactics were to gather together, at least 10 of them would have cultivated the copper shirt. I see. Duan Ling Tian nodded. However, you're really lucky. Lin Qingrong smiled. Duan Ling Tian was slightly puzzled, and he had a bewildered expression. Senior Lin, what do you mean by having good luck? In the city governor's mansion, there's a human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic. In it, there's an upgraded version of the defensive technique, the copper shirt, called the silver shirt. Lin Qingrong said. Silver shirt? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Yes, it's the silver shirt. Lin Qingrong nodded. Although both the silver shirt and the copper shirt are divided into 5 stages, the effects are completely different. The effects of the silver shirt at the mastery stage are comparable to the copper shirt at the impeccable stage. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He could understand this. After all, they belonged to different categories. One belonged to the human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic while the other belonged to the human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic. However, if you cultivate the copper shirt to the impeccable stage and then cultivate the silver shirt, you'll be able to achieve the silver shirt at the mastery stage. Lin Qingrong said again. The techniques in the saint-grade martial tactic were divided into 5 stages. Getting a glimpse of the door, achieving some success, reaching a higher level, familiarizing oneself with the task, and reaching the point of perfection. Cultivating the copper shirt to the impeccable stage was already the limit. There was no way to improve it anymore. However, the silver shirt was different. The copper shirt at the impeccable stage was equivalent to the silver shirt at the mastery stage. After the transformation, the upper limit would increase and it could be raised by 2 stages. The effects were completely different. Do you understand what I mean now? Lin Qingrong asked. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Lin Qingrong's words were very clear. He was hinting that he could focus on cultivating the copper shirt. No matter how much effort he had to put in, it would not go to waste. This was because when the copper shirt was cultivated to the peak, it could be transformed into the silver shirt. Moreover, with the copper shirt as the foundation, he would not have to start cultivating the silver shirt from the beginning. He could start cultivating halfway. All right. I should go prepare for the auction. Lin Qingrong lifted his head to look at the sky and said to Duan Ling Tian, I'll arrange a private room for you for today's auction. At that time, other than these 3 sets of saint-grade martial tactic, you can bid for any auction item. I'll pay for it. Only 1 item? Duan Ling Tian chuckled. Senior Lin, don't you think you're being a little stingy? 2 items then. I can't bid any more. Lin Qingrong said snappily. Before the auction began, under Lin Qingrong's arrangement, Duan Ling Tian sat in a private room on the 2nd floor. From the window of the private room, he could see the entire auction stage. I hope there's something that interests me. It'd be even better if there are 2 items. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Before the auction began, Duan Lingtian began to organize the information about the defensive technique, the copper shirt. At the same time, he circulated his true energy according to the route of the copper shirt. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian had wondered if it was worth it to waste time on a human-rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic like the copper shirt. Chapter 1387. After successfully cultivating copper shirt, one's skin would emit a faint bronze luster as soon as he cast it. It was as though he was wearing a copper shirt. How can it be so easy to cultivate this copper shirt? Duan Lingtian realized. The speed at which his true energy spread through his body through the 32 saint veins was extremely fast. Moreover, he discovered that his true energy had only circulated around his body once, and the copper shirt had already been successfully cultivated to the fundamental awareness stage. Isn't this too exaggerated? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. What's going on? Puzzled, Duan Lingtian could only search for the reason himself and continue to cultivate the defensive technique, copper shirt. However, the copper shirt did not break through again when he circulated his true energy for the second time. However, the improvement was obvious. After a few times, Duan Lingtian finally discovered the problem. I see. This copper shirt seems to be tailor-made for me. It turned out that the higher a martial cultivator's physique and the more saint veins a martial cultivator had, the faster the cultivation speed would be. However, Duan Lingtian's physique was even stronger than the five-clawed divine dragon's true body. Needless to say, saint veins were even stronger. A martial cultivator at the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage had opened 32 saint veins. Some paramount mortal shedding stage cultivators with poor talent might not even have opened 32 saint veins in their bodies. With a physique that was stronger than the five-clawed divine dragon's true body and 32 saint veins, it was destined that Duan Lingtian's speed of cultivating copper shirt would be exaggerated. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian said the copper shirt seemed to be tailor-made for him. Based on this cultivation speed, I'm afraid it won't take long for me to cultivate copper shirt to the highest stage, the impeccable refinement stage. Duan Lingtian was a little excited. Unknowingly, the auction had already begun. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when he heard the voice from outside. He stopped cultivating the defensive technique, copper shirt. Looking at the auction stage through the window, Duan Lingtian could see a middle-aged man standing there. This middle-aged man was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. He was the one who brought him to see the Precious Treasure Pavilion's pavilion master, Lin Qingrong. He seemed to be the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion. Currently, the middle-aged man was warming up the atmosphere of the auction house. As he spoke, he gradually stirred up the atmosphere. Soon, the auction began. The first item to be auctioned was a human-rank medium-grade saint artifact, a 3-foot-long blue sword. A human-ranked medial-grade saint artifact? Is there nothing else in your treasure pavilion? A human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon, and a sword at that. There are at least 10 shops in Mound Hill City where you can buy it. We came to your precious treasure pavilion to bid for treasures, not to bid for things that can be bought on the streets. Do you really think we're fools? The appearance of the first auction item aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. They thought the first auction item was a human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon that could be bought on the streets. It made them speechless when such an item appeared in the precious treasure pavilion. Is there something special about this human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression on his face. He had a feeling that since Lin Qingrong had just been appointed as the pavilion master of the precious treasure pavilion, he would not bring out something that could be bought on the streets to ruin his reputation. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. This human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon was indeed not simple. On the auction stage, the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion who was hosting the auction had a smile on his face from the beginning until the end. It was as though he did not care about what the crowd said. He only cleared his throat after most of the voices had died down and said slowly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Precious Treasure Pavilion won't ruin our reputation. Although the first auction item is a human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon, there's something special about it." Something special. The moment the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager finished speaking, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. There's a saint inscription inscribed by a saint inscription master on this human-rank mediocre-grade saint weapon. The Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager explained in the face of the curious gazes. Saint Inscription Master. Saint Inscription. The crowd was in an uproar immediately. I was just wondering why the Precious Treasure Pavilion would bring out an ordinary human rank mediocre grade saint weapon for auction. As it turns out, it's a saint weapon inscribed with a saint inscription. The Precious Treasure Pavilion is really sincere. The first auction item is actually a saint weapon inscribed with a saint inscription. Many of the people who were mocking the Precious Treasure Pavilion earlier began to praise the Precious Treasure Pavilion. A saint weapon inscribed with a saint inscription? In the room, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He was curious about the saint inscription masters in the Dao martial saint land. This was because he was an inscription master when he was on Cloud Continent. Inscriptions and saint inscriptions seemed to have the same effect. However, he did not know if there was a connection between the two. If there is, I might be able to become a saint inscription master as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I wonder, what kind of saint inscription is inscribed on this human rank mediocre grade saint weapon? Duan Lingtian studied the sword in the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager's hand curiously. At the same time, many people began to ask about the saint inscription on the sword. It would be easier for them to bid after they knew what kind of saint inscription was on the sword. Everyone, the human rank mediocre grade saint sword in my hand is inscribed with the glorious sun saint inscription. If you inject your true energy into it, the sword will turn into a blazing sun for a short period of time to confuse your opponent. The Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager added. Of course, the glorious sun saint inscription only targets the target. It won't affect the person who activated it or the people around them. The entire auction area was in an uproar immediately. If the glorious sun saint inscription was used at a critical moment, it could temporarily blind the opponent. At that moment, the opponent would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. There are similar inscriptions as well. However, once it's activated, it'll target everyone. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It seemed like compared to inscriptions, saint inscriptions were much more advanced and humane. It seems like everyone is interested in the saint's sword in my hand. If that's the case, let's begin the bidding. The Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager said slowly. As everyone knows, a common rank mediocre grade saint weapon is worth about 1,000 8th grade saint stones. In order to repay everyone's support for the Precious Treasure Pavilion, the starting price of this human rank mediocre grade saint sword with the glorious sun saint inscription is also 1,000 8th grade saint stones. Every increase in price must be at least 1,000 8th grade saint stones. The Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager's voice that was filled with true energy reverberated in the entire auction area and into every room. Repay support? The starting price is 1,000 8th grade saint stones? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He felt that the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager was spouting nonsense. Even if the starting price was a 9th grade saint stone, the price would still be raised in the end. 1,000 8th grade saint stones. As soon as the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager finished speaking, someone made a bid. 2,000 8th grade saint stones. Another person made a bid. 10,000 8th grade saint stones. After 2 bids were made, a loud voice resonated from one of the private rooms. It directly bid 10,000 8th grade saint stones. Should I bid for it and have some fun? Duan Lingtian was eager to give it a try when he recalled Lin Qingrong's promise. However, he dismissed the idea in the end. Forget it, I don't need a sword now. Moreover, there might be something I want later on. Lin Qingrong had only promised to give him 2 auction items. Naturally, those were the 3 sets of human-rank primitive saint-grade martial tactics. There was no doubt that the 3 sets of saint-grade martial tactics would be sold for a sky-high price. 30,000 8th grade saint stones. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, the human-rank mediocre grade saint sword with the glorious sun saint inscription had already been sold for 30,000 8th grade saint stones. And this price became the final price. A human-rank mediocre grade saint weapon with a saint inscription. Compared to a human-rank mediocre grade saint weapon without a saint inscription, it's 29,000 saint stones more expensive? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. Was the saint inscription master not too profitable? A saint inscription was worth 29,000 saint stones? Duan Lingtian had no idea. The main reason the sword could be sold for such a high price was because it was rare. There were almost no saint inscription masters in the area around Mound Hill City. If it was in other big places with many saint inscription masters, it would not be able to sell for such a price. This was the principle of the rarer something is, the greater its value. However, compared to saint inscription masters who focused on weapon refinement and medicine refinement, saint inscription masters and Dao talisman masters were indeed more profitable. This was because the threshold to become a saint inscription master was low and there were many of them. Subsequently, the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager took out the second auction item. The second auction item was a Dao talisman that could instantly kill anyone below the mortal shedding stage. Naturally, this was a single-target offensive Dao talisman that could only kill one person. However, it was also useful against mortal shedding stage martial artists. It could severely injure martial and Dao cultivators at the early mortal shedding stage and lightly injure martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. It was useless against martial and Dao cultivators above the mastery mortal shedding stage. If it was the Duan Ling Tian who was still on Cloud Continent, perhaps he would be interested in this Dao talisman. However, the current Duan Ling Tian was not interested in it at all. He could instantly kill anyone below the mortal shedding stage. Not only that, but he could also instantly kill those at the early and intermediate mortal shedding stage. As for the mastery mortal shedding stage, as long as it was not someone at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage, he was confident he could kill them in 3 moves. If I can cultivate the copper shirt to the impeccable level, I can easily kill someone at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. To Duan Ling Tian's surprise, this Dao talisman that he did not take seriously was sold for more than 20,000 8th-grade saint stones in the end. What a wastrel! Duan Ling Tian could not help but click his tongue. Subsequently, the auction items were brought up one by one. However, Duan Ling Tian was not interested in any of them. When the 17th auction item was brought up, Hua Lao's voice resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Chapter 1388. Hua Lao's voice resonated, and Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Something good? That was the first thought that popped up in Duan Ling Tian's mind. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian looked out of the window. His gaze landed on the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager's hand on the auction stage. The manager was holding a round bead in his hand. This was a black pearl with complicated patterns on it. Duan Ling Tian glanced at it and instantly felt his eyes hurt. At the same time, he felt dizzy and his vision blurred. There seemed to be some kind of magic in the black bead. When Duan Ling Tian looked at it, it seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss. It was as though it was going to devour Duan Ling Tian's soul. If possible, Duan Ling Tian really did not want to experience this feeling again. Therefore, he looked away and stopped looking at it. What bead is this? Oh my God! I only took a look at it, and it's as though my soul is going to be sucked in. This bead isn't simple. At the same time, there were whispers in the auction hall. Most of the people had a hint of dread in their words. It was obvious that they had the same experience as Duan Ling Tian. Everyone, this black bead was obtained by the new pavilion master of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, Master Lin Qingrong. I'm sure everyone has noticed that if you intentionally look at it, you'll feel extremely uncomfortable. On the auction stage, the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager spoke. What's the use of this bead? Someone asked. Our pavilion master obtained this bead 10 years ago. Until now, other than knowing that it can make people feel uncomfortable when they look at it, we haven't discovered anything special about it. The Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager continued. However, our pavilion master once asked the great city governor of Mound Hill City to look at this bead. Even the city governor couldn't damage this bead at all. Whoosh! As soon as the Precious Treasure Pavilion's manager finished speaking, there was an uproar in the crowd. The people present were either from Mound Hill City or from the area around Mound Hill City. Perhaps they had never seen the city governor of Mound Hill City before, but they knew that the city governor of Mound Hill City was the strongest powerhouse in the area around Mound Hill City. Even the city lord couldn't do anything to it? Looks like it's really hard. Many people exclaimed in shock. However, other than being hard, it seems to only be able to make the person who looks at it feel uncomfortable. This thing is not practical. Someone else said. It's not just impractical. Whoever buys this thing will definitely take a few glances at it. Just now when I took a look at it, That feeling was too unbearable. Yes. I don't even dare to look at it now. If I were to buy it back, wouldn't I be suffering? Many people said with fear on their faces. In the private room, Duan Lingtian retracted his gaze and couldn't help but ask Hualao. Hualao, you asked me to bid for it. What's so special about it? That's the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. If you can refine it, your eye will inherit the one-eyed devil vulture's ability. It will be of great help to you now. Hualao said. One-eyed devil vulture? What's that? Duan Lingtian was stunned. It's a powerful demon beast, and it's extremely rare. Even Yen Huang's star doesn't have it. I didn't expect that there would be a one-eyed devil vulture's eye on this planet. Hualao said. What's so special about its eye? Duan Lingtian asked again. Of course. The one-eyed devil vulture is powerful precisely because of its unique eye. Its eye has extremely terrifying ability. As for what kind of ability it has, you'll naturally know when you refine it in the future. Hualao said again, the most important thing now is to buy it first. Hualao, are you sure I can refine it? I heard the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion say. Even a Saint Realm Master can't damage it at all? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask when he recalled the words of the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion. The current you naturally can't refine it. However, with the help of my Sun Divine Fire, it'll be easy for you to refine it. Hualao said. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and no longer hesitated as he looked out of the window. At this time, several people had already made their bids. 3,000 8th grade Saint Stones. As soon as this bid was made, the others immediately fell silent. Obviously, most people were not interested in the one-eyed devil vulture's eye, of course. They did not know it was the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. They only thought it was a strange bead. The guest in box number 4 has made a bid of 3,000 8th grade Saint Stones. Is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? If not, I'll start the countdown. On the auction stage, the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion said unhurriedly. 3. Soon he began to count down. 2. He counted down again. Just as he was about to say, 1, Duan Lingtian spoke. 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones. 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion smiled and closed his mouth. He said excitedly, the guest in box number 1 has made a bid of 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones. 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the bid? The manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion asked 3 more times, but no one else made a bid. Good lad. Someone else has made a bid of 3,000, and he actually raised it to 5,000. He really doesn't feel bad about not spending his own Saint Stones. In box number 2, Lin Qingrong could not help but chide him. However, he was just joking. The strange bead that was being auctioned now belonged to him. No matter how many Saint Stones it was auctioned, those Saint Stones would end up in his pocket in the end. Therefore, no matter how high Duan Lingtian's bid was, it did not affect him at all. 3,000 8th grade Saint Stones for a strange bead is already a sky-high price. Whoever wants it can have it. A soft snort came from box number 4. The person in box number 4 was the person who had made a bid of 3,000 8th grade Saint Stones before Duan Lingtian had made a bid. The words of the owner of booth number 4 made the group of people in the auction house deeply agree with him. 5,000 8th grade Saint Stones for a bead. That's too extravagant. Even if I have 100,000 8th grade Saint Stones, I can't bear to spend it like that. Even if I buy this bead for my collection, I'll still suffer. I'll have to reconsider if I want this bead even if you give it to me. The group of people discussed animatedly. Their words made it clear that Duan Lingtian in box number 1 was a fool. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about that at all. These people thought he was a fool, but in his opinion, these people were the fools. They were fools who did not know what was good for them. Who was Hualao? A 3-legged golden crow. A primordial mutant. With Hualao's experience in the world, his judgment was very high. How could something that Hualao admired be ordinary? Now, Duan Lingtian was looking forward to the benefits that the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture would bring him. He believed that it would definitely be a great benefit. As the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion counted down from 3, the one-eyed devil vulture's eye successfully became Duan Lingtian's possession. Not long after, someone delivered the one-eyed devil vulture's eye to Duan Lingtian. Perhaps Lin Qingrong had told him beforehand, but the servant who delivered the item did not ask for saint stones from Duan Lingtian. He left after delivering the item to Duan Lingtian. "Hualao, how do I refine this?" Duan Lingtian raised his head and asked as he turned the bead in his hand. If possible. He did not want to look at the bead in his hand again. He did not want to experience the feeling of his soul being taken away again. "Let's wait for the auction to end," Hualao replied. Hualao's words were very clear. He would tell Duan Lingtian the details after the auction ended. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he was anxious, since Hualao had spoken, he did not insist. After putting away the bead in his hand, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, if it wasn't for Hualao's reminder, I wouldn't have known that it's actually an eyeball. It's the eyeball of the one-eyed devil vulture. After Duan Lingtian obtained the eyeball of the one-eyed devil vulture, the auction continued. One by one, the auction items were auctioned off on the stage. After 27 items were auctioned off, it was finally time for the last 3 items to be auctioned off. 3 sets of human-rank primitive saint-grade martial tactics. It was worth mentioning that before this, Duan Lingtian obtained another item. It was a material that could be used to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It was one of the high-grade materials that Hualao had mentioned before. Although its effect was not as good as the 5-clawed divine dragon's dragon pearl, it was not too far off. According to Hualao, this material could be used to repair the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda by 10%. At the same time, due to the appearance of the saint-grade martial tactics, the auction square was in an uproar. The frenzied bidding made Duan Lingtian speechless. Soon after, the first set of saint-grade martial tactics was bought by someone at the sky-high price of 200,000 8th-grade saint stones. It's no wonder Senior Lin gave me an auction item. Apart from these 3 sets of saint-grade martial tactics, if I bought it, even if it's just one, I'm afraid he'd want to die. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. 200,000 8th-grade saint stones were equivalent to 200 5th-grade saint stones. It was almost a quarter of the 5th-grade saint stones in Duan Lingtian's possession. Hualao, what's the difference between the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the 2nd level? Duan Lingtian asked Hualao when other people were bidding for the 2nd set of saint-grade martial tactics. The 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda has the celestial supreme treasure, the astonished god halberd. Apart from that, the heaven and earth spirit energy there is denser. Not only that, but the flow of time there is also slower. Hualao said slowly. How slow? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Due to the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, on the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian was not interested in the astonished god halberd on the 3rd level. What was the point of being interested in something that he could not even lift? What he cared more about was the heaven and earth spirit energy inside, since it was related to his cultivation environment. Naturally, the most important thing was the flow of time. 5 days inside and 1 day outside. Chapter 1389. 5 days inside and 1 day outside? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he heard Hualao's words. It should be noted that the time ratio on the 1st level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was only 2:1. On the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it was only 3:1. Now, the time ratio on the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was 5:1. In other words, if I cultivate inside for 5 months, only 1 month will pass outside. If I cultivate inside for a year, only 2 months will pass outside and 10 days will pass outside. Duan Lingtian's emotions surged when he thought of this. However, he seemed to have thought of something very quickly and regained his senses. Repairing the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is much harder than repairing the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Even if Hualao used the materials I bid for earlier, he would only be able to repair 10% of it. Duan Lingtian shuddered and calmed down as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. It seems like it's still a long way to go before I can completely repair the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Although it was still a long way away, Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind. I must repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The time flow on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is a qualitative leap compared to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, after repairing the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I can start repairing the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian could not forget about the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. According to Hua Lao, as long as I repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the space in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda will stabilize. At that time, no matter when or where, no matter what happens to the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, even if it overturns rapidly, the space inside will not be affected. Duan Lingtian was slightly excited when he thought of this. That also means, no matter what danger I encounter, as long as I can enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in time, I can escape the calamity. In Duan Lingtian's mind, an image involuntarily appeared. An expert who was many times stronger than him, an expert who could crush him with a single finger. Just when he thought that he could definitely kill him, he hid in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and disappeared. As for the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it turned into dust and merged with the earth. That expert was so angry that he went crazy, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he could only leave in disappointment. I can't find the materials to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda on the Cloud Continent or the overseas Saint Islands, but I'm sure I can find it in the Dao Martial Saint Land. From today onwards, I will do my best to search for the materials needed to repair the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Perhaps, when I return to Cloud Continent next time, I can take a look at the other two mortal continents. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. With my strength, it's enough to deter the top forces and top powerhouses from the two mortal continents. At that time, I'll just have to give them some favors. I think I'll be able to mobilize the people from the two mortal continents to help me search for the materials. At this moment, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the other two mortal continents. Naturally, he was mentally prepared. Even if the two mortal continents were to work together, they might not be able to find the materials that could repair 50% of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. He would not let go of any opportunity to find the materials that could repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he realized the auction had ended. The remaining two sets of Saint-grade martial tactics were sold at a higher price than the first set of Saint-grade martial tactics. This result made Duan Lingtian speechless. Good boy, at least you have a conscience and are not too ruthless. After the auction ended, Duan Lingtian met Lin Qingrong again. As soon as they met, Lin Qingrong smiled and teased him. He had promised to give Duan Lingtian 2 auction items. Duan Lingtian had indeed bid, but the total price of the 2 auction items did not exceed 10,000 8th-grade Saint stones. It was because of this that he said Duan Lingtian had a conscience. Senior Lin, you're the one who's stingy. Duan Lingtian said as he shook his head. After getting closer to Lin Qingrong, he could see that he was an easygoing person. He did not put on airs and could joke occasionally. All right. I admit that I was stingy today. How about this? In the auction held by the Precious Treasure Pavilion next year, I'll let you bid for as many items as you want within 100,000 8th-grade Saint stones. What do you think? Lin Qingrong scolded with a smile. You said it yourself. Duan Lingtian smiled. When the time comes, I'll definitely give you a round number. Then, after bidding farewell to Lin Qingrong, Duan Lingtian left the Precious Treasure Pavilion. Lin Qingrong also went to do his own things. After the auction ended, there was still a lot of work to be done. After leaving the Precious Treasure Pavilion, Duan Lingtian went to the city guard's camp. However, he did not see Hong Yu. If Hong Yu was not there, there was no need to mention the little girl, sure. Coincidentally, the 8 city guards under Hong Yu's command were there. After finding out that Hong Yu had returned home, he asked for Hong Yu's address. Then, he personally went to Hong Yu's house. Brother Lingtian. When Hong Yu saw that Duan Lingtian had personally come to his residence, he was naturally very happy. He warmly welcomed Duan Lingtian in. Brother. Just as he entered the front yard of Hong Yu's house, Duan Lingtian heard a familiar voice. Then, he saw a delicate little girl running towards him from afar. She ran all the way to his front and opened her arms to hug his thigh. Sure, you seem to have become prettier. Duan Lingtian squatted down and looked at the little girl's clean and white little face as he smiled. He could tell that the little girl had gone through some grooming. Sister-in-law helped me bathe and even changed me into a new set of clothes. The little girl raised her head and said to Duan Lingtian, "Sister-in-law." Duan Lingtian was startled at first. Then, he realized that the sister-in-law that the little girl Sure was referring to was Hong Yu's wife. Soon, under Hong Yu's introduction, Duan Lingtian got to know his wife. Hong Yu's wife was a delicate and pretty lady. When she found out that Duan Lingtian was Hong Yu's sworn brother, she was very enthusiastic and personally cooked a table full of dishes. "Sister-in-law, you don't have to be so courteous with me in the future. Otherwise, I won't dare to come again." At the dining table, Duan Lingtian said to Hong Yu's wife, "Brother Lingtian, Hong Yu doesn't have many friends. Since you're his brother, you're my brother as well. It's rare for a brother to come home. How can I not take good care of him?" Hong Yu's wife smiled. "Sister-in-law, I'll have to trouble you with Xianxia here. I'll think of a way to see if I can find her family. If I can find them, I'll send her home. If I can't find them, I'll try my best to settle her down. I won't trouble you too much." Duan Lingtian said, "Brother Lingtian, you're treating me like an outsider. Sure is very cute. Both my boys like her very much. It's fine if you can find her family, but if you can't, just let her stay here with me." Hong Yu's wife quickly said, Sure is such a pitiful child." Hong Yu's wife's eyes were wet when she spoke. She recalled the scars on the little girl's body when she was bathing her earlier. She loved the little girl, sure, but she also felt sorry for her. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude. He could tell Hong Yu's wife's words were from the bottom of her heart. She was not lying at all. "Brother Lingtian, I think you still have 7 days before you have to return to the latent dragon camp, right? You can stay in my house for the remaining 7 days. I have an empty guest room in my house," Hong Yu said. Hong Yu suggested, "You can also spend more time with Sure. That child has been nagging about you the whole morning." Duan Lingtian glanced at the little girl, Sure, and nodded in agreement. After eating and drinking, Duan Lingtian also saw Hong Yu's 2 boys. One was 2 years old, and the other was 3 years old. They were running behind the little girl, Sure. That night, Hong Yu went on duty while Duan Lingtian stayed in his house. The doors and windows of the spacious guest room were tightly shut. With a thought, Duan Lingtian entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. "Elder Kong, how do I refine the eye of this one-eyed devil vulture?" Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Hua and asked bluntly as he weighed the black pearl he obtained from the precious treasure pavilion in his hand. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Hua Lao did not speak and only raised his hand. Instantly, Duan Lingtian noticed his hand uncontrollably loosening, and the black pearl was in Hua Lao's hand. This scene caused him to be shocked. As expected, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It was the first time Duan Lingtian had witnessed Hua Lao's strength. Before Hua Lao, he was like a child that could not withstand a single blow. Something flashed before Duan Lingtian's eyes, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Subsequently, he noticed that Hua Lao had transformed into his true form as a 3-legged golden crow, and he spat out a strand of material flames that shot onto the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. At this instant, Duan Lingtian, who was far away, clearly felt the space of the first level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda gradually become hot, and in the end, it was hot to the point he was slightly unable to accept it. "Go to the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda." Hua Lao's reminder sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. "With my current cultivation, I'll need at least 3 hours to refine this eyeball of the one-eyed devil vulture. Come back after 3 hours. At that time, I'll have already refined it and can directly fuse it into your body to allow you to possess the ability of a one-eyed devil vulture," Hua Lao reminded. Duan Lingtian nodded and immediately went to the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The space of the 2nd level was completely isolated from the 1st level, so he could not feel any heat at all. For the first time, Duan Lingtian felt that 3 hours was so long. It felt as though half a day had not even passed yet. When 3 hours had passed, Duan Lingtian, who could no longer hold himself back, flew out and left the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda immediately and went to the first level. Duan Lingtian discovered that Hua Lao had already reverted to his human form. Moreover, there was a ball of black mist hovering in front of him. Chapter 1390. The uncomfortable feeling was the same as when he saw the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could confirm that the floating black fog was the eyeball of the one-eyed devil vulture. It was refined into this appearance by Hua Lao. Tell me when you're ready. When it fuses with your eye, it will hurt a little. Hua Lao said in a timely manner. A little. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Hua Lao, let's begin. Hua Lao nodded. Immediately after, Hua Lao didn't see any movement, but the black fog floating in front of him instantly turned into a silk thread and shot towards Duan Lingtian's left eye. Duan Lingtian only felt a flash in front of his eyes, as if something had pierced his left eye. At first, it felt cold, but later, he could feel a clear pain. The pain continued to intensify. At first, Duan Lingtian could still bear it. But later, he couldn't bear it at all. He only felt as if his left eye could explode at any time, and he couldn't see anything in front of him. It was as if he had gone blind. Because of the pain, Duan Lingtian's body trembled violently. The veins on his forehead pulsed, and his robes were completely drenched in sweat. He tried hard to clench his teeth, but at some point, his teeth were already bleeding. This is called a little pain? Thinking of Hua Lao's words just now, Duan Lingtian was speechless. Even if he had experienced a hail of bullets in his previous life, and was shot more than a dozen times, his eyebrows didn't even blink. But now, his eyebrows had already twitched countless times. Gradually, Duan Lingtian became numb from the pain. He only felt as if his left eye didn't belong to him anymore. He didn't know how much time had passed in this numbness. Duan Lingtian discovered that the pain was gradually subsiding. At the same time, he could feel the existence of his left eye again. In the end, the originally dark left eye in front of him gradually lit up. After experiencing endless darkness and seeing light again, his left eye vaguely stung. Of course, this stinging sensation was not worth mentioning compared to the pain he had experienced before. Feel what's changed in your left eye? Hua Lao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to come back to his senses. At the same time, he began to observe everything in front of him with his left eye. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. God! What did he see? Duan Lingtian found out. Right now, everything he saw with his left eye was completely different from what he saw with his right eye. His right eye was as usual. His left eye, however, had undergone an earth-shattering change. In the world that his left eye could see, everything seemed to be dyed with a layer of incomparably gorgeous colors. It was a riot of colors that was exceptionally eye-catching. Elder Hua, who was standing in front of him, was now clearly different from Elder Hua. Scalp, face, clothes, belt, hands, shoes. All of these were displayed in front of Duan Lingtian's left eye as if they had been deliberately drawn. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian could even clearly see the traces of the flow of heaven and earth spirit energy, strand after strand. It should be known that he couldn't see these before. Whoosh! Gently raising his hand, Duan Lingtian's sleeves fluttered, causing a gentle breeze. In this gentle breeze, Duan Lingtian's left eye even caught extremely fine dust. All of this was so natural that it didn't seem out of place at all. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that Hua Lao had thrown a punch at him without warning. The wind from the punch raged, causing the air to vibrate. In Duan Lingtian's right eye, Hua Lao's punch was an afterimage. In Duan Lingtian's left eye, the punch seemed to have slowed down a little. It was to the extent that he could even see the trajectory of the airflow that spread out in all directions wherever the punch passed. Hua Lao's punch is comparable to a punch from a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian's right eye could determine this. Hua Lao's punch was aimed at Duan Lingtian's left eye without warning. If it was the Duan Lingtian of the past, he would definitely have been hit by Hua Lao's sneak attack. After all, Hua Lao was right in front of him. Moreover, his attention was not on Hua Lao from the beginning until the end. He could not avoid it at all. However, at this moment, the punch was right in front of Duan Lingtian's left eye and was about to hit it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that his spiritual energy had instantly surged into his left eye. In an instant, he felt his left eye burning. If Duan Lingtian was given a mirror at this moment, he would discover that there was a black whirlpool spinning continuously in the pupil of his left eye as though it could devour everything. As his spiritual energy surged into his left eye, it became hotter and hotter. Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that Hua Lao's fist seemed to have frozen in place within the range of his left eye's vision. It was frozen in place in front of his eyes. Moreover, he also discovered that the air ripples around Hua Lao's fist seemed to have stopped as well. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian discovered that Hua Lao's fist was not frozen in place. Instead, it had slowed down. It had become very, very slow. As Duan Lingtian's left eye shrank, Hua Lao's fist strangely moved to the side, narrowly avoiding him. Immediately after, he felt a wave of dizziness. In the depths of his mind, the originally dense spiritual energy was now almost completely exhausted. As for his left eye, it had also stopped burning. Not bad. Hua Lao's voice sounded in a timely manner. In the future, as your spiritual energy grows stronger, the ability of your left eye will also become stronger and stronger. After a while, Duan Lingtian recovered and asked, Hua Lao, what happened just now? Your left eye has already inherited the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture. To be precise, it's the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture's eye. Hua Lao said, the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture relies on spiritual energy to operate. Once it's activated, the flow of time in its field of vision will become extremely slow. You should have felt it earlier as well. Hua Lao continued. The flow of time in my field of vision will become extremely slow? Duan Lingtian recalled the scene earlier. Earlier, Hua Lao's fist should have hit his left eye. However, when Hua Lao's fist approached his left eye, his spiritual energy strangely surged into his left eye. Then, his left eye began to burn. At that time, the speed of Hua Lao's fist had also become very slow. However, during this process, his spiritual energy was also rapidly burning. In just an instant, it was almost completely exhausted. Then, Hua Lao's fist strangely moved to the side. This is too unbelievable, right? Due to the fact that his spiritual energy was almost depleted, Duan Lingtian's face was extremely pale. However, his eyes were filled with shock. There's nothing unbelievable about it. This is the one-eyed devil vulture's special ability. Hua Lao said, the most valuable part of the one-eyed devil vulture is its eye. You're lucky to be able to obtain it. It's all thanks to Hua Lao that you're able to recognize it and help me refine it. At this time, Duan Lingtian had also calmed down. If you hadn't encountered it, I wouldn't have recognized it either. Hua Lao said, however, although the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture's eye is strange, it also consumes a lot of spiritual energy. I saw that you only used a glance earlier, and your spiritual energy seems to have been almost completely exhausted. Yes, almost completely exhausted. Duan Lingtian nodded. What you need to do now is to control it. Let it activate its ability as you wish, and not randomly activate it at any time. Hua Lao said again. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded again. Also, your left eye is completely different from before even if you don't use the one-eyed devil vulture's ability. I think you've noticed this point as well. Hua Lao said. Yes. My left eye is now able to see things clearly. Duan Lingtian also noticed this. Study it carefully yourself. My understanding of the one-eyed devil vulture is limited to what I've just said. As for whether its eye has any other abilities, I'm not sure. Hua Lao said. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he sincerely thanked Hua Lao. Thank you very much, Hua Lao. In layman's terms, between you and me, we're now grasshoppers on the same rope. You're strong, so you'll have more ability to protect yourself. A rare smile appeared on Hua Lao's face. On this planet, I'm afraid you're the only one who can make the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda acknowledge you as its master. If you die, I'm afraid I'll have to stay on this planet with it forever. Hua Lao, after the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is completely repaired, I'll definitely return your freedom. Duan Lingtian looked at Hua Lao and promised with a serious expression. Freedom. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hua Lao's body shook. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his gaze became extremely complicated. However, he still felt a little touched in his heart. Hua Lao, you can cultivate. I won't disturb you anymore. After informing Hua Lao, Duan Lingtian returned to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and began to recover his spiritual energy. His spiritual energy was almost depleted. It would take him at least half a month to fully recover. Therefore, in the next half a month, Duan Lingtian cultivated and recovered his spiritual energy. Naturally, his spiritual energy recovered on its own, so Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about it. After half a month, Duan Lingtian finally left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Half a month on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 5 days outside. I'll have to return to the latent dragon camp in 2 days. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After putting away the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian went to the dressing table in his room and sat down. He looked at himself in the mirror. To be precise, he was looking at his left eye. Fortunately, it's still the same as before. I can't see any changes. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be treated as a monster. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with lingering fear. I wonder if I can take the initiative to integrate my spiritual energy into my left eye. With a thought, Duan Lingtian tried to integrate his spiritual energy into his left eye. However, he discovered that there was no obstruction at all. It integrated easily. Chapter 1391. The little black whirlpool kept spinning like a bottomless pool. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized his spiritual energy was being sent to his left eye uncontrollably. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat, and he quickly stopped it. Although he managed to stop it in time, half of his spiritual energy was still consumed. It's really strange. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he looked at his left eye. Since he had to return to the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate the next day, Duan Lingtian left the guest room to look for the little girl, Sure, and spent the whole day with her. Duan Lingtian only left after bidding farewell to Hong Yu and his wife early in the morning the next day. However, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to return to the city governor's estate. He walked out of Mound Hill City. After he exited the city gate, he stepped into the air and soared into the sky. There's a flight prohibiting formation in Mound Hill City. Martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint Rudiment stage can't fly. I haven't breathed in the fresh air in the sky for a few months now. Duan Lingtian flew high up in the sky, and it did not take long for him to fly far away. When he turned around, he realized Mound Hill City had turned into an inconspicuous little black. If he did not know it was Mound Hill City, he would not have been able to recognize it just by looking at the little black. Standing in the air, Duan Lingtian stared at the little black in the distance quietly. All of a sudden, a little whirlpool appeared in his left pupil, and it was spinning faster and faster. Duan Lingtian could feel his left eye burning. However, his attention was not on it. Instead, it was on the little black dot in the distance. He realized that as his left eye burned, he did not move, but the little black dot in the distance gradually grew bigger and eventually turned into a huge city. The well-defined Mound Hill City completely occupied Duan Lingtian's left eye's line of sight. Clairvoyance. Duan Lingtian gasped. His heart was in turmoil. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who sensed his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, quickly stopped his spiritual energy from transferring energy to his left eye. His left eye, which was devoid of energy, quickly returned to normal. So far, we've only discovered 2 of its abilities. One is an ability similar to the clairvoyance, and the other is the spatial displacement ability. This was the result of Duan Lingtian's night of research. Spatial displacement was the technique he used to make Hua Lao's fist brush past his cheek. That was the ability of his left eye. However, the rate at which that ability consumed his spiritual energy was much faster than using the clairvoyance ability. What should I name it? After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian began to ponder. Now, his left eye was no longer an ordinary human eye, so he decided to give it a name. God's eye? No. It's too tacky. Heaven's eye? That wouldn't do either. It has the same name as the heavenly eye technique. Ghost eye? It doesn't seem auspicious. Strange eye sounds good. I'll call it Strange Eye. After thinking for a while, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He would call his mutated left eye Strange Eye in the future. The Strange Eye referred to the strange eyes. As for his left eye, it was indeed strange. After walking around outside, Duan Lingtian returned to Mount Hill City and the Castellan's mansion. Of course, he registered again when he entered the main gate. After returning to the Castellan's mansion, Duan Lingtian returned to the latent dragon camp. Before he entered the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian could already hear the sounds of discussion coming from inside. The person who was discussing was his friend in the latent dragon camp, Gua Li. A month ago, Gua Li was defeated by Ho Lin. Today, she challenged Ho Lin and defeated him with only 3 moves, redeeming herself from the humiliation. That's amazing. That's not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is that she defeated the person who used to be ranked 8th among the 13 gangsters and replaced him. If Zhang Jilong, who was ranked 7th among the 13 gangsters, did not break through, she would definitely be able to defeat him and replace him. Voices entered Duan Lingtian's ears one after another. Gua Li broke through? After learning that Gua Li had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. However, he smiled as he was happy for Gua Li. However, he did not expect Zhang Jilong to have broken through as well. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian walked into the latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian is back. As soon as Duan Lingtian walked into the latent dragon camp, he heard a few exclamations coming from inside. Someone with sharp eyes noticed him. He was a little speechless. What was there to be surprised about when he was back? Soon, as the group of young men and women in the latent dragon camp discussed among themselves, Duan Lingtian found out the reason. It turned out that Zhang Jilong had said 3 days ago that he would look for him to redeem himself when he returned. Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the door of cottage number 7 opened as soon as Duan Lingtian stepped onto the high platform. A figure that was familiar to Duan Lingtian walked out. It was Zhang Jilong. Zhang Jilong was once the strongest person at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the area around Mount Hill City. However, ever since he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, the halo on his head had disappeared. Due to this reason, he hated Duan Lingtian to the core. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang Jilong, who took the initiative to greet him. Duan Lingtian, I want to challenge you. Zhang Jilong said bluntly. Today, I want you to return everything you owe me. I'll let everyone know that I, Zhang Jilong, am stronger than you, Duan Lingtian. Zhang Jilong's eyes gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. His face was ferocious. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged when he heard Zhang Jilong's words. However, there was a hint of disdain in his tone. I know you've also broken through, but it doesn't matter. I'll let everyone know. Even if you, Duan Lingtian, have broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage like me, you won't be a match for me, Duan Lingtian. Zhang Jilong said confidently. Is that so? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and studied Zhang Jilong with interest. Of course. I'll let everyone know. You, Duan Lingtian, are weaker than me, Zhang Jilong. Zhang Jilong was still full of confidence. Creak, creak. Accompanied by the sound of 2 doors opening, it was the doors of the 3rd and 8th wooden houses opening. A person walked out from each of them. It was a man and a woman. The man wore a brocade robe and looked like a rich young master. In fact, he was indeed a rich young master. It's Jin Yuan Bao, who's ranked number 3 among the 13 gangsters. I can't believe he's here to join in the fun. Who doesn't want to watch a good show? Due to Jin Yuan Bao's appearance, the crowd was in an uproar again. When Jin Yuan Bao came out of cottage number 3, another person came out of cottage number 8 as well. It was Gua Li, who had just entered cottage number 8 today. I can't believe I'm able to witness such an exciting scene as soon as I come out of closed-door cultivation. I'm really looking forward to it. Jin Yuan Bao looked at Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong, who were confronting each other, and waved the folding fan in his hand. He looked like an elegant young master as he said with a smile. Although Gua Li did not say anything, her eyes were filled with confidence when she looked at Duan Lingtian. After 3 months, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong stood in the same place again. They were ready to fight just like 3 months ago. 3 months ago, Zhang Jilong was defeated by Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, he was defeated by the bow and arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand. Today, Zhang Jilong challenged Duan Lingtian to avenge his humiliation and reclaim his dignity and glory. It's going to start soon. Looking at Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong who were confronting each other, the crowd began to calm down and focus on the scene before them. Nobody knew when, but a middle-aged man in silver armor stood in the pavilion. It was the Heavenly Harm Guardian. I'm afraid Zhang Jilong is going to embarrass himself again. The Heavenly Harm Guardian looked at the two people who were confronting each other on the high platform and muttered softly. It was as though he already knew the outcome before the fight had even begun. On the high platform, Zhang Jilong made the first move when he saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of making a move after a long time. True energy at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage wrapped around his legs as he attacked Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Perhaps it was because he had learned his lesson 3 months ago. He attacked Duan Lingtian first. His legs were suppressing Duan Lingtian's head, intentionally preventing Duan Lingtian from going up into the air. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had gone up into the air. During that brief moment, he shot an arrow and defeated Zhang Jilong. In that battle, the strength of his legs was on par with the strength of Duan Lingtian's arrow. However, due to the advantage of the bow and arrow, he was injured. That was the main reason he was defeated. With the lesson from the last time, he had learned his lesson this time and would not act like the last time. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask with a faint smile after he saw through Zhang Jilong's plan. You'll find out soon whether I can defeat you or not. Zhang Jilong replied coldly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, the true energy in his legs surged, releasing terrifying waves of air that descended from the sky toward Duan Lingtian's head. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the face of Zhang Jilong's thunderous attack, Duan Lingtian smiled disdainfully. With a raise of his hand, the sun-shooting bow appeared. Following that, he placed his hand on the bowstring and quickly plucked it. In an instant, the bowstring vibrated and released a loud noise. At the same time, true energy light blades formed on the bowstring and shot toward Zhang Jilong's legs. To be more precise, they were aiming for the saint weapons on Zhang Jilong's legs. Zhang Jilong's boots were his saint weapons, human rank mediocre saint weapons. Clang, 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 clang. The true energy light blades landed on Zhang Jilong's boots, releasing a series of ear-piercing sounds. At the same time, waves of air spread out like a gust of wind, causing the robes of the onlookers to flutter loudly. However, no one paid attention to this. Everyone's attention was focused on the battle. Impossible! At this moment, everyone heard a cry of unwillingness. Chapter 1392. Boom! Zhang Jilong's body flew out like an arrow that was shot out of the bow and landed heavily on the ground. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he looked extremely wretched. Nothing's impossible. Duan Lingtian responded coldly when he heard Zhang Jilong's unwilling shout when he was sent flying out. Zhang Jilong's face turned grave when he sensed the gazes from the surroundings. He did not even need to look to know that those gazes were mocking him. He's so powerful. Jin Yuanbao, who ranked number 3 among the 13 gangsters, was shocked. He could not help but feel wary when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. He could see it. The ability that Duan Lingtian displayed just now did not seem like someone who had just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. In fact, he felt like he was on par with someone at the peak of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. He was a martial cultivator at the peak of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Amazing! Seeing how Duan Lingtian defeated Zhang Jilong in just one move, Guoli could not help but be amazed even though she was confident in Duan Lingtian since the beginning. Duan Lingtian has such ability when he has just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? On the pavilion, the Heavenly Harm Guardian was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability. If he did not know that Duan Lingtian was a martial cultivator at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage in the past, he would not have believed that Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Duan Lingtian's ability is just too terrifying. He defeated Zhang Jilong, who has also broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage with just one move. That's unbelievable. With Duan Lingtian's current ability, I'm afraid he can challenge the top 5 of the 13 gangsters. The onlookers discussed among themselves. Most of them wished that Duan Lingtian would challenge the top 5 of the 13 gangsters now. While the group of people were praising Duan Lingtian's strength, not many people noticed that Zhang Jilong was glaring hatefully at Duan Lingtian before returning to log cabin 7. He had challenged Duan Lingtian today because he wanted to avenge his humiliation. He, who had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, was full of confidence. Initially, he thought he could defeat Duan Lingtian. Who would have thought he would be defeated by Duan Lingtian in just one move? If he had known that this would be the result, he definitely would not have come out to make a fool of himself. How could that Duan Lingtian have improved so much? Before we broke through, he was slightly better than me by relying on the advantage of long-range attacks with his bow and arrows. But just now, after returning to cabin number 7, Zhang Jilong's face looked worse than if his parents had died. Just now, most of the people present did not even see what happened before Zhang Jilong was sent flying. Only Zhang Jilong knew how terrifying the true energy light blades that were shot out from Duan Lingtian's bowstring were. Each true energy light blade that landed on the saint weapon boots on his feet was like a heavy hammer smashing down. In the beginning, he could still take it head-on. However, the true energy light blades came one after another. In the end, he could not take it anymore and was sent flying. Due to him taking it head-on earlier, he had suffered a severe internal injury. Master City Governor will come out of closed-door cultivation in a few days. At that time, he'll set a test and recruit 2 to 3 disciples. Zhang Jilong's heart sank when he thought about this. I hope my injury won't affect the test this time. Otherwise, I won't let that Duan Lingtian go. Zhang Jilong gritted his teeth when he thought about this. He seemed to have forgotten that he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Guali, congratulations. Outside, Duan Lingtian looked at Guali and congratulated her for breaking through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Guali responded with a smile. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at Jin Yuanbao, who was ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters, and nodded with a smile. Duan Lingtian, do you want to challenge me? Jin Yuanbao asked with a smile. Jin Yuanbao was excited when he saw Duan Lingtian's powerful strength. He was a battle-hungry person since he was able to join the latent dragon camp and was ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters. Next time. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Jin Yuanbao, so he did not plan to embarrass him in front of everyone. If it was a few days ago, he would not dare to say that he could defeat Jin Yuanbao, who was ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters. However, it was different now that he had the strange pupil. Duan Lingtian had originally named the strange pupil as the strange eye. In the end, he changed it to the strange pupil because he found it unpleasant. The strange pupil referred to his current left eye. He had refined and fused with the eye of the one-eyed demon vulture and inherited the eye's abilities. Next time then. Jin Yuanbao nodded and smiled. He did not intend to force Duan Lingtian to fight. Following that, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Guali and Jin Yuanbao before he returned to his cottage number 6. Seeing this, Guali also returned to her cabin number 8. If there were no accidents, the city governor of Mound Hill City would come out of his closed-door cultivation in a few days. At that time, he would set up a test and pick 2 to 3 people from the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters to become his disciples. Guali really wanted to become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Once she became the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, she would no longer have to worry about being assassinated. Although the 2 great clans of Fuyu Island were at odds with the Gua clan, they did not dare to offend the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was an 8th-rated force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was not something they could compare to. Once I become the city governor's disciple, not only will the 2 clans not kill me, but they'll also stop other people from killing me. After all, if I die, they'll definitely be implicated, Guali thought to herself. At that time, it's not impossible for the city governor to kill them in a fit of anger. It was undoubtedly a blatant provocation for 2 mere 9th-rated forces to kill the disciple of the leader of an 8th-rated force. Put everything else aside, even if it was just for the sake of prestige, the 8th-rated force would not let the 2 9th-rated forces go. At that time, they would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Due to this reason, Guali was eager to pass the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City and become his disciple. Although the chances are slim, I'll still try my best. Guali murmured with a serious expression. Indeed, her chances were slim. Put aside the top 5 among the 13 gangsters, she could not even compare to Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong. Among the 13 gangsters, there were 7 of them whom she could not compare to. Naturally, her chances were slim. Right now, she could only hope for a miracle to happen. After Gua Li returned to cottage number 8, Jin Yuan Bao did not stay outside for long. He returned to cottage number 3 and closed the door before he continued to cultivate. He was preparing for the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City. After Jin Yuan Bao returned to his cottage, the high platform regained its peace. However, the area of the dilapidated cottages behind the septic tank below the high platform was bustling with activity. All of them were still discussing Duan Lingtian's strength. Some of them even mentioned how Duan Lingtian rejected Jin Yuan Bao's suggestion. Do you think Duan Lingtian rejected Jin Yuan Bao and did not challenge him because he's afraid of him? Someone could not help but ask. It's possible. Some of them agreed. It's more than possible. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian did not challenge Jin Yuan Bao because he thinks he's no match for him. If he's confident enough to defeat Jin Yuan Bao, he'll definitely replace Jin Yuan Bao and become the number 3 of the 13 gangsters. After all, the number 3 of the 13 gangsters will get more Saint Stones. That's right. Tomorrow's the day to get the Saint Stones. If Duan Lingtian can defeat Jin Yuan Bao and become the number 3 of the 13 gangsters, he'll get 1,108th grade Saint Stones. Right now, he's only ranked number 6 of the 13 gangsters, so he can only get 808th grade Saint Stones. Because of this topic, the dilapidated cottages became lively again. In the end, almost everyone felt that this was how it should be. Duan Lingtian and Guali are amazing. Both of them have broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. I wonder when I'll be able to break through. A young man stood in front of a dilapidated cottage and mumbled to himself. This young man was none other than Zhu Lang, the genius martial cultivator who joined the latent dragon camp on the same day as Duan Lingtian and Julie. He was from the Zhu clan of Stormy Town in Mound Hill City. He was already shocked that Duan Lingtian and Gua Li managed to become one of the 13 gangsters after joining the latent dragon camp on the same day and becoming one of the 13 gangsters. Now that Duan Lingtian and Gua Li were among the top of the 13 gangsters, he had mixed feelings. I can't slack off anymore. Even if I can't catch up with Duan Lingtian and Gua Li, I'll still be one of the 13 gangsters. After taking a deep breath, Zhu Lang returned to the dilapidated cottage and began to cultivate diligently. A day later, in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I've broken through. Suddenly, an excited and joyful voice came from the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was Duan Lingtian's voice. Now, Duan Lingtian was standing in the air on the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The space in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was not restricted by the flight-prohibiting formation in Mound Hill City. Therefore, Duan Lingtian could fly freely in the air. Now, Duan Lingtian who was standing in the air had a bronze glow on his body. Now, he was only wearing a pair of pants, and his upper body was bare. His muscles were slightly bulging, and his muscular upper body seemed to be covered with a layer of copper clothing. It was the defensive technique of the human rank primitive saint grade martial tactic, copper shirt. The reason why Duan Lingtian was excited and joyful was that his copper shirt had broken through to the second stage of the saint grade martial tactic, and he had made some progress in it. I feel that, after activating the copper shirt, my body seems to have become a bit stronger. Duan Lingtian clenched his fists tightly, and he could not hide the excitement on his face. Without warning, he lifted his hand and punched out. Although he did not use any true energy, it caused the air to vibrate and form a vast shockwave that blasted onto the wall. Bang! Chapter 1393. Now, even if I don't use the strange pupil, martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage might not be my match. Duan Lingtian was full of confidence after the breakthrough of copper shirt. His body was strong to begin with. Once he performed copper shirt, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Coupled with the true qi that gushed out of the 32 saint veins, he would definitely be invincible. Today seems to be the day to comprehend the saint stones. After a moment of excitement, Duan Ling Tian snapped back to reality. He recalled that today seemed to be the day for the latent dragon camp members to receive their saint stones. I've missed it for 2 months. I can't miss it this month. With that thought, Duan Ling Tian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and returned to Wooden House number 6. After putting away the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he left the wooden house and went straight to the pavilion not far away. Currently, many people were going in and out of the pavilion. It was obvious that they were the latent dragon camp members who were going to receive their saint stones. As Duan Ling Tian walked, he attracted many people's gazes wherever he passed. It's Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian is ranked number 6 among the 13 gangsters. He can receive 800 8th grade saint stones every month. How enviable. Yeah, each of us only gets 10 8th grade saint stones, but he has 800. It's almost the same as all of us. Many people shook their heads and sighed in the dilapidated wooden house area below the high platform. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Duan Ling Tian walked into the pavilion and stood in front of the Heavenly Harm Guardian. He initially planned to comprehend 800 8th grade saint stones, but he received 2,400 8th grade saint stones instead. This, Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned. The next 3 months will be a special period. The Heavenly Leader Guardian has ordered that in order not to affect the 13 gangsters' cultivation, the 13 gangsters can accumulate the saint stones they receive every month. The Heavenly Harm Guardian's face was still cold as he said coolly. Duan Ling Tian came to a realization. He turned around and left after thanking the Heavenly Leader Guardian. Special period. Is it referring to the city governor of Mound Hill City coming out of closed-door cultivation to take in disciples? In the past 3 months, I'm not the only one. Many of the other 13 Grand Guardians must have forgotten to comprehend the Holy Stone as well. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. As the city lord of Mound Hill City was about to set up a test and accept disciples, the 13 gangsters had been cultivating day and night. It was not impossible for them to forget to collect their saint stones occasionally. After putting away the 2,400 8th grade saint stones, Duan Ling Tian left the pavilion and headed back to Wooden House number 6. However, just as he reached the door of Wooden Hut number 6, he was stopped by someone. Duan Ling Tian frowned at the person in front of him and asked, "What's the matter?" "Stay away from Guali in the future." The person standing in front of Duan Ling Tian said coldly to Duan Ling Tian. "Why?" Duan Ling Tian's brows relaxed. He looked at the person in front of him with interest and asked faintly. "Because she's my, Xianxia's, future woman." The person standing in front of Duan Ling Tian was none other than the person who ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters, Xianxia. Xianxia was also the distant cousin of Wuxia who came from Wind Rain Town with Zhu Lang. 3 months ago, Duan Ling Tian had seen him in the meeting hall of the city governor's mansion. At that time, he had been pestering Guali, but Guali ignored him. "Why?" "Because my fist is bigger than yours." Zheng Jian smirked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. His eyes narrowed as a cold gleam flashed through them. "Your fist is bigger than mine?" Duan Ling Tian smiled. He really did not know where Zheng Jian got his confidence from. Was it because he did not challenge him, so he thought he was afraid of him? Duan Ling Tian did not know that was Zheng Jian's thought. The difference in ranking among the 13 gangsters meant that they would receive different saint stones each month. For example, Duan Ling Tian who ranked 6th and Zheng Jian who ranked 5th. Duan Ling Tian could only receive 800 8th grade saint stones each month, but Zheng Jian could comprehend 900 8th grade saint stones each month. There was a difference of 100 8th grade saint stones between the two of them. In Zheng Jian's opinion, the reason Duan Ling Tian did not dare to challenge him was because Duan Ling Tian was afraid of him. 13 gangsters, listen up. Just when Duan Ling Tian and Zheng Jian were at each other's throats and had attracted many people's attention, a thunderous voice resonated from the sky. Everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, lifted their heads and looked up when they heard the voice. With just a glance, they saw a green figure standing in the sky. It was a middle-aged man dressed in green. He stood there as still as a mountain, like a statue. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. At this moment, the other 13 gangsters, including Ling Yun who ranked 1st among the 13 gangsters, walked out of the wooden house and bowed respectfully at the green-clad middle-aged man in the sky. This heavenly leader guardian is really a Saint Rudiment powerhouse. Duan Lingtian, who bowed as well, was shocked. The entire Mound Hill City, including the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, was shrouded by the flight-prohibiting formation. Unless one was at the Saint Rudiment stage or above, one would not be able to fly. Right now, the heavenly leader guardian was hovering in the sky, and his cultivation base was about to be revealed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel lucky that he did not use his divine eye to probe the heavenly leader guardian's cultivation base when they were in the assembly hall 3 months ago. At that time, he almost could not hold back his curiosity and used his divine eye to probe the heavenly leader guardian. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian? Oh my God! The leader of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, is actually a Saint Rudiment powerhouse. As the 13 gangsters bowed at the heavenly leader guardian, the group of latent dragon camp members in the dilapidated wooden house area also learned about the identity of the green-clad middle-aged man hovering in the sky. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. At this moment, they bowed one after another. Lord City Governor has come out of his closed-door cultivation. Follow me to the assembly hall to see Lord City Governor. The heavenly leader guardian spoke again. As he spoke this time, his figure slowly descended from the sky and landed at the entrance of the latent dragon camp. Upon hearing the heavenly leader guardian's words and seeing his actions, the 13 gangsters, including Duan Lingtian, flew out one after another and followed behind him. Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky. At the same time, a true energy voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell that it was Zhang Jian's voice. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Zhang Jian as if he did not hear him at all. This made Zhang Jian's expression turn even more grave as his eyes were filled with killing intent. When he saw Guali speed up to Duan Lingtian and walk side by side with Duan Lingtian, his expression turned even more grave. Duan Lingtian, are you confident? Guali asked through true energy voice transmission when she walked side by side with Duan Lingtian and followed behind the heavenly leader guardian to the assembly hall of the city governor's estate. I don't know. Duan Lingtian shook his head in response to Guali's question. He knew what Guali was asking. She was asking if he was confident in passing the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City and becoming his disciple. He was telling the truth. He did not even know what the test was, so naturally, he did not know if he was confident or not. I think you're very confident. Guali continued. Don't just talk about me. What about you? Are you confident? Duan Lingtian asked. Me? I'm not confident. Guali shook her head and smiled wryly. My ability is not even on par with you and Zhang Jilong, let alone the other 5 who are ranked at the top of the 13 gangsters. We still don't know what the test is. Maybe it's not just a test of ability? Duan Lingtian comforted her. I hope so. Guali nodded. Zhang Jilong followed behind as well. His eyes were filled with a vicious gleam as he looked at Duan Lingtian's back. Until now, his internal injuries had not healed yet, and it was all because of this person in front of him. Now, he only hoped that the test would not be held in these 2 days. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Soon, the heavenly leader guardian brought Duan Lingtian and the other 13 gangsters to the assembly hall of the city governor's estate and stopped. Master City Governor, the 13 gangsters are here. The heavenly leader guardian bowed respectfully as he stood outside the assembly hall. His tone was filled with humility. They're both Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. The city governor of Mound Hill City is definitely more powerful than the heavenly leader guardian. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He did not doubt that at all. Come in. As soon as the heavenly leader guardian was done speaking, a calm and majestic voice came from the assembly hall, causing the heavenly leader guardian to respond immediately. In the next moment, the heavenly leader guardian brought Duan Lingtian and the others into the assembly hall. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to the assembly hall. He had only been here once 3 months ago. However, there were 2 more people in the assembly hall today. A middle-aged man in a silver robe was sitting at the head of the assembly hall. The middle-aged man had a majestic look on his face, and he sat there as steady as a mountain. He gave off an indescribable pressure. He's the city governor of Mound Hill City? Duan Lingtian guessed the middle-aged man's identity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on a black-clad young man standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City. The black-clad young man looked ordinary, but his gaze was unusually cold. The black-clad young man did not even look at them in the eye since they entered. He did not even look at the heavenly leader guardian. It was as if he had completely ignored them. What an arrogant person! Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Master City Governor. At that moment, Duan Lingtian and the other 12-13 gangsters followed the heavenly leader guardian and bowed to the city governor of Mound Hill City. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded expressionlessly. Perfection. Perfection mortal shedding stage? At that moment, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. This was because he had used his divine eye to check the cultivation base of the black-clad young man behind the city governor of Mound Hill City. Perfection mortal shedding stage. 37 years old. Duan Lingtian's emotions surged when he discovered the other party's age. He's only 2 years older than me, but he's already at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Although he's slightly weaker than Ling Yun, he seems to be from the mortal continent as well. Duan Lingtian had already guessed it. Chapter 1394. The city governor of Mound Hill City sat in the main seat. His sharp gaze swept across the 13 people, including Duan Lingtian. At that moment, Duan Lingtian felt a majestic spiritual energy sweeping toward him. The spiritual energy shrouded his entire body in just a blink of an eye, making him feel like he had nowhere to hide. Duan Lingtian knew the city governor of Mound Hill City was probing them. The city governor of Mound Hill City's gaze finally landed on the green-clad young man who carried a sheathed longsword on his back. You must be the leader of the 13 gangsters, Ling Yun? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked calmly as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the green-clad young man with a piercing gaze. Yes. Ling Yun did not dare to slack in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Not bad, not bad. You're only 30 years old, but you've already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Your future is limitless. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded with admiration in his eyes. Perfection mortal shedding stage? As soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City said that, apart from Ling Yun and Duan Lingtian, everyone present, including the heavenly leader guardian and the black-clad young man standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, were shocked. He's really on the perfection mortal shedding stage. The heavenly leader guardian was the first to react. He swept his spiritual energy toward Ling Yun and soon detected Ling Yun's cultivation base with his spiritual secret tactic. The spiritual secret tactic used to detect cultivation base was different from the spiritual secret tactic used to detect age. The latter would work as long as the person's cultivation base was not one level higher than his. In other words, a martial or Dao cultivator on the early mortal shedding stage could detect the age of a martial or Dao cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage with his spiritual secret tactic. However, the former could only be detected by someone whose cultivation base was one level higher than his. In other words, only martial or Dao cultivators on the Saint Rudiment stage could detect the specific cultivation base of a martial or Dao cultivator on the mortal shedding stage. Of course, Duan Lingtian's divine eye did not have such a restriction. The heavenly leader guardian was also at the Saint Rudiment stage, so it was easy for him to detect Ling Yun's cultivation base. Although Ling Yun had already broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage when he came to the assembly hall 3 months ago, the heavenly leader guardian did not check his cultivation base at that time. That was why he only found out now that Ling Yun was already a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Ling Yun has broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage? Apart from Ling Yun and Duan Lingtian, the other 11-13 gangsters had a hint of horror in their eyes when they looked at Ling Yun again. Especially Xianxia, whose face was full of bitterness. A few days ago, he noticed that he was showing signs of breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Initially, he thought that he would be the first among the 13 gangsters to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. However, he did not expect Ling Yun to break through before him. This made him feel powerless. The black-clad young man behind the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Ling Yun with intense battle intent. Ling Yun, I've already thought of a test for you. The city governor of Mound Hill City spoke again and successfully attracted everyone's attention. The eyes of the other 12-13 gangsters, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. What kind of test would the city governor set for Ling Yun? Would the test he set for Ling Yun be the same as the one they had to go through? Their hearts were filled with anticipation. Ling Yun's eyes lit up when he heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's words. Even the heavenly leader guardian looked at the city governor of Mound Hill City with anticipation. Ling Yun, my disciple, Su Qi, is also at the perfection mortal shedding stage like you. I'll take you as my disciple if you can withstand 3 moves from him without being defeated. Finally, the city governor of Mound Hill City spoke under everyone's watchful eyes and revealed the test he had set for Ling Yun. The eyes of the black-clad young man Su Qi, who was standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, lit up when he heard what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. He then took a step forward and stood next to the city governor of Mound Hill City. He's Su Qi, Master City Governor's disciple? A genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent? I can't believe that Master City Governor's disciple is also a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. However, since they're both perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators, isn't it a little too easy for Master City Governor to set such a test for Ling Yun? I think so too. Many of the 13 gangsters whispered among themselves. They all thought that the test the city governor of Mound Hill City had set for Ling Yun was too easy for him. Of course, they were not dissatisfied even though they thought it was too easy. Ling Yun was only 30 years old, but he was already a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. They would not be surprised if such a genius was exempted from the test and directly became the city governor of Mound Hill City's disciple. Ling Yun frowned subtly when he heard what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. He did not like the feeling of being looked down upon. Ling Yun, make your move. I'd like to see if you, the leader of the 13 gangsters, are qualified to be my junior brother. Su Qi looked directly at Ling Yun and said calmly, make our move here? While Duan Ling Tian and the rest were stunned when they heard what Su Qi said, Ling Yun had already made his move. The long sword on his back was unsheathed with a clang. A 3-foot-long sword ray shot out and was aimed at Su Qi. Although he was angry that the city governor of Mound Hill City had underestimated him, Ling Yun subconsciously felt that the test the city governor of Mound Hill City had set for him was not that simple. Therefore, he decided to make the first move and gain the upper hand. What a fast sword! Duan Ling Tian was shocked to find that Ling Yun and his sword had turned into a phantom that was difficult to capture in his right eye. In his left eye, Ling Yun's speed was extremely fast as well. The reason why his left eye was different was that he had inherited the ability of the one-eyed devil vulture's eye. Of course, it could also be called a talent. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yun had already stabbed 13 times. Each of the attacks was real. They were all stabbed out by the human-rank mediocre saint's sword in his hand, releasing a dazzling sword ray. Wherever the sword ray went, it seemed like it was going to leave 13 bloody holes on Su Qi's body. However, what surprised Duan Ling Tian was that Ling Yun's attack was so fast. From the beginning until the end, Su Qi's expression did not change in the face of Ling Yun's preemptive and thunderous attacks. He only moved when Ling Yun was close to him with his sword. Whoosh! He bent his knees slightly, and in the next moment, he leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the 13 solid sword gleams in Ling Yun's hand. Ling Yun did not seem to be too surprised when he saw that the 13 sword rays were dodged. His eyes flashed as he leaned backward. At the same time, Su Qi's palm landed like a thunderbolt. The palm print formed by his true energy almost brushed past Ling Yun's face as he leaned backward. The palm print was about to land on the side of the meeting hall and shatter one of the chairs. The heavenly leader guardian made his move. He did not use his true energy, but the palm print exploded in the air and turned into nothingness. All that was left was a raging strong wind. The wind caused the chairs on the side of the meeting hall to sway. One move. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps the rest of the 13 gangsters did not see what happened just now, but he saw everything clearly with his strange pupil that he quietly activated. When Su Qi dodged Ling Yun's attack, he threw a palm print at Ling Yun in the air. The palm print was so fast that it could not be performed by an ordinary martial cultivator at the perfection of the mortal shedding stage. However, Ling Yun was not an ordinary martial cultivator at the perfection of the mortal shedding stage. He managed to dodge Su Qi's palm print. Great! The city governor of Mound Hill City smiled. Su Qi hasn't used his divine weapon yet. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Perhaps it was because of Duan Lingtian's thoughts, Su Qi leaped up and landed with a narrow saber in his hand. It was a crescent-shaped narrow saber with a terrifying cold gleam shining on it. Whoosh! 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 Seeing that Su Qi was about to land, Ling Yun did not give him the chance to do so. When Su Qi had nowhere to go, the 3-foot-long sword in his hand bloomed and transformed into 5 sword rays that were even faster than before. The speed of the 5 sword rays was even faster than the 13 sword rays that he had thrown out earlier. It was time to kill him while he was down. Ling Yun was unforgiving at that moment. Great! However, Su Qi did not panic. Facing Ling Yun's 5 sword rays that were coming at him at lightning speed, he shouted in a deep voice. True Qi surged on the narrow saber in his hand before it left his hand. Whoosh! 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 After the narrow saber left his hand, it spun rapidly in the air like a fan under Su Qi's body. Su Qi stood steadily on it as though he was standing on flat ground. Clang! 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 5 consecutive ear-piercing sounds resonated almost at the same time. It was Su Qi who had blocked Ling Yun's 5 sword rays. To be exact, they were blocked by his saber that was spinning like a fan. What a brilliant defensive technique! Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Now 2 moves have passed. As long as Ling Yun blocks one more move, he'll pass the test and become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. If I were Ling Yun, I'd either defend passively against Su Qi's next attack with all my might or take the initiative to attack like a storm to tire Su Qi out. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian had that thought in his mind, Ling Yun had already made his choice as fast as he could. He chose the latter. He stomped on the ground with both his legs, causing the ground to crack. Hideous cracks that looked like spider webs appeared on the ground. Then, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sword as he soared into the sky. Clang! An even louder and more ear-piercing sound resonated. Ling Yun's sword forcefully tore through Su Qi's defensive saber technique and headed straight for Su Qi. It was as though he was going to pierce through Su Qi from the bottom to the top. Duan Lingtian realized. Su Qi's expression had turned solemn at this moment. He was no longer as casual as before. He was serious now. Bang! He lifted his leg and stomped on the saber beneath his feet, using the momentum to shoot into the sky. At this moment, the saber beneath his feet drew a perfect arc and returned to his hand steadily. Whoosh! Chapter 1395. In the blink of an eye, Su Qi turned around in the air and kicked both of his legs backward for no reason. The shockwave formed by his true energy hit the air hard. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, and the rolling shockwave pushed him to the ground like an arrow leaving the bow, diving down. He faced Ling Yun's sword head-on. One went up while the other went down. The sword gleam shot up first while the saber gleam followed like a shadow. They collided violently like 2 scorching suns competing for brightness in the air. Clang! Boom! The collision of the sword and saber was like 2 scorching suns stacked on top of each other before exploding. At that moment, the scorching sun's radiance spread out. There was an explosion in the air as a strong gust of wind swept in all directions. Many of the furnishings in the assembly hall were about to be blown away. At the critical moment, the heavenly leader guardian struck again and blocked the vast, rolling gust of wind. Barf! At the same time, the crowd heard the sound of someone vomiting blood. It was Ling Yun who had fallen with his sword. He knelt on one knee with his sword on the ground. His face was pale as he kept spitting out mouthfuls of blood. He was in a sorry state. Whoosh! At the same time, Su Qi landed steadily on the ground. His face was slightly flushed. It was obvious that it was caused by the rolling qi and blood in his body. However, he was not injured. Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar when they saw that. They were both on the perfection mortal shedding stage, but Su Qi defeated Ling Yun who attacked first in just 3 moves. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 11 people among the 13 gangsters felt their achievements were not worth mentioning at all in front of Su Qi. He's worthy of being the city governor's disciple. Many of them exclaimed secretly. Knowing Su Qi by his reputation was not as good as meeting him in person. This Su Qi's ability. I'm afraid he's already at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. He's only 1 step away from breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Su Qi. I've lost in 3 moves.
Ling Yun said as he looked at the city governor of Mound Hill City bitterly after he consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered some of his injuries.
Now, no one thought that the city governor of Mound Hill City had set up a test for Ling Yun. Ling Yun did not pass the test. I'll give you one more chance. If you can last 3 moves against Su Qi in a month's time without losing, I'll take you in as my disciple. Now go back. The city lord of Mound Hill City looked at Ling Yun and said, Thank you, city lord. Ling Yun's eyes lit up when he heard that there was still one more chance. He stood up and left the meeting room quickly. He returned to the latent dragon camp to cultivate. After Ling Yun left, everyone turned to look at Su Qi. The strength that Su Qi displayed earlier was truly shocking. At this moment, Su Qi had also returned behind the city governor of Mound Hill City. His expression was as cold as before. I heard that one of the 13 Grand Guardians also came from the mortal continent? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked as he glanced at the remaining 13 gangsters. City Lord. Duan Lingtian stood up. City Lord, Duan Lingtian became one of the 13 Grand Guardians on the first day he arrived at the latent dragon camp. He even broke through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage a month ago and defeated Ho Lin, who had also broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, the Heavenly Leader Guardian said. Ho Lin was present. His face turned grave when he heard the Heavenly Leader Guardian's words. He clenched his fists tightly as his body trembled. He would never forget the humiliation from a month ago. Duan Lingtian, I'll make you regret this. I'll definitely make you regret this. Ho Lin roared in his heart as he stared at Duan Lingtian's silhouette. Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? Isn't he on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned when he heard the Heavenly Leader Guardian's words. Duan Lingtian knew that his cultivation base was about to be exposed as soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City said that. However, he did not care. He did not steal or rob, so there was no need for him to hide. Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City's words stunned everyone, including the Heavenly Leader Guardian. The Heavenly Leader Guardian even exclaimed softly. Subsequently, he performed his spiritual secret tactic to check Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. After checking the result, his expression turned extremely interesting. He's really only on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Duan Lingtian, why you're only on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could sense that the Heavenly Leader Guardian was checking his spiritual energy, so he knew that the Heavenly Leader Guardian had also checked his cultivation base. Impossible. Right at this moment, 2 people cried out in surprise. They were Ho Lin, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian a month ago, and Zhang Jilong, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian yesterday. They had fought Duan Lingtian before, so they knew how powerful Duan Lingtian was. No matter what, they could not believe that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Humph. Master City Governor and I have checked Duan Lingtian's cultivation base using our spiritual secret tactic. His cultivation base is indeed on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. The Heavenly Leader Guardian snorted and glanced at Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong coldly. What? Are you doubting Master City Governor and my words? Do you think Master City Governor and I are old? Ho Lin wouldn't dare. Zhang Jilong wouldn't dare. Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong realized that they had lost their composure and immediately lowered their heads. At this moment, all 11 of the 13 gangsters, including Guali, looked at Duan Lingtian in a completely different light. A Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage cultivator defeated Ho Lin, who was on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? A few days ago, Guali broke through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage and defeated Ho Lin, who was also on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Then, Guali was defeated by Zhang Jilong, who had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. At this moment, Jin Yuanbao, who was ranked second among the 13 gangsters, spoke. And just yesterday, Zhang Jilong was defeated by Duan Lingtian in just one blow. Jin Yuanbao looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze when he reached the end of his sentence. Yesterday, he witnessed Duan Lingtian's attack with his own eyes. At that time, he was almost certain that Duan Lingtian was at the peak of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage just like him. However, today, After the investigation by the two Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, the city governor of Mound Hill City and the heavenly leader guardian, he found out that Duan Ling Tian was only a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian, why your cultivation base is really only at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Guali asked in disbelief. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. How about 3 months ago? What was your cultivation base when you defeated Zhang Jilong for the first time? Guali asked again. The moment Guali's question left her mouth, the group of people in the 13 gangsters, including the heavenly leader guardian, recalled that 3 months ago, Duan Ling Tian had defeated Zhang Jilong before he had broken through. At that time, Duan Ling Tian did not show his overwhelming strength. He only defeated Zhang Jilong with his advantage in archery. 3 months ago. I was at the early mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian said. Boom. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It shocked the crowd again. You mean, whether it was when you defeated Zhang Jilong or Li Han, you became one of the 13 gangsters. At that time, you were only at the early mortal shedding stage? Guali sucked in a cold breath. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At that moment, most of the people present looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at a monster. He was only at the early mortal shedding stage, yet he managed to become one of the 13 gangsters. He was insane. Humph. Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong are really useless. They're a disgrace to us martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage. They can't even defeat a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Zhang Jian, who was ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters, glanced at Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong and mocked them in his heart. At this moment, he was even more confident in defeating Duan Ling Tian. A martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage was nothing to him. At this moment, he did not seem to realize it at all. Duan Ling Tian had defeated Zhang Jilong when he was at the early mortal shedding stage. He was once recognized as the strongest person at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the surrounding area of Mound Hill City. Ha! Su Qi, who seemed to be bored after defeating Ling Yun, studied Duan Ling Tian with great interest when he heard about Duan Ling Tian's achievements. This genius martial cultivator who came from the mortal continent like him seemed to be extraordinary. He defeated everyone at the intermediate mortal shedding stage when he was at the early mortal shedding stage. After breaking through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, he defeated 2 martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage consecutively. The way the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Duan Ling Tian changed completely. You're Duan Ling Tian, right? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Duan Ling Tian, if I'm not mistaken, you're not completely human, right? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. Not completely human? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's reaction, the city governor of Mound Hill City was even more certain that he had guessed correctly. It seems like you're not completely human. One of your parents must be a saint beast, right? And a saint beast with a powerful body. Saint beast. As soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City finished speaking, everyone shifted their gaze to Duan Ling Tian. Only the offspring of a human and a saint beast would be able to defeat opponents with a higher level like you because of their powerful bodies. A gleam of wisdom flashed through the eyes of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Duan Ling Tian, am I right? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He did not expect the city governor of Mound Hill City to have such sharp eyes. After learning that he could defeat opponents with a higher level easily, the city governor of Mound Hill guessed that his powerful ability had something to do with his body. The others were shocked as well. So Duan Ling Tian is the offspring of a human and a saint beast? No wonder he can defeat opponents with a higher level. It seems like he inherited the powerful body of a saint beast. Many people had fear in their eyes when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Humph. To put it bluntly, he's just a bastard. Zhang Jian snorted and said in disdain, he can defeat opponents with a higher level only because the opponents he encountered are trash. If it were me, I could defeat him in 2 to 3 moves. He glanced at Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. Chapter 1396. However, although Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong were furious, they did not dare to do anything when they heard what Zhang Jian said. They could only endure it silently. This was because they knew they were no match for Zhang Jian. Bastard? You think you can defeat me in 2 or 3 moves? Compared to Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong, Duan Lingtian was different. His face turned extremely gloomy when he heard what Zhang Jian said, and his eyes gleamed coldly. Just as he turned his head to look at Zhang Jian and was about to attack, a loud voice rang out. A ferocious roar could be heard. How dare you! The city governor of Mound Hill City's voice was like a clap of thunder that shook the entire assembly hall. At the same time, it shocked Duan Lingtian. Bang! Before Duan Lingtian could even look at the city governor of Mound Hill City, he saw Zhang Jian's body tremble in his field of vision. Then, he flew out like an arrow and crashed into a pillar in the assembly hall. The pillar shook, and some dust fell off. Then, Zhang Jian brushed against the pillar and fell to the ground. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth, and he was in a sorry state. Master City Governor. Zhang Jian knows he's wrong. Zhang Jian knows he's wrong. Zhang Jian ignored the injuries in his body and knelt on the ground in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City. His body was trembling. Zhang Jian, you've got guts. How dare you be so impudent in front of the Master City Governor? The Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression was grave. You know you're wrong? What did you do wrong? The city governor of Mound Hill City scoffed. Zhang Jian shouldn't have made a ruckus in front of the Master City Governor. Zhang Jian's head was on the ground as he spoke in a trembling voice. If you do it again, you'll definitely die. The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Zhang Jian coldly and said calmly when he heard what Zhang Jian said. Although his tone was calm, the killing intent in it was obvious. Thank you, Master City Governor. Zhang Jian hurriedly thanked him and stood up. After consuming the healing medicinal pill, he looked at Duan Lingtian with even more coldness and hatred. At this moment, he was unable to suppress the anger in his heart. He did not dare to direct his anger at the city governor of Mound Hill City, so he shifted the blame to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have angered Master City Governor. It's all your fault. If I have the chance, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. Zhang Jian roared madly in his heart. Although Duan Lingtian didn't know what Zhang Jian was thinking, he guessed that Zhang Jian wanted to kill him when he saw the murderous look in Zhang Jian's eyes. Zhang Jian. For a moment, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Duan Lingtian, you still haven't answered my question. Am I right? The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Duan Lingtian again. The coldness on his face was gone as he asked with a smile. This scene caused Zhang Jian's expression to turn even uglier. City Master, I am not the offspring of a human and a sacred beast. Duan Lingtian said truthfully. You're not? The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned and said in confusion. That shouldn't be the case. If you're not the offspring of a human and a sacred beast, how do you have the ability to defeat opponents of a higher level? Or perhaps, you're a human transformed from a sacred beast? The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes lit up as he mumbled to himself. Although the city governor of Mound Hill City was mumbling to himself, it was very quiet in the meeting hall. Therefore, almost everyone present heard what he said. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian became the center of attention again. A human transformed from a sacred beast? Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's words. City Master, not only am I not the offspring of a human and a sacred beast, but I'm also not a human transformed from a sacred beast. I'm a human martial cultivator through and through. Impossible. The city governor of Mound Hill City shook his head and said decisively, if you're a human martial cultivator through and through, it's impossible for you to have the ability to defeat opponents of a higher level. That's right. How's that possible? It seems like Duan Lingtian still wants to hide his identity. At this time, even if he has a silver tongue, he won't be able to hide it anymore. Many people whispered among themselves. City Master. Duan Lingtian looked at the city governor of Mound Hill City and said, as far as I know, there's an item in the Dao Martial Saint Land called the Body Verification Stone. Although the Body Verification Stone can't help one fight, it can be used to verify if a person is a human transformed from a sacred beast or the offspring of a human and a sacred beast. Body Verification Stone. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the city governor of Mound Hill City frowned. Although the Body Verification Stone is nothing special, It's still inscribed by a saint inscription master. Our city governor's estate of Mound Hill City doesn't have such an item. The moment the city governor of Mound Hill City's words left his mouth, it caused an uproar again. Duan Tian is really scheming. He knows that our Mound Hill City doesn't have the body verification stone, but he still insists on bringing it up. I think he's doing it on purpose. Does he really think that we'll believe that he's a human just because he brought up the body verification stone? Many people whispered among themselves again. This time, even Guali could not help but look at Duan Tian with a hint of doubt in her eyes. After all, Duan Tian's ability to defeat opponents with a higher cultivation level was too exaggerated. She also did not dare to believe that Duan Tian was a human martial cultivator through and through. In the long history of the Dao martial saint land, she had never heard of such a human martial cultivator before.
Even the legendary powerhouse who had opened 81 saint veins only had the ability to defeat opponents with a higher cultivation level after he had broken through to the saint rudiment stage.
Then, there's nothing I can do. Duan Tian shrugged and said casually, moreover, it shouldn't affect me whether I'm a human martial cultivator or not, right?
Just when most people thought that this matter was about to come to an end. Master City Governor, I heard that Old Ninth obtained a body verification stone half a month ago.
Initially, he wanted to auction it in the rare treasure pavilion, but in the end, he didn't bring it out because he thought it wouldn't fetch a good price. The Heavenly Leader Guardian looked at the city governor of Mound Hill City and said, Heavenly Hero Guardian. He has a body verification stone? The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes lit up. You, go and get the Heavenly Hero Guardian. The Heavenly Hero Guardian was the old ninth that the Heavenly Leader Guardian mentioned. He was ranked ninth among the 36 guardians in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. People called him the Heavenly Hero Guardian. Currently, his name was Lin Qingrong. Yes, the Heavenly Leader Guardian responded and left. Many people began to rejoice in Duan Tian's misfortune. Looks like Duan Tian has shot himself in the foot this time. However, Duan Tian remained calm in the face of these gloating people. His expression would not change even if a mitai collapsed in front of him. The city governor of Mound Hill City also noticed Duan Tian's calmness. He could not help but feel puzzled. Was Duan Tian really not afraid of being tested by the body verification stone?
Or was he deliberately mystifying himself so that he would not give up until the very last moment?
Su Qi, who was standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, also had doubts in his eyes. Master City Governor. Soon after, the Heavenly Leader Guardian returned with a person. It was Lin Qingrong, the Heavenly Hero Guardian who ranked ninth among the 36 guardians. Lin Qingrong stood in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City and bowed. Heavenly Hero Guardian, I heard from the Heavenly Leader Guardian that you obtained a body verification stone some time ago? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. Yes, Master City Governor. Lin Qingrong nodded. Can you lend it to me? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. Of course. Lin Qingrong nodded immediately. Then he lifted his hand, and a small crystal clear stone appeared in his hand. It looked like an irregular crystal.
Subsequently, he handed the small stone to the city governor of Mound Hill City.
This is the body verification stone? Duan Tian looked at the small stone that Lin Qingrong handed to the city governor of Mound Hill City in confusion. Although he had heard about the existence of the body verification stone, he had never seen it before. It was his first time seeing it today. The body verification stone was similar to the demon revealing mirror on Cloud Continent, but it was different. As the body verification stone was handed to the city governor of Mound Hill City, apart from Lin Qingrong, the rest of them had their eyes on the body verification stone. They also wanted to see if Duan Tian was deliberately deceiving them earlier. At that moment, Lin Qingrong was the only one who had his eyes on Duan Tian. His eyes were filled with shock. On the way to the assembly hall, he had heard from the Heavenly Leader Guardian that Duan Tian was only at the early mortal shedding stage when he first brought Duan Tian back. Moreover, he also knew that Duan Tian had broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage and had defeated 2 mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators consecutively. In the beginning, he could not believe it.
However, after the Heavenly Leader Guardian said that he and the Master City Governor had witnessed it with their own eyes, he had no choice but to believe it.
Now, he knew the purpose of the Master City Governor borrowing the body verification stone from him was to verify if Duan Ling Tian was really a pure human martial cultivator. Whoosh! Right at that moment, a soft sound resonated and attracted Lin Qingrong's attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the city governor of Mound Hill City held the body verification stone in his hand and infused his true energy into it, causing the saint inscription on the body verification stone to flash. After the saint inscription flashed, a ripple of light rose. Not long after, a mirror-like barrier appeared in the void, reflecting a figure. The figure belonged to Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian's reflection in the mirror did not change at all. One must know that after the mirror barrier formed by the body verification stone appeared, the saint beast's true form would appear if it was facing a person who had transformed from a saint beast. If it was facing the offspring of a human and a saint beast, the silhouette of a saint beast would appear behind the person. However, none of these phenomena appeared. Why, you're really just a human? The city governor of Mound Hill City was the first to react. Although the body verification stone had shown its result, he still asked in shock. Is Duan Ling Tian really just a human martial cultivator? Is there something wrong with the body verification stone? I don't think so. As the Heavenly Leader Guardian, the Heavenly Hero Guardian, and Su Qi regained their senses, the rest of the people regained their senses one after another. They could not help but lower their voices and whisper among themselves. With Zhang Jian as an example, they did not dare to act recklessly in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City. What? Master City Governor, you still don't believe me at this point? Duan Ling Tian did not expect the city governor of Mound Hill City to ask such a question at this point in time. Chapter 1397. The city governor of Mound Hill City felt a little awkward when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. After all, he was sure that Duan Ling Tian was not a pure human martial cultivator since the beginning. Now that the truth was right in front of him, he had no choice but to believe it. Duan Ling Tian, can you tell me how you managed to defeat someone with a higher level than you? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked. Everyone, including the Heavenly Leader Guardian and the Heavenly Hero Guardian, immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. They were curious about that as well. Master City Governor, you're right about one thing. Duan Ling Tian said to the city governor of Mound Hill City, that is, my body is indeed much stronger than an ordinary human. The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes lit up. However, the reason why my body is so strong has nothing to do with the saint beasts. It's because I had a fortuitous encounter. Duan Ling Tian finished speaking in one breath, and everyone's eyes lit up. Many of them were even greedy. However, Duan Ling Tian's next words dispelled the greed that arose in their hearts. That fortuitous encounter was a strange spirit fruit. After I consumed it, I noticed that my body began to transform. After that, I went to that place many times to look for it, but I didn't find that spirit fruit again. Duan Ling Tian continued. I can't believe there's such a spirit fruit in this world. It's your fortuitous encounter to be able to obtain it. The city governor of Mound Hill City exclaimed. The others agreed with him. Duan Ling Tian, you've been hiding it from me for a long time. You were only an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when you came back with me. Lin Qingrong looked at Duan Ling Tian and complained through true energy voice transmission. At that time, I don't think I said I wasn't an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, right? I don't think I said I was an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator either. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and replied through true energy voice transmission. You? Lin Qingrong was speechless. Now that he thought about it, Duan Ling Tian indeed did not say he was not an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator or an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. From the very beginning, it seemed that his first impression was the strongest. Heavenly Hero Guard, I heard that you were the one who brought the Duan Ling Tian back. I will remember your contribution. The city governor of Mound Hill City said to Lin Qingrong after he returned the body verification stone to him. City Lord, this is what I should do. Lin Qingrong hurriedly said. However, between his brows, there was an unconcealable joy. City Lord, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Lin Qingrong said again. Yes, you may leave. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded. After Lin Qingrong left the meeting hall, the meeting hall regained its peace.
The other 11 of the 13 gangsters were now looking at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy.
To be able to find such a spirit fruit, this Duan Lingtian is ridiculously lucky. This was what most people thought. Of course, there were also people with ugly expressions. For example, Ho Lin, Zhang Jilong, and Zhang Jian. Su Qi, who was standing behind the city governor of Mound Hill City, glanced at Duan Lingtian nonchalantly before he closed his eyes to rest. No one knew what he was thinking about. Back to the topic. It was only when the city governor of Mound Hill City spoke again that everyone's gaze shifted away from Duan Lingtian and landed on the city governor of Mound Hill City. They knew that the city governor was going to talk about something serious. It was not difficult to guess what it was about. It was nothing more than something related to the test. The city governor would select 2 to 3 people from the people who achieved excellent results in the test to become his disciples. At that moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, the rest of the 13 gangsters present were looking forward to it. I'll set a test for all of you tomorrow. Tomorrow's test will be a point-based test. The 2 people with the most points will become my disciples. The city governor of Mound Hill City glanced at the 12 people including Duan Lingtian. They were the other 12 people in the 13 gangsters apart from Ling Yun. Many people's breathing quickened when they heard what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. I called all of you here today to inform all of you that you can choose to participate in tomorrow's test on your own or choose to work with others. Of course, you can only work with one person. The city governor of Mound Hill City continued. We can even work with others? Many people's eyes lit up at once. However, what the city governor of Mound Hill City said next made them dumbfounded. However, those who work with others have to bring a latent dragon camp member who's not one of the 13 gangsters to participate in the test. Moreover, the points that both of them obtain will be divided into 3. They'll each take 1 share and the rest will go to the latent dragon camp member who's not one of the 13 gangsters. As soon as the city governor of Mound Hill City said that, most of them gave up on the idea. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? They did not mind working with others. However, it was difficult for them to accept the fact that they had to share their gains with a burden. At that moment, more than 90% of them decided to participate in the test on their own. Work together? When the city governor of Mound Hill City said that they could work with others to participate in the test, Guoli's gaze immediately fell on Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. If she worked with Duan Lingtian, her chances would definitely be higher. However, when the city governor of Mound Hill City finished speaking, she looked away in disappointment. She knew that Duan Lingtian would definitely not reject her if she insisted. However, could she be so selfish? No. It would be fine if she only worked with Duan Lingtian and shared the points equally. However, if she wanted to work with Duan Lingtian, she would have to bring a burden with her. That was not all. Most importantly, they would have to share the points equally with the burden. Each of them would only get 1/3 of the total points. Guoli, let's work together. Just when Guoli was ready to face the test alone, a voice entered her ears clearly, causing her body to tremble. Subsequently, she looked at the purple-clad young man who was smiling at her. It was Duan Lingtian whom she had been staring at earlier. The true energy voice transmission earlier was from Duan Lingtian. Guoli snapped back to her senses after a moment of shock. Duan Lingtian, I know you mean well. However, I can't drag you down. Guoli smiled wryly. Drag me down? Duan Lingtian smiled. If Guoli knew that he was not interested in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City at all, he wondered what kind of expression she would have. Although Guoli had rejected his request, Duan Lingtian did not give up just like that. If that's the case, then I'll forfeit and not participate in the test set by Master City Governor. Duan Lingtian said to Guoli through true energy voice transmission. You! Guoli was speechless when she heard Duan Lingtian's childish words. Duan Lingtian, stop joking. I'm not joking, I'm serious. Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. As time went by, Guoli realized that Duan Lingtian was not joking. In the end, she could only compromise and choose to work with Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian forfeited because of this, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Of course, she knew that Duan Lingtian did everything to help her. Her heart was filled with gratitude. After the city governor of Mound Hill City left with Su Qi, Duanling Tian and the rest returned to the latent dragon camp. As for the heavenly leader guardian, he had disappeared when Duanling Tian and the rest left the meeting hall. No one knew where he went. However, Duanling Tian and the rest did not care about the heavenly leader guardian's departure. The heavenly leader guardian was famous for being elusive. Therefore they were used to it. Duanling Tian, if the two of us are working together, we'll need a third person. Guali said to Duanling Tian through true energy voice transmission on the way. All right. Chapter 1398. You've got a candidate? Guali was stunned. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. It seemed like he was being impulsive when he decided to work with Guali, but he had actually thought it through. He was not interested in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. He only wanted to help Guali. Naturally, he only treated Guali as a normal friend. He had no other intentions. The reason he did that was because of Guali's reminder. It was Guali's reminder, when he first met her and didn't know her. Although he did not manage to escape because of Guali's reminder. Subconsciously, he always felt that he owed Guali a favor. This time, he was going with the flow to return the favor. Naturally, he had to make Guali the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City to return the favor. Who? Guali asked curiously. Zhu Lang. Duanling Tian smiled. In the latent dragon camp, he was only close to Guali. Among the others, Zhu Lang was the only one he was close to. But if we work together and bring Zhu Lang along, the points we'll get will be counted as the team's points, and we'll have to split them into 3. Guali said with a frown. Isn't that too much of a loss? Do you think you'll have a higher chance of passing the test alone? Or do you think you'll have a higher chance of winning if you work with me? Duanling Tian asked with a smile. Of course, I'll have a higher chance of winning if I work with you. However, it'll be too much of a loss for you. Guali smiled wryly. As long as you think you'll have a higher chance of winning if you work with me, don't worry about me. Duanling Tian said. Duanling Tian and Guali were communicating through true energy voice transmission as they walked in front. The others could not hear what they were talking about at all. However, behind them, someone was staring at Duanling Tian's back with hatred. Duanling Tian. Zhang Jilong gritted his teeth as he stared at Duanling Tian's back. Yesterday, he had been seriously injured by Duanling Tian, and his injuries were only half healed. Even if he were to recover tomorrow, he would not be able to fully recover. When he thought about how he had to drag his injured body to participate in such an important test because of Duanling Tian, he could not help but feel an evil fire rising in his heart. He hated it. I hate Duanling Tian. He couldn't wait to grind Duanling Tian's bones to dust. Duanling Tian naturally noticed Zhang Jilong's hateful gaze, but he didn't care. He was just a loser. After returning to the latent dragon camp, Duanling Tian went to look for Zhu Lang and told him about his collaboration with Guali. He also planned to bring him along to participate in the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City. The city lord is recruiting disciples? Zhu Lang's eyes lit up. Although he knew it was impossible for him to become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, he was still very interested in the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City. Duanling Tian, this test won't be dangerous, right? In the end, Zhu Lang thought of this and asked cautiously. I don't know if it'll be dangerous or not for now. After all, until now, the rest of the 13 gangsters and I don't know what the test tomorrow is. Duanling Tian answered honestly. Zhu Lang frowned when he heard this. Think about it. If you're not willing, I'll just find someone else. I heard from the city governor that the points obtained in the test tomorrow can be exchanged for merit points. Duanling Tian said, 1 point can be exchanged for 100 merit points. 1 point can be exchanged for 100 merit points? Zhu Lang's eyes widened when he heard Duanling Tian's words. At the same time, he was shocked. He knew very well what merit points were. It was something that could be used to borrow Saint-grade martial tactics, and even purchase human-rank prominent Saint weapons and Saint-grade pills in the city governor's estate. It was the currency in the city governor's estate. Duanling Tian, I'm willing. I'm willing. Zhu Lang panicked when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to turn around and leave. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would really look for someone else. He knew very well that this was a rare opportunity for him. "All right, see you tomorrow." Duan Lingtian nodded at Zhu Lang and greeted him before he returned to cottage number 6. There was nothing much for him to prepare for the test tomorrow. Duan Lingtian entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and continued to cultivate the Aerolite Strike, the offensive technique in the colossal Aerolite Arrow. Currently, the Aerolite Strike was not far from breaking through to the next level. Below the high platform in the latent dragon camp. "Wuxia, did your distant cousin ask you to participate in the test tomorrow?" Zhu Lang asked with a smile as he looked at Wuxia. "Test?" Wuxia frowned. "What test? Why? Didn't your distant cousin from New South Town tell you about it?" Zhu Lang said in surprise. "Tomorrow, the city governor will set a test to pick 2 disciples from the 13 gangsters. For this test, any 2 of the 13 gangsters can work together, but they have to bring along an ordinary latent dragon camp member. Duan Lingtian and Guali are working together, and they invited me to join them. By then, I'll get 1/3 of the points in each group. 1 point can be exchanged for 100 merit points." A bright smile appeared on Zhu Lang's face as he spoke. His eyes were filled with pride. Wuxia's face turned gloomy. At this moment, if he did not know that Zhu Lang was showing off in front of him, he would have lived his life in vain. However, he could not say anything in the face of Zhu Lang's boasting. "Humph. I'll ask my cousin Xianxia." Wuxia scoffed as he jumped up the high platform and went to cottage number 5 to look for Xianxia. Seeing this, the smile on Zhu Lang's face became even brighter. He felt exhilarated and proud. Since he had achieved his goal, he returned to his dilapidated cottage and began to cultivate seriously. In cottage number 5, Xianxia opened the door and walked out. He frowned when he saw the person outside. "Wuxia, why are you looking for me?" "Cousin Xianxia, I heard that the city governor is going to set a test to pick disciples tomorrow." Wuxia asked with a flattering smile on his face. "Yes." Xianxia nodded faintly. He did not seem to care much about this distant cousin of his. "Cousin Xianxia, I heard that you're going to bring along a latent dragon camp member to work with you. That latent dragon camp member will get a certain amount of points that can be exchanged for a large number of merit points, right?" Wuxia asked with anticipation. "Who told you that?" Xianxia frowned and asked in a deep voice. "I heard it from Zhu Lang. Duan Lingtian is going to work with Guali, and he's going to bring him along." Wuxia said with jealousy. "Duan Lingtian wants to work with Guali?" Xianxia's face darkened immediately as a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his lips. It seems like that Duan Lingtian has no confidence in himself at all. As expected, he's a piece of trash. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian's decision was purely self-abandoning. Although Guali was also a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator and was very powerful when she joined forces with Duan Lingtian, she was not as powerful as Duan Lingtian after all. Moreover, they would have to bring along a burden and share the points with that burden. At that time, the points that Duan Lingtian would obtain would definitely not be as many as he would obtain alone. Therefore, he felt that Duan Lingtian had no confidence in himself and had made such a decision to please Guali. "Huh." Wuxia did not understand Xianxia's words at all. "Cousin, why do you say that?" "Humph." Xianxia snorted coldly. "In tomorrow's test, Master City Governor will take in the 2 people with the most points as his disciples. As long as they're confident in their own strength, they won't work with anyone else. It's fine if they don't bring along a burden and share the points with the burden. Now, not only do they have to bring along a burden, but they have to share the points with the burden as well. Only a fool would work with someone else," Xianxia said. Wuxia nodded. When he heard Xianxia's words, Wuxia was stunned. It seemed to make sense. He asked himself if he was in Xianxia's position, he would not work with anyone as well. What a joke. It was already a headache to bring along a burden. Why would they have to share the points with the burden? I see. However, that Zhu Lang is really lucky. Even if Duan Lingtian and Guali don't become Master City Governor's disciples in the end, I'm sure they'll obtain a lot of points. When Wuxia reached the end of his sentence, his face turned completely gloomy. At that time, Zhu Lang will get 1/3 of the points. He and Zhu Lang had been fighting openly and secretly since they were in Wind Rain Town. Now that they had arrived at the latent dragon camp, naturally, he did not want Zhu Lang to step on his head. Therefore, his heart was filled with jealousy toward Zhu Lang. He'll have to be alive to obtain the points. Zhang Jian smirked. As long as I have the chance in tomorrow's test, I'll kill that Duan Lingtian. Zhu Lang is your enemy, so I'll take care of him along the way. Thank you, cousin. Hu Jie smiled when he heard Zhang Jian's words.
The jealousy he had toward Zhu Lang in his heart disappeared.
Zhu Lang, even if you're alive to obtain the points this time, you won't be alive to exchange them for merit points. Hu Jie thought to himself coldly. A day passed in just a blink of an eye. The next morning, the Heavenly Leader Guardian, the leader of the 36 guardians from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, appeared again. At once, apart from Ling Yun, the leader of the 13 gangsters, the other 13 gangsters left the wooden house and bowed at the Heavenly Leader Guardian respectfully. Let's go,
the Heavenly Leader Guardian ordered, and 12 of the 13 gangsters followed him.
Zhu Lang. Zhu Lang followed them after being reminded by Duan Lingtian. The Heavenly Leader Guardian and many others were stunned when Zhu Lang followed them. They did not know why he followed them. Duan Lingtian asked me to come. Zhu Lang said timidly under the Heavenly Leader Guardian's gaze. Duan Lingtian? At that moment, not only the Heavenly Leader Guardian, but everyone else also looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is going to bring a member of the latent dragon camp to participate in the test set by the city governor? Is he going to find someone to work with? Is he crazy? Finding someone to work with is equivalent to finding a burden for himself, and he'll have to share the points with the burden. Chapter 1399. Everyone, including the Heavenly Leader Guardian, guessed the reason why Duan Lingtian asked Zhu Lang to leave the latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian, do you really plan to work with someone else to participate in the test set by Master City Governor? The Heavenly Leader Guardian looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a frown. Duan Lingtian nodded. You. The Heavenly Leader Guardian wanted to say that Duan Lingtian was foolish, but he did not say it in front of so many people. Instead, he said through true energy voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, you're foolish. With your ability, it's not impossible for you to become Master City Governor's disciple if you participate in the test alone. However, you're destroying your own future by working with someone else. The Heavenly Leader Guardian's tone was filled with disappointment when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian smiled and did not say anything. What should he say at this moment? Should he say that he was not interested in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City? If he said that, he would definitely cause a public uproar. He did not doubt that at all. Duan Lingtian, it seems like you and Guali are the only ones who chose to work together. In that case, I'll congratulate you and Guali for getting first place together and becoming Master City Governor's disciple together. Just as many people were discussing among themselves, a loud voice resonated in the air, causing everyone to fall silent as they looked at the source of the voice. At once, everyone realized that the person who spoke was Zhang Jian, who ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters. Many people were shocked. As it turned out, the person who was working with Duan Lingtian was Guali. Although Zhang Jian was congratulating Duan Lingtian, anyone with eyes and ears could tell Zhang Jian was gloating over Duan Lingtian's misfortune. Thank you for your kind words. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to notice the gloating in Zhang Jian's tone as he replied nonchalantly. This caused Zhang Jian to ask for a snub. He snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. When Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong learned that Duan Lingtian wanted to work with Guali, a mocking smile appeared on their faces. They felt that Duan Lingtian was shooting himself in the foot. Duan Lingtian, you're too impulsive. Jin Yuan Bao, who ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters, could not help but speak to Duan Lingtian through true energy voice transmission. With your ability, if you don't work with Guali, it shouldn't be difficult for you to become Master City Governor's disciple. But you... Before Jin Yuan Bao could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian interrupted Jin's words was Duan Lingtian's. He wanted Duan Lingtian's disciples was Duan Lingtian knew was Duan Lingtian was asking for himself was for? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Jin Yuan Bao shook his head and did not say anything else. Soon, the heavenly leader guardian brought Duan Lingtian and the rest to the city governor of Mound Hill City. The city governor of Mound Hill City was alone. As for his disciple, Su Qi, he was nowhere to be seen. It was obvious that he did not come with the city governor of Mound Hill City. The test is outside the city? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he turned around and glanced at the Mound Hill City that was sprawled out like a giant beast. He and the other 12 people were brought here by the heavenly leader guardian to meet the city governor of Mound Hill City. Since they were out of the city, the test was most likely set outside of Mound Hill City. On this point, he was almost certain. Let's go. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the rest, including the heavenly leader guardian, stepped into the air under the city governor of Mound Hill City's order. They followed behind the city governor of Mound Hill City and flew into the distance. They were not allowed to fly in Mound Hill City. Now that they had left Mound Hill City, the latent dragon camp members felt like they were free to do whatever they wanted. Where are we going? After flying north for 15 minutes, they still had not arrived at their destination. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with doubts. Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling puzzled, the city governor of Mound Hill City's voice was heard. We're here. We're here? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He looked around and realized that he had arrived above a mountain range. Is the test going to be held here? The city governor of Mound Hill City's action of descending from the sky answered Duan Lingtian's question. At that moment, the rest of the people reacted as well. We're here. No way. Is the test going to be held in this godforsaken place? I wonder what kind of test it will be. Amid the discussion, the group of people followed the city governor of Mound Hill City. Duan Lingtian and the rest followed behind the city governor of Mound Hill City until they landed outside the exit of a valley. Duan Lingtian noticed that apart from the exit in the sky, there was only one other exit in the valley when he looked at it from the outside. The other exit was the valley's exit in front of them. When he took a closer look, Duan Lingtian could see two middle-aged men in silver armor guarding the valley's exit in front of them. The two of them were dressed almost exactly the same as the latent dragon camp supervisor, the heavenly harm guardian. This kind of silver armor. Could it be one of the 36 personal guards? Duan Lingtian guessed to himself. Master City Governor. While Duan Lingtian was still guessing, the two middle-aged men in silver armor at the valley's exit took a few steps forward and bowed respectfully to the city governor of Mound Hill City. Master City Governor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard two more voices coming from the sky. He lifted his head and saw two other silhouettes in silver armor standing in the sky. They bowed respectfully to the city governor of Mound Hill City. Duan Lingtian looked at the heavenly leader guardian and noticed that the heavenly leader guardian's expression had changed slightly. It seems like these 4 people are really from the 36 guardians. I wonder which guardian they are from. Also, what's the secret of the valley that the 4 guardians are guarding? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He was filled with curiosity. There were 4 people guarding the valley in front of him. However, there was no one in the sky above the valley. This was something that he had just discovered. Also, the group of US didn't get close to the sky above the valley earlier. Could it be that there's a flight prohibiting formation set up in the valley as well? Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate secretly when he thought about it. It was the city governor of Mound Hill City who brought them to land outside the valley. If they wanted to enter the valley, why didn't they just enter from the sky? Moreover, there were 4 people who seemed to be from the 36 guardians guarding the valley's exit. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he heard a series of whistling sounds coming from behind him. His expression changed. City governor. He only reacted when he heard a series of deafening voices in unison. At the same time, he looked in the direction where the voices came from. More than 10 people in silver armor appeared in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. These people were either middle-aged men or young men. Their appearance did not only shock Duan Lingtian, but it also shocked the rest of the 13 gangsters and Zhu Lang. They're all from the 36 guardians? Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. He could tell. The silver armor worn by these 10-odd people was exactly the same as the silver armor worn by the 4 people guarding outside the valley. It was also exactly the same as the armor worn by the steward of the latent dragon camp, the heavenly harm guardian. You don't seem to be from the 13 guardians? the city governor of Mound Hill City asked as he looked at Zhu Lang. "Greetings, Master City Governor." Zhu Lang seemed a little awkward in front of the city governor of Mound Hill City. "I'm a member of the latent dragon camp invited by Duan Ling Tian and Gua Li. They plan to work together and bring me along." "Work together?" The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Duan Ling Tian immediately when he heard Zhu Lang's words. A complicated gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes. His thoughts were similar to the others. They all thought Duan Ling Tian was asking for trouble. However, the city governor of Mound Hill City quickly recovered and looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others. "This valley is where you'll be taking the test. There's a flight prohibiting formation set up inside. Therefore, you can't fly inside." "I knew it." The city governor of Mound Hill City's first sentence confirmed Duan Ling Tian's speculation. "Right now, there's a group of ferocious bandits in this valley. These bandits were caught by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, but we haven't had the time to deal with them yet." The city governor of Mound Hill City said, "Today, they're your prey. You can obtain the corresponding points by killing them. The points obtained by killing bandits with different cultivation bases are different. For example, you'll only get 1 point for killing a bandit on the early mortal shedding stage. You'll get 3 points for killing a bandit on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. You'll get 7 points for killing a bandit on the mastery mortal shedding stage. You'll get 20 points for killing a bandit on the perfection mortal shedding stage." The city governor of Mound Hill City finished in one breath. Whoosh! There was an uproar when they heard what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. There's bandit on the perfection mortal shedding stage?" Many of them looked gloomy as their hearts pounded. Some of them even had the thought of retreating. A bandit on the perfection mortal shedding stage is worth so many points? Duan Ling Tian was also shocked. Killing a bandit on the perfection mortal shedding stage was almost equivalent to killing 3 bandits on the mastery mortal shedding stage. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the rest of them did not look too good. It was not difficult for him to guess the reason. They were worried about the danger. After all, there was a powerful bandit whose cultivation base was on the perfection mortal shedding stage in the valley. If they encountered him, would they not be dead meat? Each of you and each group will be followed by one of the 36 guardians under my command. They'll follow you and record the points you've obtained. The city governor of Mound Hill City seemed to have seen through the crowd's worries, so he continued, "Apart from recording your points, they'll also ensure your safety. Once they attack, those who are saved will also be eliminated. However, the points you've obtained before are still valid. Now go." The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at the entrance of the valley in front of him after he finished speaking. "Remember, this is the only exit of the valley that's set up with the flight prohibiting formation. Let's go." Chapter 1400. Seeing Duan Ling Tian and the other two enter the canyon, 2 middle-aged men in silver armor followed them in. The others snapped back to their senses. With the 36 guardians protecting him in the dark, he's safe. At this moment, they no longer had any concerns. Humph! A cold gleam flashed in Zhang Jian's eyes as he flew into the canyon as well. He thought to himself, "Duan Lingtian, you're lucky." He knew that with the 36 guardians in the dark, it was impossible for him to kill Duan Ling Tian during the test. After Zhang Jian entered, a middle-aged man in silver armor followed him as well. After knowing that there was no danger, the others entered the canyon one after another. After Duan Ling Tian entered the canyon, he lifted his head and looked around. He noticed that the canyon was surrounded by cliffs. It was almost impossible to climb out without being able to fly. In such an environment, with the flight prohibiting formation, it's impossible for those bandits to escape. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why there were no guards in the other parts of the canyon. They were not worried that the bandits would escape. There was only one exit in the entire canyon, and it was personally guarded by a few of the 36 guardians. The bandits did not dare to barge in at all. Moreover, with the addition of the city governor of Mound Hill City and the leader of the 36 guardians, the heavenly leader guardian, the entire canyon was like an iron bucket that was airtight. The group of bandits had completely become Duan Ling Tian and the others' prey. Of course, whether they could kill the prey depended on whether the hunters had the ability to do so. This canyon doesn't look big from the outside, but it's not small when we're inside. Duan Lingtian, Guali, and Zhu Lang shuttled through the forest. He mumbled, "The canyon is covered with trees, so those bandits might have found a place to hide. I'm afraid it'll take a lot of effort to find them. Let's take turns to investigate with our spiritual energy," Guali suggested. Investigate with our spiritual energy? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Guali's suggestion. He seemed to have thought of something, but he rejected Guali's suggestion. "There's no need for that. There's no need for that." Duan Lingtian's words stunned Guali and Zhu Lang. Then, they noticed that Duan Lingtian had slowed down and stopped. Seeing this, they all stopped as well. While they were still in a daze, they saw Duan Lingtian leaping onto a big tree at the side. At the same time he called out to them, "Guali, Zhu Lang, come up here." Guali and Zhu Lang followed suit. "The higher you stand, the further you can see. Duan Lingtian, that's a good idea." Zhu Lang smiled. "Although we can see quite far by moving through the trees in the valley. If the bandits hide in the forest on the ground and hide under the trees, it'll be extremely difficult for us to discover them," Guali said with a frown. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just as she finished speaking, she realized that Duan Lingtian had already moved. He leaped onto another tree and shuttled through the treetops like an agile monkey. "Let's follow them," Zhu Lang said and followed him. When Guali saw this, she could only smile wryly and followed him. She suspected that Duan Lingtian did not hear what she said at all. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not hear what Guali said. His attention was completely drawn to the front. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he shuttled through the trees, the sun-shooting bow landed in Duan Lingtian's hands. He looked straight ahead. In his left eye, the black vortex in his pupil slowly turned. Strange pupil. In an instant, the vision in his left eye was extremely clear. Every tree, trunk and leaf fell into his eyes, and they were clearly separated. After shuttling through the trees for more than 10 breaths, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. With a raise of his hand, his true chi condensed into an arrow and knocked it on the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow. Whoosh! With a shake of the bowstring, Duan Lingtian pulled the bowstring back a little. Even though Duan Lingtian had broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage and his strength was on par with the mastery mortal shedding stage, he could not pull the bowstring of the 5-clawed devil dragon's tendon much. Guali and Zhu Lang, who were following closely behind, saw Duan Lingtian knocking the arrow. Their hearts skipped a beat. Did he find the target? Clang! Just when they noticed it, the true chi arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand left the sun-shooting bow in an instant. It turned into an arrow mark and disappeared into the air. At the same time, a figure that was 100 meters away collapsed with a loud bang. The one who fell was a middle-aged man with a dusty face. There was a bloody hole in his head, and blood was still flowing out from it. He was no longer breathing. He could not be any more dead. When the middle-aged man collapsed, the other 2 middle-aged men nearby had a drastic change of expression. "The people from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City are here." At that moment, the 2 of them panicked and performed their movement techniques in an attempt to hide. Whoosh! Just when the 2 of them moved, another true chi arrow pierced through the air and killed one of them. The other person was still alive and was hiding behind a tree. The trunk of the tree was so thick that it would take 2 grown men to wrap their arms around it. What a terrifying archer! The middle-aged man who was hiding behind the tree panted heavily. His expression was terrible. In the blink of an eye, his 2 companions were killed. From the beginning until the end, he only saw 2 arrow marks flashing by. Did the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City throw us into this valley just to toy with us? The middle-aged man's face was filled with rage. He felt that he had been greatly humiliated. His eyes were bloodshot, but there was a hint of helplessness in the depths of his eyes. Whoosh! Another piercing sound that was short-lived was heard. It made the middle-aged man's expression change drastically, and his heart skipped a beat. Oh no! In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. When he lowered his head, he realized that his abdomen had been pierced. Subsequently, his consciousness became blurry and erratic. Whoosh! At the same time, a purple figure appeared next to the tree and looked coldly at the middle-aged man who was swaying. However, the middle-aged man did not seem to notice him. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Guali and Zhu Lang had arrived as well. They were stunned when they saw the scene before them. Oh God! Duan Ling Tian had shot 3 arrows, and he had killed 2 bandits and severely injured one of them? Moreover, the bandit behind him was hiding behind a tree that would take 2 grown men to wrap their arms around it. This is a hemlock tree. Zhu Lang sucked in a breath of cold air. He recognized the tree in front of him immediately. It was a big tree with a hole in its thick trunk. The hemlock tree was a unique tree in the Dao Martial Saint land. This kind of tree was extremely tough. An ordinary intermediate mortal shedding stage martial artist would not be able to pierce through the tree in front of them with just 1 arrow. However, Duan Ling Tian had done it. Not only did he pierce through the tree, but he also severely injured the middle-aged man who was hiding behind it. The middle-aged man struggled for a while before he finally collapsed and died. How many points are these 3 bandits worth? Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly as though he was asking someone. Whoosh! Whoosh!
Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the 2 middle-aged men in silver armor, who had followed the 3 of them in, appeared like ghosts.
2 early mortal shedding stage and 1 intermediate mortal shedding stage. They're worth a total of 5 points. One of the middle-aged men said expressionlessly. Only 5 points? Duan Ling Tian frowned. He leaped into the air again and landed on the tree beside him before he continued to move through the trees. Guali and Zhu Lang followed him. He seems to be that Duan Ling Tian. The middle-aged man who spoke expressionlessly left a mark on the 3 dead bandits after Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 left. Then, he followed them again. He's indeed a good seedling. No wonder Lord City Governor and Big Brother value him so much. The other middle-aged man followed as well. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already moved through the trees not far away and followed Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 from afar. Apart from recording the results, their duty was to protect Duan Ling Tian and the other 2. Therefore, they would not allow Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 to leave their sight. With the strange pupil, Duan Ling Tian always took the initiative to kill the bandits who did not have time to react. He would leave corpses for the people who followed behind him. We're just taking advantage of Duan Ling Tian by following him. Guali and Zhu Lang, who were following behind Duan Ling Tian, looked at each other and smiled wryly. They had not made a move since they entered the valley. However, many bandits had died in front of them, but they were all killed by Duan Ling Tian. Damn it! Why are there corpses everywhere? Not far behind, Zhang Jian was coincidentally following Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 in a straight line. He moved forward cautiously, but all he saw were corpses. For a moment, he felt that something was amiss. No, we have to change directions. At this moment, he finally came to his senses and changed directions to continue moving forward. Not long after, he finally encountered a bandit. This bandit was very weak, at least in front of him. He was killed in an instant. The early stage of the immortal shedding stage is only 1 point. Zhang Jian frowned and continued on his way. At the same time, apart from Duan Ling Tian and the other 2, as well as Zhang Jian, the other 10 people were searching the entire valley. One by one, the bandits died in their hands. No matter how big the valley was, there was an end to it.
Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 were the first to arrive at the forest in the middle of the valley.
Duan Ling Tian's strange pupil suddenly narrowed. He saw another bandit appear in his left eye's field of vision. This bandit was standing there, waiting for something. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he shot out another arrow. Whoosh!
The arrow pierced through the air at an astonishing speed.
Not good. Chapter 1401. In the blink of an eye, the bandit noticed Duan Ling Tian's arrow in time. He lowered his head and rolled away awkwardly. However, he managed to dodge Duan Ling Tian's true chi arrow by a hair's breadth.
A few strands of hair fluttered in the air.
Late-stage mortal shedding realm. Seeing that the bandit dodged the arrow, Duan Ling Tian was not disappointed. Instead, his eyes lit up. In an instant, he shot another arrow. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Ling Tian leaped and shot out with the arrow.
In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the bandit, who stood up awkwardly after rolling away and landed steadily.
At this time, The bandit also noticed Duan Ling Tian. His expression changed drastically. "Were you the one who shot me in the back just now?" Late-stage mortal shedding realm. 7 points. Duan Ling Tian looked at the bandit like a hunter who saw his prey. His eyes were shining like two bright stars in the night sky. "How dare you ignore me, kid? You're courting death." As a late-stage mortal shedding realm existence, the bandit had an unusual arrogance. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian dared to ignore him, he was instantly enraged. Bang! He stomped his feet on the ground, causing the ground to crack. Then, he charged toward Duan Ling Tian like a cannonball. A large saber appeared in his hand. The true energy on the saber raged as the saber ray skyrocketed. It was as though it had transformed into a gigantic saber that was 10 feet long as it slashed down toward Duan Ling Tian's head. It was as though it wanted to slash Duan Ling Tian into two. Dang! As the saber fell, the bandit sneered as if he had already seen the scene of the purple-clothed young man in front of him being cut in half. Facing the bandit's saber, Duan Ling Tian's expression was calm. Body and arrow synchronization. Another arrow was shot. Duan Ling Tian, who was stepping on the arrow, barely dodged the bandit's saber. In an instant, he was not far from the bandit's side. Shooting star arrow hail. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian shot an arrow. By the time the bandit's expression changed and he realized what was going on, the rain of arrows was already whistling down from the sky. It was like a meteor shower. In the face of the rain of arrows that swept through the sky, the bandits did not dare to be negligent. With a raise of their hands, the sabers in their hands swiftly swept out, blocking the rain of arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Meteor strike. Just as the criminals were fending off the rain of arrows and trying to escape, Duan Ling Tian struck again. Whoosh! Only one arrow pierced through the bandit's forehead, killing him. As long as the martial cultivators at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage were not at the peak of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, they were like clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of Duan Ling Tian. They were not worth mentioning. Duan Ling Tian, this bandit actually dodged your arrow. At this moment, Zhu Lang, who caught up with him, said in surprise. One must know that almost all the bandits they encountered along the way were killed by Duan Ling Tian with just one arrow. Right now, this was the first bandit who managed to dodge Duan Ling Tian's arrow. He's a Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial cultivator. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. At this moment, whether it was Zhu Lang or Gua Li who caught up with him, their eyes lit up. This was the first bandit at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage that they encountered. Including this, we seem to have 39 points now. Zhu Lang had excitement written all over his face. Even if the three of them shared the points equally, he would still have 13 points. 13 points would be equivalent to 1,300 merit points in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Let's continue. Duan Ling Tian leaped into the air again and continued his journey by accumulating energy on the trees. The strange pupil in his left eye was constantly operating. Naturally, it was operating very slowly. Otherwise, his spiritual energy would not be able to keep up at all. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian had only used up 1/5 of his spiritual energy so far. He still had 4/5 of it left for him to squander. Duan Ling Tian and the other two looked like they were reaping the lives of bandits wherever they went. Naturally, the people who killed were all Duan Ling Tian. I really don't know why this Duan Ling Tian wants to work with someone else. The other two didn't even make a move along the way. A middle-aged man in silver armor who was hiding in the dark and tailing Duan Ling Tian and the other two could not help but shake his head. As the saying goes, if you die under a beautiful woman, you'll still be a romantic ghost. This Duan Ling Tian made such a choice for a woman. I'm really speechless. The other middle-aged man in silver armor shook his head as well. It was obvious that he thought Duan Ling Tian was lusting after Gua Li's beauty. That was why he decided to work with Gua Li and help her. That's right. If it weren't for this woman, the first place in the test set by Lord City Governor today would definitely be him. The middle-aged man said again, secretly lamenting that a beauty was a source of trouble. From the beginning until the end, they could see that it was not Duan Ling Tian and Gua Li who were carrying a burden. It was Duan Ling Tian who was carrying two burdens by himself. However, his eyesight is too amazing. We haven't even seen anyone in front of us, but he's already shot his arrow. Apart from the bandit at the mastery mortal shedding stage earlier, the other bandits were all killed by his arrow. That's right. Even if it was me, I wouldn't be able to do it. His eyes don't look like a human's eyes at all. How can a human's eyes see so far away?
The two people who were hiding in the dark and recording the results of Duan Tian and the other two people who were protecting them discussed with each other through true energy voice transmission. From the beginning until now, they had noticed that Duan Tian's eyesight was far beyond that of ordinary people. Perhaps they were stronger than Duan Tian. However, in terms of eyesight they were not as good as him. Just as Duan Tian was sweeping away the bandits, several swift silhouettes were moving in different directions. They were moving at a speed that was not inferior to Duan Tian's. Xianghu, who ranked second among the 13 gangsters, led the way. Jin Yuanbao, who ranked third, followed closely behind. Behind them were Sun Gu, who was ranked fourth, and Zhang Jian, who was ranked fifth. Along the way, they encountered a small number of bandits at the mastery mortal shedding stage and a large number of bandits at the early and intermediate mortal shedding stage. However, although Sun Gu and Zhang Jian each killed a bandit at the mastery mortal shedding stage, they were also injured quite badly. The people from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City are just so. Along with a mocking laugh, a figure was sent flying with a bang, before crashing hard on the ground. He was in a sorry state as blood gushed out of his mouth. Zhang Jilong's expression was extremely terrible as he looked at the bandit at the mastery mortal shedding stage who was walking toward him with a murderous look on his face. Duan Tian. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, even if I couldn't defeat him, I could have at least tied with him. Zhang Jilong gritted his teeth as he faced the bandit who wanted to kill him. However, he did not hate the bandit in front of him now. Instead, he hated Duan Tian. In his opinion, if Duan Tian had not injured him severely the day before yesterday, causing him to drag his injured body to participate in the test today, he would not have ended up like this. Just as the bandit was about to kill Zhang Jilong, a silver figure appeared. The 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. However, when the bandit saw the young man in silver armor in front of him, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly turned around as if he wanted to escape. Right now, he only had one thought left in his mind. Run. Run as far away as possible. However, could he escape? The young man in silver armor disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already blocking the bandit's path. Before the bandit could beg for mercy, he was already killed. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. You're eliminated. After killing the bandit, the young man in silver armor glanced at Zhang Jilong indifferently and said. Zhang Jilong stood up with a gloomy expression. He turned around and walked back the way he came. He knew that he was not destined to be the city governor of Mound Hill City. He was not destined to be the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. 12 points. Thinking about the points he had obtained, Zhang Jilong's mood became even more gloomy. Just as Zhang Jilong was eliminated. In another place, Ho Lin was also severely injured by a mastery mortal shedding stage bandit. Fortunately, one of the 36 guardians who was protecting him intervened and saved his life. However, he was also eliminated. When Zhang Jilong and Ho Lin walked out of the valley, they realized that 4 people had already been eliminated before them. These 4 people were the 4 people who ranked at the bottom of the 13 gangsters. However, these 4 people were only martial cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. After realizing this, both of their faces turned slightly pale. Damn it! That Duan Tian hasn't come out yet. Seeing that Duan Tian had not been eliminated, both of them were upset. Although they could not wait for Duan Tian to die in there, they knew that the 36 guardians were the 36 guardians. However, they knew that with the protection of the 36 guardians, it was impossible for Duan Tian to die inside. At this moment, they could only hope that Duan Tian would be eliminated as soon as possible. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Just when Duan Tian and the other 2 almost reached the end of the valley, the other 4 people also reached the end of the valley one after another and saw each other. Duan Tian. Guali. 4 pairs of eyes fell on Duan Tian and Guali at the same time. As for Zhu Lang, who was next to them, he was completely ignored. Duan Tian, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be able to make it this far. I thought you'd be eliminated halfway.
Zhang Jian mocked with a fake smile. My luck has always been good. There's nothing unexpected about it. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Zhang Jian indifferently. You, on the other hand, really surprised me by being able to make it this far. Humph. Zhang Jian snorted softly and looked at Gua Li, who was next to Duan Ling Tian. Sister Gua, you should have cooperated with me. Along the way, you didn't get many points from cooperating with Duan Ling Tian, right? As he spoke, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a mocking smile. Duan Ling Tian did not say anything when he heard Zhang Jian's words. On the other hand, Zhu Lang, who was next to Duan Ling Tian and Gua Li, almost laughed out loud. He did not get many points from cooperating with Duan Ling Tian? Ha 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 ha. Just when Gua Li's expression darkened and she was about to say something, a burst of wild laughter came from the depths of the valley. It was getting closer and closer. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others. It was a middle-aged man in a grey robe. There were a few scars on his face that made him look ferocious. The fact that you're able to make it here means that you're quite strong. Unfortunately, you're destined to die here today. Chapter 1402. Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Activating his divine eye, he immediately detected the cultivation base of the grey-clad middle-aged man with a ferocious face. His opponent was a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage powerhouse. He's a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage bandit. Looking at the grey-clad middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian had a hint of fear in his eyes. Let's see if you have the ability to kill us here. Zhang Jian sneered. At this moment, Zhang Jian's eyes were fixed on the grey-clad middle-aged man. He did not notice that Xianxu and Jin Yuanbao's expressions had turned solemn as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Even Sun Gu, after seeing the expressions of Xiongquan and the other man, paused his restless figure. I'll show you soon. The grey-clad middle-aged man grinned. Then, without any movement, he disappeared like a gust of wind. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhang Jian. That's fast. His speed was so fast that it caused everyone's expressions to change. A small whirlpool appeared in his left pupil as he activated his strange pupil. After capturing the grey-clad middle-aged man's movement, Duan Ling Tian felt that half of his spiritual power had been depleted. The spiritual power he had consumed at this moment was almost comparable to the spiritual power he had consumed along the way. Is this the speed of a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Not only did the Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage have many saint veins, but their sea of qi was also ridiculously huge. The amount of true qi it contained was incomparable to those on the Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage, let alone those on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding Stage. The genuine energy of a Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage martial cultivator swept out from his body. Regardless of whether it was his strength or his speed, it had reached a terrifying level. Duan Lingtian had noticed this when Ling Yun fought with Su Qi yesterday. This Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage bandit's ability is probably above Ling Yun's. Duan Lingtian came to a shocking conclusion after comparing this bandit with Ling Yun, who was ranked first among the 13 gangsters. If it was him in the past, he might not be able to tell the difference. However, now that he possessed the strange pupils, he was able to easily discover this by activating his strange pupils. Whoosh! Zhang Jian's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that as soon as the grey-robed middle-aged man finished speaking, the man had already arrived in front of him. Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage. At this moment, he had also guessed the other party's cultivation level, and his face was filled with fear. In an instant, the true qi under his feet surged, and he planned to use a movement technique to escape. However, when he moved, he discovered that his opponent's hand enveloped him like a palm leaf fan. It was so fast that he was simply unable to dodge in time. At this moment, Zhang Jian's face was filled with despair. Bang! A loud noise was heard, followed by a wave of qi that made everyone's robes flutter. In the next moment, everyone saw. A silver figure appeared in front of Zhang Jian. It was a middle-aged man in silver armor. He blocked the palm of the middle-aged man in grey. One of the 36 personal guards following behind Zhang Jian finally appeared at the crucial moment and saved Zhang Jian's life.
The gray-clad middle-aged man shuddered as he looked at the silver-armored middle-aged man with a gloomy expression.
The 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City? Didn't the city governor's office of Mound Hill City order us to deal with the people who entered the valley? Why did you interfere? It's your business to deal with them. It's my business to protect them. Master City Governor said that as long as you can eliminate all of them, he'll let you live. The silver-armored middle-aged man glanced at the gray-clad middle-aged man indifferently before he looked at Zhang Jian. You're eliminated. Zhang Jian's expression was grave, but there was nothing he could do. He could only turn around and leave with the silver-armored middle-aged man. When he left, he did not forget to turn around and glare at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Using me as a touchstone?
At this moment, the gray-clad middle-aged man finally realized that the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was using him as a touchstone.
The few of you must be from the latent dragon camp of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, right?
The gray-clad middle-aged man asked in a deep voice as he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others.
Humph. I can guess even if you don't tell me. The gray-clad middle-aged man snorted coldly and continued. Although I can't kill you, none of you will pass this test in my hands. I'll eliminate all of you.
Confidence shone in the gray-clad middle-aged man's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence.
Jin Yuanbao's expression changed when he heard the gray-clad middle-aged man's words.
He shouted loudly, "Everyone, we can only join forces."
At this moment, whether it was Jin Yuanbao, Xianghu, or Sun Gu, all of them had confirmed that the gray-clad middle-aged man's cultivation base was at the perfection mortal shedding stage. None of them was a match for a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse. They would only stand a chance if they joined forces. Join forces? The gray-clad middle-aged man could not help but scoff when he heard Jin Yuanbao's words. Then he disappeared before Xianghu, Jin Yuanbao, Sun Gu, Guoli, and Zhu Lang's eyes again. Duan Lingtian activated his strange pupil and managed to catch a glimpse of the gray-clad middle-aged man's silhouette.
In just a blink of an eye, the gray-clad middle-aged man arrived in front of Jin Yuanbao and slammed his palm out.
Boom! The Saint Weapon Glove's true energy skyrocketed and transformed into a solid palm print that was about to land on Jin Yuanbao. Bang! Another silver-armored middle-aged man appeared and blocked the gray-clad middle-aged man's palm. He was one of the 36 guardians. Eliminated. The silver-armored middle-aged man looked at Jin Yuanbao and said coolly. Jin Yuanbao smiled wryly and helplessly. His opponent was so fast that he could not react in time. Although he knew that a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse was powerful, he did not expect him to be this powerful.
In just a blink of an eye, he was already in front of him.
Eliminated. Eliminated. After Jin Yuanbao was eliminated, a few more cold voices were heard. Zhu Lang, Guali, Sun Gu, and Xionghu were eliminated one after another. Among the four of them, only Xionghu lasted until the second move before he was eliminated. He's so fast. Xionghu was the last one to leave. Before he left, he looked at the afterimage that was shot out along with the arrow with a solemn expression. This Duan Lingtian is faster than me. The afterimage that was shot out along with the arrow was Duan Lingtian. Guali and Zhu Lang left. With the 36 guardians around, they were not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Of course, they did not think that Duan Lingtian could deal with the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. It seems like nobody will be able to obtain these 20 points.
A middle-aged man in silver armor stood on a big tree at the side and shook his head gently.
20 points were the points that one could obtain by killing a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. Now, Duan Lingtian was the only one left among the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters. Although Duan Lingtian was quite powerful and could defeat ordinary martial cultivators on the mastery mortal shedding stage, it was still not enough. However, this did not mean that Duan Lingtian could fight a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. His speed is even faster than Xionghu, who's ranked second among the 13 gangsters. It's no wonder that Duan Lingtian could last until now. However, his speed is nothing compared to this mastery mortal shedding stage bandit.
The middle-aged man in silver armor, one of the 36 guardians, continued to shake his head.
He was alert and prepared to save Duan Lingtian at any time. Judging from Duan Lingtian's current speed, He could see that Duan Lingtian's current strength was at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage at most. He was still far from the perfection mortal shedding stage. You're the only one left. As long as I eliminate you, I'll be able to regain my freedom. The perfection mortal shedding stage bandit, the middle-aged man in gray, looked at Duan Lingtian who was moving with the arrow. His eyes were gleaming and there was a hint of excitement on his gloomy face. Are you that confident that you'll be able to regain your freedom? Finally, Duan Lingtian stopped moving. He stood far away from the middle-aged man in gray and confronted him from afar. I admit that your speed is faster than that muscular guy just now. However, your strength is at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage at most. My strength is close to the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. You're like an ant in front of me. I can trample on you however I want. The middle-aged man in gray said slowly as he sized up Duan Lingtian. Go ahead and try. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly. At this moment, he no longer planned to perform his movement technique because he knew that he would not be able to catch up to the middle-aged man in gray's speed even if he performed his movement technique. His opponent was on the perfection mortal shedding stage after all. He performed his movement technique earlier because he did not want the middle-aged man in gray to target him first. He was stalling for time so that the middle-aged man in gray could eliminate the others first. Now that the others had been eliminated, there was no need for him to perform his movement technique to avoid them. Where did this Duan Lingtian get his confidence from? The middle-aged man in silver who was hiding in the dark could not help but frown when he saw the confident gleam in Duan Lingtian's eyes. No matter what happens later, please don't interfere. At this moment, a voice entered the silver-robed middle-aged man's ears. He could tell that it was Duan Lingtian's voice. Duan Lingtian was communicating with him through true energy voice transmission. Duan Lingtian asked him not to interfere. Aren't you afraid of death? The silver-robed middle-aged man frowned and asked through true energy voice transmission. I won't die. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice through true energy voice transmission again. His voice was filled with confidence. Harmf. At the same time, the middle-aged man in gray who was enraged by Duan Lingtian's provocation could no longer hold himself back. He snorted coldly and shot out as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. His speed was so fast that a short-lived piercing sound could be heard in the air. His target was Duan Lingtian. Faced with the menacing middle-aged man in gray, Duan Lingtian's right eye could not capture the slightest trace. However, the middle-aged man's figure appeared clearly in his left eye. In just a blink of an eye, his left eye saw the middle-aged man in gray had arrived in front of him. Boom! The moment the middle-aged man in gray arrived in front of Duan Lingtian, the true energy in his palm, which he had long accumulated, suddenly pressed down on Duan Lingtian like a five-fingered mountain. Seeing that the middle-aged man in gray's palm was only inches away from Duan Lingtian, the middle-aged man in silver who was hiding in the dark had a grave expression on his face. He had missed the best opportunity to make a move. Duan Lingtian, you can only blame yourself if you're killed. Chapter 1403. The gray-clad middle-aged man's palm seemed to have transformed into a five-fingered mountain as he tried to suppress Duan Lingtian. The power of a perfection mortal shedding stage cultivator was fully displayed. In order to regain his freedom, the gray-clad middle-aged man did not hold back at all. Seeing that the gray-clad middle-aged man's palm was about to land on him, the little vortex in Duan Lingtian's left pupil spun faster and faster. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's remaining mind power was almost completely drained by the little vortex. Strange pupil. Spatial shift. In the blink of an eye, the gray-clad middle-aged man's palm that was about to land on Duan Lingtian shifted strangely and brushed past Duan Lingtian's body. The vast and mighty strength caused the air to vibrate, emitting a series of thunderous explosions. How's that possible? At the same time, the gray-clad middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. However, at this moment, he was sent flying by the palm strike that he unleashed with all his might. He was completely exposed in front of Duan Lingtian. In a split second, the true energy in Duan Lingtian's chi gushed out unreservedly and gathered in his right hand through the 32 saint veins. At the same time, he pulled the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow with all his might and released it. Clang! Bass! A solid true energy light blade flew out and sliced through the gray-clad middle-aged man's throat before he could retract his true energy and activate his defensive technique. His head was severed from his body. Plop! The gray-clad middle-aged man's head fell to the ground. Blood spurted out from the two halves of his body and dyed the ground red. Duan Ling Tian took the opportunity to move to the side. The gray-clad middle-aged man's body was then swept away by the inertia of the palm. The perfection mortal shedding stage bandit died just like that. He was completely dead. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Even if a needle was thrown to the ground, the sound could be heard. This. The gray-clad middle-aged man who was hiding at the side, one of the 36 guardians, stared blankly at the scene in front of him and could not regain his senses for a long time. When Duan Ling Tian told him not to interfere, he thought that Duan Ling Tian was being arrogant. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian was about to be killed, she thought the Duan Ling Tian would be killed by the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit because he did not make a move in time because of Duan Ling Tian's words. Who would have thought that at the last moment, the bandit seemed to have been bewitched. His palm that was moving forward with a ferocious momentum actually changed direction abruptly and slapped towards Duan Ling Tian's side. In that instant, even he hadn't noticed how the criminals had changed directions. In his field of vision, the criminal's hand seemed to disappear into thin air. At the same time, it appeared to the side out of thin air, dodging Duan Ling Tian. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Then, he saw Duan Ling Tian take advantage of the bandit's missed attack and the fact that he could not withdraw his strength to defend himself. Duan Ling Tian decisively killed the bandit. As a peak perfection mortal shedding stage existence, he knew very well that the bandit's missed attack was the turning point. Logically speaking, his attack should have been enough to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, it strangely avoided Duan Ling Tian at the critical moment. It was because his attack missed that he was killed by Duan Ling Tian. Could it be? This Duan Ling Tian knew this would happen? When he recalled Duan Ling Tian's true energy voice transmission that forbade him from interfering, his heart skipped a beat as an incredulous thought rose in his mind. Then, could it be his doing? He did not dare to think further. If it was really Duan Ling Tian's doing, how terrifying would it be? At this moment, a greedy gleam appeared in the depth of the silver-armored middle-aged man's eyes without any warning. If it's really Duan Ling Tian's doing, if I can get my hands on it, won't I be able to fight a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse with my cultivation base at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage? The silver-armored middle-aged man was excited as he thought about this. By then, my Heavenly Dark Guardian's ability will be on par with most of the top 10 Guardians. The Heavenly Dark Guardian was ranked 18th among the 36 Guardians in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. He had a cultivation base at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian's face was slightly pale as his spiritual energy was almost depleted. At the same time, he became more alert of his surroundings. He noticed a burning gaze. Currently, his spiritual energy was completely depleted, which affected his ability to a certain extent. He might not even be a match for an ordinary mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator now. Is it one of the 36 Guardians? Duan Ling Tian became alert. Whoosh! After the Heavenly Dark Guardian appeared, Duan Ling Tian became even more alert. He saw a subtle gleam of greed in the depth of his eyes. Greed? What does he want? Could it be? Could he have noticed something earlier? Is he plotting something against me? Duan Ling Tian's heart sank as he thought about this. Just as the Heavenly Dark Guardian walked over quietly, Duan Ling Tian took a few steps back. At this moment, a soft sound of surprise came from the sky. It made the Heavenly Dark Guardian's expression change slightly. At the same time, he stopped walking toward Duan Ling Tian. Heavenly Leader Guardian. When Duan Ling Tian lifted his head and saw the Heavenly Leader Guardian standing in the air, he immediately sighed in relief. He knew that since the leader of the 36 Guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian, was here, the silver-armored middle-aged man before him, one of the 36 Guardians, would not dare to act like before. However, Duan Ling Tian knew very well that the Heavenly Leader Guardian had only resolved his crisis temporarily. Since his opponent was greedy, it was impossible for him to suppress it so easily. Big brother. The Heavenly Dark Guardian bowed respectfully in front of the Heavenly Leader Guardian. Heavenly Dark Guardian? The Heavenly Leader Guardian stepped on the air and landed next to Duanling Tian and the Heavenly Dark Guardian in just a blink of an eye. He looked at the Heavenly Dark Guardian and asked with a frown, "Did you kill this perfection mortal shedding stage bandit?"
No.
The Heavenly Dark Guardian shook his head and subsequently looked at Duanling Tian and said, "He killed him." The Heavenly Dark Guardian. When the Heavenly Leader Guardian appeared and greeted the silver-armored middle-aged man before him, Duanling Tian already knew the silver-armored middle-aged man's name. The Heavenly Dark Guardian. It's named after the 36 heavenly stars. The Heavenly Dark Guardian seems to be ranked 18th. Duanling Tian thought to himself.
Duanling Tian?
At the same time, with the Heavenly Dark Guardian's reminder, the Heavenly Leader Guardian looked at Duanling Tian in shock. "Did you kill this perfection mortal shedding stage bandit?"
Yes.
Duanling Tian nodded. When he saw the shock on the Heavenly Leader Guardian's face, Duanling Tian continued. "He fought with the others earlier and exhausted a lot of energy. I was lucky enough to kill him."
Lucky.
Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the Heavenly Leader Guardian had a look of disbelief on his face as he stared deeply at Duanling Tian.
"The test is over. You can leave now,"
the Heavenly Leader Guardian said after a while.
"It's over? So soon?"
Duanling Tian was stunned. "There's only one perfection mortal shedding stage bandit in this valley. He's hiding at the end of the valley. You've killed the rest of the bandits." The Heavenly Leader Guardian said, "Therefore, there's no more bandits in this valley. There's no point for you to stay here." Realization dawned on Duanling Tian. When he left with the Heavenly Leader Guardian, Duanling Tian clearly noticed that the Heavenly Dark Guardian's burning gaze would land on him from time to time. "It seems like I shouldn't use the strange pupil in front of others in the future. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble sooner or later." Duanling Tian thought to himself as his heart sank. He had already guessed that it was the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit's palm strike that missed its target that exposed the Heavenly Dark Guardian. The Heavenly Dark Guardian must have thought that it was some special technique of his and coveted it. "I'll have to be careful in the city governor's mansion in the future. Since the Heavenly Dark Guardian can't find an opportunity today, he'll definitely find an opportunity to make things difficult for me in the future." It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to guess this. Perhaps the Heavenly Dark Guardian would not kill him in the beginning, but he would definitely force him to hand over the spatial manipulation technique. Although he knew that the spatial manipulation technique originated from the strange pupil, it could not be replicated. However, the Heavenly Dark Guardian did not know this. "If I can't hand it over by then, I'm afraid my life will be in danger." Duanling Tian thought to himself. Under the Heavenly Leader Guardian's lead, Duanling Tian left the valley and returned to the outside of the valley.
"Where are they?"
When he returned to the outside, Duanling Tian noticed that there was no one outside. Everyone, including the other 36 guardians, had left. Master City Governor has brought them back to Mound Hill City. The Heavenly Leader Guardian reminded Duanling Tian as if he could see the confusion on his face. "Now, follow me back to Mound Hill City. I'll report the results of the test to Master City Governor." After calling out to Duanling Tian, the Heavenly Leader Guardian took the lead and leaped into the air to lead the way. Duanling Tian followed closely behind. Behind Duanling Tian, the Heavenly Dark Guardian leaped into the air. It was obvious that he was prepared to follow the Heavenly Leader Guardian and Duanling Tian back to Mound Hill City and the City Governor's Mansion. In the meeting room of the City Governor's Mansion in Mound Hill City.
"Master City Governor."
Suddenly, a loud and respectful voice came from outside, attracting the attention of the group of people in the meeting hall. In the meeting hall, the City Governor of Mound Hill City sat majestically at the head of the table. Below him stood 11 young men and 1 young woman. They were the 11 of the 13 gangsters who had just returned from outside and Zhu Lang, an ordinary member of the latent dragon camp.
"Come in."
Hearing the voice coming from outside, the City Governor of Mound Hill City spoke calmly.
"Master Heavenly Leader Guardian."
Seeing a figure enter the meeting hall first, many people greeted him respectfully. Soon, the people in the room noticed that there was a purple figure following closely behind the Heavenly Leader Guardian. It was Duanling Tian, who ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp.
Duanling Tian.
Seeing Duanling Tian, a smile appeared on Guoli and Zhu Lang's faces. Of course, Duan Lingtian's appearance caused some people to be happy and some to hate him. For example, Zhang Jian, Ho Lin, and Zhang Jilong had already formed an irreconcilable enmity with Duan Lingtian. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they gnashed their teeth in hatred. Master City Governor, the final results and rankings of today's test are out. After entering the meeting hall, the Heavenly Leader Guardian reported to the City Governor of Mound Hill City. Speak. Chapter 1404. The person who ranked first in today's test is Xianghu. He obtained a total of 36 points. The person who ranked second is Jin Yuan Bao. He obtained a total of 32 points. The Heavenly Leader Guardian announced loudly in the meeting hall. Everyone looked at Xianghu and Jin Yuan Bao as soon as the Heavenly Leader Guardian was done speaking. No wonder they're ranked second and third among the 13 gangsters. They ranked first and second in today's test. Many people exclaimed. Both of them will become Master City Governor's disciples. Many people looked envious. Of course, some of them smiled wryly and felt helpless. Xianghu laughed, laughing very happily. Although Jin Yuan Bao's smile was not as exaggerated as Xianghu's, he smirked too. It was enough to show how happy he was at that moment. From today onwards, Xianghu and Jin Yuan Bao will be my disciples. The city governor of Mound Hill City announced. However, he glanced at Duan Lingtian without anyone noticing. His eyes were filled with disappointment. Since the city governor of Mound Hill City had said earlier that he would only take the first and second place in today's test as his disciples, the Heavenly Leader Guardian did not reveal the other people's rankings and results. As the city governor of Mound Hill City spoke, everyone looked at Xianghu and Jin Yuan Bao with envy and jealousy. As for the rest of you, I will send your points records to the Merit Pavilion. In 3 days, you can go and receive the corresponding merit points you obtained today. You can get the points you need from the Merit Pavilion, the Heavenly Leader Guardian said as he looked at Duan Lingtian and the rest. At that moment, everyone was in high spirits again. 1 point is 100 merit points. I have 8 points, so I can exchange them for 800 merit points. Hehe. An intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator among the 13 gangsters chuckled. I have a little more points than you. I can exchange them for 900 merit points. Another intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator chuckled too. Heavenly Leader Guardian, Xianghu, and Jin Yuan Bao, stay here. The rest of you, return to the latent dragon camp. The city governor of Mound Hill City spoke calmly. His voice echoed in the entire meeting hall. Just as everyone shook their heads, sighed, and was about to leave, a beautiful figure stepped forward and said to the city governor of Mound Hill City, Master City Governor, the points of our 3-person team were all obtained by Duan Lingtian alone. Sir Mayor, please give the points of the group to Duan Lingtian. The person who spoke to the city governor of Mound Hill City was none other than Gua Li. In her opinion, if Duan Lingtian hadn't split the points from killing the criminals equally with her and Zhu Lang, Xianghu wouldn't have gotten first place in today's test. Gua Li. Duan Lingtian frowned. He didn't expect Gua Li to explain for him. That's right. Lord Mayor, all the points were obtained by Duan Lingtian. I am ashamed to accept them. Zhu Lang gritted his teeth and stepped forward as well. Although he really wanted the contribution points, he felt uneasy watching Duan Lingtian being eliminated. In his opinion, among the participants of today's test, Duan Lingtian was the most qualified to become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Humph. Master City Governor has already announced the rules. Do you think this is child's play? Do you think Master City Governor will believe you when you say Duan Lingtian obtained all the points on his own? Zhang Jian sneered. The city governor of Mound Hill City sat in the main seat without saying a word. Perhaps he didn't hear what Gua Li and Zhu Lang said, or perhaps he didn't even want to talk to them. Let's go. Duan Lingtian frowned. After calling out to Gua Li and Zhu Lang, he turned around and left the meeting hall first. He did not expect Gua Li and Zhu Lang to do that. After all, he had no interest in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Seeing that the city governor of Mound Hill City ignored them, Gua Li and Zhu Lang looked at each other and smiled wryly. They could only turn around and leave with Duan Lingtian. However, they were already regretting it. They regretted joining the test with Duan Lingtian and dragging Duan Lingtian down. The others followed them and left the meeting hall. That Guali thinks she can make Duan Lingtian become Master City Governor's disciple just by saying a few words? What a joke! Ho Lin smirked. She wants to push Duan Lingtian up the ranks with the points they obtained. I can't believe she's shameless enough to say that. Zhang Jilong said in disdain. Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry. I've dragged you down. Guali apologized to Duan Lingtian on their way back to the latent dragon camp. I should be the one apologizing. I didn't expect our points to not be ranked second. Duan Lingtian sighed. He had miscalculated on 1 point. He did not expect the Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage bandit to be the last bandit. Since entering the valley, he had obtained a total of 93 points, including killing the Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage bandit. It was divided into 3 portions, so each of them obtained 31 points. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanbao, who ranked second among the 13 gangsters, happened to obtain 32 points, which was 1 point more than the 3 of them. We only have 73 points in total. If we divide them into 3 portions, each of us will only have 24 points. We're still quite far away from the second place. Zhu Lang smiled wryly. Neither he nor Guali knew that Duan Lingtian had killed the Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage bandit. However, Duan Lingtian did not plan to explain. Naturally, Zhu Lang and Guali would find out when they exchanged their points for merit points 3 days later. I believe Master City Governor will find out about you obtaining 73 points sooner or later, Guali said. Guali said, 2 of the 36 guardians were hiding in the dark to protect us. They saw you fight along the way and knew that you were the one who got the 73 points. If Master City Governor finds out about this, he'll definitely make an exception and take you in as his disciple. Guali only thought of this now. Earlier in the meeting hall, she was so worried that she blurted it out to the city governor of Mound Hill City. Just like what Zhang Jian said. The city governor of Mound Hill City might not believe her. The city governor of Mound Hill City would only believe what the 36 guardians said. That's right. Zhu Lang nodded in agreement with what Guali said. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. If there was a pity in his heart, it was not because he could not become the city governor's disciple, but because he could not return the favor to Guali. He had already made up his mind. If what Guali and Zhu Lang said was true, and the city governor of Mound Hill City made an exception and took him in as his disciple, he would definitely seize the opportunity to return the favor to Guali. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 returned to the latent dragon camp and returned to their respective wooden houses. After Duan Lingtian and the other 2 returned, Zhang Jian, Ho Lin, Zhang Jilong, and the rest returned as well. Xianxia and Jin Yuanbao became Master City Governor's disciples? The other latent dragon camp members were not surprised by this result. In the meeting hall, Xianxia and Jin Yuanbao stood aside respectfully after performing the ceremony of becoming the city governor of Mound Hill City. Since their master did not ask them to leave, they did not dare to leave on their own. How many points did Duan Lingtian and Guali get when they worked together? The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at the heavenly leader guardian and asked. For a moment, Xianxia and Jin Yuanbao also looked at the heavenly leader guard. In the depths of their eyes, there was a hint of curiosity. Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly a monster in their eyes. They also wanted to know how many points that monster's group had obtained. 93 points. The heavenly leader guardian answered after the corner of his mouth twitched slightly under the trio's gaze. 93 points? Xianxia and Jin Yuanbao were stunned when they heard the heavenly leader guardian's words. After a while, they inhaled sharply at the same time with shock and disbelief on their faces. 93 points? Are you sure you're not mistaken? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked with a frown. No, the heavenly leader guardian said. The heavenly leader guardian said, they originally obtained 73 points. However, since the Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage bandit was killed by Duan Lingtian in the end, they obtained 93 points. After splitting it evenly, each of them obtained 31 points. When he reached the end of his sentence, the heavenly leader guardian glanced at Jin Yuanbao. It was as though he was telling Jin Yuanbao how dangerous his results were. He had almost missed the second place in today's test. However, Jin Yuanbao did not notice the heavenly leader guardian's gaze. This was because he was dumbstruck. That perfection mortal shedding stage bandit was killed by Duan Lingtian? At this moment, whether it was Jin Yuanbao or Xianghu, their minds were replaying Jin Yuanbao's words at the same time. They could not calm down for a long time. Was what Guali said earlier true? The city governor of Mound Hill City asked again. At this moment, Xianghu and Jin Yuanbao, who had temporarily suppressed their emotions, looked at the heavenly leader guardian again. They still remembered Guali saying that the points of their three-person group were all obtained by Duan Lingtian alone. It was fine when they did not know the points of the three-person group, but now that they knew, their hearts skipped a beat. Duan Lingtian alone obtained 93 points? They felt their hearts beating faster than ever before. It was as though their hearts would jump out at any time. It's true. The heavenly leader guardian confirmed with a nod. He was shocked when he first found out. However, he was numb when he learned that Duan Lingtian had killed the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. Duan Lingtian was a person who could not be judged by common sense. That was his understanding of Duan Lingtian. He obtained 93 points alone. He killed a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit with his intermediate mortal shedding stage cultivation base? The city governor of Mound Hill City mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with excitement as he spoke. Xianghu and Jin Yuanbao looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Unknowingly, a bitter smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Both of you go back first. Tell Duan Lingtian to come to the meeting hall and tell him that I'm waiting for him. Soon after, the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Xianghu and Jin Yuanbao and said, "Yes." Both of them responded respectfully and left the meeting hall, hurrying back to the latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian, Master wants you to go to the meeting hall. Chapter 1405. Duan Lingtian was just about to enter the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda when he heard voices coming from outside. He could tell that it was Xianghu and Jin Yuanbao's voices. The master they were referring to was undoubtedly the city governor of Mound Hill City. So fast. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He knew why the city governor of Mound Hill City was looking for him. It was just like what Guali had said. Once the city governor of Mound Hill City found out about his battle results in the valley, he would most likely make an exception and take him in as his disciple. After all, his battle results were even more exaggerated than Xianghu's. Apart from that, there was something else that even Guali did not know. He had killed the perfection mortal shedding stage bandit. Killing someone on the perfection mortal shedding stage with his cultivation base at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. His talent and strength were enough to attract the attention of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Walking out of the wooden house, Duan Lingtian happened to see Xianghu and Jin Yuanbao arriving at their respective wooden houses. Duan Lingtian, you're a freak. Jin Yuanbao's true energy voice transmission entered his ears in a timely manner. Although Xianghu did not say anything, the way he looked at Duan Lingtian was extremely solemn. Duan Lingtian flew off the high platform and was about to leave the latent dragon camp. Just as he was about to walk out of the latent dragon camp's entrance, a ghostly figure appeared in front of him and blocked his way. So fast. Looking at the heavenly harm guardian, one of the 36 guardians, who appeared before him, Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. This doesn't seem like the speed of a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye out of curiosity. At that moment, he detected the heavenly harm guardian's cultivation base. Paramount mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the heavenly harm guardian to have broken through as well. In fact, he had used his divine eye to detect the heavenly harm guardian when he first saw him when he first arrived at the latent dragon camp. At that time, the heavenly harm guardian was only on the perfection mortal shedding stage. The heavenly harm guardians left as quickly as they came. Just as Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he left again. What's going on? Isn't Lord Heavenly Harm Guardian stopping Duan Lingtian from leaving? Why aren't you stopping me now? The latent dragon camp members who had planned to watch the show were disappointed. Only Duan Lingtian knew that Xianghu or Jin Yuanbao must have told the heavenly harm guardian the reason why he left the latent dragon camp. How could the Heavenly Harm Guardian dare to stop the city governor of Mound Hill City from meeting him? After leaving the hidden dragon camp and arriving at the meeting room again, Duan Ling Tian knew that he was right. Duan Ling Tian, I want to accept you as my disciple. Are you willing? The city governor of Mound Hill City narrowed his eyes and asked Duan Ling Tian directly. City Lord, what benefits will I get if I agree to become your disciple? Duan Ling Tian asked directly when he heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's question. The Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression changed as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He shouted angrily, Duan Ling Tian, don't be arrogant. It's your blessing that the city governor is willing to accept you as his disciple. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so bold as to bargain with the city governor. Duan Ling Tian ignored the Heavenly Leader Guardian and continued to look at the city governor of Mound Hill City calmly. He seemed to be waiting for the city governor's reply. The city governor of Mound Hill City was stunned for a while before he asked with interest, What benefits do you want? City governor, you're really straightforward. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. I don't want much. I just hope that you can agree to a request of mine, city governor. Speak. The city governor of Mound Hill City said. City governor, I hope that you can protect Gua Li so that she won't be sacrificed in the battle between the clans in Fuyu Town. Duan Ling Tian said with a serious expression. He had nothing else to ask for from the city governor of Mound Hill City. Fuyu Town? The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned. Gua Li is from Fuyu Town? As the city governor of Mound Hill City, he had some impression of Fuyu Town. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Gua Li is from the Gua clan in Fuyu Town. She's also the strongest person among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. The other two clans that are enemies with the Gua clan want her dead. Who is she to you? Why would you go to such lengths for her? The city governor of Mound Hill City had an ambiguous look in his eyes. She's my friend. I'm only helping her because I owe her a favor. Duan Ling Tian said. Are you really just friends? The city governor of Mound Hill City had an ambiguous look in his eyes. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded calmly. There was not even the slightest ripple in his heart. He was telling the truth. He did not have any feelings for Gua Li. Heavenly Leader Guardian, send my order to Fuyu Town immediately. If anything happens to Gua Li, the city governor's office of Mound Hill City will annihilate the two clans that are enemies with the Gua clan. The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at the Heavenly Leader Guardian and ordered. Yes. The Heavenly Leader Guardian immediately retreated and left the meeting hall. It was obvious that he was going to relay the city governor's order. At that moment, only Duan Ling Tian and the city governor of Mound Hill City were left in the spacious meeting hall. Greetings, teacher. Duan Ling Tian bowed to the city governor of Mound Hill City. Teacher. The city governor of Mound Hill City frowned. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to call him teacher. Teacher, master. Although the two were extremely similar, there was also a huge difference. Compared to master, teacher was undoubtedly much more casual. Usually, there could only be one master. Even if one wanted to have a second master, the first master had to agree. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful. However, a teacher was different. A teacher was not so particular. As long as it was an elder who had taught and guided him, he could call him teacher. You have a master? After a while, the city governor of Mound Hill City asked as he relaxed his brows. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Then why don't you call me teacher instead of master? The city governor of Mound Hill City's tone was stern and dissatisfied as he asked. A teacher teaches and answers questions. In my eyes, a master is like a bright light in the night, someone who can guide me forward. My teacher, on the other hand, was someone who helped me during my growth. Duan Ling Tian answered honestly. Because of that, in his heart, even if he had the city governor of Mound Hill City as his teacher, the city governor of Mound Hill City was only his teacher and not his master. The word master was too heavy. It seems like you're saying that I can't teach you? The city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes gleamed coldly, and his tone became deeper. If you can be the bright light that guides me forward, by then, I'll naturally be willing to call you master. However, for now, you're still my teacher. Facing the city governor of Mound Hill City whose expression had turned extremely grave, Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as usual.
Humph. You can leave now.
The city governor of Mound Hill City snorted.
Yes.
Duan Lingtian did not say much. After responding, he turned around and left the meeting hall. Seeing Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappear before his eyes, the gloominess on the city governor of Mound Hill City's face disappeared and was replaced with a smile. What a special little fellow. He killed a perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator with his intermediate mortal shedding stage cultivation base. It seems like this little fellow has quite a big secret. The city governor of Mound Hill City was almost mumbling to himself when he reached the end of his sentence. Gua Li's matter has finally been resolved. On the way back to the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face. He had finally repaid the favor he owed Gua Li. He was free of debt. Currently, Duan Lingtian felt as if his body was as light as a swallow. I'll go to the Merit Pavilion to have a look 3 days later. After returning to the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. 3 days later, he would be able to exchange the points he had obtained in today's test for merit points. Then, he would be able to exchange the merit points for some items in the city governor's estate. Perhaps, he would be able to find something that he wanted. When Duan Lingtian entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to continue cultivating, an order came out of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City and was sent far away. It was sent all the way to Fuyu Town. Fuyu Town was also known as Fuyu Island. It was an island located not far away from the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Fuyu Island today was not peaceful. This was because a messenger had come from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City to deliver the order from the city governor of Mound Hill City. Gua Li, a disciple of the Gua clan, is a member of the latent dragon camp of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. If anything happens, the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City will step in and annihilate the 2 clans that are enemies of the Gua clan. These were the original words of the city governor of Mound Hill City. After the order was given, the entire Gua clan was in an uproar. Each and every one of them was extremely excited. The most outstanding disciple of the Gua clan was protected by the city governor of Mound Hill City. Unlike the Gua clan's excitement, the other 2 clans were gloomy as though they had just gone through a funeral. The city governor of Mound Hill City is protecting Gua Li? They could not figure out why the city governor of Mound Hill City would protect Gua Li. Investigate. Send someone to investigate. We must know why the city governor of Mound Hill City is protecting Gua Li. At the same time, tell the spies in Mound Hill City to stop their actions and stop targeting Gua Li. After the orders were passed down from the 2 clans, the people from the 2 clans began to make their way to the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, the people from the Gua clan also left Fuyu Island. The Gua clan also wanted to know what was going on. When Gua Li found out about all of this, it was already 3 days later. Master City Governor gave an order to protect me? Gua Li was a little confused when she found out about this. However, she soon regained her senses. She knew all of this must have something to do with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, it's you. Is it? Gua Li could not help but ask for confirmation when she saw Duan Lingtian walking out of cottage number 6 slowly. Huh! Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Gua Li staring at him excitedly. He had just come out of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, so he did not know what Gua Li meant. Chapter 1406. Duan Lingtian nodded when he knew Gua Li was asking about the city governor of Mound Hill City protecting her. Thank you. Gua Li thanked him sincerely with a grateful expression on her face. You've left the wooden house. Are you planning to go to the Merit Pavilion too? Duan Lingtian changed the topic and asked. Yes. Gua Li nodded. I've already used the opportunity to go out once every 3 months. I wonder if I can still go out. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of this problem. I heard. As long as you register with the steward and exchange for merit points at the Merit Pavilion, it's not considered going out. Gua Li said. If that's the case, then there's no problem. Duan Lingtian smiled and then walked into the pavilion beside the high platform with Gua Li. After registering with the Heavenly Harm Guardian, they left the latent dragon camp. After leaving the latent dragon camp, They went to the Merit Pavilion. The Merit Pavilion in the city governor's estate was an independent pavilion with 4 floors. The pavilion had an antique look and looked simple. As soon as they entered the first floor, Duan Lingtian saw a familiar figure walking toward them from the inside. Jin Yuan Bao? Senior brother Duan. At that moment, Jin Yuan Bao saw Duan Lingtian and a bright smile appeared on his face. Senior brother? Duan Lingtian and Guali were stunned when they heard how Jin Yuan Bao addressed him. I'm 2 years younger than you, and I'm not as powerful as you. Naturally, I should call you senior brother. Jin Yuan Bao smiled. Duan Lingtian just remembered that Jin Yuan Bao was also a disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City like him. Junior brother Jin. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as well. Senior brother Duan, I've already exchanged for what I want. I'll take my leave first. Jin Yuan Bao bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and nodded at Guali before leaving the Merit Pavilion. Duan Lingtian, did I hear that right? Jin Yuan Bao called you senior brother? Moreover, he admitted that his strength is inferior to yours? Guali looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. You've fought him before? When Guali learned that she was protected by the city governor of Mound Hill City, she knew Duan Lingtian had most likely become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City and had asked the city governor for a favor. That favor was for the city governor of Mound Hill City to protect her. However, although she knew Duan Lingtian must have become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, she did not expect Jin Yuan Bao to address Duan Lingtian as senior brother. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. No. Then. Guali wanted to ask more, but she was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. You'll know in a while. Guali looked confused, but she didn't ask any more questions. 31 points? Are you sure? In front of the counter on the first floor of the Merit Pavilion, Guali looked at the staff member in surprise. No. The staff member shook his head. The 3-person team you're in has obtained 93 points in the test 3 days ago. You've taken one of them, so you have 31 points. 31 points can be exchanged for 3,100 merit points. Do you want to exchange? The staff member asked. Wait. Guali shook her head. Guali shook her head. She couldn't react for a moment. I remember that our team of 3 got a total of 73 points. 93 points? Where did the extra 20 points come from? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Guali's mind. She stared at Duan Lingtian next to her as if she had seen a ghost. Duan Lingtian, why you didn't kill that perfection mortal shedding stage bandit, did you? Killing a perfection mortal shedding stage bandit would give her 20 points. Guali's breathing quickened as soon as she finished speaking. She stared at Duan Lingtian with her clear eyes, not missing any expression on Duan Lingtian's face. When she saw Duan Lingtian nodding his head, she completely confirmed it. Duan Lingtian, you? At that moment, Guali really did not know what to say. While she was shocked, she could only smile wryly. She finally understood why Jin Yuan Bao addressed Duan Lingtian as his senior brother. Exchange them for merit points. Duan Lingtian reminded her with a faint smile. Okay. After Duan Lingtian's reminder, Guali reacted and exchanged all 31 points for merit points. She now had a total of 3,100 merit points. After Guali was done, Duan Lingtian followed suit and exchanged his merit points. The merit points are stored inside? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he looked at the crystal card in his hand. When he inserted his true energy into the crystal card, the number 3,100 would appear on it. It was the value of the merit points. There's a saint inscription inscribed on the crystal card. Guali did not seem surprised at all as she explained to Duan Lingtian. Saint inscription? Does this mean that this is made by a saint inscription master? Duan Lingtian was even more shocked. As far as he knew, there was no saint inscription master in Mound Hill City. As Duan Lingtian voiced his doubts, Guali smiled and said, Duan Lingtian, this crystal card is not made by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. It's not made by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian was stunned. This crystal card is from the 7th rated force above Mound Hill City. The merit points inside are also from that 7th rated force, Guali explained. That 7th rated force is a powerful sect. Including Mound Hill City,
The other 17 cities around it are also under the control of that sect. Just like the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, the city governor's estate of the other 17 cities are also 8th-rated forces. They each control an 8th-grade Saint Stone reserve. Guali continued. The 18 cities have to hand in a large amount of 7th-grade Saint Stones and recommend young geniuses to that 7th-rated sect every 3 years. That 7th-rated sect will award a certain amount of merit points to each city based on the number of 7th-grade Saint Stones handed in and the quality of the young geniuses recommended by each city. It said that the city governor's estate of each city can use merit points to borrow human-rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactics from that 7th-rated sect and exchange them for human-rank primitive Saint-grade weapons and high-grade Saint-grade pills. Guali finished in one breath. A 7th-rated sect that controls 18 cities like Mound Hill City? A 7th-rated sect that has mastered human-rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactics, human-rank primitive Saint-grade weapons, and high-grade Saint-grade pills? Upon hearing Guali's words, Duan Lingtian sorted out the information one by one. His heart was filled with shock. If one wanted to read the contents of the second stage, the intermediate stage, one would have to cultivate the technique to the fundamental awareness stage, and so on. Due to this reason, one would need to read it at least 5 times to learn the entire set of Saint-grade martial tactics. It would cost 5,000 merit points to learn the entire set of human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactics. It was no wonder Guali was shocked. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had a smile on his face. 1,000 merit points to read it once? One must know that he was different from ordinary martial cultivators. An ordinary martial cultivator would need to read the Saint-grade martial tactics at least 5 times to read the contents of the Saint token. Chapter 1407. Silver Shirt. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian walked toward the few Saint tokens that contained the human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic. His target was the human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic that contained the silver shirt. The silver shirt was a defensive technique in the human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic. At the same time, it was the upgraded version of the defensive technique he had cultivated, the copper shirt. Lin Qingrong had told him about it. Soon, Duan Lingtian found the human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic that contained the silver shirt. Senior. Holding the Saint token, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man not far away. Whoosh! The old man disappeared from his spot and reappeared in front of Duan Lingtian with a crystal card in his hand. Duan Lingtian took out his crystal card as well. When they were on the first floor of the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian had witnessed the staff transferring 3,100 merit points to his crystal card. Therefore, he followed suit and stuck his crystal card on the old man's crystal card. However, he had no idea what to do next. Duan Lingtian felt awkward. Infuse your spiritual energy into it and transfer 1,000 merit points to me. The old man reminded Duan Lingtian as though he could see the awkwardness on his face. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian immediately infused his spiritual energy into the crystal card in his hand. He wanted to transfer 1,000 merit points to the old man's crystal card. In a flash, the crystal card in his hand flashed and a ray of light shot into the old man's crystal card. As Duan Lingtian infused his true energy into the crystal card, he could see that the remaining limit on the card was 2,100 merit points. It's that simple? Duan Lingtian was surprised. He did not expect it to be so easy to transfer his crystal card to merit points. From now on, you can borrow the Saint token in your hand. The old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded and infused his spiritual energy into the Saint token in his hand. In an instant, the information within the Holy Scroll flooded into Duan Lingtian's mind, becoming a part of his memory that was difficult to separate. However, among the vast amount of information, only the information about the defensive technique, Silver Shirt, was useful to Duan Lingtian. The rest of the information was completely useless. In order not to arouse the suspicion of the old man, Duan Lingtian did not rush to put down the Holy Scroll. An ordinary martial cultivator would need at least 15 minutes to memorize all the moves in the Saint-grade martial tactic and cultivate them to the fundamental awareness stage. While Duan Lingtian pretended to be engrossed in the Saint Scroll, Guali did not stay idle.
She picked a human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic jade scroll and transferred 1,000 merit points to the old man. Then, she began to read the human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic in the Saint token. After nearly a quarter of an hour, Duan Ling Tian was the first to wake up. He calmly placed the holy jade slip back to its original position. Soon after, Guali woke up as well. At this moment, she had memorized all the moves in the human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic to the fundamental awareness stage in her mind. As for the rest of the content, she could not see it for the time being. Due to this reason, she could only return the holy scroll first. After Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian returned the holy scrolls, they continued to walk up and soon arrived at the third floor of the Merit Pavilion. The third floor of the Merit Pavilion was where one could exchange merit points for Saint weapons. What was surprising was more than 90% of the Saint weapons placed on the third floor of the Merit Pavilion were human rank prominent Saint weapons. All of them shone with a terrifying luster. Senior, how many merit points do I need to exchange for a human rank prominent Saint weapon? Guali asked the old man who was patrolling the third floor of the Merit Pavilion. 2,000 merit points, the old man replied calmly. 2,000 merit points, Duan Ling Tian said calmly. 2,000 merit points? Guali's eyes widened. So expensive? However, the old man did not answer her. Instead, he had an expression that said, if you think it's expensive, don't exchange for it. Although Guali thought it was expensive, she still chose a human rank prominent Saint weapon in the end and exchanged for it with her merit points. At this moment, only 100 merit points were left on the crystal card in her hand. It's really back to square one. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he saw the limit on the crystal card in Guali's hand. Guali, whose heart was bleeding, regained her senses when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She asked, Duan Ling Tian, what did you say about back to square one? What do you mean? Back to square one was a proverb from Hua Nation, where Duan Ling Tian was from in his past life. Naturally, Guali did not know about this proverb. It means back to square one. Duan Ling Tian replied. Guali could understand Duan Ling Tian's words. Although Guali's heart was bleeding, she still had a smile on her face when she looked at the human rank prominent Saint weapon in her hand. The human rank prominent Saint weapon in her hand was also a long whip. It was similar to her previous weapon. It was because of this human rank prominent Saint weapon that she decided to exchange for it. Duan Ling Tian, aren't you going to exchange for it? Guali could not help but ask when she saw Duan Ling Tian did not choose the human rank prominent Saint weapon, and did not even look at the human rank prominent Saint weapons. Let's go to the fourth floor. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian, I saw a bow over there. It's a human rank prominent Saint weapon. Are you sure you're not going to exchange for it? Guali asked again. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. What a joke. The sun-shooting bow in his hand was many times better than a human rank prominent Saint weapon. There was no need for him to waste his merit points on a worse weapon. Since he did not intend to exchange for it, Duan Ling Tian took the lead and left the third floor of the Merit Points Pavilion and went straight to the fourth floor. Guali followed closely behind him. The second floor of the Merit Points Pavilion was where one could borrow Saint-grade martial tactics using merit points. The third floor was where one could exchange for Saint weapons using merit points. If he was not mistaken, the fourth floor should be where one could exchange for pills using merit points. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian was right. The fourth floor of the Merit Points Pavilion was indeed where one could exchange for pills using merit points. 1-star Saint-grade pill? 2-star Saint-grade pill? When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the fourth floor of the Merit Points Pavilion, he had a certain understanding of Saint-grade pills. He knew that Saint-grade pills were divided into 9 grades from 1-star to 9-star. 1-star was the lowest grade while 9-star was the highest grade. The fourth floor of the Merit Points Pavilion provided 1-star Saint-grade pills and 2-star Saint-grade pills that could be exchanged with merit points. It's indeed much more powerful than a royal grade pill. After probing the 1-star Saint-grade pill with his spiritual energy, Duan Ling Tian easily discovered that the strength of the medicinal efficacy in it was much more powerful than a royal grade pill. Naturally, there was no such thing as a royal grade pill in the Dao Martial Saint land. The same pill was called an innate pill in the Dao Martial Saint land. 1 1-star Saint Grade pill requires 20 merit points to exchange for. 1 2-star Saint Grade pill requires 100 merit points. What a sky-high price. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly as he thought to himself. Whether it was 1-star Saint Grade pills or 2-star Saint Grade pills, there were healing pills and pills that could increase one's sensitivity to the heaven and earth spirit energy for a short period of time. The former was used to heal injuries. The latter was used to assist one's cultivation. 11 2-star healing pills and 10 2-star sensory pills. Duan Lingtian looked at the other old man who was patrolling on the 4th floor of the Merit Points Pavilion and said. When he first arrived at the 4th floor of the Merit Points Pavilion, he had already probed the old man with his divine eye. He knew this old man was at the paramount mortal shedding stage just like the other 2 floors below. The pills that Duan Lingtian chose were 2-star Saint Grade pills that cost 100 merit points each. 21 pills were exactly 2,100 merit points. Duan Lingtian transferred the remaining merit points in his crystal card to the old man's crystal card and successfully obtained the Saint Grade pills that he wanted. A 2-star Saint Grade pill that's 2 grades higher than a royal grade pill. I wonder how strong the medicinal efficacy is. After Duan Lingtian put away the 21 pills, he was eager to return home. Right now, he only wanted to go back and test the medicinal efficacy of a 2-star Saint Grade pill. The corner of Guali's mouth twitched slightly when she saw how extravagant Duan Lingtian was. At the same time, she used her remaining 100 merit points to exchange for 5 1-star Saint Grade pills, 3 1-star healing pills and 2 1-star sensory pills. After exchanging everything, Duan Lingtian and Guali prepared to leave. Both of them departed from the 4th floor of the Merit Points Pavilion and returned the way they came. They stopped at the staircase on the 3rd floor of the Merit Points Pavilion. This was because they had bumped into someone they knew. Junior Sister Gua. Congratulations. I can't believe you're protected by Master City Governor. The person Duan Lingtian and Guali met was Xianxia, the person who ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp. At this moment, Xianxia was congratulating Guali with a smile on his face. However, Guali ignored him. Guali's behavior caused the smile on Xianxia's face to freeze completely. As the smile on Xianxia's face disappeared, he shifted his gaze from Guali to Duan Lingtian. Killing intent filled his body. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia indifferently. He was not afraid at all. Duan Lingtian, if you're still a man, when we return to the latent dragon camp, you'll challenge me and snatch my cottage number 5. Xianxia glared at Duan Lingtian coldly. His true energy voice transmission that was filled with provocation entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Just from Xianxia's words, one could tell that he was worried. He did not know that Duan Lingtian had been taken in as a disciple by the city governor of Mound Hill City. That was the truth. Since returning to the latent dragon camp 3 days ago, Xianxia had not come out of his cottage. He only left the latent dragon camp today because he had to go to the Merit Pavilion. During this process, he heard that the city governor of Mound Hill City had announced that he would protect Guali. As for the news that Duan Lingtian had become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, he did not know about it yet. Otherwise, he would not have the guts to challenge Duan Lingtian. I'll wait for you in the latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. However, there were flames of anger burning deep in his eyes. It was enough to show his current emotions. Even a person made of clay had a temper. This Xianxia had challenged him time and time again. Did he really think that he was a pushover who could be bullied at will? I hope you can remember what you said now. Don't wait for me to return and find you hiding in your wooden house again. Chapter 1408. After taking a deep look at Xianxia, Duan Lingtian continued to walk down and left the Merit Pavilion. During this process, Guali turned around and looked at Xianxia's back with pity in her eyes. Even Jin Yuan Bao, who ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters, had to address Duan Lingtian as senior brother. How dare Xianxia provoke Duan Lingtian? She could not help but admire Xianxia's courage. Of course, she did not remind Xianxia. She did not have a good impression of Xianxia at all. After leaving the Merit Pavilion, Duan Lingtian and Gua Li returned to the latent dragon camp. However, they were not in a hurry to return to the wooden house. Instead, they stood in front of the wooden house as if they were waiting for something. The two people's movements quickly attracted the attention of many people. What are Duan Lingtian and Gua Li doing? I don't know. They must have just returned from the Merit Pavilion. They must have exchanged many things. Shouldn't they be going back to the wooden house to count the things they exchanged? The latent dragon camp members in the dilapidated wooden house were confused. It was not until 15 minutes later when a voice was heard from the entrance of the latent dragon camp that they finally reacted. Duan Lingtian, you've got guts. Zhang Jian smirked when he walked into the latent dragon camp. He then leaped up to the high platform and confronted Duan Lingtian. Waves of battle intent rose from his body. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to respond to him. He only looked at him calmly. Gua Li retreated to the side and looked at the two of them calmly. I was wondering who Duan Lingtian was waiting for. It turns out that he's waiting for Zhang Jian. When did they start fighting? Many people were shocked. However, more of them were excited as they waited to watch the show. Duan Lingtian, I'll let you know soon. You're nothing in my eyes. Don't think that you can look down on all the people on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage just because you defeated a few people who have just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was ignoring him, Zhang Jian's face darkened completely. I don't know about the others at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, but I really don't think much of you, Zhang Jian. Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Duan Lingtian's words caused an uproar. Other than Gua Li, who knew that Duan Lingtian was telling the truth, the others thought that Duan Lingtian was being too arrogant. Isn't this Duan Lingtian a little too arrogant? Zhang Jian's cultivation base has long broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. His strength is far from what Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong, who have just broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, can compare to. If he thinks Zhang Jian is as easy to deal with as Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong, then he's gravely mistaken. I'd like to see how he'll embarrass himself later. The latent dragon camp members at the dilapidated wooden house discussed among themselves. More than 90% of them did not think Duan Lingtian would win. Zhu Lang, I know you're close to Duan Lingtian, but he's destined to be unlucky today since he's going up against my cousin Zhang Jian. I suggest you go back to the wooden house so that you won't be unhappy to see him injured. Hu Jie walked to the front of Zhu Lang's dilapidated wooden house and mocked him. We don't know who's going to win yet. Zhu Lang smirked. He knew Duan Lingtian's strength very well. Putting everything else aside, if he and Gua Li had not held Duan Lingtian back during the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City 3 days ago, he would have definitely ranked first. Due to this reason, he had confidence in Duan Lingtian. He believed that Zhang Jian was no match for Duan Lingtian. What? Don't tell me you think Duan Lingtian can defeat my cousin Zhang Jian? Hu Jie smiled. It was a mocking smile. I don't know about the other Mastery Mortal Shedding stage powerhouses, but I really don't take you seriously, Zhang Jian. On the high platform, Duan Lingtian's words kept echoing in Zhang Jian's ears. His body began to tremble violently due to his extreme rage. His eyes turned crimson red, and he was filled with rage. He was on the verge of collapsing. Finally, his rage reached its peak and he completely broke down. Duan Lingtian, I'll show everyone how I, the person you don't take seriously, will throw you into the manure pit. Zhang Jian roared in rage. His entire body seemed to have transformed into an agile leopard as he pounced toward Duan Lingtian. The air seemed to have been sucked out wherever he passed. The onlookers held their breaths as they stared at the scene before them. However, what happened in the next moment left them all dumbfounded. Goodness! What did they just see? Bang! A loud noise came from the high platform, accompanied by a painful groan. In the next moment, everyone saw Zhang Jian fly out like an arrow from a bow, all the way out of the high platform in just a single exchange of blows. A moment later, Zhang Jian flew above the manure pit uncontrollably. Seeing that he was about to fly over the manure pit and land on the dilapidated wooden house, a purple figure appeared next to Zhang Jian out of thin air. Bang! Another loud noise came. Apart from Gua Li, the crowd could not see what happened at all. Zhang Jian's body suddenly fell. As the purple figure disappeared,
Zhang Jian's body landed heavily in the manure pit. Yellow and white matter splashed everywhere. All of a sudden, the latent dragon camp members who were near the manure pit retreated. Everyone was stunned. They stared blankly at the scene before them. They did not regain their senses for a long time. Did Zhang Jian pass out just like Ho Lin did last time? After waiting for a while, many people had a strange expression on their faces when they saw Zhang Jian lying in the manure pit without making any sound. Even more people were looking at the purple figure on the high platform in shock. Duan Lingtian's ability is so powerful? Could it be that he has broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, and his ability is comparable to a powerhouse on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage? The news that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage when he defeated Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong had spread throughout the Latent Dragon Camp. All of the Latent Dragon Camp members knew that Duan Lingtian had the ability to defeat opponents whose level was higher than his. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian sent Zhang Jian flying with just one blow and knocked him out with his second attack, they thought Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage and possessed an ability that was not inferior to an ordinary powerhouse on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. After all, Zhang Jian was different from Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong. His cultivation base had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage a long time ago. Among the people present, there were only 3 people who were not surprised by this outcome. They were Gua Li, Zhu Lang, and the Heavenly Harm Guardian who was standing on top of the pavilion. This Duan Lingtian is really unreasonable. The Heavenly Harm Guardian shook his head. However, Zhang Jian was asking for trouble. Of all people, he had to provoke this malefic cousin brother Zhang Jian. Hu Jie snapped back to his senses and cried out with a terrible expression. He then flew out and scooped Zhang Jian out of the manure pit. As soon as Hu Jie placed Zhang Jian on the ground, he began to move. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of yellow and white matter that landed on Hu Jie's face. Blurg! Hu Jie was so disgusted that he immediately vomited all over Zhang Jian's face. Zhang Jian had just regained his senses. When he realized he had fallen into the manure pit, he did not know where to vent his anger. Now that Hu Jie had spat on his face, his expression changed drastically. He slapped his palm out of reflex and sent Hu Jie flying with a loud bang. Boom! Hu Jie flew far away and crashed hard on the ground. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth and he stopped breathing completely. Whoosh! Just when everyone thought Hu Jie was innocent, a figure appeared next to him out of thin air. After checking Hu Jie's breath, his expression changed drastically. Lord Heavenly Harm Guardian, this is... Many people's hearts skipped a beat when they saw this. Zhang Jian, you killed Hu Jie. The Heavenly Harm Guardian said coldly as he looked at Zhang Jian with a grave expression. Hu Jie is dead? At this moment, Zhang Jian finally regained his senses. His expression changed drastically when he heard the Heavenly Harm Guardian's words. The reason his expression changed was not because Hu Jie was his distant cousin. It was because of the Latent Dragon Camp's rules. The Latent Dragon Camp had a rule that members of the Latent Dragon Camp were not allowed to kill or cripple each other. Otherwise they would be punished. Those who killed would be severely punished and would be expelled from the Latent Dragon Camp and the city governor's estate. Before the others could react, the Heavenly Harm Guardian grabbed Hu Jie's body and flew toward Zhang Jian. He extended his other hand and grabbed Zhang Jian like an eagle catching a chick. Zhang Jian killed Hu Jie, who's also a member of the Latent Dragon Camp. This is a heinous crime. Send him to the punishment camp immediately. The Heavenly Harm Guardian left with Hu Jie's body and Zhang Jian. After a while, the people in the Latent Dragon Camp finally regained their senses. Hu Jie, he's dead? Hu Jie seems to be Zhang Jian's distant cousin. Zhang Jian is really ruthless to be able to kill him. I think he didn't even realize it at that time. Hu Jie's ability is far weaker than him. How could Hu Jie withstand his palm strike? The group of Latent Dragon Camp members discussed among themselves. They all knew that Zhang Jian was going to be out of luck this time. There's a rule in the Latent Dragon Camp. Anyone who kills another member of the Latent Dragon Camp will be severely punished and expelled from the Latent Dragon Camp and the city governor's mansion. Do you think Zhang Jian will really be expelled from the Latent Dragon Camp and the city governor's mansion? I think so. I don't think so. No matter what, Zhang Jian is one of the 13 gangsters. His talent and ability are extraordinary. I don't think he'll be expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate just like that. If Zhang Jian isn't expelled, won't the latent dragon camp's rules be just for show? Who's going to obey them in the future? The latent dragon camp members were divided into two groups and began to argue. At that moment, not many people paid attention to Duan Lingtian. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect that to happen. You brought this upon yourself. Guali snorted. Upon hearing Guali's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched unconsciously. Chapter 1409. Zhang Jian was taken away by the Heavenly Harm Guardian to the punishment camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. However, he did not come back. Things were changing in the latent dragon camp. Li Han, the first person among the 13 gangsters whom Duan Lingtian defeated when he first arrived at the latent dragon camp, had successfully broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. He wanted to seek revenge from Duan Lingtian as soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation. However, when he heard that Zhang Jian was defeated by Duan Lingtian, he completely dismissed the thought. However, he still managed to become one of the 13 gangsters with his own strength. The ranking of the 13 gangsters changed as well. Apart from the top 4 who remained unchanged, Duan Lingtian replaced Zhang Jian, who was originally ranked 5th and moved into Wooden House number 5. Zhang Jilong moved into Wooden House number 6. Guali moved into Wooden House number 7. The owner of Wooden House number 8 was Ho Lin, while the owner of Wooden House number 9 was Li Han. As for the owner of Wooden House number 10, it changed a few times within a month. It was only confirmed when another latent dragon camp member broke through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. At the same time, the news that Duan Lingtian had become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City began to spread. So Duan Lingtian has become Master City Governor's disciple. To be able to become Master City Governor's disciple after Xianxu and Jin Yuanbao, this means that Duan Lingtian's ability has even surpassed Sun Gu, who's ranked 4th among the 13 gangsters. If he knew Duan Lingtian had become Master City Governor's disciple, I'm afraid Zhang Jian wouldn't have dared to provoke Duan Lingtian even if he was given 10 guts. Life is unpredictable. Perhaps, even Zhang Jian himself didn't expect that he would be expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate for killing his distant cousin. I heard. Zhang Jian was barely alive when he was expelled from the city governor's estate. The punishment camp's method is too cruel. I think he's lucky that he's still alive. The rundown wooden huts in the latent dragon camp were always lively. Because Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhang Jian in one move, Ho Lin and Zhang Jilong's fear of Duan Lingtian deepened. Now that they heard that Duan Lingtian had become the disciple of the city lord, they completely dispelled any thoughts of making an enemy out of Duan Lingtian. Especially Ho Lin. Although Duan Lingtian had once thrown him into a septic tank and humiliated him, facing the current Duan Lingtian, he did not have the slightest desire for revenge. A month had passed since Zhang Jian was expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's mansion. On this day, the leader of the 13 gangsters, Ling Yun, left Wooden House number 1. As for what he was going to do, everyone knew. An hour later, Ling Yun returned. Even though his expression was still cold, his eyes were filled with excitement. It seems like Ling Yun passed the test that teacher set for him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he saw the joy in Ling Yun's eyes as he walked out of the pavilion on the side of the high platform. He had entered the pavilion to collect his holy stones. Now that he was ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters, he could collect 900 8th grade holy stones every month. Duan Lingtian, although you're older than me and you're the disciple of Master first, if you want me to call you senior brother, you'll have to defeat me first. When Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Yun was also looking at him and communicating with him using his true qi through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly and returned to Wooden House number 5 directly. After returning to the wooden house, he took out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and entered it directly with his mind. He then went to the 2nd floor. After going to the 2nd floor, he continued to cultivate. There was a layer of silver luster on his body as if he was wearing a silver suit. As the upgraded version of the copper shirt,
It's been very smooth for me to cultivate the silver shirt. Now, I've cultivated it to the competent stage. Duan Lingtian had a satisfied smile on his face. A month had passed outside, and 3 months had passed in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In 3 months, Duan Lingtian had successfully cultivated the silver shirt to the competent stage. The competent stage was the 3rd stage of the Saint Grade martial tactic. The power of the silver shirt that had been cultivated to the advanced stage was equivalent to the copper shirt that had been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable level. I can feel that. Now, once I perform the silver shirt, the power of my body will be much stronger. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In another month, I'll have been in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City for half a year. Duan Lingtian sighed as he thought to this point. Of course, the half a year he was talking about was the time in the outside world. The time in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much longer than the outside world. That's right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He put away the silver shirt and left the 2nd floor of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He arrived at the 1st floor of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualao. Duan Lingtian looked at Hualao, who was sitting cross-legged, and greeted him. What's the matter? Hualao opened his eyes and asked. Hualao, I want to ask you. Does my growth ring grow with the passage of time in the outside world or in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Duan Lingtian had thought of this earlier. If his growth ring grew with the passage of time in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he would be 36 years old now. If it grew with the passage of time in the outside world, he would still be 35 years old. When he first met Lin Qingrong and Guali, he seemed to have just turned 35 years old. Your growth ring grows with the passage of time in the outside world. The passage of time in the outside world is normal. You can think of it that way. The extra time in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is equivalent to stealing, so it won't affect your growth ring. Hualao said. Stealing? Hualao, you mean? When I was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, my growth ring didn't change. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried to suppress his agitated emotions. Yes. Hualao nodded. Since you came to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, your growth ring has only grown for half a month. This half a month is the time you spent in the outside world for the past half a year. I've been in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City for half a year. In the past half a year, other than the last time I went out for 10 days, I only spent 5 days in the outside world. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he muttered, If that's the case, won't my growth ring grow very slowly? That's right. Hualao nodded. Your growth ring grows with the passage of time in the outside world. When you were in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, your growth ring didn't change. Based on the fact that you've only spent 15 days in the outside world in the past half a year, 12 years have passed in the outside world, and your growth ring has only grown by 1 ring, which means your age has only increased by 1 year. Hualao continued. Boom. Hualao's words were like a clap of thunder. Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he could not regain his senses for a long time. Based on the time he had spent in the outside world in the past half a year, 12 years, and his growth ring had only grown by 1 ring? Isn't this too much? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a blank expression on his face. Based on this calculation, my growth ring has only grown by 5 rings after 60 years in the outside world. At that time, I'll only be 40 years old? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he thought of this. In fact, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, those below the age of 40 were considered young people. Based on the time he had spent in the outside world in the past half a year, he would only be considered as a young person after 60 years? At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply realized how extraordinary the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was indeed a top celestial supreme treasure. It could steal the good fortune of heaven and earth and steal the cycle of time. In the past half a year, I've consumed 10 2-star sensory pills to increase my sensitivity to the heaven and earth spirit energy. My cultivation has improved tremendously. My egg-sized chi-si is almost full now. Although I don't have any 2-star sensory pills now, I'll be able to fill my chi-si in a month's time with the help of the 32 saint veins in my body to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate. Duan Lingtian continued to mutter to himself. The next breakthrough would be to break through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Once he broke through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage,
his Qi would transform again and become bigger. At that time, the transformed and enlarged Qi would be able to store more true energy. Not only that, after his Qi metamorphosed and expanded, he would also open more Saint Meridians and open more Saint Meridians. The increase of Saint Veins would affect the speed of the true energy in his body, directly affecting his strength. With the true energy in my Qi, I'm confident I can defeat any martial or Dao cultivator at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage even if I don't use the silver shirt. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Currently, he was only a martial cultivator at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Once I break through to the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage, even if I've just broken through, I'm confident I can defeat most martial and Dao cultivators at the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage with the help of the silver shirt. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in the air and began to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. 9 Dragons Form. As he cultivated the mental cultivation method in his body, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air and saint stones were continuously absorbed into his body. After the heaven and earth spirit energy entered his body, it was transported by the 9 dragons and turned into true energy that merged with his Qi. With this cycle, the true energy in his Qi continued to increase. Soon, a month had passed in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At this moment, the Qi in between Duan Lingtian's brows was finally filled to the brim with true energy. My true energy is now full. Now, I can try to open up a bigger Qi. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. Then, he closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. Chapter 14:10. Boom. Along with his Qi expanding to the limit like a balloon before exploding, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of dizziness. However, when he regained his senses, a look of joy appeared on his face. My Qi. It's so big now? Duan Lingtian noticed that his Qi had changed, completely changed, and became extremely exaggerated. Previously, his Qi was only the size of an egg. Now, his Qi was as big as a basketball on Earth in his previous life. The true energy that had exploded his egg-sized Qi only occupied a corner of his basketball-sized Qi. It did not seem worth mentioning at all. However, Duan Lingtian knew he had taken another step forward. He had broken through half of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. The remaining half was to open up Saint Veins. I opened up 15 Saint Veins when I was on the early Mortal Shedding stage. I opened up another 17 Saint Veins when I was on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. By right, I should be able to open up at least 18 Saint Veins now that I've broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath when he thought of this. Let's hope there's an accident. The so-called accident referred to the fact that Duan Lingtian was able to open more than 18 Saint Veins. It was similar to when he opened up more than 16 Saint Veins when he was on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian had experienced it twice in the past, it was smooth sailing for him to open his Saint Veins again. However, it would still take him some time. Half a month later, Duan Lingtian, who had opened up more Saint Veins, stopped when he felt he could no longer open up more Saint Veins. How many Saint Veins have I opened up? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally had the mood to check the number of Saint Veins he had opened up in his body. After counting the number of Saint Veins he had opened up, Duan Lingtian's body began to tremble violently due to excitement. I didn't count wrongly, right? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian excitedly observed the extra Saint Veins that he had opened after breaking through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. After counting back and forth a few times, Duan Lingtian finally confirmed it. He did not count wrongly. 20. He actually opened up 20 more Saint Veins. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel excited. Initially, he had thought he would only be able to open up 19 Saint Veins at most. Who knew he would be able to open up 20 more Saint Veins than he had expected? In addition to the original 32 Saint Veins, I now have a total of 52 Saint Veins. In fact, an ordinary Paramount Mortal Shedding stage powerhouse who could open more than 50 Saint Veins in their body was considered to have the talent to break through to the Saint stage and become a Saint stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage, but he had already opened 52 saint veins. In the future, even if there's no accident, I'll be able to open up at least 21 saint veins when I'm at the perfection mortal shedding stage and 22 saint veins when I'm at the paramount mortal shedding stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he began to feel excited again. In other words, even if there's no accident in the future, I'll be able to open up at least 94 saint veins? I still remember. Hua Lao said that even the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, only opened up 93 saint veins in the ancient myths on Earth in my past life. I can open up more saint veins than him? Duan Lingtian gasped. Although he had opened up more saint veins, it did not mean he could win against those who had opened up fewer saint veins. However, Duan Lingtian was still elated to be able to surpass Sun Wukong in this aspect. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he became even more excited. According to my calculations, the aerolite strike that has been cultivated to the third stage, the competent stage, is comparable to the offensive techniques in the human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactics that have been cultivated to the fifth stage, the impeccable stage. In Mound Hill City, apart from teacher, I'm afraid not many people have access to human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactics. Therefore, even Su Qi must not have cultivated a human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. Unless Su Qi has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Otherwise, I'm confident I can defeat him. The breakthrough of the offensive technique, aerolite strike, in the colossal aerolite arrow gave Duan Lingtian great confidence. Now, apart from those saint beasts and savage beasts at the perfection mortal shedding stage who have powerful bodies, human martial and Dao cultivators at the perfection mortal shedding stage should be no match for me. Duan Lingtian's confidence grew as he muttered to himself. It's a pity that I haven't broken through to the body and arrow synchronization. Otherwise, my ability would have been elevated to another level. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As the saying went, a man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It was a perfect description of Duan Lingtian. I'll go collect the Saint Stone. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and walked out of the wooden house in high spirits. He headed to the pavilion at the side of the high platform to collect the Saint Stone. After receiving the Saint Stone from the Heavenly Harm Guardian, Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude and turned to leave the pavilion. This Duan Lingtian seems to be a little different compared to a month ago. I can't put my finger on it though. The Heavenly Harm Guardian shook his head as he watched Duan Lingtian's silhouette leaving. That's right. I almost forgot. All of a sudden, the Heavenly Harm Guardian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes gleamed as he sent a true energy voice transmission out of the pavilion and into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, Lord City Governor has ordered that you can cultivate by his side after you come out of closed-door cultivation. Right now, Ling Yun, Xianghu, and Jin Yuan Bao are also cultivating by Lord City Governor's side. The Heavenly Harm Guardian reminded him. Cultivating by teacher's side? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He turned around and looked at the Heavenly Harm Guardian in the pavilion. He asked through true energy voice transmission. You mean, I can enter and leave the latent dragon camp at will? Yes. The Heavenly Harm Guardian nodded. Half a month ago, Lord City Governor ordered that you, Ling Yun, Xianghu, and Jin Yuan Bao can enter and leave the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate at will. I didn't expect that having a teacher would bring me such benefits. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and left the latent dragon camp to look for his teacher, the city governor of Mound Hill City. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, he had a huge independent mansion in the city governor's estate. The front and back courtyards were as big as the soccer fields on Earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. Of course, it was a regular giant soccer field. Teacher. Duan Lingtian bowed when he saw the city governor of Mound Hill City again. When they heard how Duan Lingtian addressed the city governor of Mound Hill City, the expressions of the three people standing behind the city governor changed slightly. One must know that when they acknowledged the city governor of Mound Hill City as their teacher, they would address him as master. Although master and teacher had the same meaning in general, there was a huge difference when it was broken down into details.
Usually, only registered disciples would address the city governor as teacher. However, as far as they knew, Duan Lingtian's treatment in the city governor's estate was no different from theirs. It did not seem like he was just a registered disciple. Yes. When the city governor of Mound Hill City responded with a smile, Duan Lingtian also noticed the three people standing behind him. They were Ling Yun, Xianghu, and Jin Yuan Bao, who were ranked first, second, and third among the 13 gangsters. I'm discussing martial arts with them. You're here just in time to listen. The city governor of Mound Hill City said. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Chapter 14:11. Duan Lingtian gained a new understanding of the Saint-grade martial tactic when he listened to the city governor of Mound Hill City's discussion. In fact, he had learned about the Saint-grade martial tactic through the Saint token in the past. The things he learned were rigid and were not as vivid as the city governor of Mound Hill City's explanation. No wonder there's a Saint token in the Dao martial Saint land and so many people want to have a master. They want to have a master not only to have a backer but also to improve their strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. For the next period of time, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to return to the latent dragon camp. Instead, he stayed in the mansion of the city governor of Mound Hill City. The mansion of the city governor of Mound Hill City did not lack anything. Moreover, the cultivation environment was even better than the latent dragon camp. According to Jin Yuan Bao, he did not want to return to the latent dragon camp after staying here for a few days. Today, the four of you will decide who's the strongest in front of me. In the Dao martial Saint land, the strong are respected. All of you will be ranked according to your strength. Based on your ranking, you'll be ranked according to your ranking, the city governor of Mound Hill City said to Duan Lingtian and the other three. Among the four of them, apart from Jin Yuan Bao who addressed Duan Lingtian and Ling Yun as senior brothers, the other three had never addressed each other as senior brothers. None of them addressed themselves as junior brothers as well. The city governor of Mound Hill City noticed this and planned to let Duan Lingtian and the other three determine their junior brothers today. Master, let me go first. If Xianghu can defeat me, I'm willing to be your little junior brother. Jin Yuan Bao took the initiative to volunteer. All right. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded. Then he stood aside with Duan Lingtian and Ling Yun as they watched Jin Yuan Bao and Xianghu who were confronting each other. They were on the verge of a fight. Jin Yuan Bao, you're still the same as before. You don't give in to me at all. Xianghu was not surprised that Jin Yuan Bao wanted to challenge him. Instead, he looked at Jin Yuan Bao solemnly, ready to deal with him at any time. Although his ranking among the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters was higher than Jin Yuan Bao's, his strength was not much stronger than Jin Yuan Bao. Every time, the outcome would only be decided after 100 moves. After breaking through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, Duan Lingtian discovered a problem. Even if he did not activate the strange pupil, he could still clearly see the movements of Jin Yuan Bao and Xianghu when they were fighting. It seems like my body has become stronger after breaking through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. My organs have also become different from ordinary mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. Duan Lingtian secretly guessed. Duan Lingtian could not think of a second explanation. Jin Yuan Bao and Xianghu fought back and forth, and it was extremely intense. Facing two people who were evenly matched in the end, Duan Lingtian felt a little drowsy as he watched. After 100 moves, Jin Yuan Bao fell into a disadvantageous position. Only then did Duan Lingtian regain his senses. After another 30 moves, Xianghu defeated Jin Yuan Bao in one strike. Another 130 moves. Jin Yuan Bao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and frowned. 2 more moves than last time. Xianghu smiled faintly and said, Junior brother Jin, shouldn't you call me senior brother now? Senior brother Xianghu. Although Jin Yuan Bao was a little unwilling, he did not act shamelessly. He called Xianghu senior brother obediently and stood aside. Whether it was Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, or the city governor of Mound Hill City, none of them were surprised by this outcome. After consuming a 2-star healing pill that the city governor of Mound Hill City threw to him, Xianghu quickly recovered to his peak condition.
His eyes immediately locked onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I admit that I'm no match for Ling Yun. If you win, I'll respectfully call you senior brother. If I win you... Xianxu looked at Duan Lingtian. However, before he could finish, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. If you win, I'll also respectfully call you senior brother. Good. That's straightforward. Xianxu grinned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Let's go. Under the gaze of the city governor of Mound Hill City, Ling Yun, and Jin Yuan Bao, Duan Lingtian strode out. A moment later, he stood in front of Xianxu without moving an inch. Jin Yuan Bao looked at Xianxu with a hint of pity in his eyes. In his opinion, Xianxu's ability was at most slightly stronger than his. It was impossible for Xianxu to be a match for Duan Lingtian, whom he was ashamed of being inferior to. At that moment, he seemed to have seen Xianxu being defeated by Duan Lingtian after a few moves. However, what happened next was out of his expectations. Not only was it out of his expectations, but it was also out of the city governor of Mound Hill City and Ling Yun's expectations. Under the gaze of the three of them, Duan Lingtian stood there without moving for a long time. In the end, Xianxu made the first move. Although Xianxu was ranked second among the 13 gangsters, he did not dare to be careless when facing Duan Lingtian, whom even Jin Yuan Bao was ashamed of being inferior to. Once he made the first move, he gave it his all without holding back. However, even though he gave it his all, he was still sent flying by Duan Lingtian, who suddenly disappeared from his sight. The moment before he was sent flying, he only saw a flash in front of his eyes and Duan Lingtian appeared in front of him, just inches away from him. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian's fist landed on his body. When this fist descended, it caused his body to tremble. He felt as though Duan Lingtian's fist was like a sledgehammer that descended on his chest, causing his internal organs to tremble and his entire body to fly out like an arrow that left the bow. After cloud riding, Xianxu fell to the ground pathetically. It was a clean defeat. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Xianxu's heavy breathing could be heard clearly. Amazing! After Jin Yuan Bao regained his senses, he gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Senior brother Duan is indeed a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent. I'm afraid his ability is on par with an ordinary martial cultivator on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Although Jin Yuan Bao looked calm on the surface, waves of shock had already surged in his heart. Although he was confident in Duan Lingtian, he thought Duan Lingtian would only be able to defeat Xianxu after a few moves. Who knew Xianxu would be defeated in just one move? This gave him a new understanding of Duan Lingtian's ability. At the same time, his heart was filled with an inexplicable shock. Is he really just an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? Jin Yuan Bao secretly gasped when he thought of this. Disbelief was written all over his face. Ling Yun looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. He clearly saw how Duan Lingtian attacked earlier. At that moment, he even felt that Duan Lingtian's speed was not much slower than his. Although he knew Duan Lingtian could defeat martial and Dao cultivators on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage with his intermediate Mortal Shedding stage cultivation base, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat martial and Dao cultivators on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian's ability to be so powerful. Even Xianxu, who was at the peak of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, was no match for him. Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City used his spiritual secret tactic to probe Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base. He could not help but inwardly gasp. It was as though thousands of horses were galloping in his heart, and he could not stop for a long time. How long had it been, and Duan Lingtian had broken through again? After a while, the city governor of Mound Hill City finally calmed down after a few heavy breaths. However, although he was shocked, he did not say anything. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, he naturally knew what to say and what not to say. He did not doubt it at all. Once the news of Duan Lingtian breaking through 2 cultivation bases in such a short time spread out, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. If that happened, it would not be a good thing for Duan Lingtian. This was because everyone, including himself, would think. Since Duan Lingtian was able to break through 2 cultivation levels consecutively in such a short period of time, it was highly likely that there was a huge secret hidden in his body. Naturally, there could be other reasons as well. However, others would not think so. They would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. That was the rule of a greedy person. Therefore, in order to protect Duan Tian, he remained silent even though he was extremely shocked. As long as he remained silent, Ling Yun and the other two would not know that Duan Tian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage again. In their eyes, Duan Tian was still a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. A freakishly terrifying intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. When he was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, he could already defeat most of the mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. Now that he has broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, even Ling Yun might not be a match for him. The city governor of Mound Hill City thought to himself. At the same time, he was delighted. He felt like he had found a treasure. Senior brother Duan Xianxia slowly stood up after consuming a healing pill. When he regained his breath, there was a hint of respect in his eyes when he looked at Duan Tian again. He admired Duan Tian from the bottom of his heart. This purple-clad young man who had defeated him and sent him flying in just one blow. Are you all right? Since the other party had addressed him as senior brother, it was only natural that Duan Tian asked with a smile on his face. After confirming that Xianxia was fine, he shifted his gaze to Ling Yun. You're very powerful. Ling Yun stood up and looked at Duan Tian with a serious expression. Before today, I've never thought that one day, I'd feel fear in front of a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. You're not weak either. Duan Tian responded calmly. Duan Tian. At this moment, the city governor of Mound Hill City's voice entered Duan Tian's ears through true energy voice transmission. Don't expose your cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage so easily. Duan Tian was not surprised that the city governor of Mound Hill City knew about his breakthrough. This was because when he defeated Xianxia, he noticed that the city governor of Mound Hill City's spiritual energy swept toward him. Once again, he felt like he was completely seen through. At that time, he knew that the city governor of Mound Hill City had doubts about his cultivation base and had cast the spiritual secret tactic on him to pry into his cultivation base. Duan Tian could hear the urgency in the city governor of Mound Hill City's tone. Chapter 14:12. It seems like this teacher is quite concerned about me. He reminded me because he doesn't want too many people to know about my breakthrough. After all, it hasn't been long since I broke through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. If the news of me breaking through to the mastery mortal shedding stage spreads, it'll inevitably attract unnecessary trouble. After all, the speed of my breakthrough is too ridiculous. Duan Tian could understand the good intentions of the city governor of Mound Hill City. At that moment, he felt a sense of warmth in his heart. Previously, he had addressed the city governor of Mound Hill City as his teacher out of courtesy. But now, he really regarded the city governor of Mound Hill City as his teacher. Ever since Duan Tian came to this world, the city governor of Mound Hill City was the second person he truly respected as his teacher. The first person was Sima Changfeng from Cloud Continent. Sima Changfeng was the dean of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy. Before Duan Tian left the overseas Saint Islands, he was brought to the Ling Tian sect by Duan Tian. Duan Tian had always respected Sima Changfeng as his teacher. This did not change even though his current ability was millions of times more powerful than Sima Changfeng. It was not because Sima Changfeng had taught him anything. On the contrary, Sima Changfeng had almost never taught him anything. The reason he respected Sima Changfeng was because Sima Changfeng had helped him many times back then. He would never forget that kindness for the rest of his life. At that moment, although the city governor of Mound Hill City's position in Duan Tian's heart could not be compared to Sima Changfeng's, it was still extremely important. Duan Tian, you're a worthy opponent. Ling Yun stared at Duan Tian as he stared at Duan Tian. Ling Yun stared at Duan Tian and said solemnly, if it's an ordinary intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, I won't even bother to use my sword. Even most mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators aren't qualified for me to use my sword. However, I have no choice but to use my sword to fight you. However, I'll let you make the first move as a favor to an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like you. When Ling Yun said this,
He couldn't help but blush. With his cultivation base at the perfection mortal shedding stage, it would be unfair for him to fight a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage even if he did not make the first move. Therefore, even he felt a little embarrassed. But he had no choice. If it was an ordinary martial cultivator at the middle stage of the mortal shedding stage, he wouldn't even put them in his eyes. However, this Duan Lingtian in front of him had defeated Xianxia, who was ranked second among the 13 gangsters. His strength was so strong that he deserved to be cautious. "Are you sure you want me to attack first?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ling Yun calmly. "Yes." Ling Yun nodded. What a joke. It was already unfair for him to fight a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage with his perfection mortal shedding stage cultivation base. If he were to make the first move, where would he put his face? "You will regret this," Duan Lingtian said as he looked deeply at Ling Yun. "I, Ling Yun, have never regretted anything," Ling Yun said with a gleam in his eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled brilliantly, causing Ling Yun's hair to stand on end. Then, under the gaze of the 4 people, including Ling Yun, a layer of silver light appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. It was glowing as if he was wearing a layer of silver armor. Silver shirt. Seeing the faint silver light on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, the city governor of Mound Hill City's eyes lit up. He recognized the defensive technique that Duan Lingtian was using. No matter what, the human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic, silver shirt, was a saint-grade martial tactic that was kept in the merit pavilion of the city governor's mansion. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, he naturally knew about it. After performing silver shirt, Duan Lingtian raised his left hand and the sun-shooting bow appeared. Then, true energy spurted out of his right hand and formed an arrow. He placed it on the sun-shooting bow. As the bowstring made of the 5-clawed devil dragon's dragon tendon was pulled back a little, Duan Lingtian immediately let go. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a solidified arrow ray shot out like a meteor sweeping across the sky. Then, Duan Lingtian shot out and stood firmly on the arrow ray. He stepped on the arrow ray and shot out. Wherever he passed, the air was sucked dry and the sound of air exploding was heard. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that Xianxia and Jin Yuanbao could not catch a glimpse of it at all. So fast. The city governor of Mound Hill City narrowed his eyes as shock filled his face. Although he knew Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage and his ability was on par with a perfection mortal shedding stage martial or Dao cultivator. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian's arrow to be so fast. Even an arrow shot by a martial cultivator at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage might not be that fast, right? The city governor of Mound Hill City's heart skipped a beat. So fast. As the person involved, Ling Yun regretted it the moment Duan Lingtian shot the arrow. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Just when he was about to dodge to the side and reach for the hilt of the long sword that was sheathed on his back, he noticed the silhouette that was originally far away had appeared in front of him in just a blink of an eye. Bang! Ling Yun did not even have time to react before he was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's punch. He followed in Xianxu's footsteps. However, unlike Xianxu who fell to the ground in a wretched manner, Ling Yun stood firmly on his feet. His body swayed, his face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Duan Lingtian again as though he had just seen a ghost. Although he knew Duan Lingtian's ability might be on par with an ordinary perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, he did not expect Duan Lingtian's ability to be so powerful. He did not even have the chance to dodge or draw his sword when he made the first move. Is he really a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? At this moment, Ling Yun was deeply skeptical. However, when he recalled Duan Lingtian had only broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage 3 months ago, and it was the 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses who detected his cultivation base using the spiritual secret tactic, he dismissed his doubts. It's impossible for Duan Lingtian to have a breakthrough in 3 months. Ling Yun was very sure of this. What a joke! To break through from the intermediate mortal shedding stage to the mastery mortal shedding stage in 3 months. Even the top genius in the Dao martial saint land would not be able to do that. Even if he had the best cultivation resources and environment, it was impossible for him to break through in such a short time.
Good, good. The city governor of Mound Hill City stared at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes. His cheeks were trembling from excitement. Although he had guessed Duan Ling Tian might be able to defeat Ling Yun when he discovered Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to defeat Ling Yun in just one move. Duan Ling Tian's current strength had already surpassed Su Qi's strength in the past. Xianghu and Jin Yuan Bao, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. They stood there in a daze, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Although they knew Duan Ling Tian was powerful, they did not expect him to be so powerful. He had made the first move and defeated Ling Yun before Ling Yun could even react. He defeated senior brother Ling Yun in just one move. Doesn't that mean Duan Ling Tian is even more powerful than senior brother Su Qi? Jin Yuan Bao sucked in a breath of cold air and murmured. That's right. Even senior brother Su Qi needed 3 moves before he could defeat senior brother Ling Yun. Xianghu nodded. Xianghu and Jin Yuan Bao were completely convinced of Su Qi's strength. As expected. My strength has already surpassed someone at the peak of the perfection mortal shedding stage when I unleash my full strength with the silver shirt and my physical strength. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian made the first move, he had used almost all his strength to defeat Ling Yun in just a blink of an eye. With my current strength, I might be able to fight a martial or Dao cultivator who has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Of course, it'll be difficult to win. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. The paramount mortal shedding stage was far from what the perfection mortal shedding stage could compare to. If it was Su Qi in the past, he would indeed not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. However, Su Qi has already broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage half a month ago. The city governor of Mound Hill City smiled when he heard Jin Yuan Bao and Xianghu's mumbling. Ling Yun, Xianghu, and Jin Yuan Bao were stunned by what the city governor of Mound Hill City said. Senior brother Su Qi has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage? He's not even 40 years old and he's already at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Oh my god! What kind of innate talent is that? With such innate talent, he'll be a genius even if he enters the Moon Illumination sect. He'll be valued by the Moon Illumination sect's senior officials and they'll train him. There was envy in Xianghu and Jin Yuan Bao's eyes as they whispered to each other. Su Qi has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage? Duan Ling Tian was surprised as well. Like him, Su Qi was a martial cultivator from the mortal continent. As a martial cultivator from the mortal continent, even though he had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, Su Qi's strength was not something an ordinary paramount mortal shedding stage native from the Dao Martial Saint Land could compare to. Duan Ling Tian asked himself if he had any confidence in defeating Su Qi, who had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Speaking of the Moon Illumination sect, the Moon Illumination sect will open its doors to recruit disciples in 6 months. At that time, the 18 cities, including our Mound Hill City, will bring their most outstanding disciples there. The city governor of Mound Hill City said, among the 4 of you, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Yun will definitely pass the Moon Illumination sect's test and enter the sect. Xianghu, Jin Yuan Bao, it's not impossible for both of you to improve in the next 6 months. The Moon Illumination sect was a powerful sect that ruled the 18 cities, including Mound Hill City. It was a 7th-rated force that controlled a 7th-grade Saint Stone Reserve. Even the city governor of Mound Hill City was a disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. In order to amaze the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment in 6 months, Su Qi has been in closed-door cultivation recently. He's preparing to cultivate the 3 human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic techniques to the impeccable stage. Chapter 14-13. The 3 of them were shocked when they heard the city governor of Mound Hill City's words. He wanted to cultivate all 3 moves of the human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic to the impeccable stage? The impeccable stage was the 5th stage of the Saint-grade martial tactic. It was also the highest stage. Su Qi wanted to cultivate all 3 moves to the highest stage at the same time? The 3 of them did not even need to think to know that the 3 moves were an offensive move, a movement move, and a defensive move. However, they did not expect Su Qi to be so ambitious. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who was not surprised. Of course, this was also because he had cultivated the human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic. Moreover, the human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic that he had cultivated was not an ordinary human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic. This was because there was a defensive move in the human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic that he cultivated that was comparable to the defensive move in the earth rank Saint grade martial tactic. The earth rank Saint grade martial tactic could only be cultivated by Saint stage powerhouses. Due to this reason, as long as Duanling Tian successfully cultivated that defensive technique, before he broke through to the Saint stage, even if he only mobilized his true energy and did not use his brute strength, no martial or Dao cultivator at the same level would be able to break through his defense. One could imagine how powerful a move that was comparable to an earth rank Saint grade martial tactic was. Any of the moves in the colossal aerolite era would be comparable to a human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic move that had been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable refinement stage, if one cultivated it to the 3rd stage, the competent stage. This was the difference between a human rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic and a human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic. Therefore, Duanling Tian was not surprised at all when he heard Su Qi wanted to cultivate all 3 moves of the human rank mediocre Saint grade martial tactic to the 5th stage, the impeccable stage. I can't believe the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect will be held in half a year. Duanling Tian had long heard about the Moon Illumination sect from Guali, and the relationship between the Moon Illumination sect and the 18 cities including Mound Hill City. For this reason, he was only surprised that the Moon Illumination sect would hold the entrance examination in half a year's time. Duanling Tian, your innate talent isn't inferior to Su Qi's. Work hard. I believe you'll definitely achieve great things in the Moon Illumination sect in the future. The city governor of Mound Hill City communicated with Duanling Tian through true energy voice transmission. Based on his words, he was confident in Duanling Tian. Teacher, I will do my best. Duanling Tian nodded. When he addressed the city governor of Mound Hill City as his teacher, he was much more sincere than before. Yes. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded with a smile. He had high hopes for Duanling Tian and was not worried about him. Teacher, I want to leave the city lord's mansion for a while. In the evening, Duanling Tian said to the city governor of Mound Hill City when he was about to return to his room to rest. The city governor of Mound Hill City agreed and did not ask any further questions. Duanling Tian left the mansion and walked out of the city governor's mansion under the glow of the setting sun. He was holding a small jade token in his hand. It was given to him by the city governor of Mound Hill City earlier. After Duanling Tian left the mansion, the city governor of Mound Hill City called out to the 3 of them. The 3 of you mustn't spread the news about the strength that Duanling Tian displayed today. Do you understand? The city governor of Mound Hill City said sternly to the 3 of them. As the saying went, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Now that there was still half a year before the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect would be held, he did not dare to be careless. Naturally, he was not worried that someone from Mound Hill City would look for trouble with Duanling Tian. What a joke! He was the city governor of Mound Hill City. If something happened to his disciple in Mound Hill City, he would find a piece of tofu to kill himself with. What he was worried about was the other 17 cities finding out that apart from Su Qi, he had another genius like Duanling Tian. The competition between the 18 cities that the Moon Illumination sect controlled was intense. If the other 17 cities found out about Duanling Tian's existence, they might do something secretly. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open but difficult to defend against an arrow in the dark. He had to be careful. Yes. Although they did not know about the concerns of the city governor of Mound Hill City, the 3 of them obeyed the words of the city governor of Mound Hill City. They agreed without any hesitation. Go back and rest. The city governor of Mound Hill City nodded in satisfaction. After the 3 of them returned to their respective rooms, the city governor of Mound Hill City smirked. I can't believe that after Su Qi, I'll meet a peerless genius like Duanling Tian again. A peerless genius. That was his evaluation of Duanling Tian in his heart. In fact, even Su Qi did not make him give such an evaluation. It was obvious that in his opinion, Duanling Tian's innate talent was above Su Qi's. At least that was the case for now. At the entrance of the city governor's estate, after Duanling Tian showed the jade token in his hand, the few guards at the entrance bowed at him respectfully. They only straightened their backs when he walked out of the city governor's estate's entrance. The jade token was given to Duanling Tian by the city governor of Mound Hill City. Mound Hill Order. He's Master City Governor's favorite disciple, Su Qi? One of the guards muttered to himself as he watched Duanling Tian's departing silhouette. Seeing the Mound Hill Order was equivalent to seeing the city governor. There were only 2 Mound Hill Orders in the entire city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. It was said that one of them was in the city governor's hands while the other one was given to his favorite disciple, Su Qi. I've seen Su Qi in person. He's not Su Qi. Another guard shook his head. He's Duanling Tian, one of the 4 new disciples that Master City Governor has taken in. However, although he's not weak, he should be weaker than Ling Yun, the leader of the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp. Why would Master City Governor give such a precious Mound Hill order to him instead of Ling Yun? I can't figure it out. One of the guards recognized Duanling Tian. His brows were tightly knitted together as he kept shaking his head. It's said that he's from the mortal continent. Young Master Su Qi seems to be from the mortal continent as well. Perhaps Master City Governor takes special care of genius martial cultivators from the mortal continent. One of the guards speculated. Naturally, Duanling Tian did not know that the jade token in his hand had caused such a huge commotion. Although he had received the jade token from the city governor of Mound Hill City, he did not know what it meant. This was because the city governor of Mound Hill City had only told him that he could enter and leave the city governor's estate any time he wanted with the jade token. The city governor did not say anything else. After leaving the city governor's estate, Duanling Tian immediately went to the house of Hong Yu, the captain of the city guards, and saw the little girl, Shi. Brother. When the little girl saw Duanling Tian, she immediately pounced on him excitedly. Her little face was flushed, and she looked very cute. Shi, did you miss me? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at the little girl dotingly. Yes. The little girl nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Shi missed you a lot. I even dreamed of you yesterday. Really? Duanling Tian asked with a smile. What did you dream of me doing? I dreamed of you flying in the sky with Shi. We flew so high, even higher than when Brother Hong Yu took me. The little girl raised her hand and gestured as she spoke. Brother Hong Yu took you flying? Duanling Tian said with a smile. Shi, you weren't naughty, were you? No, Shi is very obedient. You can ask sister-in-law if you don't believe me. As the little girl spoke, she looked at the beautiful woman next to her. She was Hong Yu's wife. Yes, Shi is very obedient. Hong Yu's disciple looked at the little girl dotingly and played along with her words. Sister-in-law, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Shi during this time. Duanling Tian looked at Hong Yu's wife and smiled. Then, he took out a spatial ring and passed it to Hong Yu's wife. Sister-in-law. This is, however, Hong Yu's wife did not take it. There are 1,000 8th grade saint stones in here. You and Brother Hong can use them. Duanling Tian said with a smile. 1,000 8th grade saint stones. Hong Yu's wife was shocked when she heard Duanling Tian's words. Even though Hong Yu was the captain of the city guards, his monthly salary was only a few dozen 8th grade saint stones. He would have to save up 1,000 8th grade saint stones for 2 years. Brother Ling Tian, take it back. Take it back. Hong Yu's wife rejected Duanling Tian's offer when she regained her senses. Sister-in-law, just take it. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Brother Ling Tian, since you're brothers with my husband, you're not an outsider. There's no need to be so formal. If I accept your origin stones, my husband will be unhappy. Hong Yu's wife continued to reject Duanling Tian's offer. She would rather die than accept his saint stones. If you really want to give it to him, just give it to him yourself. Hong Yu's wife could only say this when she saw Duanling Tian was still insisting. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. He knew this was the only way out. After asking the little girl Shi to play with Hong Yu's son, Duanling Tian looked at Hong Yu's wife and asked in a low voice. Sister-in-law, has Brother Hong found anything about Shi's background? No. Hong Yu's wife shook her head. He investigated according to what you said. In the end, he confirmed that the person who abducted Shi was an outsider. He only stayed in Mound Hill City for a day and never appeared again.
Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh when he heard this. Although he knew it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find out the little girl's background, he could not help but feel disappointed when he found out that there was really no other way. In an inconspicuous inn in Mound Hill City, on the second floor of the inn, there were 3 people gathered in a guest room in the corner. A young man, a middle-aged man, and an old man. At this moment, the middle-aged man and the old man sat at the table and stared at the young man standing before them. Uncle Chong, Elder Lin, that Duan Ling Tian has left the city governor's estate. The young man's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he told the 2 people before him excitedly. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this young man was none other than Jianghu, whom he had defeated and had fallen into the manure pit. He was the person who ranked 5th among the latent dragon camp's 13 gangsters. Chapter 14:14. That night, when Hong Yu returned home and saw Duan Ling Tian, he was pleasantly surprised. Brother Ling Tian, we brothers haven't seen each other in a while. I heard that you've become the city governor's disciple. As your brother, congratulations. Tonight, we brothers won't go home until we're drunk. Hong Yu's face was full of smiles as he pulled Duan Ling Tian to drink until they were drunk. Of course, it was Hong Yu who was drunk. Although Duan Ling Tian did not use his true energy to force the alcohol out of his body, his current physique was stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon of the same level. It was difficult for him to get drunk. The next day, Duan Ling Tian handed over the 1,000 8th grade saint stones that were rejected yesterday to Hong Yu, who was sober. However, Hong Yu's face darkened. Brother Ling Tian, what do you mean by this? Brother Hong, I'm indebted to you and sister-in-law for taking care of Xianxia all this time. Treat these saint stones as Xianxia's living expenses. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Brother Ling Tian, who do you think I am? Since I've acknowledged you as my brother, I naturally treat Xianxia as my sister. Quickly take back the saint stones. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Hong Yu's face darkened. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied. Brother Hong, please calm down. I said the wrong thing. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Hong Yu to have such a big reaction. He smiled awkwardly. How about this? I'll leave these 1,000 8th grade saint stones as my 2 nephews and Xianxia's cultivation expenses. Brother Hong, your monthly salary is not much. After deducting your and sister-in-law's cultivation expenses and daily expenses, as a beast tamer, you still have to use a large amount of saint stones to tame ferocious beasts. Duan Ling Tian said with a serious face. Brother Hong, I don't care what you think, but it's time for the children to lay down their foundation. They can't slack off. Hong Yu fell silent after hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. That was right. It wouldn't be long before his 2 children could start cultivating as well. If he had an endless supply of holy stones, he would definitely be able to soar into the sky. He wouldn't be like back then, when he didn't have any holy stones to cultivate and could only absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. Although he was the captain of the city guards, his monthly salary was only a few dozen 8th grade saint stones. If he wasn't a beast tamer, perhaps it would be enough for his family. However, he was a beast tamer. Every month, he had to pay a high price for the food he gave the ferocious beasts. Big brother Hong, keep it. You and I are brothers, why do you need to be so calculative? Moreover, you know that I'm not only one of the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp, but I've also become the governor's disciple. I don't lack saint stones at all. Seeing Hong Yu's silence, Duan Ling Tian knew that Hong Yu's heart was wavering, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot. When Hong Yu heard this, he was silent for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Brother Ling Tian, as your elder brother, I won't refuse you. However, this is the only time. There won't be a next time. As he spoke, Hong Yu's face stiffened. All right. All right. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian agreed. It was fine as long as Hong Yu was willing to accept it. At most, he would give the saint stones to Xianxia next time so that she could give them to his 2 little nephews. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian and Hong Yu began to talk about Xianxia's background. Brother Ling Tian,
If we can't find out about Xiangshia's background, just let her stay at my place. Both my wife and I like her very much. Moreover, my two little brats can't leave her now, Hongyu said. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. Duan Lingtian agreed. He knew very well that this was the best choice. The little girl, Xianxia, could not always follow him. If she stayed at Hongyu's place, she would have a home to return to. In the future, when she grew up and got married, she could have a complete life. If she followed him, not only would it be inconvenient, but she would also have to go through many dangers. After all, his goal was to become a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Dao martial saint land. Who knew how many dangers awaited him along the way? It was impossible for him to let Xianxia take the risk with him. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian did not go anywhere and stayed at Hongyu's place. During the day, he would accompany the little girl, Xianxia, and at night, he would cultivate in his room. I'll have to leave Mound Hill City and head to the Moon Illumination Sect in 6 months. Once I go to the Moon Illumination Sect, I don't know when I'll be back. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to spend more time with the little girl, Xianxia. This night, Duan Lingtian cultivated quietly in his room. To be more precise, he cultivated on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had turned into a speck of dust and was lying quietly on the bed. I've succeeded. Although Duan Lingtian only cultivated on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda at night for the past 6 days since he arrived at Hongyu's place, he had cultivated there for a total of 9 days. In these 9 days, he finally cultivated the body and arrow synchronization in the Saint Grade martial tactic, Colossal Aero Light Arrow, to the competent stage. The competent stage was the 3rd stage of the Saint Grade martial tactic. It was comparable to the 5th stage of the human rank mediocre Saint Grade martial tactic, the impeccable stage. Now that my speed has caught up, I'm confident I can kill a native of the Dao martial saint land who has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence as his eyes shone brightly. Boom, 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 boom. Just when Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence, the entire Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda shook as though there was an earthquake. Before Duan Lingtian could react, he was blasted out of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda by an irresistible force. After being blasted out of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of dizziness and discomfort spread all over his body, causing his expression to turn extremely grave. What do you mean? There was no need for him to think about it. He knew something must have affected the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Otherwise, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would not have blasted him out. Uncle Chong, Elder Lin, he's Duan Lingtian. Just when Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically and killing intent flashed in his eyes, a deep voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. When Duan Lingtian looked over, he saw a familiar figure. Zheng Jian. Duan Lingtian recognized the person. It was Zheng Jian who was thrown into the septic tank by him and was expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's mansion for accidentally killing Hu Jia. The person who ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters was a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also saw the other 2 people. One was a middle-aged man while the other was an old man. Both of them were obviously Zheng Jian's helpers. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye right away. With just a glance, he saw through their cultivation base. One was on Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage while the other was on Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage. Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage? Duan Lingtian's face turned slightly grave. That's not right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. This old man's cultivation base seems to be unstable. Did he just break through to Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that. If he had just broken through to Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage, he would still be able to fight him. Duan Lingtian, you caused me to be expelled from the latent dragon camp and ruined my future. You must die today. Zheng Jian stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were suffused with scarlet red, and it seemed as if he wished for nothing more than to forcefully swallow Duan Lingtian alive. Looking at the rising anger in his eyes, It was as though Duan Lingtian had killed his father and snatched his wife away from him. I caused you to be expelled from the latent dragon camp and ruined your future? After confirming the other two people's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian calmed down. When he heard Zhang Jian's words, he smirked. It seems like you were the one who killed your distant cousin. That's why you were expelled from the latent dragon camp, right? How can you blame this on me? What a joke. Duan Lingtian smirked as he looked at Zhang Jian mockingly. If you didn't, I wouldn't have failed. Zhang Jian clenched his teeth even more when he recalled what happened in the past. However, he was too ashamed to tell Duan Lingtian about what had happened to him because it was too embarrassing. If I didn't throw you into the septic tank, you wouldn't have failed? However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of cooperating with Zhang Jian when he wanted to gloss over it. Septic tank? Both the middle-aged man and the old man were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They looked at Zhang Jian in unison. Although they were from New South Town's Zhang clan, they knew Zhang Jian was expelled from the latent dragon camp and the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City because of this purple-clad young man. However, they had never heard Zhang Jian mention anything about a septic tank. Zhang Jian had been thrown into a septic tank before? Just the thought of it made them feel disgusted as though they had swallowed a fly. They could not help but sympathize with Zhang Jian when they looked at him. Naturally, it was an instinctive reaction. Why don't you think about it? If you didn't provoke me time and time again and even made me challenge you, would you have been thrown into the septic tank by me? Would you have accidentally killed Hu Jie? Duan Lingtian continued smirking when Zhang Jian was so angry that his body began to tremble violently. Uncle Chong, Elder Lin, kill him. Kill him. Zhang Jian roared with bloodshot eyes. Zhang Chong, he caused the #1 person among the younger generation of our New South Town's Zhang clan to be expelled from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. His sin is unforgivable. If you kill him, it can be considered as venting for the family. The old man said calmly as he stared at Duan Lingtian with his cold eyes. Based on his words, it seemed like he did not plan to kill Zhang Jian. Perhaps, in his opinion, the purple-clad young man before him was not worth his time. Yes, Elder Lin. The middle-aged man, Zhang Chong, nodded and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Boy, repent on your way to hell. Not everyone can afford to offend our New South Town's Zhang clan. I'm the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. If you kill me, aren't you afraid that the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City will annihilate your Zhang clan? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang Chong, Zhang Lin, and Zhang Jian with a piercing gaze. Duan Lingtian, as long as you die here, who'll know our Zhang clan killed you? Aren't you powerful? I'd like to see how many moves you can take from Uncle Chong, a powerhouse on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Chapter 14-15. Does that mean the Zhang clan is looking for death? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he narrowed his eyes. Duan Lingtian's expression had not changed since the beginning. Even when he found out that the person who wanted to kill him was a martial cultivator at the perfection mortal shedding stage, he was still calm. Zhang Lin's heart sank when he saw that. For a moment, he even thought that someone was secretly protecting Duan Lingtian. That was why Duan Lingtian dared to do that. However, he quickly denied that thought. According to Zhang Jian, there was no one following Duan Lingtian since he left the city governor's estate. Moreover, they had been observing him for a few days before they made a move. They only decided to make a move after confirming that there was no one secretly protecting Duan Lingtian. After all, if news of them killing the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City spread out, it would bring disaster to the Zhang clan of New South Town. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was an 8th-rated force. It would be a piece of cake for them to destroy a 9th-rated force like the Zhang clan. Unless there's a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse hiding in the air to protect him. That's why we won't notice him. However, that's impossible. Zhang Lin was relieved when he thought of this. There were not many Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses even in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. In his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian was the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City,
It was impossible for the city governor of Mound Hill City to send a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse to protect him secretly. Duan Lingtian, stop trying to be mysterious. No matter how calm you pretend to be today, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape death. Zhang Jian smirked. From the moment you became my enemy, your fate has been sealed. You'll definitely die. This won't change even if you become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Zhang Jian's eyes were filled with jealousy when he reached the end of his sentence. He was jealous that Duan Lingtian could become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. However, not only did he fail to become the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, but he was also expelled from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. He wanted Duan Lingtian dead. Only in this way could he vent the anger in his heart and balance his mind. So what if he's the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City? Aren't you still going to die in the hands of my new South Town's Zheng family? Zhang Jian looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes revealed slight disdain. Despise me. Seeing Zhang Jian's gaze, Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. Zhang Jian, you're just a loser. How dare you look at me like that? Looks like the lesson from last time wasn't enough. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian had already pounced toward Zhang Jian before Zhang Chong could even react. Zhang Jian did not expect that Duan Lingtian would attack him, and his face immediately changed. You are courting death. Zhang Chong shouted coldly. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flashed towards Duan Lingtian. His speed was even faster than Duan Lingtian's. With Duan Lingtian's current speed, by the time he arrived in front of Zhang Jian, Zhang Chong would be able to make it in time. He would definitely be able to stop Duan Lingtian in time. Due to this, Zhang Lin, a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage, did not plan to make a move. Instead, he watched coldly from afar. Is he really only an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator? His speed is not inferior to most mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. However, he's still too inexperienced to kill someone in front of Zhang Chong. Zhang Lin sneered in his heart as he watched coldly from the sidelines. This punch contained all of Duan Lingtian's strength without any reservation. After casting the silver shirt, his physical strength had become even more terrifying. The true energy that was transported by the 52 Saint Veins had completely erupted at this moment. A punch against a punch. Before their fists collided, an ear-piercing explosion sounded in the air like thunder. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's fist finally collided with Zhang Lin's fist. Do you think you can fight me just because you killed Zheng Chong? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The moment their fists collided, a disdainful smile appeared on Zhang Lin's face. However, the smile on Zhang Lin's face soon froze. As the two fists collided, a loud sound rang out in the air. A vast wave of air swept out, shaking the various furnishings in the room into powder. Even the doors and windows were blown open. Brother Ling Tian. Such a big commotion naturally alarmed Hongyu. Hongyu rushed over at the first moment. When he arrived, he saw Duan Lingtian confronting an old man. Compared to Duan Lingtian's pale face, the old man was in an even worse state as he spat out blood. No. Impossible. Impossible. Zhang Lin raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. He did not use a saint weapon, and neither did his opponent. However, it was under such circumstances that his preemptive and aggressive punch was still blocked by the other party. Not only that, after he was severely injured, he realized his opponent was only slightly injured. He could not accept this. Was Duan Lingtian not a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Was his ability not on par with a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage? Why did he not only kill Zhang Chong, who was at the perfection mortal shedding stage, but also suppress him? Nothing's impossible. Duan Lingtian sneered. There was a hint of excitement in the depth of his eyes. He did not expect that he could defeat a martial cultivator at the paramount mortal shedding stage with his full strength. Although his opponent had clearly broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage not long ago, a paramount mortal shedding stage was still a paramount mortal shedding stage. His ability was not something a peak perfection mortal shedding stage could compare to. Don't be too smug. I didn't use a saint weapon earlier. Zhang Lin, who had recovered slightly from his injuries after consuming a healing pill, raised his hand and took out a full moon scimitar. As soon as the scimitar was in his hand, his entire aura changed. He exuded a sharp aura from head to toe. You didn't use a saint weapon? Don't tell me I'm going to use it? Duan Lingtian sneered and raised the sun-shooting bow in his hand. A person who was defeated by him without using a saint weapon. How could he defeat him with a saint weapon? Did he really think the sun-shooting bow in his hand was useless? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the sun-shooting bow in Duan Lingtian's hand, Zhang Lin's expression was extremely grave. He recalled that his opponent had not used a saint weapon earlier as well. At this moment, he felt a sense of helplessness. Duan Lingtian, you're fine now, and 2 people from my new South Town's Zheng clan have died. Why don't we just let bygones be bygones and mind our own business from now on? After realizing that it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian, Zhang Lin's expression changed abruptly as he gave in. Let bygones be bygones? Mind our own business? Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was bright and sarcastic. Do you think that's possible? If my ability was slightly weaker today, would you be willing to let bygones be bygones? Mind our own business? Bang! In the blink of an eye, even Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhang Lin would stomp on the ground and use the force to fly out. His speed was so fast that it was not inferior to him when he had not made a breakthrough in his previous technique. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, Zhang Lin had already flown out of the window. His figure was about to disappear into the night. Trying to escape? Duan Lingtian sneered. He raised his hand and prepared to shoot an arrow. He was prepared to cast his movement technique, body and arrow synchronization, to chase after Zhang Lin. He was confident he could catch up to Zhang Lin with his body and arrow synchronization after he had made a breakthrough. However, when an afterimage appeared in his left eye's field of vision and flew into the room, his attention was diverted. When the person revealed himself, Duan Lingtian finally saw that it was a middle-aged man with a handsome face and an extraordinary bearing. Chapter 14:16. Who are you? Zhang Lin, who was being held in the middle-aged man's hand, was scared out of his wits. He did not manage to run far before he was captured by this person without any ability to fight back. This person's strength was far stronger than his. He was at least at the peak of the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, the middle-aged man ignored him. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Duan Lingtian, I'll leave him to you. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he tossed Zhang Lin toward Duan Lingtian. Zhang Lin was freed from the restraints after being tossed out by the middle-aged man. He wanted to use the same trick to escape again. However, could he escape? Whoosh! As an unpleasant sound reverberated in the air, a solidified true energy light blade swept out and sliced Zhang Lin's neck effortlessly, cutting his head off. The paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator who was still alive and kicking just a moment ago was now dead without any chance of turning the tables. Zhang Lin's head rolled to the side of the wall, leaving a glaring trail of blood along the way. He stood by the wall with his eyes wide open. There was only horror in his eyes. Gasp! Hong Yu, who had rushed over, gasped when he saw this. At the same time, he also noticed the other 2 severed bodies. Brother Lingtian, are you all right? Hong Yu looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. If something happened to his brother in his house, he would not be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled at Hong Yu. He then looked at the middle-aged man who was smiling at him. Thank you for your help, Senior. May I know who you are? No wonder Lord City Governor values you so much. You're indeed extraordinary. The middle-aged man smiled. Why your teacher's man? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Then, a thought flashed in his mind as he asked curiously. Senior, are you one of Teacher's 36 guardians? Duan Lingtian did not activate his divine eye in front of the middle-aged man. This was because he felt like he was facing his teacher and the heavenly leader guardian. Whether it was his teacher or the heavenly leader guardian, they were both Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. You're smart. The middle-aged man smiled.
I'm ranked second among the 36 personal guards under the city lord. Heavenly Dipper guards. Duan Ling Tian gasped. He didn't expect that he'd really guessed correctly. This person really was one of the 36 personal guards under his teacher's command, and he was the second-ranked Heavenly Strength Guard. Of the 36 Big Dipper stars, Big Dipper was ranked first, and Big Dipper was ranked second. I've already sent a message to the city lord about what happened here. No one from the Zhang family of New South Town can escape. The Heavenly Strength Guard said indifferently, as if he was talking about something unimportant. As far as he was concerned, annihilating the Zhang clan couldn't be any easier. He only needed to make a move, and he would be able to topple the entire Zhang clan and make it so that the Zhang clan would never be able to rise again. To be able to force a paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator to flee. I'm afraid even Lord City Governor doesn't know you have this ability, right? The Heavenly Strength Guard sized up Duan Ling Tian with great interest. Not long after Duan Ling Tian entered the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, he had already heard about Duan Ling Tian. In the beginning, he did not think much of him, but he had no choice but to take him seriously in the end. A few days ago, when Duan Ling Tian left the city governor's estate, the city lord had personally ordered him to protect Duan Ling Tian secretly. At that moment, he finally realized how important Duan Ling Tian was to the city lord's city governor. From the beginning until the end, the Heavenly Strength Guard who was hiding in the air to protect Duan Ling Tian had seen everything. Initially, he thought he would have to make a move. However, it had never crossed his mind that Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill 2 people from the Zhang clan on his own and force a paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator from the Zhang clan to flee. He knew very well that Duan Ling Tian would definitely be able to catch up with Zheng Lin. The reason he made a move was because he wanted to meet Duan Ling Tian face to face. This young genius who would take the initiative to join the Moon Illumination sect in half a year's time was even more dazzling than Su Qi's paramount mortal shedding stage. Upon hearing the Heavenly Strength Guard's words, Hong Yu, who was stunned by the Heavenly Strength Guard's identity, could not help but exclaim out loud. His gaze then landed on Zhang Lin's head. This is a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage? Hong Yu's heart was filled with shock. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, disbelief was written all over his face. He's just a martial cultivator who has just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. His foundation is not stable yet. If it weren't for that, I might not be a match for him. Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. Naturally, Hong Yu and the Heavenly Strength Guard saw his words as humble. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Strength Guard. I'm Hong Yu, the city guard's captain. At that moment, Hong Yu suppressed the shock in his heart and bowed at the Heavenly Strength Guard. You're Hong Yu from the city guard? I've heard of you. You're really not bad. After secretly protecting Duan Ling Tian for a few days, the Heavenly Strength Guard also knew that Duan Ling Tian and Hong Yu were close. Therefore, he was very polite to Hong Yu. He knew that Duan Ling Tian was destined to leave Mound Hill City. His future achievements would definitely not be inferior to the Master City Governor. Therefore, he naturally did not dare to neglect Duan Ling Tian's friend. Whoosh! As the Heavenly Strength Guard waved his hand, the 3 bodies on the ground were put away by him. He bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and nodded at Hong Yu before he left. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian and Hong Yu were the only ones left in the room that was filled with blood, and the doors and windows were destroyed. Hong Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian was a rare genius martial cultivator, he did not expect him to be so powerful. Even a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage was no match for him. Big brother Hong, I'll have to trouble you to clean up here. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the room and said a little awkwardly. It's all right. I'll bring you to another guest room first. As for this place, I'll get the servant to clean it up later. Hong Yu returned to his senses and shook his head. Subsequently, he helped Duan Ling Tian to another guest room. His feelings were very complicated from the beginning until the end. What did Hong Yu do to deserve such a brother? At that moment, a ridiculous thought rose in his mind. Should I go to his family's ancestral grave to see if there's smoke coming out of it? Otherwise, how could he, Hong Yu, have such a great opportunity? What happened tonight was just a small episode to Duan Ling Tian.
Duan Lingtian knew very well that the Zhang family of New South Town intended to kill him. It would be fine if they succeeded, but if they did not, it would mean that they would be annihilated. Duan Lingtian did not care about that at all. This was the law of the world where the strong ruled. The weak were prey to the strong, and only the fittest survived. Since he was a rat, he should stay in his rat's nest obediently. If he tried to pull the whiskers of a cat, he was destined to die. In the middle of the night, two figures appeared in the sky above the city governor's mansion of Mound Hill City. After leaving the city governor's mansion, they flew all the way. Half an hour later, they stood still in the sky above a vast town. New South Town. As the two figures descended from the sky, a huge mansion at the foot of the town stirred up a storm of blood. The Zhang family of New South Town was annihilated just like that. Before dawn, everyone in New South Town had woken up from their sleep. More than half of New South Town was filled with the thick smell of blood. Oh my God! Who did the Zhang family offend? Their entire family was annihilated overnight. The people of New South Town gasped when they found out that no one from the Zhang family was left alive. After staying in Hong Yu's house for a few more days, Duan Lingtian left and returned to the city governor's mansion directly. After returning to the city governor's mansion, he did not return to the mansion where the city governor of Mound Hill City stayed. Instead, he returned to the latent dragon camp to inform Guali. He planned to stay at the city governor's place to cultivate for a period of time until the day of the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the latent dragon camp, he heard someone calling out to him. Zhu Lang. The person who called out to him was Zhu Lang. Haha. Duan Lingtian, have you heard? The Zhang family of New South Town has been annihilated. How delightful. Zhu Lang was beaming. He seemed to be in a good mood. New South Town's Zhang family? Zhang Jian's family? Duan Lingtian asked. Although he knew what was going on, he could not help but feel shocked. His teacher's actions were too fast, right? Duan Lingtian had no idea. His teacher was enraged when he found out that the Zhang family of New South Town wanted to kill him. He immediately ordered the Heavenly Leader Guardian and a Saint Rudiment revered elder to head to New South Town to annihilate the Zhang family. As the city governor of Mound Hill City, how could he swallow his anger when he was provoked by someone from a ninth-rate clan in the surrounding area of Mound Hill City? Duan Lingtian, with your innate talent, it's only a matter of time before you enter the Moon Illumination sect. I wonder when we'll meet again after you leave. Guali could not help but sigh when she was called out by Duan Lingtian and found out that Duan Lingtian would not be staying in the latent dragon camp for the next 6 months. She had entered the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City together with Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian was about to enter a 7th-rate force, but she still had to stay in this 8th-rate force. I'll come back to visit you and my teacher when I'm free. Moreover, you might be able to enter the Moon Illumination sect in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled. This time, he also had the intention of saying goodbye to Guali. After all, it would be a rush if he left in half a year. He did not know if Guali would be in closed-door cultivation at that time. Therefore, it was better to bid farewell in advance. Even today, Duan Lingtian only wanted to try his luck. If Guali was in closed-door cultivation, he could only look for her next time. After all, he was not here to challenge Guali. If he was here to challenge Guali, naturally, it did not matter if she was in closed-door cultivation or not. Guali's gaze was extremely complicated as she watched Duan Lingtian's silhouette leaving. She muttered to herself, Guali, a man like him is not someone you're worthy of. It was apparent that Guali had fallen in love with Duan Lingtian, whom she had only known for a few months. However, this feeling was hidden by her. She could tell that Duan Lingtian only treated her as a good friend and did not have any other intentions. If she rashly broke the ice, they might not be able to be friends in the future. Although inner demons were illusory, they were real. Once the heart demon was formed, it would be difficult for Su Qi to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, let alone the Saint stage. Yes, teacher. Since the city governor of Mound Hill City had spoken, there was no reason for Duan Lingtian to refuse. To be honest, he also wanted to know how powerful Su Qi was. Although he could defeat the paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivator from New Southtown's Zhang clan, that was because he had just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage and was a native of the Dao martial saint land. However, he could see Su Qi's cultivation base at the paramount mortal shedding stage through his divine eye. Although it had not completely stabilized, it was still stronger than Zheng Lin. Most importantly, Su Qi was also a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent. His foundation was solid. Since they were going to fight, naturally, Duan Lingtian would not show any mercy. Even if the city governor of Mound Hill City did not say anything, he would still go all out. Xianxu was the most excited about the battle between Duan Lingtian and Su Qi. Haha! Senior brother Su Qi and senior brother Duan Lingtian are finally going to fight. This is going to be a fierce battle. It'll definitely be exciting. Although Ling Yun and Jin Yuanbao did not say anything, their eyes were filled with anticipation as they stood at the side. Let's begin. Standing at the side of the spacious front yard, the city governor of Mound Hill City looked at the two people who were facing each other and said. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Su Qi, who were standing in the middle of the field, made their moves almost at the same time. Both of them were like two cheetahs as they shot out like lightning and collided head-on. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated in the air when Duan Lingtian's fist collided with Su Qi's fist. A thunderous explosion rang in the air. A rolling airwave swept out and wreaked havoc in all directions. It was only because the gravity in the Dao martial saint land was strong and the space was stable. Otherwise, the collision between the two of them was enough to set off a vast shockwave. If this shockwave was placed on Cloud Continent, it would have swept out at least a few hundred meters away. Even so, the shockwave that swept out still caused the flowers and trees in the front yard to sway and flutter. As expected of a genius martial cultivator from the mortal continent. Duan Lingtian, who was pushed back 7 steps by the force of Su Qi's punch, had a solemn expression on his face when he saw Su Qi, who only took 5 steps back. The punch earlier was the full force of his silver shirt. He did not hold back at all. In just a blink of an eye, his 52 saint veins had activated his true energy and his brute strength. However, even then, he was still at a disadvantage when he faced Su Qi, who did not use any saint-grade martial tactic. Although it wasn't obvious, they had fallen into a disadvantageous position, and that was that. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had to admit that Su Qi was indeed not simple as a disciple whom the city governor of Mound Hill City had put in all his effort to cultivate. At the very least, he was not on the same level as the paramount mortal shedding stage from the Zhang clan. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Su Qi's ability, but Su Qi was even more shocked. Is this Duan Lingtian really only a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage? How can a mere martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage be so powerful? If I hadn't broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to take a punch from him. Su Qi was so emotional that he could not calm down for a long time. He was completely shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability. Under the premise that both of them did not use any saint weapons or saint-grade martial tactic, his punch that he did not hold back only managed to gain a slight advantage. One must know he was a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, the person standing in front of him was only a mere martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian, I heard you have a bow that's as powerful as a human rank prominent saint weapon. Take it out. Use the saint-grade martial tactic. Let's fight with all our might. A narrow saber suddenly appeared in Su Qi's hand. It was the saint weapon that he always carried around with him. As the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, it was only natural that he would not be shabby. His saint weapon, the narrow saber, was also a human rank prominent saint weapon. Light swirled around it like a bright moon. Of course. Duan Lingtian also took out his sun-shooting bow immediately. With the sun-shooting bow in hand, Duan Lingtian's aura changed completely. He was like a ferocious tiger that bared its fangs. Come on. Su Qi's eyes narrowed. The narrow saber pierced through the air. Layers of blue wave seemed to appear in the air as it passed by, pushing and blasting toward Duan Lingtian. The saber seemed simple, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. If this saber is a move from a human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic,
Then, it must have been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable refinement. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian could see the extraordinariness of Su Qi's saber move. It was simple and clean. It seemed to be able to destroy the void. A move from a human-rank mediocre Saint-grade martial tactic that had been cultivated to the 5th stage, the impeccable refinement, was so powerful that it was comparable to the aerolite strike that Duan Ling Tian had mastered. Although the aerolite strike had only been cultivated to the 3rd stage, the competent stage, as a move from a human-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic, not only was it more difficult to cultivate, but it was also more powerful. Body and arrow synchronization. Faced with Su Qi's preemptive saber move, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to be careless. He shot an arrow through the air. It was as though he was riding a bird as he soared rapidly in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, Su Qi was not someone to be trifled with. Faced with Duan Ling Tian who had dodged his attack, he quickly chased after him. The saber ray that shone from the saber in his hand even split into 3. It was impossible to tell if it was real or fake. Each saber contained an extremely sharp aura. Ha! Just as Su Qi smirked, thinking that he could suppress Duan Ling Tian with these 3 saber moves, he noticed that Duan Ling Tian had suddenly come to a halt. He was staring blankly at the sky in the distance. What are you doing? Su Qi's expression changed drastically. His expression was extremely grave as he withdrew his saber force. Was Duan Ling Tian trying to lose to him on purpose? This made him feel extremely humiliated. However, Duan Ling Tian did not pay any attention to Su Qi. This was because he could see a figure charging toward the city governor's estate at a terrifying speed through the strange pupil. He's coming with ill intentions. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat for no reason. He could smell danger. The second person who noticed that something was amiss was the city governor of Mound Hill City. However, by the time he reacted, the figure had already appeared above the city governor's mansion and arrived above Duan Ling Tian and the others. Trespassing on the city governor's mansion is a capital offense. At this moment, 2 figures rose into the sky from both sides of the mansion. They charged toward the intruders like 2 bolts of lightning. Be careful. The city governor of Mound Hill City had a drastic change of expression. In the next moment, the expressions of Duan Ling Tian and the others changed as well. Chapter 14:18. They're dead. Duan Ling Tian gasped when he saw the 2 bodies on the ground. One of them was no stranger to him. He was the leader of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, the heavenly leader guardian. He was also one of the few Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses in Mound Hill City. The other person was an old man. Although he did not know him, he knew he was a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. The fact that he could fly in Mound Hill City was enough to prove his cultivation base. However, these 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses were instantly killed by this newcomer in just a single blow. When Duan Ling Tian looked at the newcomer again, his eyes were filled with dread. At the same time, he also saw the newcomer clearly. It was a handsome young man dressed in a white robe with silver trimmings. However, there was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth as he looked down at them condescendingly. Gasp! 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 Su Qi, Ling Yun, Xianghu, and Jin Yuanbao regained their senses and gasped. When they looked at the white-robed young man again, they were filled with dread as well. The 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses from the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City were not even a match for this person. Just how strong was this person's strength? They did not even see any trace of his attack earlier. It was as though a powerful force had appeared out of thin air and suppressed and killed the 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Naturally, they knew that things were not that simple. He must have made a move. However, since their cultivation base was too low, they could not see any trace of his attack. Zhou Qi! At this moment, a thunderous roar snapped Duan Ling Tian and the other 4 back to their senses. Then they saw it. The city governor of Mound Hill City had a ferocious look on his face as he stomped on the ground and flew up with a bang. The ground where he was standing earlier had cracks that looked like a spider web. The cracks even extended to the feet of Duan Ling Tian and the other 3. Before they regained their senses,
they realized the city governor of Mound Hill City was already fighting with Zhou Qi. However, the speed of their attacks was so fast that they could not see their movements at all. Even when Duan Lingtian activated his strange pupil, he could only see two afterimages crossing each other. What's that? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian clearly saw that when his teacher and Zhou Qi were fighting with their saint weapons, true Qi had spread out above Zhou Qi's head and turned into a huge hammer. This was a giant hammer that was completely condensed from true energy. Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering why the other party had the mind to spare a portion of his Xianxia to do this, the giant hammer came crashing down on his teacher. At that moment, the sky shook. Accompanied by a dull thud, the city governor of Mound Hill City spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky in a wretched state. Teacher! Master! Immediately, Duan Lingtian and the other four moved to catch the falling city governor of Mound Hill City. One could see that the city governor of Mound Hill City's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto the ground, making a soft sound. True energy condensed weapon, you broke through to the Saint Realm Mastery stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City looked at Zhou Qi with fear in his eyes. Saint Realm Mastery stage? The city governor of Mound Hill City's words stunned Duan Lingtian and the other four. This white-clad young man, Zhou Qi, was actually a powerful person at the Saint Realm Mastery stage? Feng Hui, you're still the same as last time. You haven't improved at all. It seems like you'll only be like this for the rest of your life. Zhou Qi looked down at the city governor of Mound Hill City. His eyes gleamed with condescension and blatant disdain. You! Zhou Qi had severely injured the city governor of Mound Hill City and even humiliated him. This caused Duan Lingtian and the other four to turn pale. Although they knew the other party was powerful, they could not bear it. The city governor of Mound Hill City was their respected teacher and master. Just as Duan Lingtian and the other four were about to attack, the city governor of Mound Hill City, Feng Hui, stopped them anxiously. You're no match for him. Feng Hui, why are you stopping them? Are you afraid that I'll kill them? Zhou Qi laughed. It was a mocking laugh. Zhou Qi, did you come here just to show off your prowess? If that's the case, you can leave now. You've achieved your goal. Feng Hui took a deep breath and suppressed the shame and anger in his heart as he said in a deep voice. In terms of seniority, I should call you junior uncle. However, based on the difference between our cultivation bases, I think you'll be embarrassed if I call you junior uncle. The smile on Zhou Qi's face grew wider as he insulted Feng Hui to his heart's content. Junior uncle? Duan Lingtian and the other four were stunned when they heard Zhou Qi's words. Why? Are you surprised? Zhou Qi smiled when he saw the expression on Duan Lingtian and the other four's faces. Your master is my master's junior brother. However, compared to my master, your master is much more useless. He's already so old, but he's still an outer court deacon who's sent to manage this small Mound Hill city. Intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. My good junior uncle, if I remember correctly, you were at the Intermediate Saint Rudiment stage when I first met you 10 years ago, and I was only at the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. Now, I've broken through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, but you're still at the Intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. The contempt in Zhou Qi's eyes grew as he spoke. Are you here to humiliate me? Feng Hui asked in a deep voice as he stared at Zhou Qi with a piercing gaze. There was an extremely cold gleam in his eyes. If it was not for the fact that he was severely injured and had lost the ability to fight, Feng Hui would have attacked again. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. However, Zhou Qi completely ignored his gaze and said indifferently, I heard that martial uncle Feng Hui has a disciple who came from the mortal continent. He's quite impressive. I think his name is Su Qi. May I know who he is? Zhou Qi asked curiously as he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the other four. Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Duan Lingtian and the other four could not help but look at Su Qi. This Zhou Qi who came with ill intentions was actually looking for Su Qi? What was going on? Humph! Su Qi snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with hostility when he looked at Zhou Qi. After confirming Su Qi's identity, Zhou Qi looked at him immediately. You're Su Qi? Not bad, you're good-looking.
No wonder Master likes you so much. When Zhou Qi reached the end of his sentence, he nodded in satisfaction. The moment Zhou Qi's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian and the other three were stunned. Based on Zhou Qi's words, it seemed like he was here to poach him? Zhou Qi, what do you mean by that? Feng Hui asked with a grave expression. However, Zhou Qi ignored Feng Hui directly and looked at Su Qi with a smile. Su Qi, I, Zhou Qi, am the direct disciple of Elder Lu Huan of the Moon Illumination sect. My master, Elder Lu Huan, intends to take you in as his direct disciple so that you can enter the inner court of the sect directly and become an inner court disciple. You'll be able to enjoy a rich cultivation environment and cultivation resources. Moon Illumination sect. Inner court disciple. The moment Zhou Qi's words left his mouth, it was no different from a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It shocked Duan Lingtian and the other four. They would be heading to the Moon Illumination sect to participate in the entrance assessment in 5 months. For this reason, Duan Lingtian and the other four knew a little about the Moon Illumination sect's rules. Those who had just passed the entrance assessment and entered the Moon Illumination sect were only outer court disciples of the sect. To become an inner court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect, one must pass a certain test. It was said that one must have a cultivation base at the early Saint Rudiment stage at the very least. Naturally, there were exceptions. It was said that some young geniuses who were chosen by the Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials could directly enter the inner court and become inner court disciples regardless of their cultivation base as long as they were recommended by the Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials. Naturally, it had to be the Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials who had real power. For example, an outer court deacon like Feng Hui, the city governor of Mount Hill City, who was sent out, although he was considered a high-ranking official in the Moon Illumination sect to a certain extent, he did not have any status in the sect, let alone real power. In the Moon Illumination sect, his status was even lower than many of the inner court disciples. However, Zhou Qi had just said that his master, Elder Lu Huan, intended to take Su Qi in as his direct disciple. Moreover, he would allow Su Qi to enter the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect directly. Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, Xianghu, and Jin Yuanbao immediately looked at Su Qi. All of them wanted to know what he would choose. Would he betray the sect and join another sect? Or would he reject the offer? However, if he rejected the offer, it would not end well for him. Based on the fact that Zhou Qi had killed 2 Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses as soon as he arrived at the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City, it was easy to tell that Zhou Qi was not a kind person. Did that scoundrel, Lu Huan, send you here? Feng Hui asked through gritted teeth. His eyes were wide open as his body began to tremble violently. He was so angry that he was on the verge of breaking down. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. It was Zhou Qi who had struck at lightning speed and slapped Feng Hui, leaving a clear palm print on half of Feng Hui's face. Master! Horror dawned on Duan Lingtian. He immediately raised the sun-shooting bow in his hand. True energy shot out of his right hand and consolidated into an arrow. He wanted to attack Zhou Qi with the aerolite strike. At this moment, he did not have the time to think about whether he was a match for Zhou Qi or not. He had long regarded Feng Hui as his master. As his disciple, he could not just stand by and watch his master being humiliated. Humph. However, as soon as he knocked the arrow on the bowstring and before he could pull the string, a cold snort resonated in his ears. The sound contained a terrifying sound wave that caused his body to tremble. Before Duan Lingtian could even react, he felt a huge force attack him, and it fiercely slapped his body, blasting him away. Barf! Duan Lingtian felt something sweet in his throat when he fell heavily on the ground. He then opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard 3 people spitting out blood beside him. He noticed that Ling Yun, Xianghu, and Jin Yuanbao were sent flying with him. They were holding saint weapons in their hands. It was obvious that they wanted to avenge Feng Hui just like him. How dare 4 little ants act so presumptuously in front of me, Zhou Qi? Zhou Qi did not seem to have done anything. He appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the other 3 in just a blink of an eye. He looked down at Duan Lingtian and the other 3 with his nose in the air. Oh no!
For a moment, Duanling Tian only felt that his heart was filled with rage that was about to burst out. Senior brother Zhou Qi, let's return to the sect. I'd like to go back and meet Master as soon as possible, Su Qi said to Zhou Qi. Su Qi said to Zhou Qi. His tone was respectful, and Zhou Qi enjoyed it.
There's no hurry.
Zhou Qi shook his head and smiled. Then, he looked at Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. At this moment, Feng Hui was looking at Su Qi in disbelief.
It was as though he did not expect Su Qi to betray him.
A hint of anger could be seen on his face. However, his anger soon disappeared.
He sighed as though he had aged a few years in an instant. Feng Hui, if I were you, I would have killed myself a long time ago.
Zhou Qi glanced at Feng Hui coldly and said mockingly, It's one thing if you have poor innate talent, but you can't even protect your own woman. Now, the disciple you've trained wholeheartedly has betrayed you. Every word Zhou Qi said was heart-wrenching. After he finished speaking, Feng Hui was so angry that his body trembled violently. His eyes were bulging, and he could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. He looked extremely wretched. However, I still have to thank you on behalf of my master, your senior brother, Elder Lu Huan. Thank you for finding such an outstanding disciple for him. Zhou Qi continued. Feng Hui was so angry that he rolled his eyes and fainted. Trash! Zhou Qi spat before he looked at Su Qi and said with a smile, Junior brother Su Qi, let's go. We'll go back to the sect to meet Master and perform the ceremony. I'll listen to senior brother Zhou Qi's arrangement. Su Qi glanced at Feng Hui who had fainted unwillingly before he looked at Zhou Qi and said respectfully, Let's go. Zhou Qi shouted in a deep voice. He lifted his arm and grabbed Su Qi's shoulder.
He flew away with Su Qi and disappeared into the horizon in just a blink of an eye, returning to the Moon Illumination sect.
Master City Governor.
Big Brother.
Elder Huang. Not long after Zhou Qi left, people came one after another.
They were the members of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, and some revered elders.
As for the servants and maids who came after hearing the news, they were blocked outside. After all, it was not something to be proud of. At this moment, the medicinal effect of the healing medicinal pill gradually took effect. Duanling Tian, Xianghu, and Jin Yuanbao could finally stand up. After they stood up, they immediately ran to Feng Hui who was unconscious. The three of them had a worried expression on their faces. What's going on? More than 10 people from the 36 guardians and a few revered elders came. All of them looked grave as they questioned Duanling Tian and the other two. They rushed over when they heard the commotion. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw the city governor of Mound Hill City, the heavenly leader guardian, and a revered elder lying on the ground. This scene scared them to the point their souls almost flew out of their bodies. In fact, the three of them who were lying on the ground were all at the Saint Rudiment stage. The city governor of Mound Hill City, especially, was at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage and mastering the True Energy Consolidated Weapon technique. The True Energy Consolidated Weapon was a technique that could only be mastered by a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Consolidating the true energy into a divine weapon phenomenon to attack the enemy by surprise would have a miraculous effect. For example, the technique Zhou Qi used to defeat Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, was the True Energy Consolidated Weapon. Consolidating the true energy into a divine weapon phenomenon. His divine weapon phenomenon was a gigantic hammer. When the gigantic hammer fell, it was as though Mount Tai was crashing down. Its power was unstoppable. Su Qi, that ingrate. Xianghu gnashed his teeth in hatred. The moment he thought of Su Qi's betrayal, he was filled with rage. Jin Yuanbao recounted what had happened earlier with a bitter expression on his face. Upon hearing how powerful Zhou Qi was and how powerful the Moon Illumination sect's elder, Lu Huan, was, everyone fell silent.
Whether it was the dozens of people from the 36 guardians or the remaining revered elders, the anger on their faces turned into a bitter smile. They knew very well that they would not be able to avenge themselves. Their opponent was an inner court disciple of the seventh-rate force, the Moon Illumination sect, that was above the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Put aside the fact that the inner court disciple was more powerful than their city governor. Moreover, The Moon Illumination sect's elder behind the inner court disciple made them unable to resist at all. Soon after, Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, regained consciousness. His expression was terrifyingly grave. After consuming a healing medicinal pill and recovering slightly, he ordered, "Bury the heavenly leader guardian and elder Huang properly. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Xianghu, and Jin Yuan Bao, the rest of you are dismissed." Following Feng Hui's order, only 4 people were left in the huge mansion. "I'm sure all of you have a lot of questions, right?" Feng Hui sighed. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 nodded. Indeed, they had questions in their minds. Based on Zhou Qi's tone, he seemed to be picking on Feng Hui as though he had a death feud with Feng Hui. "Do all of you see anything?" Feng Hui asked again. "Master, Zhou Qi must have a feud with you, right?" Jin Yuan Bao asked. "Zhou Qi?" Feng Hui shook his head before a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. "I have no feud with Zhou Qi. He's just a dog that Lu Huan raised to bite people everywhere. Lu Huan is the one who has a feud with me." Lu Huan. Before Zhou Qi's arrival, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 did not know who the owner of this name was even if they heard it. However, after Zhou Qi's arrival, they knew who he was. Lu Huan was an elder of the Moon Illumination sect. His cultivation base was so powerful that he had even entered the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. "Master, Lu Huan is at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Why do you have a feud with him?" Xianghu asked. "I'll have to start from when I was young," Feng Hui said slowly. Feng Hui slowly told Duan Lingtian and the other 2 about the things that happened when he was young. As it turned out, Feng Hui and Lu Huan had entered the Moon Illumination sect in the same year. In the beginning, both of them minded their own business, but in the end, they would not rest until one of them died. As for the reason for this, it was because of Feng Hui's wife. Feng Hui's wife had entered the Moon Illumination sect a few years later. Both Feng Hui and Lu Huan had taken a liking to her. In the end, Feng Hui had married the beauty. At that time, Lu Huan, who had already become an inner court disciple, took advantage of the fact that he had been taken in as a disciple by an elder in the sect. He was so bold that he kidnapped Feng Hui's wife on their wedding night. After Feng Hui's wife was defiled by him, she chose to commit suicide. Since then, Feng Hui and Lu Huan had a death feud. They would not rest until one of them was dead. However, Feng Hui's innate talent was not as good as Lu Huan's, and his backer was not as good as Lu Huan's. In his despair, the heart demon grew in him, causing his cultivation base to progress slowly. Chapter 14:20. Later on, Feng Hui knew there was no hope for him to seek revenge. After he became an inner court disciple, he sought the position of an outer court deacon to take charge of Mound Hill City, and became the city governor of Mound Hill City. 10 years ago, Lu Huan had brought Zhou Qi here. He had once again recalled his dusty memories, causing him to be filled with grief and indignation. However, what could he do? He could not defeat Lu Huan. In terms of status, he was far inferior to Lu Huan. Due to this reason, he could only endure the humiliation until today. "I know there's no hope for me to seek revenge on my own, and I've thought of committing suicide. However, I decided to live on in the end. I'm destined to be inferior to Lu Huan in this life, but it doesn't mean the disciple I train is inferior to the disciple he trains," Feng Hui said through gritted teeth. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred. Naturally, there was something he did not say. He hoped the disciple he trained would avenge him one day. Even if he did not kill Lu Huan, he would die without regrets if he could teach Lu Huan a lesson. It was because of this obsession that he managed to drag out an ignoble existence until today. One must admit that when Feng Hui's words entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the other 3, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. It shocked them so much that they were stunned. It did not cross their minds at all. To think that their teacher and master actually had such an unbearable past. They could feel pain, anger, helplessness, unwillingness, and other emotions in Feng Hui's tone. They could understand it. The reason I'm telling all of you this is mainly because I want to tell all of you one thing.
Even if all of you enter the Moon Illumination sect in a few months' time and become outer court disciples, you'll still have to face suppression from Lu Huan's people. Feng Hui looked at Duan Lingtian and the other three solemnly. Now you can consider. Do you still want to participate in the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment and enter the sect? The moment Feng Hui's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian and the other three could not help but frown. Don't tell me they dare to kill us? Duan Lingtian asked. They won't dare to kill anyone in the sect even if they have 100 guts. Even if it's a remote place, it's still covered by the divine consciousness of a few saint stage powerhouses in the sect. Whoever kills will be severely punished by the sect. Feng Hui enunciated each word clearly. Of course, if there's an irreconcilable feud between the people in the sect, you can apply for a life and death duel. That way, you won't be breaking the sect's rules, and you won't be punished for killing. In other words, if we enter the Moon Illumination sect, they'll at most make things difficult for us, but they won't dare to kill us? Xianxu asked. Something like that. Feng Hui nodded. Teacher, what is divine sense? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Divine consciousness can only be formed by Saint Realm experts. It's a type of spiritual energy. The divine consciousness of a Saint Realm expert can cover a wide area and monitor that area. Feng Hui said, you'll find out about this when you break through to the Saint stage in the future. Saint Realm? Duan Lingtian did not think much of what Feng Hui said, but Ling Yun, Xianghu, and Jin Yuan Bao were shocked. Based on what their master said, this senior brother Duan actually had a chance to break through to the Saint stage? With your senior brother Duan's innate talent, it's only a matter of time before he breaks through to the Saint stage as long as he doesn't die prematurely. Feng Hui seemed to have noticed the shock on Ling Yun and the other two's faces. Based on his words, he was very confident in Duan Lingtian. I'll give all of you a month to think about it. I won't blame you even if you don't enter the Moon Illumination sect. However, once you enter, you'll have to be mentally prepared. Feng Hui continued. After all, I'm the one who recommended all of you to enter the Moon Illumination sect. That's equivalent to being branded with Mound Hill City's label. My label. Feng Hui's face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, Xianghu, and Jin Yuan Bao nodded solemnly. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had already made up his mind when he heard Feng Hui say Lu Huan and his disciple would not kill anyone in the sect's estate. He would enter the Moon Illumination sect. Although he would be suppressed, it would not be a life-and-death situation. There was only motivation when there was pressure. Duan Lingtian had always believed in this. I'll let Lu Huan and his disciple be my touchstone then. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself. Sigh. Feng Hui seemed to have recalled something as he let out a long sigh before he turned around and left the front courtyard. Duan Lingtian glanced at him and realized Feng Hui's silhouette was a little desolate. It seems like Su Qi's betrayal has dealt a huge blow to teacher. Su Qi's betrayal was also out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Although he did not have much contact with Su Qi, in his opinion, Su Qi was not a coward who would live an ignoble life. I've misjudged him this time. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as his eyes gleamed coldly. Su Qi, I'll let you know. Even if you're on Lu Huan's side, I'll still step on you. Since Duan Lingtian truly regarded Feng Hui as his teacher, he could empathize with Feng Hui's humiliation. And Lu Huan and his disciple. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, the coldness in his eyes intensified. After taking a deep breath and suppressing his anger, Duan Lingtian turned around and returned to his room to cultivate. He took out the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and entered the second level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was less than half a year before he would join the Moon Illumination sect. I hope I'll have successfully broken through to the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage by the time I join the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After cultivating in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 3 days, Duan Lingtian was awakened by a knock on the door. Only a day had passed in the outside world. Teacher. When Duan Lingtian opened the door, he saw Feng Hui. He could not help but feel a little surprised. Duan Lingtian, have you thought about it? Do you want to join the Moon Illumination sect? Feng Hui asked. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Although he already had an answer in his heart, He could not help but feel a little surprised when Feng Hui came to ask him about it after only a day. Did he not say he would give him a month to think about it? Since there's no danger of death, there's nothing for me to be afraid of. Duan Lingtian smiled. Based on his words, he made it clear that he still intended to join the Moon Illumination sect. There's no danger of death in the sect's estate. Feng Hui's face turned serious as he said, however, there's no guarantee of safety outside the sect's estate. You must know this. Even if someone was killed outside the sect's estate, they might not be able to find out who killed him. If I'm killed outside the sect's estate, I can only say that I'm useless. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he smiled faintly. I didn't misjudge you. Feng Hui took a deep look at Duan Lingtian before taking out a spatial ring and passing it to Duan Lingtian. Cultivate well before you head to the Moon Illumination sect to participate in the entrance assessment. This is? Upon seeing Feng Hui's action, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. There's a saint grade pill, the sensory pill, and some saint stones inside. They'll be helpful to your cultivation. After Feng Hui finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and directly stuffed it into Duan Lingtian's hand. Then he turned around and left, no longer disturbing Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Teacher, I'll seek justice for you one day. Duan Lingtian promised as he watched Feng Hui's desolate silhouette leaving. He did not know why, but he felt a fire burning in his heart. This was his promise to Feng Hui. His voice was not loud, but it entered Feng Hui's ears clearly. Justice. Feng Hui's body paused for a moment. After a slight tremble, he continued to walk forward. I believe in you. Feng Hui's voice became a little hoarse. He could not hide the excitement in his tone. The reason he, Feng Hui, had dragged out an ignoble existence until today was to seek justice. Back then, Lu Huan had kidnapped and forced his newlywed wife to death, but he did not seek justice. Until today, he still could not seek justice. The reason he recruited so many young geniuses was because he had pinned his hopes on those young geniuses. He hoped they would seek justice for him. Now that someone had promised to seek justice for him, and this person had a high chance of fulfilling his promise, how could he not be excited? However, Feng Hui's feelings were still complicated. Back then when he took Su Qi as his disciple, he had pinned all his hopes on Su Qi. When he saw Su Qi's rapid growth, he saw a glimmer of hope. In his opinion, with Su Qi's innate talent, he would definitely be able to fulfill his unfulfilled wish as long as he grew stronger after joining the Moon Illumination sect. He would seek justice for him and allow his wife to die happily. However, who would have thought the person he had pinned all his hopes on would betray him? Fortunately, he still had Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian was like a ray of light in the darkness that guided him forward. To put it simply, he had already regarded Duan Lingtian as his last hope. Duan Lingtian did not disappoint him. Don't tell me I can't have my cake and eat it too? Feng Hui's heart was filled with bitterness. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Su Qi, both of them were people who could seek justice for him after they grew stronger. However, just like how he could not have his cake and eat it too, he had lost Su Qi. Duan Lingtian closed the door and entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda again. Sensory pill. He did not lack saint stones among the things Feng Hui had given him. However, he lacked the saint-grade sensory pill. This is a 2-star sensory pill. This is a 3-star sensory pill? Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring Feng Hui had given him. When he was about to take out the sensory pill to assist his cultivation, he realized there were not only 2-star sensory pills in the spatial ring, but there was also a small portion of 3-star sensory pills. They were all saint-grade sensory pills. Chapter 14:21. After today's incident, Duan Lingtian felt even more pressured. The law of the jungle in the Dao Martial Saint Land was even more exaggerated compared to the Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands. Zhou Qi, the direct disciple of Elder Lu Huan of the Moon Illumination sect, had barged into the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City alone and killed 2 St. Rudiment stage powerhouses in the city governor's estate before severely injuring the city governor of Mound Hill City. He, Ling Yun, Xianxia, and Jin Yuan Bao did not even have the strength to fight back against the arrogant Zhou Qi. All of this was because Zhou Qi was too powerful. The strong were respected. This was an eternal truth that applied no matter where one went. Today, Zhou Qi had further explained this concept to Duan Ling Tian. With the 3-star sensory pill, I'm more confident of breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian began to cultivate after consuming a 3-star sensory pill. Unknowingly, a saint stone had appeared in his hand. 9 dragons war sovereign technique. 9 dragons form. As he cultivated the mental cultivation method, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air and the saint stone surged into Duan Ling Tian's body continuously. They were transported by the 9 dragons and circulated in his body. After completing the circulation, the heaven and earth spirit energy transformed into true energy and merged into the basketball-sized Qi-Si between Duan Ling Tian's brows. The true energy in his Qi-Si was increasing every second. It's so fast. Duan Ling Tian noticed that after the 3-star sensory pill took effect, the heaven and earth spirit energy he sensed was much richer than before. His cultivation speed had become faster as well. Under such a cultivation environment, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base rose rapidly. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian could not keep cultivating like this. Occasionally, he would leave the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and his room to relax. A month's time passed very quickly. At this moment, Ling Yun, Xianxia, and Jin Yuan Bao had also replied one after another. Ling Yun and Xianxia had decided to join the Moon Illumination sect. Jin Yuan Bao, on the other hand, chose to give up. Master, I'm sorry. I can't join the Moon Illumination sect. I am not afraid of them, but I am afraid that they will attack my family. Under the gazes of Duan Ling Tian, Ling Yun and Xianxia, Jin Yuan Bao bitterly smiled as he explained the reason why he gave up. Although Jin Yuan Bao chose to give up, Feng Hui did not blame him. It was undoubtedly normal for Jin Yuan Bao to be wary of Lu Huan and his disciple. Master, I'll definitely teach that traitor Su Qi a lesson for you in the future. As for that Zhou Qi, I will definitely catch up to him and even surpass him in the future. Xianxia said solemnly. His words were filled with strong confidence. Feng Hui was naturally moved by this. Even though Ling Yun didn't say anything, his sharp gaze was enough to explain everything. Duan Ling Tian would occasionally leave the city governor's mansion and go out to relax. However, most of the time, he would go to Hong Yu's house to see the little girl, Shi, and play with her. Compared to the past, the little girl, Shi, was like a completely different person. She had become even more cheerful. Brother, Shi will perform for you. The little girl waved her fists excitedly as she blinked her big eyes and said to Duan Ling Tian, "What's the performance?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Then, he saw a scene that shocked him. As the little girl whistled, a few figures appeared in all directions of the courtyard. In just a blink of an eye, these few figures appeared around the little girl. Duan Ling Tian stared at them and saw they were animals like cats and dogs. However, due to the different environment of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the cats and dogs here were different from the ones on the mortal continent. The cats here were as big as adult dogs on the mortal continent. The dogs here were as big as tigers on the mortal continent. However, the cats and dogs surrounding the little girl were unusually docile. They lay there and allowed the little girl to ride on them. They even ran around happily with the little girl. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Shi's innate talent as a beast tamer far surpasses mine. Hong Yu suddenly appeared next to Duan Ling Tian and said with a complicated expression as he looked at the little girl who was riding a big dog around the courtyard. As it turns out, she has an innate talent as a beast tamer. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. He was wondering how a little girl like Shi could make these cats and dogs so docile. As it turned out, she had an innate talent as a beast tamer. In the beginning, he even thought these were the cats and dogs that Hong Yu reared at home. Only now did he realize they were stray cats and dogs. Brother Ling Tian, I want Shi to become a beast tamer, Hong Yu said seriously. Hong Yu said to Duan Ling Tian seriously, she really has this innate talent.
I don't want this talent of hers to be buried. Big brother Hong, I don't have any objections as long as Xianxia is happy. Duan Lingtian said, I only hope that she can always be carefree. Everything else is not important. All right. Hong Yu nodded. Big brother Hong, I'll be leaving in 3 months. I'll come to see all of you and bid farewell before I leave Mound Hill City. I'm going to focus on cultivating during this period of time. Duan Lingtian greeted Hong Yu, and Hong Yu expressed his understanding of the situation. He knew Duan Lingtian would be leaving Mound Hill City in 3 months to participate in the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment. As Duan Lingtian's brother, it was only natural that he hoped Duan Lingtian would have a bright future. After returning to the city governor's estate, Duan Lingtian focused on cultivating even more. I've underestimated the perfection mortal shedding stage. The difficulty of breaking through from the mastery mortal shedding stage to the perfection mortal shedding stage is more than twice as difficult as breaking through from the intermediate mortal shedding stage to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Initially, Duan Lingtian planned to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage before joining the Moon Illumination sect. Soon, he realized it was not easy to break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. At the very least, he had underestimated the difficulty of breaking through to the perfection mortal shedding stage. As time went by, he had cultivated on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for a whole year, but he still had not broken through. Moreover, only 2/3 of the true energy in the Qi Si in between his brows had been accumulated. He was still 1/3 away from filling his Qi Si with true energy. A year on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 4 months outside. At this moment, there was only a month left before the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect would begin. The time was getting closer and closer. Unknowingly, more than 20 days had passed. The day for Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, and Xianghu to depart to the Moon Illumination sect had arrived. Get ready. We'll depart early tomorrow morning. In the morning, Feng Hui called Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, and Xianghu to greet them. Duan Lingtian did not have much to prepare. They would depart the next day. He left the city governor's estate and went to Hong Yu's house to accompany the little girl, Xianxia, for the entire day. He was only ready to leave in the evening. Xianxia, I'm going somewhere far tomorrow. I'll come back to see you after a while. Duan Lingtian said to the little girl. Come back soon, brother. The little girl was much more sensible now. If she was still the old her, she would have cried a long time ago. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. After patting Xianxia's head, he looked at Hong Yu and his wife. Big brother Hong, sister-in-law, I'll leave Xianxia in your care. Don't worry. Hong Yu and his wife nodded. Brother, take care of yourself. I believe with your innate talent, it won't take long for you to make a name for yourself in the Moon Illumination sect. Hong Yu said. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian, Ling Yun, and Xianghu were brought out of Mound Hill City by Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. After leaving Mound Hill City, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 could fly on their own without the flight-prohibiting formation. They followed Feng Hui to the Moon Illumination sect. Xianghu, why have you broken through to the perfection mortal shedding stage? Soon, Duan Lingtian realized Xianghu could still keep up with him and Ling Yun even though he was flying with his physical strength and the true energy in his body. I just broke through a month ago. Xianghu grinned and smiled brightly. However, Feng Hui and Ling Yun did not seem surprised. It was obvious they had known about it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, you and I could have exchanged some pointers. Duan Lingtian smiled. Senior brother Duan, I can't even defeat senior brother Ling Yun, let alone you. Xianghu said with a teary face. Now that Su Qi had left, Duan Lingtian had become the eldest senior brother. Naturally, even if Su Qi did not leave, Duan Lingtian was still the eldest senior brother in Ling Yun and Xianghu's eyes. They knew a little about Feng Hui forbidding Duan Lingtian from sparring with Su Qi. They knew their master was worried Su Qi would not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Feng Hui slowed down on purpose since he had to take care of Duan Lingtian and the other 2. They only arrived near the Moon Illumination sect after 2 days. We'll see the Moon Illumination sect after we pass the mountain range in front. Feng Hui said to Duan Lingtian and the other two while looking at the mountain range that looked like a long dragon. The three of them shuddered and snapped back to their senses. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he focused his eyes and looked forward. He could not see anything with just a glance. However, as he activated the strange pupil in his left eye, he soon saw a huge mountain gate not far behind the mountain range. It looked majestic. Above the mountain gate, there were 3 large words carved in a flamboyant style. Moon Illumination Sect. I did it! Just as Duan Lingtian was about to take a closer look at the Moon Illumination Sect, a surprised voice resonated in his ears. He could tell it was Hualao's voice. Hualao, what did you do? Duan Lingtian was stunned. And now, hearing Hualao say that the refinement was successful, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a little excited. To him, this was good news. Good news that would have a long-term impact on his future strength. It was as if he could already see the scene of him condensing the 5-clawed divine dragon Dharma idol in the future. According to Teacher, the variant beast phenomenon formed by powerhouses above the perfection saint rudiment stage not only has a form and spirit, but it also has a force. If I can condense the 5-clawed divine dragon Dharma idol, wouldn't the Dharma idols of ordinary beasts collapse when the dragon's might is displayed? With this thought, Duan Lingtian became even more excited. Hualao, keep the 5-clawed devil dragon's blood essence first. I'll get it from you after I settle down in the Moon Illumination Sect. Although Duan Lingtian couldn't wait to fuse with the 5-clawed demon dragon's blood essence, he still suppressed the desire in his heart. No matter how anxious he wasn't in a hurry. Right now, he was still far away from the perfection saint rudiment stage. When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he realized he had already arrived near the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate. He could see behind the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate, but it was cloudy, so he couldn't see what was inside. Let's walk into the monastery gate. When they arrived at the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate, Feng Hui's expression was solemn as he called out to Duan Lingtian and the other two before descending from the sky. Duan Lingtian and the other two followed suit. Under Feng Hui's lead, Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the Moon Illumination Sect's monastery gate. However, they were stopped by the 2 Moon Illumination Sect's disciples who were guarding the monastery gate. I'm the city governor of Mound Hill City, leading the young geniuses of Mound Hill City to participate in the entrance assessment organized by the sect's Ming Tian. Feng Hui took out a token and waved it in front of the 2 Moon Illumination Sect's disciples. On the token, apart from the words City Governor of Mound Hill City and Outer Court Deacon, there was also Feng Hui's name. Oh, it's Deacon Feng. When the 2 Moon Illumination Sect's disciples saw the token, they immediately welcomed Feng Hui in with a smile. Although the Outer Court Deacons did not have any real power in the sect, both of them were only Outer Court disciples, so they did not dare to act presumptuously in front of the Outer Court Deacons. The entrance assessment will begin tomorrow. All of you should rest well today. Get some sleep tonight and recharge your energy so that you'll be ready for the entrance assessment tomorrow. Feng Hui said as he led Duan Lingtian and the other two inside. With the 3 of your abilities, it won't be difficult for you to pass the entrance assessment and become an Outer Court disciple. Soon after, Feng Hui brought Duan Lingtian and the other two to the outer area of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. There were simple houses that were specially made for the participants of the entrance assessment to stay in. There was another row of houses that looked more spacious and luxurious. However, these houses were not as simple as the simple houses. There were only 18 of them. Feng Hui registered with the person in charge and obtained the residence passes for 4 of the houses. The residence passes were hung on the doors of the houses with the words occupied written on them. It meant that the houses with the residence passes were occupied so that nobody would enter wrongly. Master, will Su Qi be participating in the entrance assessment tomorrow? Xianghu asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed brightly. Since he's Lu Huan's disciple, naturally,
He doesn't have to participate in the assessment. Not only that, but he can even enter the inner court and become an inner court disciple with Lu Huan's recommendation. Although it had been half a year since Su Qi's betrayal, one could still see some strange emotions on Feng Hui's face. Traitor! Xianghu said resentfully. Xianghu. Feng Hui said with a frown, it's fine if you say these things in private when you enter the Moon Illumination sect. If you say these things out loud, Lu Huan's people won't let you go easily. The sect forbids killing. Do you think I, Xianghu, am afraid of them? Xianghu said with a glare. All in all, when the three of you enter the sect, try to keep a low profile. If Lu Huan's people think that you're stubborn, they might feel bored and won't make things difficult for you, Feng Hui said seriously. I don't want to cause too much trouble for all of you because of me. A moment of forbearance is for a better tomorrow. If we want to avenge Master, we must become stronger first. Otherwise, we're destined to be tortured, Ling Yun said. Feng Hui nodded. That's right. Feng Hui agreed with Ling Yun's words. Duan Lingtian stood at the side and did not interrupt. His eyes gleamed brightly, making it difficult for others to guess what he was thinking. Forbearance? A faint sneer appeared at the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Duan Lingtian hung the residence pass with the words occupied on one of the houses. Since the people from Mound Hill City were the first to arrive, the houses were all empty. Therefore, he chose the house with the best location and the best air. The house that Master lives in is different from ours. 18 houses. Could it be that they correspond to the city governors of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect? Duan Lingtian glanced at the 18 spacious houses opposite him and thought in his heart as he guessed. At this moment, no matter if it was Feng Hui, Ling Yun, or Xianghu, they entered the house one after another and closed the door. The sign that said, occupied on the door told the people outside that there were already people inside. Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked in as well. The house was simple. Apart from a small window that he could barely lie down on, there was nothing else inside. This house was obviously much worse than the wooden house in the Leighton Dragon Camp's 13 gangsters in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind at all. Compared to the extremely harsh environment in his past life, this place was like heaven. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian carefully observed the house. He realized that the house was not airtight. A gust of wind could blow in from anywhere. It's not easy to put the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in this case. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As long as the wind blew in, he would be blown out as soon as the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was touched. Forget it. It's only a day. I'll just cultivate outside. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As long as he passed the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect tomorrow, he would become an outer court disciple of the sect. Chapter 1423. Duan Lingtian walked out of his house with a gloomy expression. With just a glance, he saw an arrogant young man standing at the door of his house as though he was number 2. When Duan Lingtian walked out, Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, Ling Yun, and Xianghu also heard the commotion and walked out of their houses respectively. At the same time, another middle-aged man and 3 other young men came out as well. The 4 of them were undoubtedly unfamiliar faces to Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian's attention was not on them. His eyes were on the arrogant young man in front of him. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment for kicking my door open and asking me to leave? Is that right? Duan Lingtian asked in his deep voice as a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes. So what if I am? Don't tell me you dare to go against my will? The young man who called himself Xiao Zhuai sneered with his nose in the air, as though he was a superior talking to a subordinate. He said in a condescending tone, "If I were you, I'd leave immediately instead of talking nonsense here. You'll only be humiliating yourself if you continue to stay." When Xiao Zhuai reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It seems like senior brother Xiao Zhuai is unwilling to be left out no matter where he goes. That's right. Senior brother Xiao Zhuai was like that when he was in Luojiang City.
I can't believe he's still the same after coming to the Moon Illumination sect. Isn't he afraid of being taken advantage of? Taken advantage of? You've underestimated senior brother Xiao Zhuai. He's the #1 genius among the younger generation in the area around Luojiang City. He's only 38 years old, but he's already broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. The other 3 young men were whispering to each other. It was obvious they came from the same city as Xiao Zhuai. Luoyi. Feng Hui looked at the middle-aged man nearby and said with a frown, "Isn't your disciple too much? My disciple didn't offend him, did he?" Luoyi was the city governor of Luojiang City. Luojiang City was one of the 18 cities under the Moon Illumination sect. It was as famous as Mound Hill City. The city lord of Luojiang City was also an 8th-rate force that controlled an 8th-grade primordial stone mine. Feng Hui, I heard that your most outstanding direct disciple, Su Qi, has been taken in as Elder Lu Huan's direct disciple. Congratulations! With this relationship, I presume that you and Elder Lu Huan will be able to bury the hatchet, right? Luo Yi said with a smile. His words were unbridled and he did not care about Feng Hui, whose expression was gradually darkening. He knew that it was impossible for Feng Hui and Lu Huan to reconcile. He only said that to provoke Feng Hui. As for Xiao Zhuai, he just wants to spar with your other disciples. Now, only the people from our 2 cities are here. This way we can pass the time, right? Luo Yi still had a smile on his face. Don't tell me that you, Feng Hui, have no one else besides Su Qi? Sure enough, Feng Hui's face darkened even more. His gaze on Luo Yi grew even colder. Trash, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Xiao Zhuai's face darkened as he asked loudly when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at Luo Yi and the other 3 young men from Luojiang City. Trash, who are you talking to? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as soon as Xiao Zhuai finished speaking. His tone was cold. Xiao Zhuai replied angrily. Yes, Trash is talking to me. Duan Lingtian studied Xiao Zhuai from head to toe for a while before he nodded in all seriousness. Haha. Senior brother Ling Yun, did you hear that? This brat admitted that he's trash. Xianghu laughed out loud. His laughter was wanton and broke the silence. A smile appeared on Ling Yun's face as well. The 3 young men from Luojiang City looked at Xiao Zhuai with a strange expression. This brat is dead meat. However, there was pity in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though they could already see Duan Lingtian being tortured by Xiao Zhuai. Feng Hui, does your direct disciple only know how to talk? Luo Yi glanced at Feng Hui nonchalantly and mocked. Your disciple seems to be the most talkative one since the beginning, right? Feng Hui retorted. Luo Yi's face darkened. He then looked at Xiao Zhuai and said through true energy voice transmission, Xiao Zhuai, teach this brat a lesson. As far as I know, Su Qi is the only one among Feng Hui's disciples who has broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. However, he has already joined Elder Lu Huan. This brat is no match for you. Brat, you're seeking death. On the other hand, Xiao Zhuai finally reacted when he heard Luo Yi's true energy voice transmission. He was furious and charged toward Duan Lingtian immediately. At that moment, the true energy on Xiao Zhuai's body dissipated as though he had put on a layer of green clothes. Wherever he passed, it seemed to have turned into a wave that crashed toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had no intention of dodging Xiao Zhuai, who was charging at him menacingly. He stood still with a calm expression on his face from the beginning until the end. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Xiao Zhuai's face turned ferocious when he saw Duan Lingtian's indifference. He swept his palm toward Duan Lingtian like a 5-fingered mountain. Airwaves rolled out. The force of Xiao Zhuai's palm shook the flowers and plants more than 10 meters away. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and made his move as well. As the 52 saint veins in his body were activated, the true energy in his qi surged into his hands. He slammed his palm out as well. His palm was shining with a dazzling silver luster. You want to fight Xiao Zhuai, who's at the paramount mortal shedding stage? You're digging your own grave. Luo Yi smirked when he saw that. He thought the purple-clad brat from Mound Hill City was too arrogant. Did he really think he was Su Qi? Bang!
A loud bang reverberated in the air as Duan Lingtian and Xiao Zhui's palms collided. A rolling air wave raged out from the center of the two palms as though it had set off a gale. Both of them retreated in a flash at the same time. Duan Lingtian took 5 steps back while Xiao Zhui took 4 steps back. No wonder you're so arrogant. You're quite capable. Xiao Zhui glanced at Duan Lingtian in shock. However, a look of disdain soon appeared on his face. I'll let you know that the people from Mound Hill City are destined to be stepped on by the people from Luojiang City. A sword appeared in Xiao Zhui's hand out of thin air as soon as he was done speaking. It was obvious that he was going to use his saint weapon to end the battle quickly. The 4 people from Luojiang City were surprised that Duan Lingtian was only at a slight disadvantage when he collided with Xiao Zhui's palms. On the other hand, the 3 people from Mound Hill City were not surprised at all. Feng Hui, I didn't expect Mound Hill City to have such an outstanding genius martial cultivator after Su Qi left. Luo Yi looked at Feng Hui. When he saw the smug look on Feng Hui's face, he poured cold water on him. However, he's still no match for Xiao Zhui with this little bit of ability. Xiao Zhui's most powerful skill is his sword technique. His most powerful skill is his sword technique? Feng Hui was amused. Does Luo Yi think that Duan Lingtian's most powerful skill is his palm technique? Although Xiao Zhui is arrogant, he's quite capable. He's even on par with Su Qi from half a year ago. My punch with 80% of my strength is actually at a slight disadvantage. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. Based on the earlier exchange of palms, he was sure that if he did not use any weapons or saint-grade martial tactic moves, he and Xiao Zhui would at most be on par. You're digging your own grave. However, he was delighted when he saw Xiao Zhui taking out his saint weapon and trying to defeat him with it. One must know that the reason why he was so confident in defeating so many martial and Dao cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage was mainly because of his weapon. His weapon was the sun-shooting bow. Although the sun-shooting bow was not as glorious as it was in its prime, it was not something a human-rank saint weapon could compare to. Trash from Mound Hill City. I'll defeat you with just one strike. Xiao Zhui shouted coldly and struck with his sword at lightning speed. He moved with his sword. His body was ethereal and seemed real at the same time. The sword gleam was like a blooming white flower that was dazzling and beautiful. Plum blossom sword. Xiao Zhui mumbled. The sword gleam in his hand bloomed like plum blossoms in winter as it flew toward Duan Lingtian, aiming for his vital points. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian drew his bow and shot an arrow. He moved with the arrow like a bolt of lightning and dodged Xiao Zhui's sword technique easily. Sword shadow pursuit. Xiao Zhui continued to mumble. After Duan Lingtian dodged, he chased after him. The sword in his hand was like a gangrene attached to a bone. It did not leave Duan Lingtian's side at all. However, that was just the beginning. A moment later, Duan Lingtian managed to distance himself from Xiao Zhui. Xiao Zhui was completely defeated in terms of speed. Oh no! Luo Yi's expression changed drastically when he saw that. He thought nobody in Mound Hill City was a match for his disciple since Su Qi was no longer around. He did not expect Mound Hill City to have such a genius even without Su Qi. In the martial Dao of the world, speed was the only thing that could not be defeated. Speed could defeat all techniques. As the city governor of Luojiang City, how could he not know the importance of speed? Xiao Zhui is in danger. Luo Yi could not help but look at Feng Hui with jealousy in his eyes. What did Feng Hui do to deserve this? First, he had Su Qi. After Su Qi was snatched away, he had such a disciple. Was Mound Hill City's luck that great? Clang. Humph. The sound of an iron weapon colliding with a muffled grunt resonated. Luo Yi had a bad feeling about this, and his expression changed immediately. When he snapped back to his senses, he realized the disciple he was proud of, Xiao Zhui, had been defeated by the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man had knocked the sword out of Xiao Zhui's hand with an arrow. Moreover, the bowstring in the purple-clad young man's bow was placed in front of Xiao Zhui's throat. As long as the purple-clad young man shook the bowstring, Xiao Zhui's head would definitely be separated from his body. Don't try to act cool if you don't have the ability. Do you think you can show how powerful you are by provoking me, attracting the attention of others and defeating me? Do you think you can satisfy your vanity? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Zhuai with a mocking smile on his face. He showed no mercy at all. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for taking the initiative to come to me and giving me a chance to act cool. Chapter 14:24. The reason Xiao Zhuai snatched Duan Lingtian's house was because the location of Duan Lingtian's house was really good. Secondly, his master was not on good terms with the city governor of Mound Hill City. When he found out the people from Mound Hill City were the only ones who came earlier than them, he had his eyes on Duan Lingtian's house. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. He did not expect the Mound Hill City disciple he chose to be an iron plate. An iron plate that he, Xiao Zhuai, could not kick. Scram! Duan Lingtian shouted in a deep voice and kicked Xiao Zhuai, whose face was turning green and pale, away. He did not show any mercy at all. Even a man made of clay had a temper. Naturally, Xiao Zhuai had to pay the price for provoking him. Otherwise, he would think he was a pushover. Humph! When the other three young men from Luojiang City had a change of expression, Luo Yi snorted coldly and took a step forward toward Duan Lingtian. Boy, how dare you hurt someone from Luojiang City? Luo Yi. Feng Hui stopped Luo Yi as soon as he took a step forward. Don't tell me the almighty city governor of Luojiang City wants to bully a junior? If I remember correctly, you said this was just a sparring session to pass the time, right? You seem to agree with that, don't you? Luo Yi was furious when he heard what Feng Hui said. He had indeed said that earlier. What? You thought the people from Mound Hill City were no match for the people from Luojiang City, so you boasted shamelessly. Now that your people are at a disadvantage, you're trying to deny it? Feng Hui smirked. He was not afraid of Luo Yi since they were both outer court deacons of the Moon Illumination sect. Feng Hui, I can't believe you're so lucky to have picked up such a monster after losing Su Qi. I only hope he won't be like Su Qi when he joins the sect. He won't part ways with you and join Elder Lu Huan instead. Luo Yi snorted and took a good look at Duan Lingtian. I think, if Elder Lu Huan finds out you have such a disciple, he won't let him go. Luo Yi smirked when he reached the end of his sentence. Feng Hui's expression changed drastically when he heard that. To be honest, he was really worried about this. He subconsciously glanced at Duan Lingtian, only to discover that the Duan Lingtian was also looking at him. When he saw the determination in the Duan Lingtian's eyes, his heart settled. That will depend on whether he has the ability or not. Feng Hui glanced at Luo Yi and sneered. Why don't you hurry up and pick a place to stay and recuperate? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Luo Yi looked back at Feng Hui coldly. He then looked at Xiao Zhuai, who was in a sorry state, and said indifferently. Xiao Zhuai took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian. Only then did he find an empty house to stay in. During this process, Jianghu took pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune and shushed him twice. The geniuses of Luojiang City are only Ozo. Xianghu chuckled. His words made the people of Luojiang City turn pale, but they were speechless. The truth was right in front of them, and they could not refute it. It was unknown if the three young men from Luojiang City felt embarrassed because Xiao Zhuai had embarrassed Luojiang City or they were afraid of Duan Lingtian, but all of them returned to their houses one after another. Luo Yi did not stay outside for long and returned to his own house. However, before he entered, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. A cold murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed the murderous intent in Luo Yi's eyes, but he did not care. His name is Luo Yi, the city governor of Luojiang City. At this time, Feng Hui also told Duan Lingtian about Luo Yi's identity. When we were in the sect, he was Lu Huan's lackey. Because of Lu Huan, he has always been at odds with me. Upon hearing Feng Hui's words, Duan Lingtian and the other two were enlightened. It seems that Xiao Zhuai deliberately provoked Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, he kicked an iron plate. Xianghu chuckled. gloating over Xiao Zhui's misfortune.
Ling Yun did not say anything, but his face was a little solemn.
Xiao Zhui was a young genius from Luojiang City who was at the paramount mortal shedding stage. His cultivation base pressured him to a certain extent. After all, he was only at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Ling Yun, you don't have to think too much. I've heard of Xiao Zhui before. He's already 38 years old. You, on the other hand, are only in your early 30s. You'll definitely surpass him when you're 38 years old.
Feng Hui comforted Ling Yun as though he knew what was on Ling Yun's mind.
Yes. Ling Yun's expression softened after Feng Hui comforted him. That was right. Xiao Zhui was already 38 years old. He, on the other hand, was only 31 years old. Given 7 years, he was confident he could break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, let alone the paramount mortal shedding stage. That Luo Yi thought he could let his disciples trample on Mound Hill City since Su Qi was gone. Just thinking about his expression earlier makes me happy. A rare bright smile appeared on Feng Hui's face when he recalled the scene earlier. As time went by, more and more people appeared.
These people were either the city governors of the other 16 cities under the Moon Illumination sect and the young geniuses they brought along, or the young geniuses that the outer court elders and deacons of the Moon Illumination sect found outside.
At once, the residential area became lively. However, although Duan Ling Tian heard the commotion outside, he did not intend to join in the fun.
He lay on the bed quietly as his thoughts ran wild.
Unknowingly, he thought of his 2 fiancées and the unborn child in their wombs. He thought of his parents and wondered where they were. He thought of Han Xuanai and wondered if that girl was still looking for him. At the same time, he thought of the 3 little fellows, the Ling Tian sect, the overseas Saint Islands, and the Cloud Continent. As time passed, he began to recall his past life. That bloody life seemed like a lifetime ago when he recalled it now. As the saying goes, there's always someone better than you.
In the past, I thought Emperor Wu was the one who stood at the peak of this world.
When I arrived at the Cloud Continent, I found out that what I knew was just a joke. Emperor Wu is just an innate void restoration stage martial cultivator. He's nothing in the Dao martial saint land. Moreover, the environment of the Dao martial saint land is very different from the mortal continent. It's really hard to imagine that these 2 places are on the same planet. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. Unknowingly, the sky turned dark. That night, Duan Ling Tian did not cultivate, but instead had a good sleep. He slept until dawn, until he heard Xianxu calling for him from outside. Senior brother Duan, it's time for us to leave. When Duan Ling Tian opened the door, he saw Xianxu standing outside waiting for him. Where's Teacher and Ling Yun? Teacher and Ling Yun are waiting for you in front. Xianxu replied. When Duan Ling Tian left the house, he noticed that many people were leaving their houses one after another. They were walking in groups toward the Moon Illumination Sex Estate. Among these people, there were middle-aged and old people. Most of them were young people. There were both men and women, but less than 1/10 of them were women. Duan Ling Tian could understand this. Whether it was on the Cloud Continent or the Dao Martial Saint Land, women were weaker than men in many aspects due to their innate weakness. Naturally, there were also female geniuses who could defeat many male geniuses. However, in comparison, the number of female geniuses was far less than male geniuses. After meeting up with Feng Hui and Ling Yun, Duan Ling Tian realized they were the last group. Most of the people were walking in front of them toward the Moon Illumination Sex Estate. Teacher, why aren't all of you flying? Xianxu asked curiously. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also realized nobody was flying. Everyone was walking on the ground obediently. Those young people were not at the Saint Rudiment stage and above after all. They were more or less restricted by the Moon Illumination Sex Flight Prohibiting Formation. Duan Ling Tian had already noticed the Flight Prohibiting Formation yesterday. As soon as they entered the Moon Illumination Sex Monastery Gate, they entered the Flight Prohibiting Formation. The Sex Flight Prohibiting Formation is more advanced than the one in our Mound Hill City. One must be a Saint stage powerhouse to fly in the sex sky. Feng Hui explained. Oh, I see. Xianxu finally understood. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had also obtained his answer. The Flight Prohibiting Formation is really amazing. Saint stage?
There don't seem to be many saint stage powerhouses in the entire Moon Illumination sect. In other words, there are only a few people who can fly in the Moon Illumination sect sky. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian and the other three followed the flow of people and arrived at a spacious square. There was a towering stone platform in the middle of the square. The stone platform was spacious. It was as big as a football field in Duan Lingtian's past life. Currently, there was an old man and two middle-aged men standing on it. The two middle-aged men stood behind the old man with the old man as their leader. So many people? Duan Lingtian arrived near the stone platform. When he looked around, he realized there were many people there. There were close to 200 people. Excluding the city governors of the 18 cities, there were over 180 people left. They were all young geniuses who came to participate in the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment. All of them were excited and high-spirited. On average, there were 10 young geniuses in each city. Master, don't you think there are too few people from our Mound Hill city? Also, it seems like there are only 4 young geniuses from Luojiang City. Xianxu said in confusion. Not all of these young geniuses are from the 18 cities. Feng Hui shook his head and said, more than half of them are young geniuses that the outer court elders and deacons of the sect have recruited outside. They're really desperate to recruit so many young geniuses. Xianxu clicked his tongue. As long as the young geniuses they've recruited pass the assessment and become outer court disciples, they'll be able to obtain a large number of merit points based on the number of people they've recruited. How can they not be desperate? Feng Hui was not surprised at all. Merit points. Upon hearing Feng Hui's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He had long heard that the merit points from Mound Hill City and the merit points from Moon Illumination sect were the same. Moreover, the things that could be exchanged and the saint-grade martial tactics that could be borrowed in the Moon Illumination sect were of a higher grade than in Mound Hill City. It made sense when he thought about it. No matter what, Mound Hill City was only an 8th-rate force. Chapter 1425. Look. It's those fellows from Luojiang City. Xiong Quan's eyes were sharp as he cried out. Duan Lingtian and the other two followed his gaze and saw the 5 people from Luojiang City standing in the distance with Luo Yi, the city governor, in the lead. Luo Yi seemed to have noticed their gazes as he turned around. When he realized it was them, he narrowed his eyes as a sinister smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. Feng Hui's heart sank when he saw the sneer on Mo Wuji's face. He knew Luo Yi very well and knew he was not someone to be trifled with. He must be plotting something against his 3 disciples for him to smirk like that. The 3 of you must be careful when you enter the sect. Although the sect does not allow killing at will, if someone really wants to harm you, there are thousands of ways to do so. Feng Hui took a deep breath and reminded Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 nodded. Yo! Isn't this Duan Lingtian? Suddenly, a voice resonated from afar and was getting closer. When Duan Lingtian turned around with a bewildered expression, he saw a young man standing in front of him. This was a young man in a black robe. His face was cold, and his entire body emitted a gloomy aura. This aura made one feel uneasy. You're Yi Man? Duan Lingtian asked with uncertainty after he studied the young man in front of him for a while. The young man in front of him was very different from the person in his memory. Therefore, even he did not dare to confirm it. It seems like you have a good memory, Duan Lingtian. You still remember me, Yi Man? Why? Guali didn't come? A cold smirk appeared on the corner of Yi Man's mouth, and his eyes gleamed coldly. Yi Man was one of the first human martial cultivators that Duan Lingtian met when he arrived near the Dao martial saint land. At that time, Yi Man was with Guali and Lin Qingrong. He was also the most outstanding disciple from the Ye family in Fuyu town. His cultivation base was only inferior to Guali among the younger generation in Fuyu town. Initially, Lin Qingrong was going to bring Guali and Yi Man back to the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. However, Duan Lingtian appeared out of nowhere. Because Lin Qingrong had limited slots, Yi Man was eliminated according to the rules of survival of the fittest. Duan Lingtian never thought that he would meet Yi Man here.
One had to know that Yi Man's strength was inferior to even Gua Li's. Where did his confidence come from? Out of curiosity, Duan Ling Tian activated his Heaven's Eye connection. With just a glance, it caused his heartbeat to accelerate. How is that possible? This Yi Man has actually broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian was filled with shock and disbelief. He still remembered. A year ago, when he first met Gua Li and Yi Man, both of them were only at the middle stage of the mortal shedding stage. Until now, even Gua Li was only at the mastery stage of the mortal shedding stage. However, this Yi Man whose innate talent was not as good as Gua Li's had actually broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage? This Yi Man doesn't seem to have just broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. I'm afraid his strength has even surpassed Xiao Zhuai from Luojiang City. Even Su Qi might not be a match for him. Duan Ling Tian was slightly frightened. Even if it was all of a sudden, he did not dare to say he had full confidence in defeating Yi Man now. Duan Ling Tian found it hard to imagine. A person who had been defeated by him a year ago, a person whom he had the confidence to defeat in a single blow. Now, a year later, he possessed a strength that even he feared. What exactly had happened to Yi Man in the past year? He knows Gua Li? Xianghu was a little surprised. Duan Lingtian. He's a friend of yours and Gua Li's? Yes, we're old friends. Old friends who haven't seen each other for a long time. Especially Duan Lingtian. I haven't been able to forget about him for more than a year. Yi Man smiled. His smile was a little cold, sending chills down one's spine. At that moment, Xianghu also felt that something was amiss. Devil cultivator? Feng Hui asked with a frown as he glanced at Yi Man in fear. Devil cultivator? Feng Hui's words made Ling Yun and Xianghu's expressions change slightly. As for Duan Ling Tian, he only had a shocked expression on his face. When he extended his consciousness into his spatial ring, he noticed that the Devil Seal tablet was moving restlessly as though it had sensed something. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian confirmed it. Yi Man had fallen into the Devil Dao and became a Devil cultivator. If that was the case, everything would be easy to explain. A Devil cultivator's cultivation speed was beyond logic. At this moment, the dread Duan Ling Tian had towards Yi Man vanished without a trace. What a joke! With his current cultivation base, he could even kill a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Devil Cultivator by activating the Devil Seal tablet. Let alone a mere Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage Devil Cultivator. You must be City Governor Fong from Mound Hill City, right? Yi Man looked at Feng Hui and smiled coldly. City Governor Fong, I was abandoned by your subordinate Lin Qingrong a year ago. Speaking of which, if Lin Qingrong didn't abandon me, I wouldn't be where I am today. So, I've decided. I'll definitely take good care of the people from Mound Hill City after I join the Moon Illumination sect. At this point, Yi Man's gaze was filled with interest as he sized up Xianghu and Ling Yun, causing Xianghu's expression to change. As for Ling Yun, his expression also turned solemn. Devil cultivators were known for their fast cultivation speed and ruthless character. Even they had to be wary of them. Moreover, they could faintly sense that the devil cultivator before them was so powerful that they could not compare to him. Feng Hui frowned. At that moment, he also sensed that Yi Man was not friendly. Since we've known each other for a while, I'll take good care of you too. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yi Man indifferently and smiled. Duan Lingtian's reaction stunned Feng Hui and the other two. You'll take care of me? Yi Man was stunned at first, but he could not help but laugh. His laugh was even colder. I'll wait and see. Unfortunately, Gua Li isn't here. It'd be perfect if she was here. Yi Man ignored Duan Lingtian and turned to leave after he finished speaking. Although he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces, he knew it was not the right time to attack Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he might be disqualified from joining the Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian with the city governor of Mound Hill City present. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. When Duan Lingtian entered the Moon Illumination sect, would he not be a piece of meat on his chopping board? Senior brother Duan, how did you and Gua Li get to know this devil cultivator?
Xianxu could not help but ask Duan Tian when he saw Yi Man leaving. He could not help but look at him. This matter, we have to start from a year ago. Duan Tian told him about how he met Lin Qingrong, Gua Li, and Yi Man a year ago. He did not even leave out the details of how the three of them interacted with each other. Does this mean Yi Man wasn't a devil cultivator back then? Feng Hui asked with a frown. Absolutely not. Duan Tian shook his head. He's like a completely different person compared to back then. I couldn't recognize him when I saw him earlier. The change is too drastic. It seems like he's fallen into the devil Dao for more than a year, and his cultivation base has improved by leaps and bounds. Xianxu said with dread on his face. However, does the Moon Illumination sect accept devil cultivators? Xianxu was not the only one looking at Feng Hui. Even Duan Tian and Ling Yun were looking at Feng Hui. They were curious about this as well. As long as he's not a devil cultivator who offends the heavens, the sect will never reject him. Not only that, there are many devil cultivators in the sect, Feng Hui said. Feng Hui replied. Soon after, Feng Hui regained his senses and said through true energy voice transmission, Duan Tian, although Yi Man wasn't a match for you a year ago. Since he's a devil cultivator, he can't be judged by common sense. Perhaps, his ability has surpassed yours now. If you encounter him, avoid him if you can. Don't fight him head-on. Feng Hui reminded him patiently. I have a feeling that his ability is even more powerful than Xiao Zhuai from Luojiang City. Although he did not probe Yi Man's cultivation base with his spiritual secret tactic, Feng Hui could roughly determine Yi Man's cultivation base based on the aura on his body. He's on the Saint Rudiment stage? Xianxu exclaimed. If he's not on the Saint Rudiment stage, he should be on the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. However, if he's a devil cultivator, it'll be easy for him to enter the Saint Rudiment stage, Feng Hui said as he shook his head. Feng Hui shook his head and said. His words revealed his foresight and wisdom. However, his ability isn't something that Xiao Zhuai from Luojiang City can compare to. Feng Hui's face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. He's so powerful? Xianxu gasped while Ling Yun had a look of dread on his face. Duan Tian was the only one who remained calm. It was as though his expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. To him, regardless of whether Yi Man was a Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage Devil Cultivator or a Saint Rudiment Stage Devil Cultivator, he could easily crush him with the Devil Seal tablet that he activated. Duan Tian, don't be careless. Feng Hui frowned and reminded Duan Tian when he saw how calm Duan Tian was. He thought Duan Tian had underestimated his opponent. Everyone, please be quiet. Suddenly, an old voice that contained true energy resonated. It suppressed the noisy atmosphere at the scene and temporarily restored peace. It was as though one could hear a pin drop on the ground. At the same time, everyone, including Duan Tian, shifted their attention to the old man standing on the spacious stone platform. The old man was surrounded by two middle-aged men like stars surrounding the moon. Welcome to our Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment. I won't beat around the bush. What I'm going to say next involves the assessment rules, so I'll make it short. After suppressing the crowd's clamor, the old man continued to say, Our Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment is divided into two stages. The first stage is where we'll perform the spiritual secret tactic to check the participants' age and cultivation base. As long as they're below the age of 40 and have a cultivation base above the perfection mortal shedding stage, they'll be able to pass the first stage of the assessment. Chapter 1426. Now that I've introduced the rules, let me introduce myself. My name is Dong Chong, and I'm the Outer Court Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect. The old man said slowly. These rules, Duan Tian could not help but frown when he heard the rules Dong Chong mentioned. Only those below the perfection mortal shedding stage under the age of 40 can pass the first section of the assessment? Although his current combat strength was comparable to an ordinary Paramount Mortal Shedding Stage powerhouse, his cultivation base was only at the Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage.
His cultivation base could not be hidden from the secret spiritual technique. Senior Brother Duan, your cultivation base is only at the mastery mortal shedding stage. According to the old man's rules, doesn't that mean you can't even pass the first section of the assessment? Xianghu frowned and scolded. What kind of stupid rule is this moon illumination sect's entrance assessment? They only look at cultivation base and not combat strength? Isn't this a scam? Whether it was Xiong Quan or Ling Yun, both of them knew that Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Naturally, they also knew that although their senior brother Duan's cultivation base was only at the mastery mortal shedding stage, his combat strength was invincible among those below the paramount mortal shedding stage. Even an ordinary paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse might not be a match for their senior brother Duan. Ling Yun could not help but frown as well. It would be a huge joke if even senior brother Duan could not pass the moon illumination sect's entrance assessment. Don't worry. Feng Hui smiled when he saw Duan Ling Tian and the other two frowning. Duan Ling Tian might not pass the first section of the assessment, but it won't be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to pass the second section of the assessment. The second section of the assessment? Duan Ling Tian and the other two looked at Feng Hui in confusion when they heard that. Since Dong Chong had not told them the details of the second section of the assessment, they had no idea what it was. The sect gives young geniuses below the perfection mortal shedding stage a chance so that they won't be neglected. Even if they fail the first section, they'll still be able to join the sect as long as they pass the second section of the assessment, Feng Hui said. Feng Hui said, those on the paramount mortal shedding stage don't have to participate in the second stage of the assessment. Those on the perfection mortal shedding stage who participate in the second stage of the assessment will be the rake. Those who didn't pass the first stage of the assessment will be the target when they participate in the second stage of the assessment. As long as they succeed in the challenge, they'll be considered to have passed the entrance assessment and can directly enter the sect. Feng Hui continued. As for those at the perfection mortal shedding realm who are challenged and defeated, they will lose the opportunity to enter the sect. Feng Hui finished explaining the rules of the entrance examination before Dong Chong did. Whoosh! After Dong Chong finished speaking, all the young geniuses present were in an uproar. Only the 18 city masters, including Feng Hui, were not surprised because they already knew the rules. If that's the case, a perfection mortal shedding stage powerhouse will be disqualified and lose the qualification to enter the moon illumination sect after being defeated just once? This is too cruel. He was defeated and was not even given a chance. Actually, this is understandable. A person at the perfection mortal shedding realm who can't even win against someone whose cultivation base is lower than his has almost no future. However, I don't think such a situation will happen. It's usually impossible for someone whose cultivation base is below the perfection mortal shedding stage to defeat someone at the perfection mortal shedding stage. That's true. If he's really defeated by someone below the perfection mortal shedding stage, it's because he's not as good as his opponent. He deserves to be disqualified. The surrounding people discussed among themselves and gradually accepted the rules. That's good. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief after knowing the content of the second section of the assessment. It was not difficult for him to defeat someone at the perfection mortal shedding stage. Soon after, the entrance examination of the moon illumination sect officially began under the leadership of Dong Chong, the outer court elder of the moon illumination sect. The young geniuses from the 18 cities under the moon illumination sect who were recommended by the city masters and recruited by the outer court elders and deacons of the moon illumination sect ascended the stone platform one after another. 10 of them formed a group and were scrutinized by the two middle-aged men behind Dong Chong. The two middle-aged men were the outer court deacons of the moon illumination sect. Naturally, although it looked like they were scrutinizing them, they were actually probing the young genius's age and cultivation base with a spiritual secret tactic. 36 years old, perfection mortal shedding stage, pass. 34 years old, perfection mortal shedding stage, pass. All the 10 young geniuses in the beginning passed. Don't tell me I'm the only martial cultivator who's not at the perfection mortal shedding stage or above among the group of young men present. Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly in the face of this result. There should be many martial cultivators at the mastery mortal shedding stage. As an experienced person, Feng Hui knew much more than Duan Ling Tian. In the Dao martial saint land,
There are still many genius martial cultivators who can defeat opponents at a higher level. However, the martial cultivators at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage that I've seen before can only defeat ordinary martial cultivators at the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage at most. When Feng Hui reached the end of his sentence, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. It was as if he was saying to Duan Lingtian, not all martial cultivators are at the same level. Not every martial cultivator at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage is as crazy as you who can even defeat someone at the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. Just like what Feng Hui had said. There were 2 martial cultivators at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage in the second batch of young geniuses who did not pass the second stage of the assessment. However, they were not discouraged because of this. It was obvious they knew this would happen. Their target was the second stage of the challenge. Only those who were eliminated in the first stage would have a chance to challenge in the second stage. There were more martial cultivators at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage among the third batch of young geniuses who went up. There were even fewer people in the fourth batch. When the fifth batch of young geniuses went up, Xianghu exclaimed, "It's that boy!" Upon hearing Xianghu's reminder, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 stared at the stone platform in front of them. They noticed Yi Man was among the 10 people. Yi Man stood there with a cold aura exuding from his body. He seemed out of place with the other 9 young geniuses. The other 9 young geniuses were intentionally or unintentionally keeping a distance from him. Devil cultivator? This young man is a devil cultivator. The cultivation speed of devil cultivators has always been heaven-defying. I wonder how old he is this year and what's his cultivation base. His age and cultivation base must be shocking. Let's wait and see. Yi Man attracted a lot of attention. More and more people's attention was focused on him. Paramount Mortal Shedding stage at 30 years old. As one of the middle-aged men next to the outer court elder, Dong Chong spoke, the entire place was in an uproar. The middle-aged man was talking about Yi Man, as expected of a devil cultivator. He's only 30 years old and he's already broken through to the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage. Amazing. Amazing. He's even more powerful than I imagined. At that moment, the entire place was in an uproar. Yi Man was the first person at the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage to appear in the Moon Illumination Sect's entrance assessment today. As expected, he became the center of attention. Not only were the 9 young geniuses standing next to him, but even the young geniuses who passed the first stage of the assessment were overshadowed by him. Yi Man stood on the stone platform with his nose in the air and a proud expression on his face. He enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. At the same time, his condescending gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as he looked down at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're destined to be stepped on by me, Yi Man. Yi Man's true energy voice transmission was extremely arrogant. However, Duan Lingtian did not care at all. His expression remained the same as he glanced at Yi Man indifferently. He did not even bother to talk to him. In his opinion, Yi Man was just a defeated opponent. He was and he would be in the future. How could a defeated opponent be brave enough to speak? Duan Lingtian's attitude made Yi Man's face turn completely grave. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would still dare to ignore him at this moment. For a moment, Yi Man only felt that his anger was about to burst out. Duan Lingtian. If I don't kill you, Yi Man, swear I'm not human. Yi Man's eyes gleamed ferociously as he gritted his teeth and mumbled. Since Yi Man was at the Paramount Mortal Shedding stage, he was exempted from the second stage of the assessment. He was led to the outer court area of the Moon Illumination Sect's estate by an outer court disciple. Yi Man was also the first person among the group of young geniuses who passed the entrance assessment and became a disciple of the Moon Illumination Sect. Senior brother Duan, the way Yi Man looked at you was as if he wanted to swallow you whole. How much hatred do you have for him? Although Yi Man's gaze was not directed at him, Xianghu still had goosebumps. To a narrow-minded person, even a small conflict can be regarded as the hatred of killing one's father or stealing one's wife. How much hatred do you think he has for me? Duan Lingtian asked back. Xianghu was speechless. The hatred of killing one's father and stealing one's wife were the greatest hatred in the world. Duan Lingtian, be careful of Yi Man when you enter the sect. There's no kind person among the devil cultivators. Chapter 1427. This is the craziness of devil cultivators, and also the terror of devil cultivators. Xianghu's face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Archenemy. Duan Ling Tian had a disdainful expression when he heard Xianghu's words. He's not worthy. Duan Ling Tian was telling the truth. He had the Devil Seal tablet and was a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. As long as his opponent was not a powerful devil cultivator above the saint stage, he could easily kill him by activating the Devil Seal tablet with his current cultivation base. Even if he was a paramount saint rudiment stage devil cultivator, he could still kill him unless he took out the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet was one of the 10 great super saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land's 10 great saint weapons ranking. It gave Duan Ling Tian immense confidence. Duan Ling Tian, don't be careless. However, Feng Hui did not know about the Devil Seal tablet's existence. He quickly reminded Duan Ling Tian when he saw that he did not seem to agree with Xianghu's words. Duan Ling Tian was his hope. He did not want anything to happen to Duan Ling Tian because he underestimated Yi Man Ling Yun looked deeply at Duan Ling Tian. He saw immense confidence in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. It was an unshakable confidence. I wonder what senior brother Duan is relying on to look down on Yi Man. Although Ling Yun could see some clues, it would never cross his mind that the Devil Seal tablet in the 10 great saint weapons ranking would be in Duan Ling Tian's hands. The first stage of the assessment continued. After Yi Man, many paramount mortal shedding stage martial cultivators appeared. However, they were all over 35 years old. Their potential could not be compared to Yi Man's. Those guys from Luojiang City have gone up as well. Xianghu's sharp eyes saw the 4 young geniuses from Luojiang City, including Xiao Zhuai, going up the stone platform. Duan Ling Tian looked over as well. After activating his divine eye, he could easily see the other 3 people apart from Xiao Zhuai. 2 of them were at the perfection mortal shedding stage while the other was at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Xiao Zhuai was a martial cultivator on the paramount mortal shedding stage. Not only did he pass the first stage of the assessment, but he did not even need to participate in the second stage of the assessment. He passed the entrance assessment directly and became an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. As for the other 3, 2 perfection mortal shedding realm cultivators passed the first stage of the assessment while the mastery mortal shedding realm cultivator failed. Luo Yi, the city governor of Luojiang City, was prepared for this outcome, so he was not surprised. Among the 4 young geniuses of Luojiang City, Xiao Zhuai left with the Moon Illumination sect's outer court disciple while the 2 perfection mortal shedding stage cultivators stayed on the stone platform while the mastery mortal shedding stage cultivator returned to Luo Yi's side. It's the people of Mound Hill City's turn. Luo Yi looked at the people from Mound Hill City, including Duan Ling Tian, and a fierce gleam flashed through his eyes. Now, only the last group of people, including Duan Ling Tian, Xianghu, and Ling Yun, had yet to go on stage. They were in the 19th group. There were only 7 people in this group. What? He's only at the late stage of the immortal shedding stage? How's that possible? How's that possible? Luo Yi was dumbstruck when the result of Duan Ling Tian and the rest's investigation came out. It was not only Luo Yi. Even the young genius from Luojiang City next to him was dumbstruck. The young genius from Mound Hill City who had defeated Xiao Zhuai was only a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator like him? Oh my god! Was he dreaming? The 2 perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators from Luojiang City on the stone platform were petrified. Yesterday, they had witnessed the battle where Duan Ling Tian defeated Xiao Zhuai with their own eyes. Xiao Zhuai was the #1 genius among the younger generation in Luojiang City. His cultivation base had broken through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, but he was still defeated by Duan Ling Tian. Before this, they were almost certain that Duan Ling Tian was also a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. However, reality gave them a loud slap in the face. The young genius from Mound Hill City was only a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Apart from the group from Luojiang City, the rest did not find it strange. After all, among the 187 people who participated in the entrance assessment, 55 of them were on the mastery mortal shedding stage. The remaining 132 people were on the perfection mortal shedding stage and above. Among them, there were 12 perfection mortal shedding stage martial cultivators.
The 120 Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage martial cultivators stood on the stone platform, waiting for the second part of the assessment to begin. Below the stone platform, most of the 55 Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage martial cultivators were rubbing their palms as they observed the 120 Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage martial cultivators on the stone platform one by one, choosing their target to challenge. At this moment, they would definitely look for targets that they were confident in defeating. After all, they only had one chance to challenge. If they failed, they would have no fate with the Moon Illumination sect. If they succeeded, they would pass the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect and become an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect. Success or failure would depend on this battle. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became somewhat heavy. Almost all the young geniuses on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage who dared to come here were confident in themselves. Otherwise they would not have come. Therefore, although the 120 young people on the stone platform were on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage, some of them were extremely anxious because they had just broken through to the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage recently. They did not have much of an advantage in terms of true energy. They only had a slight advantage in terms of the number of saint veins in their bodies. How's this possible? How's it possible that he's only on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? Is there something wrong with the spiritual secret tactic? The four people from Luojiang City kept their eyes on Duanling Tian as they muttered to themselves. They still could not believe that the young genius from Mound Hill City was only a Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial cultivator. Now, everyone below the stone platform, please stand on the right side. The left side is reserved for the young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage who have left the stone platform after being defeated. On the spacious stone platform, the outer court elder, Dong Chong, announced loudly. At once, everyone moved to the right side, leaving a large empty space on the left side. I'll tell you the details of the second part of the assessment now. The young geniuses who have been eliminated in the first part of the assessment can go up to the stone platform and choose your opponent. As long as you defeat your opponent, you'll pass our Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment and become an outer court disciple of the Moon Illumination sect directly. Of course, everyone who goes up to the stone platform can't choose to challenge the young geniuses from the same city. I hope everyone can understand. This is to prevent situations where people give way to each other. Also, any young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage who are defeated won't be able to join the Moon Illumination sect for the next 5 years. Unless you're younger than 40 years old after 5 years, you can participate in our Moon Illumination sect's entrance assessment by then. Otherwise, you won't be able to join the Moon Illumination sect for the rest of your life. Dong Chong's loud voice was transmitted into the ears of everyone at the scene. Once the young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage on the stone platform were defeated, they would not be able to join the Moon Illumination sect. Many young geniuses on the stone platform were nervous when they heard what he said. What are you afraid of? They're just a bunch of guys who haven't even entered the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. Why are you worried that you can't defeat them? That's right. If we can't even defeat these guys below the stone platform, we'll really embarrass the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. I'm confident that I can defeat anyone below the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage anyway. Many young geniuses on the stone platform were confident as well. They felt the young geniuses below the stone platform who were eliminated in the first stage were no match for them. When the second stage of the assessment begins, the young geniuses below the stone platform will ascend the high platform one by one. If you're successful, someone will bring you to register as an outer court disciple of our Moon Illumination sect. If you fail, you'll have to go to the left area as well. Dong Chong continued. The left area was empty. There was nobody there at the moment. Those who failed would have to go there to identify themselves. Now, I announce that the second stage of the assessment has officially begun. As soon as Dong Chong's words left his mouth, a young genius below the stone platform flew up to the stone platform immediately. He stood there and glanced at the 120 young geniuses on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage one by one. I challenge you. Soon, he chose his target, a young genius who was similar in age to him. However, he was defeated in less than 10 moves. How unlucky. I can't believe I picked a tough one. After being defeated, the young genius on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage smiled wryly. He was willing to admit his defeat and jumped off the high platform to stand in the left area. There was only one person left in the elimination area on the left. Subsequently, the young geniuses flew up to the stone platform one by one. After Duan Ling Tian activated his divine eye, he discovered that these young geniuses were all on the mastery mortal shedding stage. None of them were on the intermediate mortal shedding stage, let alone the early mortal shedding stage. That's right. If you're not on the mastery mortal shedding stage, it's almost impossible for you to pass the entrance assessment of the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian did not find it strange at all. As time passed, the young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage went up to the stone platform in high spirits and challenged the young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage. Soon after, 23 young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage went up. However, all of them failed without exception. It's impossible for those on the mastery mortal shedding stage to defeat us on the perfection mortal shedding stage. We'll defeat as many as there are. On the stone platform, the group of young geniuses on the perfection mortal shedding stage who had yet to be defeated were in high spirits. At that moment, none of the young geniuses on the mastery mortal shedding stage below the stone platform went up. The defeat of the 23 people in front of them had affected their fighting spirit to a certain extent. The mastery mortal shedding stage is just a lowly ant. Ants should be trampled under our feet and never be able to turn the tables. A green-clad young man with an enchanting face and a sharp voice glanced at all the young geniuses below the stone platform in disdain. Ants? Should be trampled under your feet? Never be able to turn the tables? When the group of young geniuses below the stone platform were enraged, a cold gleam flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He smirked and turned into a bolt of lightning that shot up the stone platform. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.